Hello friends, my name is Sunan Sharma. I am a PMP, SPC, PSM2, ICP, ACC certified Agile coach. This 16-hour of PMP course is done in collaboration with Amir Ali, who is a PMP ATP trainer based in Dubai, UAE, along with, of course, our career stock team. Friends, in the first half, we have not only explained but show you live all the Scrum events. So you will not only learn for exam, but can also perform all these events with full confidence in real project. In the second half, Amir will take you through the other topics like how to fill the application form for PMP, topics like project management, project planning, project time, cost quality, communication management, project manager role, interview questions, and much more. Friends, we are doing so much hard work for you guys. So please don't forget to give like and subscribe for more PMP related content in future. Friends, do comment and let us know what topics you want to see for our next PMP videos. So with this thought, all the best for your PMP. Enjoy.
Yep, before we get into the topic, so that's me. So my name is Shashank Pachnuri. I'm a Scrum Master in India with 10 years of IT experience. I am an Agile enthusiast helping organizations and teams on their journey towards Agile transformation. With an Agile mindset, using various frameworks, tools, and techniques. Now let's get into the topic. Yes, so daily Scrum meeting rules. So what is daily Scrum? For those who are new to Agile and beginning their Agile journey, allow me to take a couple of minutes to brief you about daily Scrum meeting. The daily Scrum is one of the 5 events the Scrum framework offers. The daily Scrum is often referred to as the stand-up, which comes from extreme programming. In Scrum framework, on each day of the sprint, the team holds a daily sprint meeting called the daily Scrum. Meetings are typically held in the same location and at the same time each day. Ideally, a daily Scrum meeting is held in the morning as it helps set the context for the coming day's work. These Scrum meetings are strictly time boxed to 15 minutes. This keeps the discussions brisk but relevant. The purpose of the daily Scrum is to help progress towards a sprint goal and to form a 24-hour plan to increase the likelihood of the sprint goal being met. All team members are required to attend Scrum meetings. Since both the Scrum Master and the Product Owner are committed team members, they are expected to attend and participate. Anyone else, for example, a departmental vice president, a salesperson, or a developer from another project is allowed to attend as a passive audience and listen. This makes Scrum meetings an excellent way for a Scrum team to disseminate information. If you're interested in hearing where things are at, attend that day's meeting. The daily Scrum meeting is not used as a problem-solving or issue resolution meeting. Rather, issues are raised and taken offline and usually dealt with by the relevant subgroup immediately after the meeting. During the daily Scrum, each team member answers the following 3 questions. What did you do yesterday? What will you do today? Are there any impediments in your way? By focusing on what each person accomplished yesterday and will accomplish today, the team gains an excellent understanding of what work has been done and what work remains. The daily Scrum meeting is not a status update meeting in which a boss is collecting information about who is behind schedule. Rather, it is a meeting in which team members make commitments to each other. Any impediments that are raised in the Scrum meeting become the Scrum Master's responsibility to ensure that they are resolved as quickly as possible. Typical impediments are, for example, I need help debugging a program or problem with an XYZ, or I'm struggling to learn XYZ and would like to pair with someone on it. Or it also can be, I cannot get the so-and-so group. Give me any time and I need to meet with them. Or you can say another example could be the departmental VP has asked me to work on something else for a day or two, right? You might have heard most of such scenarios with your teams as well, right? In such cases where the Scrum Masters cannot remove these impediments directly by himself, example, usually the more technical issues, which I have briefed right now, one of the examples, he still takes responsibility for making sure someone on the team does quickly resolve the issue. Most teams conduct the daily Scrum meeting by having each person answer the 3 questions in order. You answer all 3 questions, then the next person, and the next, and so on. An interesting alternative that some teams find helpful is to talk through one product backlog item before moving on to the next. In this way, an individual may get an update at multiple different times during the same meeting. Now let's take a look at the set of questions that we have. All right. So set A is nothing but the classic questions that we often keep using them. It could be a different sentence framework might vary, right? The questions might vary based on the framework of the question. What story did you work on yesterday? Who worked on it with you? And what story did you plan to tackle today? What will you work with on it? Who will you work with on it? What obstacles, if any, do you anticipate to finishing? So these set of classic questions are commonly used in all the teams, both new and experienced teams. Now, let us take a look at the new trending set of questions that enable the teams to have a different perspective and think out of the box. The next set of questions is called as shared learning. In this set of questions can help teams which are in the forming stage, which have begun the journey towards agile transformation. These questions can help teams to share their ways of learning, be it research or investigation they are doing throughout the day to ensure the set of tasks or commitments for the day are completed. This will help team members to share different ways of approach to one problem, which can help other team members. The questions are, in the work you did yesterday, what did you learn that could help the whole team? What do you hope to learn today? How will you share it with all of us? What gets in your way of learning? And comes the next set of questions wherein you're trying to find some help. This set of questions can help new and experienced teams which are in forming or norming stage. This set of questions allows team members to share their library of knowledge that they refer to in order to address any issues or challenges. These questions allows teams to explore and share knowledge or sources of knowledge and help each other. The questions are, what helpful resources, example websites, books, articles, repositories, team members, expertise, etc., did you access yesterday for your work? Where will you look for help today? When have you found it difficult to find helpful resources? What gets in the way? The next set of questions are set D, that is achieving the plan. In this set of questions can help both, they can help the experienced teams strategize to achieve the plan. No sprint goal can be achieved by a single person in the team. It is a collaborative effort of the whole team. With these questions, it reminds all the team members, all the team players to know how important their role is to achieve the plan. By using the confidence index towards the end of the questions on a scale of 0 to 5, we come to know the pulse of the team, which boosts their morale and confidence confidence level sprint after sprint. Let's take a look at the questions. How did you help the team move towards achieving our iteration plan yesterday? How will you help us move forward in the plan today? What will impede your progress? And on a scale of 0 to 5, 0 being no way and 5 being super confident, how confident are you that we will complete all the work in our iteration plan. Coming to the last but not the least set of questions. This set of questions can help new or experienced teams to realize the significance of the commitments and that the commitments are to one another. So what are the questions? So the questions are, what did you commit yesterday? What do you hope to commit today? What hinders your ability to continuously integrate your work today? So those were some interesting questions. I hope these are something different which you will help your teams to come up with different ideas and thoughts during your daily Scrum meetings. I would also like to share a couple of basic rules, or maybe you can say just during the meetings, which I share with my teams. So some do's and don'ts in a meeting, which can really be helpful for your meetings to be more effective and more informative. So the do's are, please turn on your camera for all the meetings. So I request all my team members to turn on the cameras. Why the camera should be turned on? So as we are all are connected virtually, the two most important factors that we need to utilize to the fullest to ensure maximum exchange of information via communication is audio and video in any virtual meeting. This will help the facilitator, the Scrum Master, to know if you're able to keep up with the discussion or you want us to slow down. And another important point is that this will also help the facilitator know that if you are participating in the meeting 100%, as we might need your thoughts and inputs during any point of the meeting. And the next important point is ensure internet connection is stable and bandwidth is good enough to support video calls. And the don'ts are, please do not multitask during any meeting. Team might need your 100% attention to provide suggestions and valuable inputs during the meeting. Don't be late to meetings. Always join the meeting on time to have a productive and time-boxed meetings to avoid extension that might impact the following meetings. So these do's and don'ts are for any meeting, regardless of any event throughout your day, right? So I think these are some basic instructions that we can share with our teams. So I just thought to share with you all. All right, I think that was it for today.
Hey, thanks Shashank for that presentation. Over to you, Shashank. You can start the demo now.
All right, thank you, Sunan. So let me quickly start sharing my screen and we will begin with our daily Scrum today, guys. All right, I hope you're all able to see my screen.
Yes.
Yes, Shashank.
Okay. Awesome. So yes, guys. So like we've been doing our daily Scrum every day using some classic questions, right? The regular questions that we have. What did you work on yesterday? What story did you plan for today? And what impediments that you have, right? So just to break that monotonous questions, so we have come up with some new set of questions like we just introduced on day 1 of our sprint. Today we are at day 5. So let us go ahead with this set of questions, that is set B, where Neha will be sharing her plan for the day. And yeah, over to you, Neha.
Yeah. Hi, Shashank. Good morning. So yesterday I worked on UI creation for login page. I have learned the optimized way of routing the page. So basically this will help our team towards to achieve our initial step towards our sprint goal. So today I will be working on database creation of login page. So here after today's task, I will hoping to learn to write the optimized way or good way of query basically. So in the every task that I do, basically I learn something. So when I will complete my all the tasks, I'm hoping, or I will be in a part to learn about a database, like how to increase the memory of database or how to write a good query basically. That is all from my end, Shashank.
Nice, nice. Great. Thanks, Neha.
Thank you.
All right, now let's move on to the next set of questions, that is set C, finding help. So Deepika, would you like to share your updates on your story with respect to these questions?
Sure, Shashank. So I'm working with respect to SS11 user story. So with respect to that task, I contacted Ramya, like our PO, with respect to few inputs as discussed in the last call. So she has given me few changes and almost 60 to 70% I have completed on the task. And regarding where will you look up for the help today, I want your help because I have to contact the squad team and also Center of Excellence, what Ramya has suggested as per that. And this is the impediment I am facing, and you can give me 2 hours, and before that I will try to investigate from my end, and if it is not possible, I'll reach out to you for help, Shashank.
Sure, Deepika. Always.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deepika. All right, awesome. Now let's go to the next set of questions. That is set D. Okay, over to you, Kirti. Would you like to share your updates for today? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So as for the sprint goal, we are targeting to implement the login page for the portal itself in this sprint. So for that, my story was related to the masking of the login page password. I tried yesterday building on a framework which can easily enable the functionality, but currently I am facing, so my plan was to move ahead forward today, but yesterday I had connected with some teams who have already worked on it, but somehow that is not working. Maybe they don't have capacity or they don't have time for help. So Shashank, I would need your help in this to help me solve this impediment. And on a scale of 0 to 5, I am currently not very confident because we are on the 5th day of the sprint. So we would be maybe on a scale of 5, I'm at 2 currently. If we get little help, I'm sure we'll be able to do the story.
Sure, Kirti, definitely. We'll catch up offline and we'll get to speak with those team members and we'll get all the help you need to make it 5. All right.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Shashank.
Awesome. Awesome. Great. Thanks, Kirti. And Manoj, would you like to share your updates?
Yeah, sure, Shankar. Mine is SS14. Yes.
Yep.
As we committed the implementation for login functionality, right? So the backend part is already completed, implementation of the services, and the UI part was taken care by Deepika. That also completed. But the challenging part here was the backend, production data, which we are expecting from the client side to validate the same from the development perspective. Hope we are getting this today. So that there are no impediments at this moment. We have completed all the development part. Only thing is waiting for the testing from development end. If we have completing, then we are good. So part of like confident level from 0 to 5, I could say like we are sure we will complete by today.
Awesome.
So no challenges.
That's great. Thanks, Manoj. Thanks for the word of confidence there. All right, so now let's go to the next set of questions. That is set E, continuous integration. So we have Sindhu. Hey, Sindhu.
Hey, hi Shashank. Hi everyone.
Hello.
So mine is 3. Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Shashank. So Shashank, on this, I do have 4 subtasks like a full name, email address, username, password. I have to create. I'm done with the full name, username, and password. Yesterday, I was about to finish all this item. I was committed to do that. However, I was facing some kind of issues with email address. The issues with regular expression. So when I'm validating with regular expressions, I was struck, and still now I'm not able to clear that one. Uh, Team, anyone aware of this issue? Anyone have worked with regular expressions? Can anyone help me on this?
Yes, Sindhu, I can help you with that. I have done that in last sprint itself, so it's quite fresh.
Oh, thank you, Kirti. Then I will start to work on the sign up below the fields. Place a clickable button, sign up below the fields. That as well I need to finish. So I will work on that once after your work. Can you please help me on that, Kirti?
Sure. I'll do that.
Thank you so much, Kirti. You're very kind. So, Shashank, that's it. With the help of Kirti, probably I will try to finish this by tomorrow at maximum, both of this item.
Yes, we'll do it together. No problem.
Yeah, thank you, Kirti. That's it on my end, Shashank. Thank you. That was an impediment I faced yesterday, and still I'm continuing. Tomorrow, hopefully, I will make it.
All right. Thank you so much, Sindhu, and thank you, Kiki, for jumping in there for helping Sindhu. All right, so that was really quick, guys. Thank you so much for sharing your updates. And yes, so and coming to the questions, so I hope you are enjoying the way you are integrating these questions to the day how we are planning every day, and our continuous, our goal towards to achieving a sprint goal, what we've been doing every week. So yes, thank you so much, guys. And you guys are really quickly adapted to the new set of questions that we shared, and you're always ready for experimenting and taking up the new challenges. So yeah, thanks for that, guys. And yeah, coming to the action items for me. So with Deepika, I'll be working with Deepika where we connect with the Center of Excellence for the dashboard UI integration approvals, and also we'll raise a change request if needed to implement the same. Yeah. And coming to Kirti, she wants help on connecting with the VAT framework team who had built the same masking functionality recently. So I'll be doing that, and I will get back to you guys by end of the day, and so that we can quickly resolve them and we can move right with the roadblocks. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, Shashank. Thank you.
Awesome. So apart from this, any other challenges or any risks that you see, guys, that you see, which might stop us achieving a sprint goal? Anything comes to your mind? Not only the stories, anything else?
No, Shashank.
Okay.
Coffee machines are not working, Shashank.
Oh, I'll work on that, Sunan. I'll work on with the admin team on that. Sure. Yeah, we had to work.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you so
Bye.
much. Have a good one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So today we are going to talk about the sprint planning. So what is sprint planning? So sprint planning is one of the main event that is the Scrum Guide suggests, and it actually kicks off the sprint, right? And the main purpose for having a sprint planning is what can be delivered at the end of the sprint, and how that work can be achieved. So the definition that you're seeing here on the slide, it's taken from the Scrum Guide. So let me just read through it, and just take a note that each word in this definition has its own meaning. So I'm just reading it through, and then maybe we can discuss more. So sprint planning initiate the sprint by laying out the work to be performed for the sprint. The resulting plan is created by collaborative work of the entire Scrum team. Okay, the product owner ensures that attendees are prepared to discuss the most important product backlog items and how they map to the product goal. The Scrum team may also invite other people to attend sprint planning to provide advice. So yeah, so this is the definition that the Scrum Guide provides. So as I already, the purpose of the sprint planning is to define what can be delivered at the end of the sprint and how that work will be achieved. So we will get more into that in the further slides. So one thing I like to highlight here is three things that is the intent of sprint planning is to look at the three things. One is why the the sprint is valuable. So how we can find that is by looking at the item, the user stories that we are going to pick up for the sprint is how it is aligned to the product goal, right? And the second thing is what can be done in the sprint. So once we are aware of the POs, help the team to understand what all user stories are aligned to the product goal. When we pick up from the user stories in the order of priority, and we decide like what all things based on the available capacity of the team and their past performance or the previous velocity, we pick up those items. So that is something we decide as part of the sprint planning. And at the end, how will we choose the work to get done? So again, this lies with the developers within the Scrum team. So they decide how this work needs to be done and completed within the sprint. So in this case, the PO or the Scrum Master or no one outside from the team should influence the developers. So they are the one who take the accountability and decide how this works that they are committing for the sprint needs to be done. Yeah. And one more thing, the sprint planning or time box to say 8 hours for a 1 month long sprint, and in case of a shorter sprint, the duration gets proportionally shorter. So for a 2 week sprint, mostly the teams I have noticed or experienced in past, they follow the 2 week sprint. And normally for 2 week sprint, what the Scrum Guide suggests is the sprint planning should happen for 2 hours or less. Okay. So again, if the teams are mature and if the team has done a good refinement throughout the previous sprint, there are chances that the sprint planning may not last, may not take 2 hours. We can finish it even in a lesser time. With that being said, I'll move on to the next slide. So who all should participate in the sprint planning? So first of all, the Scrum team is mandatory to be one of the participants for the sprint planning meeting. And when I'm saying Scrum team, or the product owner, the Scrum master, and developers, all three roles should be present and participate. Yeah, and there will be cases when the stakeholders or the business sponsors can be invited. So suppose there is some ambiguity around one of the user story where the team needs some answers from the business or the stakeholders. So in those cases, Scrum Master or the PO can invite the stakeholders or business persons into the sprint planning meeting so that they can help the team in clarifying any questions or any open issues. Right? It's not like they should estimate or they should enforce team to pick up something. They will just be there in the meeting to help the team on clarification part. Right. So that's on the participant part for the sprint planning. I'll move on to the next slide. So what all things that the team should do before sprint planning? When I'm saying team, again, it's consisting of both PO, team, developers, and Scrum Master. So before getting into the sprint planning meeting, the product owner should make sure that the product backlog is ordered in the list of highest priority based on the product goal that we are trying to achieve, right? And PO also need to make sure that the user stories are as per the definition of ready. So definition of ready is again something which varies based on teams to teams. So each team will sit together maybe and they come up with the pointers which they call it as a definition of ready. And if those pointers were not met, they normally don't take up those user stories or don't commit for those user stories during the sprint planning, right? So these pointers can be anything like there should be no external dependency, or the acceptance criteria will be written in a clear manner. So it again as I said, it depends on team to team. So they should come out with a definition of ready pointers, and the PO should make sure that the prioritized user story that he wants team to be pick up in the upcoming sprint should meet this criteria of definition of ready before the sprint planning. The next point is okay. I already discussed that the prioritized user story should yeah. So team should have the refinement session in the previous sprint before the sprint planning, and in during this refinement session, the PO will already have some idea like what all things, what can be the sprint goal for the next sprint, and based on that he will have a few of the prioritized story, and the team sit together during this refinement session. They go through this stories, try to understand what is the business value of it, and the focus should be on why and what part and not on how part. Okay, how they should complete this story. The focus should be on why and how part. So they try to get all the answers from maybe all their doubts clarified by the PO during these meetings. And then since the team consists of different skills, right, like maybe a designer, a tester, a developer, front end developer, back end developer, so everyone should have a shared understanding. So that's the main purpose of having a refinement session. Everyone should have a shared understanding of what the user story is about and what is required. And once the team is having the shared understanding, then the Scrum Master can help the team to estimate those user stories during this refinement session. Again, the best practice to refine these stories is using story points. But yeah, again, a team can take up any estimation techniques for that matter, maybe t-shirt sizing or linear numbers, or there are still few teams who do it in a manners, which I don't recommend, and even which is not a good way to do. But yeah, so once another thing before sprint planning is have the prioritized user stories refined and estimated. Okay, and then the third one is that again, it's not very critical, but if team has some vacation plans in upcoming sprint, maybe they should highlight that before getting into the sprint planning meeting. So Jira or Azure DevOps, if you are using, there are plugins in Jira, and Azure DevOps also has inbuilt capability where a team can update their capacity for the next sprint. So it will give a visibility to the both PO and the Scrum Master before getting into the planning, that okay, what will be the available capacity, and based on that they can think about their sprint goal or modify their sprint goal, right? So that's one thing. And in the cases where there is no tool, electronic tool where the team can update, maybe the Scrum Master can create one Excel template for for updating the capacity and keep it in some at some shared location where a team can go and update their planned leaves or some training. If they are getting into a training or they are not available for doing the sprint work, they can highlight those unavailable times. So this is what normally we do before getting into the sprint planning meeting. Moving on, what all things we do during the sprint planning meeting. So I have listed out the pointers in sequence, like how it goes. So I will follow the same. So during the sprint planning meeting, we start the Scrum Master will facilitate the meeting first of all. So he will ask the product owner to share what is his vision for that upcoming sprint. Yeah, and the product owner, he has some product sprint goal in his mind, and he will propose that sprint goal to the team. And then yeah, the Scrum Master, since PO has already kept the product backlog in the order of priority based on the sprint goal, so Scrum Master will start navigating the user stories from the top. And if team has already refined those user stories, well and good. If not, we will again go through each user stories one at a time. And if those are refined, those are estimated, well and good, we'll just have a quick discussion and we'll move on to the next one. But if they are not, then we will use the planning meeting to again refine it, get all the answers clarified, all the questions clarified from the PO. If there is any doubt or any dependency, teams can highlight, team can discuss through it, and we'll again refine and do a estimation during the planning meeting itself, in case the user stories were not refined or not discussed during the refinement meeting. Okay, so when this is done, maybe when we uh, went through all the user stories that were shortlisted by product owner as part of the sprint goal, once we went through all, then now we will check the capacity of team. So I had mentioned that the team will either fill on the capacity Excel or in the tool prior to coming to the sprint planning. If that is not done, maybe Scrum Master can quickly check with all the team members and fill up the capacity and check what is the available capacity. And then they will Scrum Master will help show the past performance of the team, like what is their like say last average velocity of the last three sprint, and what was their past performance, how many stories they were delivering. So like looking at these two items, the available capacity and the past performance, the past velocity, team will commit the user stories. Okay, so once that is done, so it may happen that say PO has selected say 6 user stories, but based on team's available capacity or their past velocity, we can team can pick just 4. So in that case, we may have to negotiate with PO and change our sprint goal. So that thing will also happen at this moment. So team can work with PO, and then we can modify and finalize our sprint goal. So post that, the Scrum Master will ask team to break down the all the user stories into tasks. So what all tasks that is needed to complete that user story. So one user story can may need contribution from all the skills, maybe some contribution from a tester, from a developer, or or maybe 2 developers in that case. So we promote, generally we in Scrum we promote cross functionality functional team members, but sometimes it doesn't happen in on the ground, it doesn't happen. We try to keep a cross functional team where all the skills needed to deliver a story is present, right? So now what we do here, we will break down the task, and So the owner of the user story can be one person, but the task can be owned by multiple person. So that is the idea here, right? So now each of the individual will add the task under these user stories, and they will give some hour estimation based on their prior experience and whatever the shared understanding that they had, based on the discussion we had during refinement, even during the planning. So team started giving the hour estimation. Again, this is an at individual level. Say I am creating a task which I am going to perform, so I will give the hours based on my understanding and my skill level. So a fresher can, as I said, like as a fresher can may for a similar task, a fresher can take say 12 hours, but senior member may take 4 hours. So we are not going to judge anyone. So this hour estimation should be at the individual level. But just want to highlight one more thing here. The story estimation that we're talking about at the top, that should be at the team level, where the story will be estimated based on some benchmark story that team has already decided, and based on the shared understanding of the team. And everyone should agree to the same number while doing a story point estimation. But during our estimation, it should be at the individual level. I just wanted to clarify before moving ahead. Okay, so moving on, yeah. So yeah, I think I covered the last part as well. So this is all the things that we do during the sprint planning. Okay, and once we close the sprint planning, the sprint get kick-started, and team get started working on the committed stories. So these are the things, few things that we do after the sprint planning. So we again, before closing, or maybe after closing, the scrum master again verify the sprint goal is meeting from the committed stories by the team. Yeah, if the sprint goal has something which is not there in the committed stories, maybe it's like that story is not taken by the team, maybe we have to work with the PO again to modify and finalize. So the chances are that team, while negotiating and finalizing the sprint goal, this item is taken care. But it's a good thing for a scrum master to cross check after the sprint planning. The next is circulate the sprint planning notes to the all the team and the stakeholders and the business, so that the business and the stakeholders are aware that what they can expect at the end of the next sprint. So this is more of a setting expectation and being transparent. So transparency is one of the key values, right? So we have to be transparent with our stakeholders, the business. Then the next one we have is the team will start development on the committed user stories, and throughout the sprint, team as well as the scrum master, we all can track the progress towards our sprint goal. We can use the burn down chart, or maybe look at the board to see how things are progressing. We should keep an eye open to look out for the impediments or any dependencies, and if there are any, maybe scrum master or PO can help, can pitch in and try to help, or maybe at least help team to understand what all things are impediments, and make them highlight or voice out those the initial phase rather than taking it till the end of the sprint. So these are the few things that the scrum team can do after the sprint planning. So a quick two things. So what are the prerequisites for the sprint planning? Of course, the prioritized backlog, refined and estimated user stories. Again, it's not mandatory. There can be a chances that after the team done their refinement and before we get into the sprint planning, things have changed outside, and PO has some new user stories to be introduced to the team. So this is a good prerequisite, but it's again not the final. PO can always introduce some user stories during the planning. Then the definition of ready and the planned capacity. Okay, one more thing about definition of ready is though the pointers, the team come up with these pointers, and they commit to user stories only when this definition of ready is met. But again, it's not mandatory and not suggested by or not mandated by the scrum guide as well. So there are chances that team is aware that okay, though one of the point is not met, but we know. So suppose there is an external dependency, but they know that the dependency will end within the by the first week of the sprint. So with that condition, they take up those, commit for those stories as well. So it is not mandated, and it's not a hard and fast rule. Team can always tweak around these things. So what are the deliverables from the sprint planning? There are two things. One is the sprint goal, should be aligned to the bigger project goal, and and then the sprint backlog, which should help the team to achieve the sprint goal. one more thing I like to highlight here: the sprint backlog may contain the user stories which may not be aligned with the sprint goal. So there are chances that team also working on something else which may not align with the sprint goal. For example, maybe some technical debts or some spike which may come up in the next sprint, yeah, or maybe some retro action item. So it can be anything. So sprint backlog will contain the user stories which should suffice the sprint goal, but it can also have some other user stories or other work items which may not have direct impact on the sprint goal. Okay, so that's the basic of the sprint planning I shared with you guys, and the next is the role play exercise. So Sunand, you want me to continue here or you want to? Okay, hi team. So today, welcome to the sprint planning meeting. So today our PO Amit is going to talk about or share what we are supposed to do for one of the highest priority item that we're going to take up in the sprint. So over to you, Amit.
Okay, thank you, Shovik. So, team, as we have already estimated and refined three of the four user stories, we won't go for those. I would like to share and bring to the attention this fourth user story, which is for searching functionality that we have to add. Um, as part of the user story, I'll quickly reiterate for this forum. As an online customer, I need to search for products so that I can find the ones that I want to buy. Pretty simple one. Acceptance criteria is something like search for a product by name or category. That would be our first scenario. View products by category, view images and details for each product. And last one is add to cart from the detail or search pages. So yeah, open to questions. So after this, what we'll do is we'll try to estimate this user story. But first, want to understand if there are any questions.
Yes, Amit. So one question probably, so are we already having a list of products to be included into the portal, or is it going to be like a dynamic addition?
So right now we have a database of images already. After this search functionality, we would add a certain drop down or text field with which we'll be able to search the product either by name or category or whatever scenarios you can see right now.
Okay, okay.
So view product by category, it is like a filter.
Is it? It's like a what? Sorry.
Filter. When you can click on the filter tab and you can categorize what you're looking in a specific area.
Correct. So you would already be in the portal on certain category, and then while you're searching, you can just either select that particular category or you can change it from the drop down. That this drop down of category, it's already there on the left side of the page, right?
So after clicking on add to cart, we have to navigate to the another page, right?
Correct. So that whatever items you have in the cart, those would be retained, and then when we go to the cart page, we can search in there as well. So the same functionality, search functionality that we have, it would be replicated on the cart page as well.
Okay. And the wireframe for front end side, it is available?
Correct. So wireframe are already created. I have it from the UI UX designer. They're pending for one final approval from customer. I have it in my mailbox. I'll share the latest version over the mail after this call.
Okay.
Yeah, I have one question. Like if you are working on the search criteria, is it required that the add to cart from the detail or search pages it is required, or should we have it separate?
So with the upcoming festival time that's going to come soon, the customer is actually optimistic, wherein they are hoping to have a huge list of products that people would be putting in their cart, and that's why they are hoping that if people want to search some particular product in the cart page as well, so we'll just replicate the same functionality on the cart page. No big thing, no changes in the search functionality as such. there's the same way we would be searching on every page. The same would be replicated on the page of cart as well.
Okay, thank you. Makes it clear.
Hello. I have one question. Like,
Yes.
are you going to have any, you know, like a wish list, like just not adding into the cart, but people want to add some product in the wish list as well. So, are you going to add that one?
I'll take that note for the customer, and I'll check with them if this would be added. We'll create a new user story, preferably a new epic as well, and we'll see how it goes. But I've taken that note in parallel. Thank you.
And one more question. When we are displaying the images, are you going to add any like shorting technique will be there?
So the images would be there of the product itself, and we are searching by the product. And now the search criteria are there on the screen itself. So by name, by category, or whatever details we are trying to put in the search box, it would be searched as per that.
Okay, but like in short functionality, in the sense, if people want to see like low to higher price product first or higher to low price product first, so in that, I mean, I just say,
I
yeah.
think maybe I misunderstood. We are talking about searching here. Sorting would be a different thing. So when I search, it would be searched by name or something. Sorting, I'll again take a note, and we
Yeah,
will.
yeah. I'm talking about the viewing the images, actually displaying the images on the screen. So how it will be? Do you have any short functionality
So
over
right
there?
now we have default sorting, which is A to Z alphabetical order.
Okay, okay.
You want to show anything from the previous searches as well, Amit, in the search box?
No, not right now. I'll take a note of that as well. If we want to retain that previous searches done by the user, because that would again require a certain number of searches to be saved and captured within the DB as well.
Yeah.
So I'll check with customer if we want to add that functionality.
Sure.
Amit, how many list items are how many items are expected on one page?
Correct. So right now, whenever we are viewing the products, they are listed in 10 batches of 10. So 1 to 10, 11 to 20, something like that. Search would again reuse the same functionality, and we would go by the same way. So whenever we are searching, let's say we have 70 or 80 products that are refined by the search, we would go from 1 to 10, 11 to 20, something like that. So same everything would be replicated.
So in one page, 10 products we can expect, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Amit.
So my understanding currently, it is a requirement for the web application, not for the mobile.
No, our portal is also viewing, and it's working just fine on the mobile as well, right? We'll just continue on the mobile side as well. No changes on that side.
Hi, Amit. Gautam here.
Yes.
One question from my end. While we search for the product, will it show some reference? Like what I search, will it autocomplete in the search box?
That's a good point. I have not considered. I'll add that in the points to be discussed with customer. Thank you. That's a good suggestion.
Yeah, Satish here, Amit. One thing, when I search for a product, if it is not available, is there be like, is there already a feature available when the product is available? There will be a notification sent.
Right. So I'll also add that part as part of the acceptance criteria. So might be a negative scenario wherein if there is nothing coming out because of as a result of the search, we'll just show a blank page, something like, oh, your product or your search didn't result into a product. Would you like to search something else, or we will show our top product, something like that. So I'll add that. I'll get it checked with the customer, and I'll add it as the 5th point here.
Yeah, actually, I think my question was different. So when I'm
Okay.
searching a product, the product is not available right now. It will be available after 10 days. So is there a feature that will notify when the product is available? So
I will check with customer on this one.
Also, Amit, is for browsing and searching product in the portal, is authentication and authorization is mandatory?
No, you can search without logging in. So you're just browsing and window shopping kind of a thing. You can do that.
Okay.
Are we good to poker now?
Uh, one last question.
Just
So in
yeah.
the search results, it will display the some discounts and all, or
So right now, whatever the products we have by default, with discount or without discount, whatever list we have in our database will just reflect that same as part of the search. If it is having discount, if it's applicable, we'll show it as it is. If it doesn't, we'll show correspondingly.
Guys, I think we have enough info. Shovik?
Yeah. So any more questions from anyone? I haven't heard anything from the validation part. Anyone want to check on anything, or are we good?
I think we are good.
Yeah, we're pretty much clear, Amit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shashank, you have something?
Yeah, I think as part of validation and verification of the products, I think there are some quite a few corner scenarios or use cases that needs to be considered here to ensure that the existing portal is working as expected and the new changes which are coming as part of search product is not getting making any changes to the existing portal. So I think there are quite a few corner scenarios because we'll be navigating through multiple pages. In that aspect, I think there should be some quite a lot of testing to be done in that area. So that is my observation. So as we proceed, I think there could be some increase or decrease in the scope. But yeah, I think yeah, for now, I think based on that we can proceed further. Yeah.
Sure. Great point, Shashank. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, before we get into poker, a couple of things I want to check with Amit. Amit, you mentioned that the wireframes, the final approval is pending. So till how much time we can expect that
Correct.
approval to?
So if we don't receive it by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, I have a scheduled call with the customer at 11:30, something around that time. If we don't have it by that time, I'll get you by lunchtime tomorrow itself. But we won't hold any more on that. I'll definitely get you that. Just to keep you guys moving, like I said, I'll also share that on the mail just after this call, so that you have idea of what all components you're going to bring in on the screen. So I hope that helps.
Okay, that will be a help, Amit.
Yes.
And one more thing, the question asked by Satish, I believe. So the error page, you said that we will show up some error page. So what exactly you are going to show? That also you are going to get the confirmation from
Yes. Yes.
the customer, right? So
Yes.
what what will be the ETA for that?
I think it should not take much time. I can get that done in that call itself. So by tomorrow,
Okay,
same time slot, I'll get you the details.
sure. Again, that will help, Amit. And then the couple of more things that retain search and autocomplete. Even if a customer agrees to that, do that, it will come up as a separate user story, maybe in the
100%. It
next
won't
sprint.
be this particular user story won't be extended. It would come as a
Yeah,
new scope, new user story.
great. Okay, guys. Any more questions for Amit? Are we all aligned about what this user story needs?
Yeah, we are all
Uh,
excited now.
Yes.
yeah. One
Great.
last point I had, I think. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So one last point is like add to cart. So if we have 0, 1 or many products within the cart, so will we be having another acceptance criteria or another story to test that the cart details as well?
Can you say that, Shashank, again? I didn't follow.
Yeah. So add to cart, the last point in the acceptance criteria, right? So add to cart from the details to search pages. So I was wondering because if we can have different use cases, like if there are 0 items in the cart or 1 item in the cart or many items in the cart, right? So in that aspect, 0, 1, many, if we consider that like we have in the Wazur technique, right, of splitting the stories. So in that aspects, do we see that there is a need for splitting the story in that for to get the acceptance criteria there?
Sure, we can extend that. I understood. Yes, we can do that.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so I assume that there's no more questions and we are aligned on what needs to be done. So we can get into the planning poker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so guys, while giving the score, think of the login functionality, which is our benchmark story that we completed in our first sprint. So that was a 2-pointer, very basic. So compare this story with that, relatively, like how bigger or how complex is this story in comparison to that, while giving your scores. Yeah, and maybe you can consider all the acceptance criteria that Amit has mentioned. Think about all the validation part, right? As Sashank mentioned, that the scope. Think about the scope, as this feature need to be developed in both mobile and desktop, and we have to test in different devices as well as different browsers. So keeping all that in mind and all the discussion that we had, give your score, please. Okay. Adil, Amay, and Shankri. Adil, you are there?
Yes, I am. Yeah, yeah,
Have you gave your
yeah.
score?
I've given my score. Yeah.
Okay, and Shankri, only yours is left. Shankri, you have any issues with giving your scores?
Yeah, it shows disabled. I'm not able to do anything.
Okay, maybe
Shankari, from
Shankri.
here, you can deactivate your spectator mode. Try once.
Okay. Yeah, it's working.
Okay, so we are just waiting for Shankri. Okay, so we have got all the scores. Let's reveal the cards. Okay, so yeah, quite a diverse. So I see a lot of folks given 8. A couple of them has given 5, and Shashank has given 13. So let's hear out from the outliers. Maybe first we can hear out from Bratati and Shankri why they have given 5. Maybe what was your thought process or your point of view for giving the story 5? Shankri, you want to
Yeah.
talk about that?
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. It is, I think, based on the login page, and this is for authentication and authorization. So most of the thing, I think, the coding will be we can use it from the existing codes. So also it is a very regular what to say, the regular feature that we are working on. So I think we can have a 5 story point on this if there is no further difficulties on that.
You want to add anything?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Shankari that we are not doing that much, like we are not doing any transaction thing over here, just searching the product. If we are getting, then we are displaying it. If it is not, then we are trying to display the error message or, whatever we have decided upon later. So based on the login functionality, I have chosen that 5 pointer here.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Sure. Thanks for the comments. Shashank, what made you give it a 13 pointer?
Yes, Shavik. I think because considering the point that in the acceptance criteria there is a scope of still we can slice the story based on the cart details, right? So based on the number of items, I think based on that and also on the corner scenarios that we have on the number of use cases, and also we need to test on both desktop and mobile. Considering all these aspects, considering the efforts and the required and also story splicing which could be needed here in case of any much more details once we get from Amit and the customer. So I think once, because including that the cart details also, if we need to validate in that aspect, I think if we slice that story into smaller pieces, then I think we can go down from 13 to maybe 8 or 5, depends. But yeah, it again it varies from the acceptance criteria on the stories. So yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Amit, what are your thoughts?
I agree. Let's. So Shashank, would it help if we bring in fourth scenario specifically into a new user story? Because I believe The first three would be important to add. Maybe fourth one we can try and negotiate with customer and see. Let's implement three in this sprint and then fourth one in the next one. Would it help?
Yeah, Amit. Yeah, it's like we will be, if we split the story into smaller stories, I think that will be really helpful for us to to reduce the efforts, and also and we can complete the story at a much faster rate. Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm taking it in my side notes, and yeah, I'll save it further.
Thank you,
Okay,
Amit.
back to you
And I
guys.
think Ame is having 2-pointer. Ame.
Is it okay? We'll go back there.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, hello guys, I'm in the team as well. Yeah, so I feel, the code is already available with us. The repository is also there. So we just need to apply the code and yeah, and then we can see, because, the search functionality is also quite complex. And in that sense, if you see, the first four criteria are quite pretty clear, which we also developed in the previous way as well. So for me, that is why I put two.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe I'd like to hear out from others what they think.
I voted for 8 because I thought, like some of the functionality we can definitely put in some of the reusable code component. But at the same time, I think the validation is definitely required, and some efforts on the automation as well. So thinking that, I marked it as 8.
Yeah, I have also marked as 8, considering the development required for front end and back end, and also testing. Like we have to test on different browsers as well, and like for mobile application also we need to test. So considering all these points, I have voted 8.
Okay. So yeah, Amay, what do you think now? Like the team members are saying maybe the other things will take more time, or that
Yeah,
can
I
be
can come
complex.
to, yes, I can come to 5 or 8. It should not be a challenging, because I can see there are situations seen clearly, so I can even come to 8 or 5. It's okay with me, but 13 is too much, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. But you agree to the points that were highlighted by Adil and the other team members, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So sorry, Amay, the fonts were very small, so I didn't able to see that you gave 2-pointer. Yeah. So uh, so yeah, if now if as a team we are aligned, so Amit has moved out one of the acceptance criteria, and thing, yeah. So when I move out one of the acceptance criteria, and now we can go for one more round maybe,
Yeah,
and see
sure,
how
Shavik.
much
Yeah,
aligned we are.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can I
Amit.
start a new voting?
Yes, yes.
Okay, done.
Thanks. Okay, we're waiting for 2 more votes. Neha and Pratati.
I have done.
Yeah, Neha, you still there?
There is two Nehas.
Hey,
It
I
is
have done actually.
Okay, I think she has logged in from 2 sides. Okay, that's fine. Maybe we can reveal the cards.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have couple of 5s and 3 plus 4, 5, 6, 8s. So yeah, I think we are pretty much aligned, but still I like to ask Shankri and Adil, right? Are you guys good to go with others? Or
Yeah, sure. Shavik. Yeah, I think I can go with 8 as well.
okay, okay. So in that case, maybe we can put 8 as our story point for this particular story and move ahead. Okay, so yeah, maybe before moving to next story, if we can do a quick task breakdown for this particular thing, So how we are going to do it is what all things that needs to be done to complete this story. So Amit will help me here, jotting down those points, which will actually come as a task inside the PBI, inside the story.
So you can, I'll just link them. I'll just relate them to the story point. You can just share the task. I'll update it here. I'll mark it as task.
Yeah.
If you
Okay, so
guys can either say it or maybe write it in the chat, I'll copy and paste it.
Create an add card page.
okay, so that's one of the tasks. So guys, the thing here is to understand is whoever is going to work on those tasks, they should create, like they should give the task, right, to complete the story. Maybe if we can identify who all in the team is going to work on that, we can just ask them to help us with the task. Maybe unmute and say that who all is
Yeah, I'll be
volunteering for
working on
taking a.
the verification and
Okay.
validation testing. So yeah.
Okay. So Shashank,
Within
any
this
task?
task, or should I create a new one?
Separate task. Yeah, separate task. So Shashank, what should be the task that you are going to perform?
I just pinged in the chat.
Okay.
So that's in short, but I can elaborate it once we add the task. Yeah, sure.
Cool. Okay, so we have one task that is create a add card page. Who is going to develop this? Anyone? Any
I will
volunteer?
be working on add card page.
Okay, just one piece, right? And any other developer who wants to pick this up, pick other things.
Yeah, I can pick one.
Okay, so other like what all things you want to pick? Maybe we can create a task for that.
I can work on the search component maybe.
Okay, develop search component.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll add the mail IDs with the assigned name. I'm just putting up in the comments here.
Sure. So will that suffice? Will that these many works like at creating a card page, working on the search functionality and validating and verification is enough to deliver this story, or some other things needs to be done? I'm looking at our.
Yeah, I need to work on the services part, which pull the data from the database schemas.
Great. So that's Abhishek. That was Abhishek, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we good with these many tasks to complete this user story?
Yes.
Just think through, guys.
But we need one more
Okay.
task to test on multiple devices. And process.
So Sashank, is that covered as part of that task, or shall we have a separate task to?
Yeah, we can cover in the same task, Shavik. That is what we can mention. We can have some more subtasks within the same task where I will be mentioning browsers and the different devices that we'll be testing. Yeah.
Great. Okay. So if this suffice, this mini task suffice, maybe we can quickly estimate, give a rough estimation. It's indicative hours in hours. It's not like when actually we know like when you actually get into it, things may change. But to start with, can you guys give some hourly estimate for
So
completing these tasks?
like usual, Shavik, it is 6 hours per day that we're taking into capacity, right? Yeah.
So you are saying you will just take 6 hours to complete this task, Sashank?
No, I'm saying like how are we calculating?
I'm just want. No, I just wanted to know how many hours you will need to complete this task, and that's again just an indicative date. It should not have to be exact.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
based on
I'll
your
take
experience.
18 hours. Yeah, 18 hours.
18, cool. Okay, Adil, how about you? To implement this search solution.
I think 8 hours should be okay.
I will
Okay.
take 12
So
hours.
that covers. Okay, sure, Neha. And Adil, this 8 hours is enough for you to develop as well as perform the unit testing?
Yeah.
Cool. Abhishek, how about you for pulling the data from database?
If the schemas are available, then I can do in 8 hours.
Okay. Anyone is aware whether the schemas are already with us or we have to work on from the scratch? Anyone is aware of that from the team?
Yeah, I think
Maybe
we
Amit,
tried.
no.
I think
Yes, from prior user stories, we have the database and everything created. If Avishek would need something specific for search, that would have to be created from scratch. Sorry, I interrupted Satish. Please
no,
go
no,
on.
same thing I was about to tell Amit. We
Okay,
already developed that, so it's available.
okay. Thank you.
Cool. So yeah, Abhishek, we have the schemas ready. So based on that, maybe you can give your estimation, effort
Yeah, then
estimation.
I'm able to finish in 8 hours.
18,
Okay.
right?
8 hours.
8 hours, sorry. Okay.
Okay, I think we are good here. So yeah, this will help us in at the end when we are doing checking the capacity for committing the stories. Yeah. So yeah. So shall we move to the next story or Sunan? Sorry.
I think we are good. Yeah, the
As
story. Yeah.
yeah. So if you have paused, Sunan, um, okay, team. So we have pulled in these 4 user stories, and we have break down the task for one of the user story, that is search solution, and we are given some our estimation to it as well. But keeping the time constraint in mind, I let the team to add the task outside the sprint planning, so you guys can connect and add the relevant task for the other user stories, and maybe you can add the estimated ask for that them as well, right? Oops. Okay. So with that being said, let's finalize our sprint goal. So let's hear it out from our product owner. Amit, what was the sprint goal that's in your mind when
Okay.
we are taking up this
Right.
user stories?
So as per the vision for this sprint, we are hoping to have search functionality implemented and card authorization feature to be implemented as well. So those are the
Okay.
two.
Okay. Okay. Team. What was the second one, Amit? Sorry.
Card authorization, CARD
Yeah.
card. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So team. So these are the 2 main features that is the vision for this sprint, and all the user stories that we have picked up for this sprint are going to enable these 2 features. So you guys, anyone has anything to add?
I think we are good.
Uh,
Shall
so we need help from all of you to write. So sprint goal should be a statement. It should not be like what all things that we are doing. So what should be the value that we are going to generate by delivering these 2 functionality? So maybe a one-liner that should you guys can think of and come up. Of course, Amit can help here. See, he has the vision. So while delivering this 2 functionalities, Amit, what value we are going to generate?
So the value is people should be able to have credit card authorization, which would lead to credit card payments as well. And as part of search functionality, they can try and find the products based on different categories which were mentioned in the acceptance criteria. So as part of the sprint goal, maybe we can mention implement credit card authorization feature along with the search functionality for for the customers, for the online customers, because both of them are from the persona of online customers specifically.
Such functionality for the online customers and how it's going to help them? Maybe one line so that
with increased how should I say?
I think better user experience.
Yes, better customer experience. Yes, better user experience. Yes, correct.
great. So yeah, so this is our sprint goal. Anyone want to add or modify this?
A better user experience in all the device and the browser.
Thanks, Abhishek. Anyone else has anything to add here? Or are you guys agreeing to it? Sashank, Shankri?
Yeah, I
Me
think
too.
I am good.
Good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, we are good to know.
Great. Okay. So shall we finalize this? I am going to, circulate this sprint goal along with what all user stories we are going to commit with the stakeholders after the planning meeting. So, shall I lock this answer? Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Great. I'm just starting the sprint.
I think your camera is turned off, Shavik.
Maybe it's turned on. I'm sharing my screen. It's some network issue. We can't help in this.
Okay.
Okay. So the next thing is the capacity planning. So though, as we discussed as a team that we will create the task at the latest stage outside the sprint planning, and you guys will add the effort estimation. So maybe we'll have the greater picture at the later point of time. But let's see how's everyone's capacity is looking like. So next week, in next week we have, like, in next sprint we do have one holiday, it seems. So we have 9 working days. Okay. And so these are the 8 working hours. So let me just check. uh, okay, so what are the any planned leaves, guys? I'll start with the first. Abhishek, any planned leaves in next 2 weeks?
It's already mentioned I have a 2 leaves plan.
Okay, so that's confirmed, right?
Actually, I'm traveling. Yes.
Till 12th. So till 12th of October. Sashank, you have any leave plans?
Yes, Shavik. Actually, I'll be traveling next week, so I think I'll be away for the entire week.
So 5 days you will be out, right?
Yep.
Okay, sure. Adil?
No, Shavik, I'm there.
Okay, no leave plans.
No.
Cool. Neha?
No leave plans.
Okay.
Mark in hours. Sorry.
Okay, now it's right. So 5 into
40.
Sorry, 40 hours. Yeah. Bratati, how about
No,
you?
I don't have. No, I don't have.
Okay. Shankri?
I'll be on leave for 2 days.
Okay, so 16 is already mentioned there. Satish, how about you?
Yeah, I don't have any leaves, but 2 days a full day I will be in complete training I am taking. So I think you have to consider that also here.
Okay. So I think team members. So this column, right? Okay, fine. Gautam, how about you?
I will also be there for the entire sprint.
Sorry, can you come again, Gautam?
No leave plans. I will be
No
there
leave
for the
plans.
entire sprint. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Gautam. So it seems like our okay, our network hours is the team capacity is around 408 hours. Okay, and once you guys fill up the effort estimation for the task that you will going to pick up, we will evaluate if anyone is overloaded. But I can see here that Sashank is having more than what he can take. So anyone, maybe the story, the task that Sashank is picking up, maybe anyone can help him here. So let me go back to a sprint goal.
For testing part.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think the user story which I am going to take, I think I will be able to complete much earlier. So maybe I can help here, Shashank, on this.
Great. So Shashank, one thing you can do is maybe you can break down this subtask into maybe some smaller unit, and you can
Yeah.
check with Satish if where he can help you.
Sure. Thanks, Shavik. I'll collaborate with Satish and we'll work together to complete it. Yeah.
Great. Okay, and so I think we are good here. One last thing before we close out this sprint is, as we all know, our average velocity from the past 3 sprint is 20. Actually, it's 21. So now let's just see how many stories we have committed for this sprint. So it seems like we have committed more than that. So it's like 20, 38. It's around 40. So Amit, as a team, like as our average velocity is 21, that too with almost full capacity. But this sprint, a couple of folks are out, and Sashank is out for 1 week as well. And the available capacity is also less. So I'm assuming that we will complete somewhere around 20 story points, Amit. So what you suggest, like which two will take priority?
Which two we are considering in for this one?
Uh, so we have pulled all these four user stories, right, for this sprint. But with the available capacity and based on our past velocity, which is 21, I don't think team will be able to commit and complete all the four. So you can help us in prioritizing and.
Sorry, Shavik.
Yes.
I think these are the tasks actually, not the stories.
Is it? How come I went? Okay, let me go back.
Oh, no, I think you can scroll down. The user stories will be down. Yeah.
Showcase 3. Okay, so we just have picked 2, right? Okay, then I think we are good. Sorry about the confusion, guys. So 8, 9, 10, 13. So we have 13 story points picked up. So I think with full capacity, the team has delivered around 21. But this sprint, we have a lesser capacity. So I think 12 is not 12. We do have almost 12. 13 is fine. But what do you guys think? Shall we take any more user story, one small user story, or we just keep it as is?
I think we can start off with this, Shovik, and then maybe in the second week of sprint, maybe we can revisit a backlog to pull something new.
Yeah, I also agree with that.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so I think we are good with these two then, and so 13 story points. That's what we are going to commit. So I'll communicate again the same along with the sprint goal to all the stakeholders and the business sponsors, and couple of points that you guys will add in the task, break the stories into task and add in us. And yeah, I think we all are good then. Any closing comments or questions from anyone?
I would say happy sprinting.
Yeah. Great. Okay, if nothing else, then thank you guys for your time and your contribution. Let's make this sprint success. Thanks.
Thank you, Shavik. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you all.
Hey Scrummies, welcome to this sprint review live demo session. Friends, there are tons of articles, YouTube videos on sprint review, but no one shows us how it actually looks like. Now this session is our small attempt to show how in real life sprint review looks like. So if you are new Scrum Master who just joined your first organization or aspiring Scrum Master who want to know how sprint review looks like, then I assure you after watching this complete session, you will be more confident on your job. Friends, all our team members in this session are Scrum Masters and spend a lot of their personal time to make this session successful. So please appreciate their efforts in the form of big like. And the last, if you're a Scrum Master and new to our channel Careers Talk, then please do subscribe. You will find tons of valuable content for Scrum Master on our channel. So let's begin this session. Over to you, Shashank.
Sanant. Welcome all. My name is Shashank Pachnuri. I'm a Scrum Master in India with 10 years of IT experience. I'm an Agile enthusiast, helping organizations and teams on their journey towards Agile transformation with an Agile mindset, using various frameworks, tools, and techniques. In today's topic, we will be discussing about sprint review, its purpose, who all are the participants, duration, and more. Please stay tuned till the end where we demonstrate a real-time sprint review meeting. So to begin with, what is the purpose of the sprint review? The main purpose of the sprint review is to inspect and adapt what is being delivered at the end of the sprint. The whole team gathers and review what is being done. This event is to evaluate the outcome of the sprint. The product is being inspected whether it meets the definition of done or not. The definition of done is generally decided in the beginning of the sprint. A potentially shippable product increment is reviewed, inspected, and then adapted based on the feedback. Collaboration between the Scrum team and its stakeholders is the key during the sprint review. The sprint review aims to get feedback from the stakeholders on the user stories done during the sprint. The definition of user stories include deployment to production, acceptance testing, and anything else needed to release the user story to the final user potentially. This is the deliverable and the end goal of the sprint. The whole meeting should be focused on reviewing the shippable product agreement. Another purpose of sprint review is to review what is being done and make changes to the product backlog to optimize the value. It is important to note that the sprint review is not a demo. While the team showcases what they have done, the purpose is to collaborate as a group, take feedback, and decide on how to move forward. Who all are the participants in sprint review? So the whole Scrum team gathers to review what is being built. During this event, the Scrum team, product owner, and the stakeholders collaborate and review together on what is being done during the end of the sprint. As the purpose of the sprint review is to take feedback from the stakeholders. All the people who have a stake in the sprint deliverable must attend the review meeting. So it comprises of the Scrum team, that is the Scrum Master, the Scrum team, the product owner, and must attend the sprint review. They collectively need to collaborate with all the stakeholders and answer any questions and take feedback on the next steps. And the stakeholders are people within the organization that have a stake in sprint deliverable. These could be program managers, other Scrum Masters, marketing, sales, IT support, business development teams, and sometimes we can also invite customers and also the end users, which is optional. And it varies from team to team. And how long? What is the duration of a sprint review meeting? The duration of a sprint review meeting totally depends on the length of the sprint. As the length of the sprint is time boxed, so is the length of the sprint review meeting is time boxed. If the sprint length is 1 week, this meeting should not be more than 1 hour. For 2 weeks, this meeting should not be more than 2 hours. For 3 weeks of sprint, this meeting should not exceed more than 3 hours. Likewise, for 4 weeks, this meeting should not be more than for 4 hours. And how often does this sprint review meeting happens? Sprint review is one of the most important Scrum event, and the sprint review is the second last event of the sprint, followed by the sprint retrospective, which usually happens on the last day of the sprint. So what is the agenda of the sprint review? So basically, the Scrum Master needs to ensure that the prior invitations are sent to all the attendees. It is the responsibility of Scrum Master to make sure that the event takes place. Everyone gathers to attend the meeting, and the Scrum Master facilitates the meeting by following the agenda given below, right? So the agenda is nothing but to introduce, if it's a new team that are formed recently, which they are just kicking off their Agile transformation in their projects. So the Scrum Master introduces the new team and set expectations. And Well, why do we hold the sprint review? So when we hold the sprint review for the first time, the Scrum Master explains what is sprint review, and he also introduces the PO and the Scrum Master together, introduce the stakeholders to the Scrum team. So this is also to set the expectations of why are we actually having this important event? What is the importance of this? So for the PO, for the first time, it used to set expectation to collaborative working session, to have a collaborative working session. And this is also to ensure the business value is delivered. The review working software, here we need to definitely review the working software produced during the sprint. Share sprint, so the PO has to share the sprint and the product incremental goals connected to the review roadmap and or the release plan. Set context on where the sprint is in the overall efforts, release or increment. Focus less on individual user stories and more on the value created. And we need to answer the question, how does this sprint add value to overall product iteration? So it is the responsibility of product owner to showcase stakeholders that what is the value that is being delivered out of the sprint, and how are we relating it with the roadmap that is already set for the product vision to achieve the product goal. We need to review the value delivered by the team. So the Scrum team starts showing the value that the team has achieved, and it's once they have presented the review the working software with the stakeholders, we will be receiving some feedback. We need to note down the feedback from the stakeholders on the value delivered. So once that feedback is noted down, so that we can refine the product backlog items, which the PO and the Scrum team together collaborate, and they can make changes to the existing product backlog. And then it is time for also the Scrum team to share their challenges and the risks that might be involved during the sprint, that they have faced during the sprint, and some challenges that they can resolve with this only with the stakeholders. They can put forward those questions to them, and they can ask the questions directly to the stakeholders, which will get addressed within the call, or maybe after the call if there is some dependency. Right? So once we note down and we get the required help from the stakeholders, then the product owner, if the product owner can show what is the plan for the next sprint, if it is already there, right? So and towards the end, it is the time where we celebrate and have some fun. So it's time to celebrate all together the hard work of the Scrum team that has accomplished before they plunge into the next sprint. So the key takeaway is to ensure that the sprint review is recognized as an event to make critical business decisions about product development. How do we provide inputs during the sprint review? As the time is very short, and while providing the feedback, discussions can go on for a long time. We can use post-its or sticky on the Mural or Miro, whatever whiteboard tools that you're using, to write input, or use a simple document to track feedback if you are on in the same meeting room. If the users are familiar with your project management tool, they can add their product feedback directly to the product backlog. Or if they're using a document online like TFS Wiki or Confluence, you can add a page with the feedback of each sprint review, or you can create a page in OneNote dedicated to the sprint reviews feedback. So these are different ways where you can input the feedback or the gathered observations that we can make note of during the sprint review. Who leads the sprint review? So as you can see, the host, where the Scrum team presents the results of their work to key stakeholders and progress towards the product goal is discussed here. So here the facilitator is the Scrum Master, wherein the PO or the Scrum team can take a lead where they can host the session, where they will be projecting what they have, what value they have delivered for this part of the sprint. The next sprint, slide talks about what should we prepare for the sprint. How do we prepare? So this event is a very important event meeting wherein there's a lots of preparation takes place in the back end. So these are the activities that they usually the product owner identifies stakeholders for the review, and the invitations are sent and everybody is invited. So we need to just ensure that everybody is there. And we need to ensure that the Scrum Master's responsibility is that to ensure that all the user stories have met the definition of done. He needs to get the acknowledgement and the agreement or the commitment that we have done towards the beginning of the sprint with the Scrum team and the PO, right? So there should be an internal review within the team with the PO so that it's all set ready for the sprint review before we display or share the value that we have delivered as part of the sprint, right? And also we need to sort out things. Suppose we have selected, suppose we have shortlisted for this particular sprint goal, we have listed 10 user stories and we are able to complete only 6 due to some dependencies or some challenges that we have. So we need to ensure that what is already done and what is not done, and that needs to get updated into the JIRA or any project management tool that you're using, right? So yeah, like I said, we need to identify and the user stories should meet the definition of done. That is nothing but the commitment that we have done prior. And it is very essential to present the sprint review as one team. What this means is a clear plan and order in which the team will present. Usually the product owner starts by talking about the goals of the sprint and what functionality is delivered. The Scrum Master can show the burn down charts and the velocity of the team. After which the Scrum team will showcase their work. It's always good to decide beforehand the order in which the presentation will happen and if need to prepare anything. Example, any setup or any specific data, test data, anything that you want to display. It's also encouraged that most, if not all, the team members to present what they have achieved during the sprint. It's not a good practice that the same 1 or 2 team members present the entire team's work. So it is always good to motivate or encourage that all of the team members to come and speak in the sprint review meeting and showcase their work that they have produced or done or delivered as part of that particular sprint. So what actually happens in sprint review? Execution of the sprint review. Now we are done with all the preparation activities. It's time to execute the sprint review meeting. There are some best practices that we need to follow to conduct the sprint review meetings effectively. First of all, we need to summarize the work done in the sprint. The sprint review starts with the product owner presenting the sprint goal set for this sprint. PO also presents the backlog items that associate with the sprint goal. The product owner explains what product backlog items have their status as done and not done. So this information gives a good view to stakeholders of the achievement of the sprint against the goals defined. Inspect product increment. The Scrum team inspects the product increment with the stakeholders by discussing the approach to achieve the sprint goal. They also talk about the challenges they faced and how they resolved them. The Scrum team will answer any questions that the stakeholders may have on any of these work items. At this point, it's essential that the discussion remains focused on the work at hand and not deviate from anything not relevant. Scrum Masters needs to pitch in to park any such discussions and remind the team that it is a time box meeting and the demonstration of all the work that needs to be completed. Discuss and adapt. So the sprint review is an opportunity for shared understanding between all the stakeholders. The people who create it, that is nothing but the Scrum team, and the people who benefit from it, the end users, the customers, and the stakeholders. The product owner discusses the product backlog as per its current status. The product owner also presents the target dates, rough milestones on what will come up in the subsequent sprints. The entire group deliberates on what to do next. The basis of this discussion is what work needs to finish, including any spillovers from the current sprint. As a group, the team discusses the priority items that we should take in the next sprint. The stakeholders, like the marketing team, could provide valuable insights to how the potential use of the product might have changed based on the marketing conditions. And in that context, what makes the most sense to pick up next? So what is the output of the sprint review? Once the sprint review is done, what do we get out of it? So the product owner will take the feedback and adapt the product backlog and prioritize accordingly. So there can be some changes made based on the feedback that we have, and we can make changes to the product backlog items that we have and in the backlog. The Scrum Master can also talk about the team velocity and how the team is improving every sprint, which also feeds to how much work we can finish in the subsequent sprints. The sprint review meeting ends with a shared understanding between the stakeholders about the accomplishments of the work so far, how much work is pending, and how much prioritization of work happens for upcoming sprint. So this helps us to reprioritize the product backlog, add new items to the product backlog, and it also helps us to do better planning for the next sprint. So these are the benefits of having a sprint review. So now let us discuss about what is not a sprint review. So these are some of the myths that we really need to take a keen look about as to what is not a sprint review, right? So the sprint review is called a demo by the Scrum team and stakeholders. So usually we have come across many teams where they think that it's only a demo and nothing else apart from demo, right? So by treating the sprint review primarily as a demo, the purpose of this crucial opportunity for inspection and adaptation is lost. Too many Scrum teams approach the sprint review as their moment to show progress, to give a product update, to sell what is built to stakeholders, or to talk about what they do. The next myth is like the sprint review is a PowerPoint presentation with screenshots of supposedly working software. So ideally, the working software should be a live working shippable product that where the stakeholders or the Scrum team which is showing the product to the Scrum team to the stakeholders should show the live working model, not the screenshots or any presentation using a PowerPoint. It should be a working module. So none of the stakeholders present are using or going to use the product. So we need to ensure that the stakeholders who are present in the meeting are the ones who are going to ultimately use, or rather than the end users who are going to use the product. Instead of just having some random participants who do not provide any feedback, right, and do not add any value to that meeting. So we just need to ensure that we invite the right people so that we get the right feedback on the product that we are showing during the sprint review. And it also helps us to avoid, there's another myth that we sometimes there are hardly any inputs from the stakeholders, right, or they're not invited to. So sometimes we just, like I mentioned in the previous myth, that we need to ensure that the right stakeholders are invited, and we need to ensure that we are getting some feedback from the stakeholders, right? And if they're not sharing any feedback, either they are not understanding it, or we are not able to reach to what we have actually planned, or we are not able to meet their expectations. So we need to clear those ambiguities or those disturbances in order to ensure that we get some input from the stakeholders every sprint review, which will help us to prioritize, reprioritize, add more to the product backlog, and keep on enhancing the product as we go forward. And usually the keyboard and mouse used to click through the product never actually reaches the hands of stakeholders, users during the sprint review, but remains soundly with the Scrum team. So the product or the MVP or any demo, any software that we are sharing or that we are displaying during the sprint review should always be handy to the stakeholders or the end users, so that they can actually use that on their machines, so they can look for any feedback or any fallbacks or any issues or bugs that they can identify. Without which we cannot get the live feed as to how the live feeling of how while using that particular product, right? So we need to ensure that we are giving a working software to the stakeholders and the end users, so they can use them and give us the proper feedback. There's an applause after every display of working software completes, or worse, the Scrum team is booed out of the room, right? So it should not be either just like right after the sprint review, oh, that's an amazing job, we just clap and we just disperse. So that's not what it should ideally happen, right? Or Rather, if it didn't meet with their expectation, and they just simply go and they just leave the meeting, right? So this is not how it works. So ideally, we should get a proper feedback as to, even though there's a lot of things that the team has already provided, there is always room for improvement, right? So it could be very minor, but it could also have a huge impact, right? So any minor feedback is very much important or needed in order to get a better product out of each sprint. And usually there is a general air of nervousness in the Scrum team, right? If the Scrum team are quite new, that is quite understandable. We need to completely motivate them as a Scrum Master and the team together, and the people, we need to just keep motivating them. But even after a couple of sprints, they are still nervous and they're quite not so open to share with the stakeholders and openly speak to them. So there is something wrong. So we need to really work out on that with the team and keep them motivate them and encourage them to open up and be transparent as to what their challenge is, right? So we need to figure out that we need to fill out those air bubbles, right? And stakeholders are easily distinguishable from this Scrum team, both occupying their own side of the room, right? If at all we are at offices, they all sit in different corners of the room, or they just sit far away from the Scrum team, and they're separated. So ideally, it should be like all of them together as a team. We need to just collaborate and sit together on the same table and discuss, as all of this is our product and this is our end goal to achieve the product goal for after every sprint goal that we're achieving, right? So these are nothing but few myths that we thought to bring up to all of you, so that we know as to what is not a sprint review, right? And with that, thank you so much for being so patient, but definitely please hold on. Right now, right after this slide, we are going to begin our working or live real-time sprint review meeting. And please do support our channel, like, comment, and subscribe. And I hope the team is all ready. I'll just quickly check and we'll get back to you shortly. So, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks Shashank for this wonderful presentation. I hope you guys have loved this presentation. And so we have covered the theoretical part with the help of Shashank, and let's now move on to the actual demo session. So over to you, Shashank and Sindhu. Why don't you tell us about your team and everything, and introduce us? Yeah, guys.
Sure. Thanks, Sunan. Thanks for that. So this is the live demo of the sprint review. So I'm the Scrum Master, and Sindhu is the PO, product owner, and Amit, Neha, Shankari, and Venkata are part of Scrum team, and Manoj, Arun, and Ramya are part of the stakeholders. So today we'll be going through sprint 1, where we'll be. So today we'll be going through sprint 1, where we are going to show what we have delivered as part of the sprint based on the requirements that we have received from our stakeholders. So I'll hand over the mic to Sindhu so that we can go over the sprint goal. And over to you, Sindhu.
Thank you so much, Shashank. Hi all. So we have done a great job in this sprint, and as Shashank already said, Amit, Neha, and Shankari and Venkata are the Scrum team members. They did an amazing job, I could say. Appreciate the team for your work. So team, what we have achieved so far is great, and I would like to provide some overview of this project, and I'm again saying the same thing. Why? Because some couple of team members we have added newly in the sprint. So what is the purpose of this, and what is the vision we as a team going to have? Okay, so
Shopify is a project, and our parent organization is Shopify. We are, as a child, we have created this one. Going forward, slowly the data has been transferred to our end, and it will be a massive application. It's not only a web application, we are about to create a mobile application as well, which will be a very user friendly one to all. And the interface with the users is going to be an amazing experience for the user. So these are all the core areas we are about to concentrate. What is the purpose of this thing is that since the name itself replicate the stocky Shopify, we are about to maintain the stock details, and via this mobile application we will be having a shopping the stocks over our application. So we are like a third party thing, and slowly going forward, our parent organization, all the data will be translated to us. At that point we may expect some huge data will be transferred into our project. So that time we will be we need to handle those data. And as well, our main vision on this is that not only having the text message or something else, some kind of pictorial representation which really attracts young people. So that thing we are about to concentrate more, even though some people might have think that they're not good at read English or some languages. So for them to make clearly understand on our vision and to make this application very friendly to them, pictures as well is going to take part more on this. So that kind of pictures will definitely impress the youth as well as old. So those things are the main area, and maintaining the stocks with good performance and reliability and security is a key for this one. So this is our vision, and we are about to progress on this vision. So we have just started our sprint. So since our sprint one, we had just had this as a very chill period. We had some little items only. So going forward, we will be expecting some more user stories to be added. Of course, it would be definitely a sustainable increment only. So this is our vision. Any doubts, any questions from your end, team? Can you please share your screen? Yeah, thank you so much, Amit. So for our project Stock Shopify, we have picked up 3 user stories for this sprint. And our sprint goal is that to enable all our users to provide some login access for our website Stock Shopify application. So this is mainly our sprint goal. Of course, when we are progressing, we have faced some bugs and issues. Irrespective of all odds, team has perfectly finished all these items. Kudos to the team once again. And I'm very happy that we have finished this item for this sprint. Now, Amit and teams, our Scrum team members will provide the product increment to you. Over to Amit. Amit, can you please take up? Can you please provide us? Yeah, thank you, Amit.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, thank you, Sindhu, for that intro. So let's quickly go over to the increment first, and then maybe we'll come back to this. I'll just need to stop share and reshare. Just a second.
Sure.
Okay. You're able to see the web portal, right?
Yes, Amit.
Okay. So this is the portal that the team have started working on, and like Sindhu already explained, we have given the login access and the sign up access so that we are able to enable any new user to sign up and any existing user to log into the application. So going back to the JIRA board, and we'll go through each of the user story. So first one is as a registered user, the board should be able to authenticate using my credentials, which is an existing user. In this, along with me and Shankri, we were able to incorporate and update. Yeah. So username, it's an alphabets, 8 characters. So I'll quickly write my username. For password, for now, we have created a static password, which is here. So when I click on login, you're able to see my screen on the a message on
Yes.
the screen.
Yeah, we can able to see your screen, Amit.
I think you need to share your full screen. You are
Okay.
able to see only the web page. Yeah.
I'll share my complete screen right away. You're able to see now?
Yes, yes, we could.
Okay,
Thanks,
so
Amit.
this message is a prompt that comes on the top. I'll quickly show you again
Mhm.
because of that screen sharing. Okay, so when I click on login, so this message comes up. After this, the intention is the page would then go back to the next page, which is our home page. And with this, we are successfully authenticated. Going back to our second user story. So this is our first user story, and that was our acceptance criteria. Any questions, anyone? Before I go to the next user
Amit,
story.
it's really fantastic. The way what we are expecting, it's very nice. Can you go back to the screen, please?
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to have like the username, whatever you are adding here, right? Can we keep like email address along with the username? Is it possible? So that will look far better, right? More better.
Yes, that is doable. So I would request Sindhu. Sindhu, you would be able to take that note
Yeah,
so you can
yeah,
prioritize.
I have.
Thank you.
I have already
thank you so
taken.
much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks, Manoj.
Thank you, Manoj, for that. Yes. Any more questions on login user story?
Ramya, Arun, do you have any, or can we move to next user story?
Let's go to the other user stories.
Yeah, thanks, Arun. Amit, please proceed.
Okay, so next one was worked up by Venkat. I'll quickly go through the user story first. As a user, the login page should give me the capability to see the masked password. I will, yeah, so I'll again give the credentials. So giving a summary of this user story, it's like this is right now hidden. So the capability is with this I button, I should be able to see what password I was entering. So it's a toggle button that we have incorporated to see and not see, basically mask and unmask the password. So yeah, that fulfills the user story. I'll quickly go back to the JIRA to show you the acceptance criteria. So it was by default it was masked, and we have also provided a button to mask and unmask the hidden characters. Any thoughts on this one?
We are good, Amit. Please proceed to the next user story.
Great. Next one as well was worked up by Venkat. This one was for the sign up. So as a new user, provide the capability to input my details as a new user so that a user can be registered. It had a similar acceptance criteria like the full name field should be there, email address should be accepted. So the feedback that Manoj said, it can easily be incorporated because anyway we have email address in our database. Username, it's already we are accepting as alphanumeric, and password we have as 8 character. Let me cancel that. Yeah, password we are having, and then a clickable button which is sign up. So let me quickly go to this page. So yeah, when we click on this button, sign up, a new page should open up, which is this, very similar to login, just to have the continuity in both the pages. Like I explained, all the fields, full name, email address, a username, and set a password. We've also added the capability like a placeholder is given. So whenever we start writing, the behind placeholder goes away, which was full name in this case. So that helps user to understand where value, which value goes in which field. And yeah, so this is our good old sign up page. Any feedback, any thoughts?
Very nice, Amit and team. I really appreciate for the work you guys did. Just a small correction I need here. In the screen, I could see like a full name, right? All are small letter. Can you just make a like a generic? The first letter will be capital, something like that.
Yeah.
I think that will be nice.
That can be done. Yes.
Yes,
All right.
Amit. Yeah, Manoj, I agree on your point. If you're having in that case, it will be more, the visibility is more good, I think.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Manoj. Yeah.
Yeah, Amit. So one more thing is in both login page and sign up page, it would be nice if you can have this, company's logo. Name is really very important, and the brand should be maintained. So if that can be added in both the pages, it would be great.
We can do that. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, Amit, Arun here. This is really good. This came out as expected, like what we wanted. The one thing I want to suggest here is whenever we want to sign up, we want the email to be verified. So if we can, add this feature in the future, right? Whenever the email ID is entered and signed up, we want the email ID to be verified through the, from the mailbox. So that would be really good.
Okay. I believe that one would require some discussion, like what kind of verification validations we want to add. But yeah, we can take it up in a separate dedicated session with Sindhu as PO and you, Arun. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sindhu, one quick note on the Ramya's comment, the company's logo. We would need that prior to starting our next sprint so that we can prioritize and add it.
Yeah, sure, Amit. We will discuss and we will prioritize based on that. I will discuss with the stakeholders as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Any more thoughts? Anyone?
So Manoj and Ramya, Arun, anything else?
Nothing from my end.
Thanks, Ramya. Manoj, would you like to add anything else, Manoj?
No, really, I'm happy with the progress so far the team is doing here. Right. I just wanted to know, like, for the security region, how you are maintaining the password here, how you have implemented those things.
Okay. Sorry, someone was speaking.
No, Amit, I was about to call you.
Okay. So for password for now, because this is the first sprint and we were trying to incorporate that login functionality, what we have done is, and I would go back to our JIRA for that. We also faced a bug during our development, and Neha was the one who resolved it. So we received a login API from the integration team, and we are not the ones who are checking the authentication or authorization. So we are just passing on the credentials that we receive from the portal from the user, and then we share that to login API, and then we wait for 300 milliseconds to see a response. So they are the ones who are actually authenticating and authorizing if the user is good or not, and based on the error codes or success codes, we're just moving ahead. So
all right.
That's what we are.
All right. Thank you so much. Actually, I was just trying to understand, curious to know like how UI and things are taken care from your end. Yeah, I'm so happy now. Great.
Yeah.
Well done, team.
Thanks, Manoj.
Thank you, Manoj.
Thank you, team, as well. So stakeholders have provided some feedbacks for us to know. So Manoj has provided, he has requested us to have some email address when we are logging into the page in addition to the username and password. Apart from this, Ramya has proposed everything we can have in capital letter instead of small. Everything is seems to be very small in small letters, and then company logo and brand name. Yeah, I too agree with this point. Since we are having some stock things we are handling on those stuff, having a company logo is a priority, I believe. However, we will discuss on this. And then apart from this, email ID verification. Yeah, that is a valid point from a stakeholder, Arun. This also needs to be considered as a priority, I think. And then security reason, which was covered by Manoj. Already we have ensuring those security as a part of this 3 user stories. So thank you, team. These are all the items we have covered. And again, once again, great job, team. Irrespective of all odds, you made this. Thank you. So over to Shashank.
Yeah, so that was a wonderful sprint review, and thanks for amazing feedback, Arun, Ramya, and Manoj. So while we were discussing, I was also parallelly making notes so that we can have it discussed. Also, we can add those items to our product backlog, and yeah. So I hope you are able to see my screen. The feedback, right?
Yes, we could see.
All right. So yeah, that is for this sprint. And anything else before we wrap?
For this sprint, I think we have done. Everything is perfect.
Yeah, just one last question had Sindhu and Shashank. Like,
Yeah.
are we making even usernames as unique, or is it okay to have duplicate usernames if we are allowing only usernames? Of course, email ID will be unique. I understand.
Yeah, Ramya, do you remember once we have discussed, we were agreed that we will be having our user ID as unique, not to have any duplicates or something like that, right? Some 2 to 3 weeks back, we had this discussion, the same question you have raised. So that point we agreed this way. So I have proposed the same to the team as well. In future sprints, we will ensure those validations and all, Ramya.
Great. Thanks.
Thanks, Ramya. Thanks for your input. And thank you so much, Manoj, Ramya, and Arun for your inputs.
Thanks, Sindhu. Thanks
Yeah,
for
Shashank.
giving the overview. And yes, like Sindhu mentioned that we have just started off with a cupcake with a small piece of MVP that we started off with the project, right? So, and you all did a wonderful job. But I know because after hearing or listening again, because Neha and Shankari are new to the team. So after listening to this sprint vision and sprint goal, the product vision and the product goal that we have ultimately. So at where we are, the status quo that we are, and where we want to be down the line after 3 months. So do you have any questions from your end, guys? So let's go one after the other. Who would like to go first?
Yeah, yes, Shashank. So I have one question basically for the stakeholders. The production server is not available with us. So by when we can expect it to be available?
So Neha, may I know why production server is required?
Yeah, sure. So basically, if the production server is available with us, so we can basically do the thorough testing with production data. So it is needed for thorough testing purpose.
Okay, I understand. So I'll check on the details and I'll make sure the production server access will be provided as soon as possible for testing.
Ramya, yeah, good. A good question, Neha. But Ramya, however, since it is a production server, we may not provide access for all the team members, right? Some kind of security, and since it is a live, so in that point, we have to be little stringent at initial stage on this access area, I believe, Ramya.
Yes.
So we can discuss it on offline, and we will have some agreement how we can provide access to the team, who all can get the access. Those things we can discuss, I think.
Sure, Sindhu. I agree on that because security aspect is really very crucial.
Yes, it might be on live. So if suppose team members have updated something, then it will affect our life. And since we are maintaining stock, that may be the thing, right? Yeah,
Sure.
Ramya. Thank you, Ramya.
Sure, Sindhu. Thanks for bringing that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, who's going next?
Hi, this is Venkat. So I have a small request. When we were testing, we found a PDF server down, and then we started debugging it. And after 1 hour, we came to know that there was a scheduled maintenance. So like we request, can anyone help us informed about the scheduled maintenance task?
Yeah, Venkat, I guess there is a email alert which might have generated, but I'm surprised like how it is not reached to you. Okay, Sindhu, could you please help me on this? Just include the
Yeah,
teammates.
Manoj.
Just include the
Yeah,
teammates
Manoj, actually,
that is missed in the DL, right?
Yeah, sure, Manoj. I will ensure to include all the team members. And I heard from John stating that we have changed the vendor on this, and also this maintenance are happening at the end of Friday. But as per team concerns, if we are having this maintenance activity on the weekends, then it would be very great as per team. So they have raised this concern when the sprint is in progress. So we have to work on this, I think, Manoj. So we
Sure.
have to align
All right.
with the new vendors to ensure that either can we have this during the weekends to not to affect our work or progress. So we have to discuss on this, and yeah, Manoj, I will note it down, and I will ensure all the team members are included. Since Venkat has joined recently, we might have missed his name, I think. So I will.
No problem. No
Thanks,
problem.
Manoj.
And
Thanks,
yeah,
Venkat.
even thanks for bringing my
Bringing
notice. Yeah, I'll take care for the new vendors. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Manoj. Thanks, Indu.
Okay. And yeah, who's next? And I think
Yeah. So hi all. Just I came up with one doubt. For now, I could see there are 1 billion downloads of this app. So by looking at the statistics, we could expect about 10, it could reach to 10 millions in maybe in the next couple of months. So I believe our server will not have that capability to hold those huge data, increase in data. Is there any idea that do you have any idea on how we are going to manage this?
Shankar Arun here. Thanks for bringing this up. We really thought that this would happen after 6 months, but we are at this number right now. So I would talk to infrastructure director to see like what can be done to leverage and get this expedited. And I will come back to you and use with an update on how we can this leveraged and expedited.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you so
Thanks,
much, guys.
Shankari.
Thanks for bringing on those.
Tim, I would like to, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Shashank, before closing, I would like to hear from the team. Are they facing any challenges when the sprint is progress? Of course, this is sprint one. We have picked some 3 to 4 user stories only. However, already Venkat has provided. We haven't sent out the emails. He hasn't received at time. So apart from that, any challenges, team, did you face when you're progressing? Neha, Amit. Any specific challenges you have faced?
Nothing different, just the one that Shankari already explained. The server that we are currently using, it would definitely have some scalability issues. So that's just the one that we wanted to highlight. Nothing different from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, but we have to ensure the performance as well when the data is getting increased.
Yes.
So those are all the key thing, and the security that is really important since we are maintaining with the cash and stocks. So those are all the things. Anything, Neha?
Yes, Indu, we have I have already covered that point because now we have done testing through some random data as the production data is not available with us. So this was a challenge that I have faced during the sprint.
Neha, will it be helpful if I replicate the production data to some test servers or some other servers? Can I mirror the data, production data? Will it be helpful for you, Neha, or do you think some other?
Yeah, till the time we are getting the server access, it can be done that if you will giving the mirror data of that production data, it will be helpful for us.
Yeah. So Ramya, what do you think on this point? Can we mirror production data and we can provide team to test, right? In that case, we don't worry about security issues or something else, right, Ramya? Will it works? What do you think? We can just get some.
So Cindy, I need some time on this to discuss with the client because we're not sure whether we can, just give the production data just like that. Because there are certain issues, security concerns and all those things. So I'll get back to you on this discussion, right? Give me a couple of days. I should be able to, provide a solution for this.
Okay.
I have a few suggestions. I'll share it on the mail to you, Sindhu and Rabia. You can consider those as well. DB links, views, something like that.
Sure, that will be great, Amit.
Sure.
Thank you so much. So I think, so do we have any other questions for our stakeholders as we have them here? But anything apart from that, I think you can take it up in the retro. So once right after this, we'll have a retro session. So maybe we can discuss more in detail over there. Yeah. Sounds good. All right, cool. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for your raising up all your challenges, and stakeholders are being so supportive. Thank you so much, guys. Without your support, we'll not be able to deliver such amazing products. So thank you so much for your support, and thank you, Sindhu, for driving and being the mirror image of our stakeholders and sharing all the requirements and being so transparent. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Shashank. Thanks.
Yep. And thank you so much, team. Great work. Amazing team. Great job, guys. And congratulations on the first success of the first sprint. And really hope that we continue the same momentum and speed and the delivery and the value that we are providing to the stakeholders. Amazing job, guys.
Thank you, Shashank, for you as well. You're really motivating the team, and you're the key person, key pillar, I could say. Thank you so much, Shashank.
Thank you, guys. It's not possible without all your efforts. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, team.
Thank you all.
It's really a good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice job.
So team, what we have achieved so far is great. And I would like to provide some overview.
Okay, hello friends. As you know, retrospective is the most important event for any Scrum Master. We feel like there are a lot of theoretical stuff present on the internet, on YouTube videos, but there is a huge gap between the practical approach. So this session is going to show you how you can do this easiest retrospective technique to start with if you are new Scrum Master. And yeah, friends, just go through this video. It will definitely going to help you. And please appreciate our efforts in the form of like, and please provide your comments. And if you want to see other retrospective techniques in the future, please do let us know in the comment section. Okay, this is going to be a wonderful session. We have this retro with the name Agile in the Sea. So Adil, Captain. Adil, you're on mute.
Thank you, Sunand, and welcome everyone on board the ship today. So today, as Sunand mentioned, we are in the Agile in the Sea retrospective meeting. We have a very tight agenda today, by the way, with some really fun, interesting games. So let me just quickly show you what we have in the agenda. So first, we are going to have a quick icebreaker, followed by a little about, why retrospective meetings are sort of important part of the Agile ceremonies. Then we will be today especially going to touch upon the sailboat method of retrospection. It is a very interesting technique which you can definitely use in your organization. We have a very interesting case study as well. So that case study will be played through a game today. And then towards the end, generally I like to finish my retrospectives with some interesting polls. So we'll have that towards the end. Followed by, I also wanted to share some of other themes which we can use during our retrospective meetings. With that said, let's jump into the most interesting thing of the day to begin with the icebreaker. So here we have an icebreaker for you. It's a simple thing, 2 truths and a lie. How to play that? So I would request you all to please think of 3 statements about yourself. I'll give you 30 seconds. Out of 3, 2 has to be true about you and 1 could be a false statement. Okay, so your time starts now. Can you all just quickly think of 3 statements about yourself? I'll come back to you in 30 seconds. All right, I think by now you should have your statements with you. Shall we start this? Okay, so let me call out Swarna. You want to say 3 statements about yourself?
Sure, Adil. Okay, my 3 statements are: I have visited 7 countries in my life. That is the first statement. My second statement is I am terrified of water.
Okay.
Swimming in open bodies of water. So this is a good theme, if that is the truth. And my third statement is I'm terrified of heights.
Okay, so you have visited 7 countries. You're terrified of heights. And what's the third one?
Terrified of water.
Okay, all right. So team, you wanted to just do a quick guess. What is false out of this?
I believe the third one is a false.
How about others?
I think terrified of water
Okay.
is false.
Shashank, you want to take a guess? Okay, all right. Suvarna, you want to reveal what is the false about you?
Yeah. I'm terrified of water is the first statement. I'm a water lover.
Okay, okay, all right, interesting. Okay, so I would ask Shashank, you wanted
Nacha
to...
is right.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So my three statements are like, I did scuba diving, and I collect coins, and I'm a sports person.
Okay. I think scuba diving is something seems to be unreasonable for me. What about others?
I do think scuba diving is the one which is a life of Shashank.
I think it's the coin collection.
Okay, okay, all right.
I go by the first one.
Okay, okay. Shashank, what do you think?
Yeah, it is the scuba diving.
Oh, awesome. Okay, yeah, thank you. Over to you, Nacha. You wanted to say?
Well, yes. The first is I like watching action movies. And next one, I eat only vegetarian foods.
Okay.
And third is I like melody songs.
You like melody songs. Okay.
Yes. So one is a lie.
Okay. Anybody wants to take a guess here? I think it's vegetarian food for me.
Yeah. I think it's the vegetarian food.
It's a vegetarian food, I believe so.
Yeah, I think I'll go with the same.
Okay. Is that a case, Nacha?
No, actually, I eat only vegetarian food. The false statement is I like watch action movies. I don't like watching action movies.
Okay, okay, all right, interesting. Okay, Guru, you have your three statements about yourself.
Yes, sir. I love to watch serious movies. The other one is love to travel to unexplored and haunted places.
Okay.
The third one is I'm a very religious person.
Okay. Any guesses here? And does anybody knows Guru?
Visiting haunted places.
Yeah, I'll go with the same option.
Yeah, same
Same.
with me as well, I think. So Guru,
No, it is the first one. I'm not a person who watches serious movies. I'm more into jovial and more into fun kind of movies.
okay, okay, all right, yeah.
So you do visit haunted places, Guru?
Yes, very much.
Wow.
I think you're on the right ship then.
All right, yeah, sounds interesting. Would like to go with you someday, Guru, to some haunted places, you know.
Definitely, definitely.
All right, yeah. Thanks, everyone. I hope you are now, sort of into a mode wherein we can do some real brainstorming. So with that, moving forward, let's see why retrospective meetings are sort of important. Okay. So the very first thing is because it provides us that ability, to inspect and on what went well, what could be the things, which we can improvise upon, and what things are something, some sort of things which are, sort of slowing down our progress. So overall, if you look at the Scrum guide, it actually, talks more about, it is based on the concept or the principle of inspect and adapt. So that is why Scrum retrospectives are sort of a very important aspect of our Scrum ceremonies. Okay. Now let's come to the most important or interesting topic for the day, which is how we can use or what is sailboat method. How we can utilize that to identify what were the impediments or what were the great things that team has done. Okay. So it actually talks about the way a team can define its vision and from where it has to go. I mean, so that is nothing but if you look at the image here, the island depicts the vision of the product which the team is intending to achieve. Okay, the board here is nothing but the Scrum team, which consists of the product owner, the Scrum master, and the dev team as well. And then you will see the two important things that are happening here is the winds, which is actually helping the team or the board to sail towards this goal. So there could be an example, so let's say, for example, if I quote an example of creating maybe an e-commerce site, wherein a product owner has vision to, build any e-commerce site, wherein stakeholders are very working, quite closely with the team. So that is sort of a wind which is, propelling the team to move towards the goal of, getting the site ready for them. However, during this whole journey, there are some challenges with the team is sort of, anchored with, like, for example, having too many meetings. That is definitely slowing down their overall progress, and they are not able to, meet or overcome the velocity which they are intended to do. At the same time, if you look at this image, how the way, the ship can be hijacked by a rock or an iceberg. Similarly, when you think of a risk or an blockers that may happen for an e-commerce site, could be the major role which the payment gateways play here. So that's how, if you try to envision this image with the goal of getting an e-commerce site, you will see that the ship is actually surrounded by some of the impediments, and there are few positive things as well in terms of the wind, the way it is blowing. So using the sailboat method, the team can definitely, identifying the ways how we can reduce the number of meetings, and also evaluate how we can stable our payment gateways, to overcome or achieve the goal of getting a more stable e-commerce site. So that is, that is in a nutshell a way of implementing a sailboat method within the retrospective ceremonies to identify our impediments and also make sure our progress sails through, towards our goal. Moving ahead. So the way it works is you first identify, or you set the context, what we are looking to achieve. You do a little bit of a brainstorm around that. We gather the data, which helps us identify what were the blockers, etc. And then once we have, after the brainstorming, when we are ready with our pointers, we can find out a potential solution to how we can achieve that. Moving forward. So today we have a very interesting case study, that is happening about for one of the software deliveries in the industry, wherein the team is required to build a work on a project which is to do with the improvement of how we can improve a web application. Okay, so here the case study talks about how does a team of 9 pirates, who have sailed on a journey that definitely consists of people from onshore and offshore, and they have embarked on this journey to deliver the goal, which is about how you can improve the web performance, and at the same time within the timelines. So if you look at this case study closely, you will see that the team has already been through 20 sprints so far. During this journey, still the team is lagging behind because they are still not able to deliver with the same velocity. Meanwhile, there were some incidences wherein people have left the firm and new people have joined the company, and at the same time, during whole of this journey, still they are left with around at least 60% of the work which has to be done. So therein, if you look closely, there is a lot of risk, and some impediments which are there, blockers. So let's use our retrospective boards to analyze the situation and find a potential solution for this. Okay. Now let me take you all to the retrospective board and see how we can overcome this challenge. So for today's session, we are going to use this particular board. By the way, can you all see my board?
Yes, Adil.
Okay, all right.
Yes, Adil.
Okay, fantastic. So here in this board, I have already placed the goal which the product owner is looking forward to, which is mainly talks about how we can improve the web performance. If you look here, and how we can achieve our sprint by the end of the next month. So these are our goal. Okay. And then the wind, as I said, we'll talk more about what are the positive things or positive outcomes from our last sprint. There could definitely be, some aspects which we wanted to carry forward to our upcoming sprints. However, during the journey, I mean, as you have seen, there were few, things that have actually slowed down our process or progress. So you can mark them under the anchors section. And then let us identify what are the impediments or the risk or the rocks, which are holding back us, or which could be the potential risk which we can anticipate in coming future. So with that, can you all please come to the board and let's start with the brainstorming. What I would like to do is, so before that, let me just quickly give you a glance of this particular tool, how we can use the tool. So you can use the sticky notes to put forward your comments. Like, for example, I've already put the sticky around, what is the team consist of and what is our vision and so on. Okay. Once we are done with that, so let's first start putting ourselves, our pointers with regards to what went well in the past sprint. So may I ask Suvarna to start and putting what you think went well in our last sprint. By the way, what I wanted to do is, let's make it a more of a time box effort, so that we are not deviating from our time and still we are able to find the potential solution.
Adil, I think whole team can put it simultaneously, and if you make it a little zoom, yeah, no, I think it's okay. 75. Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah, so once you guys done with the specific, you can maybe jump to the other one if you have the understanding of the problem.
Shashank, can you see what pointers you have?
Yes, Adil. I'm working on it. All right. Yeah, let me check that.
Okay.
Yeah, he has to unhide it. He has to make it public.
Okay. And Guru, what about you? Do you think anything went well?
I'm just doing it.
Okay.
Just doing it.
Sure. I can see some interesting facts coming up here. Okay. So we have got good technical expertise within the team. People are asking the right questions to the stakeholders. And there is a good understanding of the business issues as well. Yeah, good points. Guru, would you like to check on your fonts? Can you share your sticky notes? Guru, you will see an option for making your sticky notes public.
I've put in the chat.
Adil, maybe you can point on your screen where the option is. The bottom, center
Yeah,
bottom.
the bottom you see there, right, Guru? You can just
Yeah.
click on that. You can unhide.
There is an option to make the sticky notes public, Guru. If you look at my screen, you can hide and unhide the sticky notes. Okay, all right, fantastic. So I can see some really good points coming up. Now let's move on and let's see, what were the things that made our delivery a little bit slow. So I would request you all, if you can, start putting the things that were holding us back. Okay, changing priorities was a concern. Okay, there were some members being pulled out for the ad hoc work like interviews. Okay. Okay, interesting. Some attritions as well. Yeah, definitely that contributes to our slowness. Yeah, looking at the current situation, some unplanned leaves. Okay. All right. Good points there. Should we identify what were the risks that happened? Okay. All right. So I guess now we have got good points in terms of the risk, in terms of slowness, and also some good things coming up, like the team getting a good understanding. So with this, since we have got more than one discussion points, would you guys wanted to have a quick poll and see, what points do you want to prioritize in the upcoming sprints so that we can find some solutions to them?
Adil, before going for the poll, is it okay to read out everything just so that everyone's on the same page?
Yeah, sure. So Swarna, starting with you, you wanted to at least, touch upon like, what do you think was holding us back?
Can
You
we start
mentioned
with can we start with wins, please? Can you start with little positives, wins?
Okay.
What is, let's celebrate something which.
Okay.
Yep. So I think the team has very good domain knowledge. Even though there are new people, the guys who have joined recently have picked up quite well, and they are able to progress faster than anticipated. So that I think is a good thing.
Okay. Does everyone agrees on to this point that we had a good understanding of the business?
Yes, Adil. Yeah, that really helped the team to take into the new functionalities as well, and to understand the business problems and the business functionality. That really helped to progress up the take the new user stories there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You also mentioned about having technical expertise, Shashank.
Yes, Adil. Yeah. So along with the business processes, right, the technical expertise which to develop the right code in the in the stipulated time, so that technical expertise which our team members are having, that really helped us to save a lot of time there. So I think that's a plus point to us, which is actually adding wind to our boat to reach the goal.
Nice. Okay. All right. Nacha, you wanted to highlight your context here?
Yeah, the team is fully, like, they are very much able to ask the right questions to the stakeholders, which helped us to come out with what they actually required. The requirement was very clear. By putting the right questions only, we'll be getting the right solution, the right answers. So we were able to ask, and the stakeholders were also openly they actually cooperated, and they were collaboratively working together so that we were able to achieve.
Okay, good to see that collaboration happening with the stakeholders, Nacha. Thank you. Guru, you wanted to touch upon working as one team?
That was one of the finer points and good work from the team. And in 2 or 3 instances, when the team was stuck up, it was some of the members who were experts in their own rights. They're able to pitch in and give in suggestions so that they were able to come out and complete that particular activity within the mentioned time. So that way they were able to complete their activities as part of their previous sprints. And I hope that same kind of collaboration and oneness of the team will help in completing the rest of the activities in the mentioned sprints.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Guru. Definitely seems, the team has progressed well in this area. Let us now move to slowly to, the action items that were sort of holding us back little from our progress. Coming back to you, Swarna.
Yeah. As I said, I think the new members of the team are picking up, of course, but obviously onboarding new members, it does take some time, and because there are so many attritions and experienced guys who have worked in this area, and they already have the domain knowledge, can work much faster. So due to this, I think we are slowing down. Probably it's not like they're not doing well, but end of the day, the output will be different of a new member versus an experienced member.
Yes, absolutely understandable, Swarna. Thank you. Shashank, you mentioned about priorities.
Yeah, they'll. So as you know, that there's a scope creep which happened in the middle of the sprint, which actually changed the priorities, right? So that is actually adding the anchor to the team, which is actually holding us down from progressing on the planned activities. So due to the switch of priorities, I think that is actually holding us down.
Okay. All right. Yeah, sure. Nacha, you mentioned about, I think some of the members from the team going for an ad hoc interview task.
Yeah, they're like during our sprint, like there are mostly there is no plan for the interview, so we are getting a request on an ad hoc basis, and we are not able to plan our work during our sprint. So this makes us not able to complete our work and just holding back us.
Okay. Yeah. Guru, coming back to you, I think you have a bit of a concern regarding our capacity.
Yeah, that's right. With the recent spurt in the COVID cases, there have been few instances where the team members have taken unplanned leaves, either to look after them or their family members, which has affected our overall sprint goals and also the deliveries that we had as per what we had committed to the stakeholders. So that way I am a bit concerned, and this is slowing down our overall progress. That is where we are in this current situation. So I would like to have, of course, plan for this in our planning sessions, so that instead of having we have planned in around say 10% for leaves, we can have this 20% as part of our until the COVID situation gets completely out of our sight, so that we can again bring back to the original level. Until that time, we had additional buffer for our leaves. That way, I think we'll be able to plan our activities much better.
Yeah. Let's come to that solution later part, Guru. But thanks for highlighting this concern. And I think in few minutes, let's come back and see. Okay. Now moving to the most important concerns, with regards to the risk people are foreseeing in the team. So Nacha, you had some issues with regards to validation or getting the right tools.
Yeah, currently like we are doing testing, and we are taking performance manually. I think this is taking much of our time because each and every time we need to do the same testing again and again. If we have some right tools in place, then it will help us actually in even bettering the performance, and also we can be on track.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I think let's figure out that, but before that, let's see what others have. So Savanna, I think you are touching upon a very critical aspect. You wanted to talk about it?
Yes, Adil. So again, circling back to new members of the team, it's a very huge application, and it requires a lot of domain knowledge. So basically, to achieve something, modifying one piece of code has a lot of impact in other areas, and unless you're very familiar with it, you might not be able to assess the impact. So because there are new members adding to the code, and not able to get the impact. The code quality is coming down.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Swarna. Guru, you wanted to touch upon the documentation part?
Yes, for any new joinees, be it part of the team or even for the experienced members, having a documentation has its own benefits because looking at the document and also the code, they'll be able to better understand the flow of the functionalities, and wherever required, only they can get in touch with the existing team members for the clarification. That way, we'll be able to have a much better clarity with respect to the overall application functionality for the new members who are part of that particular team or going to join.
Correct. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Let's see. We'll come back to that, Guru. Let me just quickly see what Shashank has from the environment perspective.
Yeah, Dil, so we have been raised this issue, right? So unstable test environments, which is like uncertain, right? Unplanned. So this is actually interrupting our plan, the testing cycle, which we are doing, and that is actually like kind of a roadblocker which we are facing, and we need to just ensure that you need to. We'll maybe probably we'll discuss on the solution part, but this is a problem right now, the unstable test environment. Yep.
Okay. All right. Sure. So I think all the risk and the slow things, whatever we are encountering, sounds reasonable, and like we can see we have got quite a few here, right? So what we can do probably is let's pick up few of them from this list. Identify like what we can implement on an immediate basis. Okay. So let me quickly open the poll. Can you guys do a quick polling and let's see, what the team agrees in terms of the risk which we can prioritize. Okay. Is everyone done? Okay. So from here, what I'm seeing is, at the moment, team is more interested from the getting the right tools and having a documentation around and the code quality aspect as well. So let us,
So how many votes is allowed per person, Adil, over here? Because we have a team of what, 4 or 5?
Yeah. So ideally, it's like one person can vote for multiple things, what they think is, of importance for them. But at the moment, what I'm seeing is, people are wanted to concentrate on 3 things. That is getting a proper code quality in place, having the documentation, considering that the team there is a lot of attrition happening, new members coming in, and so that is something. And in fact, rightly mentioned, since we are working on a critical aspect of performance, so yeah, I think we need to figure out some right tools. But yeah, let's go to the solution. Before that, I also wanted to see what is your reaction from the things which are holding us back. Okay, so yeah, the ad hoc interviews are definitely concerning, is what we can see here. Unplanned leaves, yes, again contributing to our capacity. Okay, attritions. Okay, so let us pick up, the considering the way the team is inclined to. So let us at the moment we can focus on the ad hoc interviews that is happening and on the unplanned leaves. Okay. So what do you guys think of, so now that we have discussed the anchors and the risk or the impediments, within the team. Okay, and we have also identified what we wanted to take it forward. So wanted to know what is your thoughts on what kind of solutions we can have. So can we start putting the solutions here? Nacha, Swarna, Guru, do you have solutions? Okay. All right. Okay. So I think we already have got some solutions happening here. I can see one solution about the streamlining our interview rooster. So probably this is something I can definitely pick it up, and I can work with our talent team and also at the same time create a rooster for our team. So if if you guys think that's okay, I can take it up. Otherwise, if anybody's interested, you wanted to take this responsibility.
We think like Adil, you can take this up. Be like the 6 month.
Okay. There are a few more solutions coming up in terms of how we can create documents for the new hires and creating of team calendars.
Adil, I would like to take the responsibility of creating the documents for the new hires and also for the members who join the team, so that it will help in their overall speeding up of their productivity and also improving their knowledge on that particular aspect of functionalities.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Nacha, you wanted to
I'll
work
take
on the
up
automation?
I'll take up the automating discoverage part. I'll just have some spike with exploring some tools in the market which is available in the market, and maybe like which suits for our project. I'll do a spike and then I'll give a documentation for the entire team, so that maybe we'll, finally we'll decide upon which tool to use.
Okay.
I'll take this ownership.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Nacha. Okay. Swarna, you wanted to take this up, how we can proceed?
Yeah, I want to check if there are any tools that decrease our manual effort to test performance, and that way our time will also free up and our pace will improve.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Sounds good. So seems like, we have some plan in place, and we have the people assigned at least with one task, and good that we came up with some good pointers, which should definitely help us sail through this project of improving our web performances and at the same time meeting our timelines. So let's connect and during our next retrospective and see that out of all the action items and the possible solutions which we have derived, let's find out where we were able to achieve and implement them. Okay.
Yeah. Sure, Adil.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Before that, before we end our retrospective, I actually wanted to, do something quickly with you all. So generally, I like to do a quick poll, just so that people can understand or, it helps us to identify that what was the best thing which we can do, or what was the team's pulse from the perspective, what they liked about the retrospective, and where we are. So such polls definitely help us to gather the data and understand what was the team's mood. So for today's activity, I have actually created a poll. I would request you all, can you please go to the polling link and start putting your own thoughts from the today's session.
Yeah, Adil, sure.
Please let me know once you have done your polling.
Done.
Can you please ping that link to me, Adil, in the chat?
Okay.
I have done now.
Okay, thank you. Interesting. Okay, has everyone done your vote?
One second.
So it seems like the team is definitely has got some good insights from today's retrospective, and will continue to do this. Okay, thanks everyone. But before wrapping, I have a quick thing to share with you again. So, generally, as you have seen in today's session, we have used the method of sailboat. Similarly, there are a few other themes which you think you can implement. Maybe, you can use any car brand, or maybe you can use a mad, sad, and a glad theme to identify if a team is sad on some things, or, they are glad with some certain achievements, or if you think like something has to be stopped or continued, you can use those themes. So keep exploring, and yeah, make your retrospectives more interesting. So thanks again. Thanks everyone for joining this today's session. Hope you had a good time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Adil.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adil.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome in one more session. So today we have Rakshit with us, and he's going to take us through this retro session. And this session is going to be a continuation of the previous session, which Adil has taken. So a couple of action items from the previous session we will see in this. Yeah, so I'm sure this session is also going to be rocking like the previous one. So Rakshit, hi, welcome. You looking dashing in your new avatar. So yeah, Rakshit, over to you.
Hey, thank you so much for having me today. Hey guys, I'm Kanul Rakshit. You can call me Cal or you can call me Rakshit. Anything is fine with me. Yeah, so I did view the last session from Adil. It was amazing. So I thought it would be an opportunity for me to bring in my perspective, and let's see how this one works out for the team, right? So are you guys all ready?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Let's start. I will start with sharing the screen right now. Okay, so it is in presentation mode. Let me know if you have a very good visibility.
Yes, Rakshit.
Yes. Okay, so let's begin with this specific section, right? So we have been having multiple retrospective sessions during our teams and the projects that we might have been part of. So I'd like to take an opportunity, right? So here, what I am planning to do is spend some time with you guys, and we just like to do a self-retrospection about ourselves. So we are quite adept in doing retrospection about our team, our job, our challenges, right, our sprints. So let's take this opportunity and retrospect ourselves. Okay, let's think in this way. For the past 1.5 years, it has been quite a challenging period for everybody, right, because of this pandemic that is happening in this world. So let's not go back to 1.5 years. Let's look at the last 30 days, or I would rather say 1 month of our life. And let's look at 3 important aspects that might have happened with you or something that you might have seen happening, right? The first thing that I would like to think about is a good thing that happened with you or something that you might have seen. Second would be the bad or a negative aspect of life that you might have experienced or might have seen. And the third one would be any specific changes that you'd like to bring about or any kind of self-target that you have that you promised yourself that you're definitely going to accomplish that. Um, since we have been so busy with our day-to-day activities, we have been cribbing about the fact that time management is a very tedious job. So I cannot have time for myself. I'm on back-to-back meetings, calls, client negotiations, a retrospective review. So right now, since everybody's on the call right now and you have some time, so I'm taking 15 to 20 minutes of your life to retrospect, and I'm going to give that time back to you. So could you please make a note of these 3 pointers, one good, one bad, and one change that you'd like to bring about. Let's take some time to retrospect ourselves. I'm sure it's going to be fun. Are we all ready?
Sure, Akshay, yes.
Okay, great. Let's do that. Looks like a lot have happened in Shashank's life. You're thinking very deeply.
Yeah. So
difficult to figure out.
Okay,
one aspect.
shall I start?
Adil is ready. Suvarna is ready. My God, you guys are fast. Okay, let's begin. Who wants to go first?
Please go ahead, Swarna.
Okay, thank you. So the good thing that I've done in the last 1 month is I've been able to read consistently. I wanted to. I am a reader, but I'm not a consistent reader. So I've been able to make that part of my daily routine as much as possible. Weekends don't count. So other than that, yeah, I think that I have improved. Bad, I'm either able to take out time for reading or for working out. I'm not able to do both every day. So I think I need to manage my schedule better. Changes again, as I said, I need to manage my day better, I feel.
Yeah, thank you, Suvarna, for sharing that part of your life. Yes, Adil.
Yeah, sure. So for me, I think the good thing that happened really was, one of my childhood friends has recovered from a very chronic disease, and a couple of weeks back. So that was a great news what I heard in the recent times, Rakshit. Considering what we are, experiencing in those days, the bad thing was, unfortunately, I lost my granny. And the changes, yes, definitely. After joining this Agile community, and interacting with people around me, a lot of changes has happened internally for me from a learning perspective. So yeah, I'm just, experiencing these changes at the moment.
Great. Well, I'm happy to learn that your friend have overcome a difficult situation, and I'm really sorry to hear about your granny. Thank you for sharing that aspect of your life that is very dear to you. Who's gonna go next?
Yeah, I would like to go next. Yeah, so the good thing is that I started with thinking on, that 21 days transformation plan, where I was about to transform myself by doing those walking things. And I started, let's say, maybe 1 or 2 days. And then the bad thing happened that the government announced lockdown and then the cases increased. So that is the bad part I can say. And yes, the learning I can say that maybe I could have done much better in time and not waiting for this 21 days. And yes, there are other options like doing it online and getting up early morning and doing all of these things. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. One of the difficult challenges that I face is getting up early in the morning. So yes, I would agree with you on that. Who's going to go next?
Can I go next?
Yeah, sure, please.
Yeah. So thanks, Akshit. And yeah, so one good thing is like I found a group of energized Scrum Masters who are always, continuous in learning mode, who are very active, and they're like nose to my journey to being more agile. and towards this learning and transformation. And the bad thing is like COVID has done some major damage to many of our family and friends, and we lost most of our dear ones. And we are learning to get equipped with it and trying to face the challenges, how to overcome the disease. So but and the changes and the target would I would say like I have planned to start reading some books and to upskill my knowledge. And I've been motivated by many readers and the publishers through their work, and really looking forward to learn from their books. And I also need to plan on my workout schedule, and that is what I'm looking forward to. Thank you.
Good luck for you having 6 packs. I think you can connect with Suvarna because she mentioned that she is an avid reader.
Yeah, sure, actually.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay. All right. So I think we're waiting for some more things coming from Guru.
I would like to go next. I would like to go next. So the good thing is that after having joined this community, I've been able to increase my understanding of Agile Scrum and how it works, and put that into practice so that I have much better understanding with respect to how Agile Scrum works and get good value out of this. One. On the bad thing is that even though I have been able to understand and appreciate and learn more, I still believe some of the concepts which requires more of understanding, I'm not able to do it, due to which I am making very silly mistakes, which is a bad thing for me from my perspective. And on the changes part, I'm getting involved in 2 or 3 major initiatives that is being rolled out in our current company. That way I'm able to bring some kind of a change in the way the development team is working, and hopefully I would like to see that change going down to various other teams that are in the process of adopting Agile Scrum for their
So that's a very good and interesting topic to share, Guru. Thank you for bringing that out. Bringing about change is something that we as Scrum Masters always aspire for and take it for granted that that is definitely going to happen, but it's not that easy. It needs time, so perseverance. So hopefully you get to see the change that you would like to bring about. And maybe about the challenges that you face about not being able to apply specific concepts, we can discuss as a team and kind of maybe help you out on that. Okay, thank you for bringing that out, Guru. Who's next?
I think we're done.
All done?
Yeah.
Okay. Suram, would you like to bring some points from your end?
Okay, yeah. So good thing is, yeah, a lot of learning with you guys. I'm in touch with a lot of people with the various regions, various country, and it's an amazing thing to talk to all these people and learn from them. And yeah, bad thing is, yeah, I mean, I lost a couple of my team members to whom I'm interacting, and then suddenly you came to know that they are no more. So it's a, yeah, I mean, very, different altogether, different experience. Suddenly, if you lose someone who's very near and dear to you. And changes, yeah, I'm getting a lot of fat, so I have to reduce my weight. Doctor told me, and I mean, I'm making a plan that, okay, I'm going to hit a gym, but somehow it's not materializing as of now. So yeah, these are the things from my end, Rakshit.
Thank you for sharing that. So like we somehow have to have a similarity connect. So we have Shashank bonding with Bhuvna, and maybe you can bond with Shashank for the workout routine.
Yeah, we can sync up online. We can have a virtual session.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Okay, so
yeah, I think the entire team wants to get fit. So it seems to be a good sign now.
Yeah, fit world is the future world, right?
Only thing is, we are just thinking,
Yes,
we
sir.
are not executing. That's the only problem.
Executing is a difficult thing, but I agree. But since the pandemic started, I feel that I'm married more to my chair than to my wife. So that's a different story. But yes, let me bring out some of the things that I have encountered the last 1 month. So when I say about good things, what I see is a lot of people are coming out in the open and helping in terms of blood bank or money donation or group funding, pooling to help people who are hospitalized. So it's a very good thing that I'm seeing happening all around. Bad thing, of course, comes to the fact that we have seen a lot of loss of lives in a very young age, which we thought they would be having more years to survive, but unfortunately, fate had different plans. When I say learnings, I think this group, the community that we have, in which we are able to bring about our difference of opinions and have a constructive feedback, which is kind of very enhancing for me, because whenever I think that I understand its concept well and I'm being proven wrong the immediate next day when I see those group discussions. So yes, um, last 1 month, if I can sum up everybody's good and bad things and the changes, it is somehow related between your personal life, your professional life, and the things that is stopping you, right, from being positive in life. So yes, self retrospective is very, very important for us to look at the different aspects. And in the last 15 minutes, I was able to understand the different areas of the life. So bottom line, I would say that during these difficult times, please be empathetic towards your team members, towards each other, because this is the need of the hour. I don't know what you were facing. I don't know what your parents were facing, right? So you might have been going through a lot of stuff, and then you come back and do your job without any kind of question. So I would like to start off by giving a round of applause for everything that you do in these difficult times, keeping aside all the challenges. So can you have 30 seconds of clapping for each other? Okay, great. So how was the retrospective that you did about yourself? It's about asking some difficult questions about yourself and then sharing with your team. How was that experience?
It was interesting, Rakshat. We get to know, I mean, we got to know a lot about each other and the common terms and phases on which we are right now, right? So what we have been through and what we are planning to. So that really helps.
Yep. Okay, so I'm thinking that this is a very good feedback, and I'm going to continue that. All right, moving on to the case study. So in case if you do not remember the last session that Adil quite magnificently handled about these pirates, right? So what you can see on the screen is quite a bit of shortened summary of the case study, right? So would you like to go through that? Let me read that out for you. So we have a group of 9 pirates comprising of 5 from onshore and 4 from offshore. So they're all sailing in a journey with the same learning, leaving midway, and others replacing them en route is on a mission to improve the performance of their website so that it loads faster and provides an appealing UI. So it's all about a website enhancement, right? So what we have done so far in the previous sprint is we have, let's say, sailed 20 nautical miles or sprints, and we have a lot of work to catch up. So we have 60% more of work to catch up, which was in the previous sprint. So I'm hoping that we have at least covered another 20% in the last sprint, for which we're going to have a quick discussion. Are we on the same page here?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, perfect. So the last retrospective was about Agile in the sea. This time I thought, how about having a different way of handling it? Okay, so before I get to that, there were some action items that we have actually planned in the previous sprint, right? Let's go through that, and I'd like to see if there were any action items that is not yet completed, or if there is any dependency, or if there are any challenges. Let's talk about that. So we had an action item to create a team calendar so that we can keep a track of the capacity of the team. So this is the reason Shashank was working on that, and I see that Shashank was able to create the team calendar and update that. So everything good from your end, Shashank? Any challenges?
Yes, Rakshat, we are able to do it, and I'm following up with team on every sprint basis, and we are updating in Confluence and keeping it updated.
Perfect. And from Nacha, streamlining the ad hoc interview work with proper rosters, so that is going good. I haven't heard any challenges from her, so I think that's going good. From Savarna, automating test coverage is being worked upon, but with so many people getting involved, I understand that's a challenge. But would you like to bring out anything, Savarna? Do you need any help?
Yeah, for now, we are good. Honestly speaking, I didn't expect so much participation, and that's a good thing. But out of that, what is coming out is there's a lot of management overhead that we
No, that's definitely understandable. So our action items and we take account using the potential vendors, which is going to meet our expectations. So this is going to be a long shot, and I can help you with that. Maybe you can set up some calls and see if you can maybe streamline this process or making it a bit quicker. But apart from coordination with that team, are you facing any other challenges?
Not as such, Rakshit, because we have identified few, potential tools. So we just need to catch up with them and see how we can take it ahead.
Okay. And I see that from your end, Guru, everything is going well on the interview part, documentation. Any challenges from your end?
Nothing at this point in time, Rakshit. And as we have a scheduled every week on Fridays, we have a half an hour slot where we review about the progress being done with respect to the current sprints, and also what was the ones that were supposed to be done as part of the previous sprints, and check where we are with respect to the progress. And if in case if it needs some additional hands to complete the documentation, we ensure that the right persons are available for the team to have the documentation in place by the end of 5th sprint. That's what we have agreed internally to complete when we have this documentation ready for the new joiners and the new people who join the team.
Awesome. I really appreciate, guys, because when you take an action item and accountability, we are working diligently towards the due date. At the same time, we're also working on the current sprint item. So thank you for that. And the only dependency I see is the infra team collaboration. I'll work with you on that. Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Great. So looks like our plate is empty. So I'm really happy about that. And let's move on to this post-mortem technique that I'm going to call it for the retrospective. So please don't get spooked by the name. We're not talking about any kind of deaths or post-death introspection. This is about our sprint. And when I say post-mortem, this is something that has ended previously. And we're just going to dissect it and look for the opportunities to improve. And we are just going to shed something that is not working out. And we're going to take out some learning items and action items. Right. So what you can see right now are 4 quadrants. If you see the left top corner is the areas what we like. So please make a note of the pointers in which you think that these are the things that really went well during the sprint and I really love them. Right. So big thumbs up for that. Quadrant number 2 on the top right corner, what you see is the areas of improvement. So maybe you could have listened to something the other team was speaking in their meetings and you thought, okay, why not we try this in our sprint, right? So we could have improvised. Let's say cut down on the testing opportunities is one of them I could think of. Next is what we learned are the list of opportunities that we would like to bring about. Okay, so learnings. And the last one would be the action items or takeaways that we can take accountability for us to continue, just like we did in the pre-mortem. Are we good at that?
Yes.
So
awesome.
Rakshit,
So let's
Rakshit, now I feel
yes,
that someone is going to be the Sherlock Holmes over here with this technique, right?
Yeah, I would say you would get a very good understanding about, or I would say a holistic view about what is happening. So as a Scrum Master, it is very important that you keep a grip or understanding about the entire process structure as a whole. So that'll help you to guide the team as well. So yes, I'm going to be the Sherlock Holmes.
Let's solve the mystery then.
Let's solve the mysteries, guys. Okay, let's go get going. And let me do one thing. I will just open the link that I've shared with you. So what you see here is a hyperlink. Please click on that. And that should take you to a page like you see right now. I'm sure we are familiar with idea boards. This is an open source tool where it is kind of used by multiple areas for us to create retrospective sessions like this. So if you think some of the companies are not allowing us, we can always go back to our traditional way of Confluence page, right? So since we have the access, let's utilize it. Okay, I see the pointers are coming in through pretty quick. So just remember your name and your point, so that it's easy for us to understand who is bringing what to the table, right? And if you see that there are two items which is similar in nature and pretty much giving us the same end goal, you can delete yours and click a like on that. So we can count it as one item with two people agreeing to that instead of having the same item repeated twice. Okay. So we do have some learning opportunities. That's good to bring up, and the count is increasing. Okay, so do not fill in anything for the action items right away. The action item is going to be the culmination of all the three quadrants that we discussed, and we will prioritize the items that needs to be addressed immediately. Take it as an action item and accountability, set up a due date and work towards it, just like we did for the last sprint. Okay, so do not fill anything for the action item. Are we good to go? I say pretty much everyone has their pointers. Anyone left to be updated on this board? I see everybody's updating. Just let me know once we are ready for discussion.
Yeah, the board seems to be full now.
Done, Rakshit.
Yeah.
Definitely overwhelming. Lots to discuss. My plans for becoming Sherlock Holmes looks to be in jeopardy. Okay, shall we start?
Yep.
Okay, can you just look at the board overview and just try to see if there are any pointers that is matching? We can delete them, clear the clutter, and maybe like specific sticky note if your ideas are matching. Or all the pointers are identical, non-identical rather.
Yeah, somehow I feel what we missed in Shashank and Suvarna, the more or less it is the same, right? Spillover user stories and too many issues found at last moment. So do you think we can club them or yeah?
Up to you, Shashank. Suvarna, is your idea pretty much the same? Might be a different choice of words.
The reason why I mentioned spillover user story is regarding the scope. Rather, once we started the sprint and we started working on the user story, we found out some additional scope there. So we thought that we could actually split that story into multiple stories.
Okay.
For
that's fine, Amay and Shashank. Well, let's do one thing. Let's get started. In the middle of the conversation, if you feel that something is matching, you can delete your and like somebody else's. Okay. Okay. So let's begin with what we like, the areas that really work good for us. So we have team collaboration that work for us, and we have good support from the product owner, and we had got many volunteers. Adding to that, we had a clear visibility and enthusiasm. And surprisingly, we were able to close a couple of items before time. That's really good. Gives us some time to look at some other aspects and performance management tools analysis. Okay, that's working good as well. So yes, I'm really happy to see that a lot of factors are going good for us. But I think our major area of focus should be the areas what we missed and what we learned, right? So let's move on to that. So let's discuss the first sticky note, Shashank. Can you just give us a brief as to what you mean by spilling off over user stories?
Yeah, Rakshit. The reason why one of the user story in this last sprint got spilled over is that it had a huge scope, which was not clear at the initial phase. So as we were started working on the user story, I think there was some more detail needs to be added in the acceptance criteria. So maybe so that could be a reason why this actually the scope has increased drastically, and which would take more time for the coding and also the testing for this user story. So I think we can, yeah, maybe we can discuss about that in the action item as to what can be taken to avoid this.
No, definitely. It makes sense because unless you have a good acceptance criteria, it's difficult for a development team to understand what they are expecting to
Right.
be completing, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so accepted. I'm adding that as an action item. We can work on prioritizing that later. Guru, would you like to bring out your point?
Yeah, with respect to some of the coordinations between the integration team and the Scrum team, because this integration team sits out of a different location and there are a separate team. Even though there were a few hiccups in the initial phases, I think those initial hiccups could have been avoided had we actually planned it. And as a Scrum Master, if I could have been able to foresee that kind of a scenario, but as a Scrum Master, I missed that. So due to that, some of the iterations got extended. Of course, we were able to complete that in time, but the multiple iterations could have been avoided had I been a bit proactive. So I take that personally as a Scrum Master for my area of improvement, so that the same will not repeat in future, and we are able to bring this kind of a scenario and plan accordingly. That's a miss
Right.
from my side, I believe personally.
Okay. No, that's fine. Every day is a learning for us. So what we're taking away here is effective or a better collaboration, right? So I'm adding that pointer in the action item. We can discuss that. Thank you, Guru.
Thanks.
Suvarna, would you like to bring your 2 pointers?
Yes, Rakshit. So as you know, we started this test automation activity in order to reduce our manual testing effort. And there were many volunteers even from other teams to participate in this activity. So that is something which is very good. Despite their own targets and their own schedules, they made time for this activity. So that is one good thing. And another thing is that we've managed to, despite hiccups, we managed to close the feature before time. So that is a good thing.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I mean, it's always going to be a challenge to coordinate between multiple teams. So yes, we can work on that. So it is pretty much the same thing that Guru is also facing. Okay, so we have work in our hand. How about this one? Too many misses found at last moment. Could you elaborate?
Yeah. So we found quite a lot of issues. We were good to go. We were done with the development, and had we not found so many issues, I think we could have sped up much better. So because of these last minute issues, we had to sort of stretch and work on those issues. So that is one thing that learned early testing would have prevented that. So
Okay, so I would say better planning.
Yep.
Okay.
And another thing that we could have planned better is, again, we did not anticipate the participation. So multiple teams, and everyone having their own schedules. So that needs to be sorted out.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for bringing that out, Suvarna. Okay, how about you, Adil?
Yes, Raksha. So during this whole, activity of finding out potential tools, etc., in that way, I think somewhere we missed on, getting a bit more further deep down, understanding what kind of risks we might, encounter or go through, because since we are more, wanted to procure some third-party tools, so that's something I think we again need to investigate, further.
Yeah. So if I can sum it up, I'm talking about risk management.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's a very good point. Okay, any update? Or maybe Amey, you can just bring out your pointers.
Yeah, so I have a couple of things. The first thing is on the unplanned vacations or sick leave. So ideally we planned everything, but we as last minute surprises, getting that I will not be coming tomorrow, or so those last minute surprises which we couldn't take care of it well. So that was on the unplanned vacations. And of course we need to have little bit less capacity. I would suggest, like, this time we all started with 100%, so maybe we should have little bit of buffer. That would be something. So that is one point. Then release dates, yes, we had those release dates, and we had, we have that immediate and other cycles, but we did not plan it well. Maybe the release date we could have taken somewhere, like, moving into an emergency release. So that is what we missed. And on the integration of the CI/CD tools, we could have managed it better. There was a background job setting, and we encountered at the last minute. So that is what we missed. Just to sum up. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe the CI/CD aspect is one thing we can look at under the planning aspect, right? And unplanned leaves is something that Shashank is working on his team calendar. Yes, so we can work on that as well. But I will just mention that unplanned leaves is definitely a challenge during this pandemic. So yes, we have work cut out for us. Okay. So I believe everybody is looking at the list of action items, right? All of you agree?
Yes,
Rakshan.
Okay, great. Okay, so let me move on to the areas wherein we were able to learn something, right? So Shashank, can you just tell us the learning pointer that you have updated?
Yeah, Rakshit. So as Suvana is already planning and coordinating on the automation perspective, right, where she's gathering some volunteers who are ready to get trained and start equipped with the automation tools and implement that in our daily sprints, right? So that will definitely be helpful for us to to save time, to reduce the manual efforts, and also it will also enhance the quality of the code that we are currently developing. So I think automation will definitely play a strong role in our daily lives, I think. Yeah.
No, I definitely agree. That is going to help us bring us product to market sooner than anticipated. But yeah, that's a very valid point. And Suvana is doing a great job in organizing the team. So that's a good learning. And I understand, Adil, we are working on the third-party vendors, and that is a challenge altogether in terms of security and licensing factor. So yes, we can work on that. Okay, that's an interesting point. Guru, maybe you can just bring up that point.
Yes, Rakshit. One of the learnings was some of the standard codes were not used where it was required. Basically, what happened was for the standard, some of the standard validations, there were already classes available in the application, which could have been used, but the team necessarily bugs or injecting bugs into the system, which could have been avoided. That was a good thing. And also in the process, we learned some of the new classes, which not many people would be knowing. So that was a good learning for the technology team. And we can start using that, thereby reducing the overall effort that is required for the team and as a whole to bring down the efforts for the overall project.
Got it. So follow a specific standardized code is
yes,
one of the areas we can look at. Okay, great point. Thank you. Amey, could you just give us a brief about what do you mean by effort analysis?
Yeah, so we could have spent more time in doing more detailed analysis rather than just taking in the first shot and saying, these things could have worked. So where you see many things have been missed out, maybe if we could have covered more in our detailed analysis, we could have achieved it in a nicer way. So what I mean to say is, rather than starting immediately, let's spend some more time in investigating and spending little bit of quality time. That is what I meant to say, effort analysis.
Okay, so we are talking about the quality of the requirements. Okay.
Yes, up to some extent, yes.
basically bring in all the clarity that is needed. And as a team, we have to understand that requirement. Only then I can do a bit of analysis so that there is less of risk factor, right? When you go later down the sprint and realize there are dependencies. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very good point. So looks like we were able to sum up the areas of opportunity and the learnings in the form of action item. Can you just have a quick peek into that and tell me if we are able to include everybody's pointers today?
Wow.
So we have acceptance.
Yeah. So we are on the final part of putting actions now. Yes.
That is the most important thing, right? So once we get this area clear, I'll be the most happiest person on the earth. So we have acceptance criteria, we need better collaboration, we need better planning, and of course, risk management would be there anytime when we have a third party involved. Leaves management and standard code and quality of requirements, proper effort analysis to ensure that we do not have user stories spilling over, right? Like Shashank mentioned. So yeah, so I see that Ame has suggested an amazing way of doing what he just suggested, right? So when we say effort analysis and understanding the requirements, invest criteria is an amazing way of doing that, right? I'm sure everybody's aware of what is an invest.
Yes.
Okay. And we know what is a Moscow technique: must have, should have, could have, would have, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So yes, so this would require a product owner and the Scrum Masters working in tandem to ensure that the Scrum Master is able to guide the product owner in making him understand that not every development team would be able to understand the business requirement, right? So it's your job to break it down in a simpler form so that I, as a Scrum Master, can work with my team and give you a proper estimate, right? Okay, I think Shashank added that well-refined user stories during refinement session to determine the right acceptance criteria. That is the pointer that I added, Shashank. If you look at the first sticky note, the acceptance criteria.
Yes.
I think that should cover it. You might just hit a like on the first sticky note.
Sure.
Suvarna, create a regular catch-up and block people's calendars so that they are available to sync up and work together. Yeah. What do you suggest, Tim? How do you handle this? The challenge that Suvarna is facing, right? Getting multiple people on a single call while respecting everybody's time.
Okay, what
do you think, Suvarna? What do you have in your mind?
Yeah. So what I thought of was just right now it's not organized. There are people joining in and moving out, working according to their own schedule. While keeping that flexible, we can have a regular sync up maybe once in 1 or 2 days, so that tasks for the next days can be planned, and that sort of back and forth still does happen while still not disrupting their schedule. That is what.
That's one way of doing it, definitely. And maybe if I may suggest, we can try one thing is since we have multiple teams involved, we would pick up one point of contact from each team, get them on a call instead of getting the entire team on a call.
Yep. That's
so he or she can pass on the information to the rest of the team. End of the day, our job is to get the work done and not get everybody on a call, right? So let's pick up one POCs from each team, get them on the call. So my job can be done with 5 members instead of 30 members, right?
Right.
Okay, let's try that. Let's see if we can implement that.
Sure.
So too many action items, guys, and everybody I think has put up a very valid point, and these are important ones. But unfortunately, we have a 2-week sprint, and we have to do our regular work, and we cannot accept all these action items. It is going to be a burden on each one of us. So can we prioritize which one? At least we can pick up 3 action items. Can you prioritize from the highest to lowest?
So do we need to use voting?
Vote?
Yeah.
Yes. So please hit a like or keep on adding those numbers in the sticky notes. I can see that we have already 2 votes.
Yeah. So Rakshit, just on a funny note, after a long time, I'm going to do a voting again.
Please take a selfie to prove that. That's the trend. It's difficult to convince people that I got vaccinated or I have voted without a selfie.
It also depends where you have taken.
Yeah. So that's a good point. I would like to take it offline. So this is interesting. We have 1, 1, 1, and 2. And just one thing to keep in mind, guys. Okay, please remember that if your point is not considered a high priority, it doesn't mean that it is being completely avoided. It's just that there are other priority items that we need to work on, and we will definitely come to yours, right? Are we done voting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we have the highest votes given to a proper refined user stories and acceptance criteria, right? So yeah, so who would like to take this action item to communicate with product owner, understand the fact that a product owner, we are expecting them to know it all, but they might not be aware of. At times, we do not have an actual product owner. We might have a proxy product owner, right? Who is more of a business analyst. So he or she might not be very good in Agile. So it's important for us as a Scrum Master to explain them that this is the process and your contribution plays a major role. Who would like to be taking ownership on this item? Shashank, since it
Yeah,
is yours,
Rakshat.
would you like to go for it?
Yeah, I'd like to take it
Okay,
up,
great.
Rakshit, and also and Amay's point is also similar to that, where in invest criteria and Moscow technique is very important at the user story refinement session, right? So definitely, me and Amay, I think we can coordinate with the product owner. And what do you say, Amay?
Yes, I would love to.
Yeah, sure.
Let's do
Okay,
it. Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Great.
Two brains are better
So
than one,
that,
right?
yes. So maybe hit a like on this area and just combine that invest criteria into your bucket, Shashank. So we can cover both areas in one shot. So next on the list is better collaboration, better planning, unplanned leaves. So for each of the individual action items, would you like to take a responsibility, Guru, Suvarna, Adil, Ame?
Rakshit, I would like to take that on my plate.
Okay, okay, great. Suvarna, how about you? The planning part. So
Yes.
Suvarna, your planning and your pointer about creating a catch-up, right? So you
Yep,
and I,
yep,
we can both work on that. Let's set
yep,
up a call with only the POCs and let's kill that bird.
yep,
Okay,
yep.
awesome, done. So Adil, unplanned leaves, how do you want to tackle that? I think this can be handled pretty quick. We don't need an action item to take it and follow through it for the entire sprint. What is in your mind, Ame? How would you like to solve it?
Yeah, so Adil and we both were discussing that day that let's say maybe we can have a good communication plan. So if there is an emergency leave and usually we are not been notified, so there we are looking for some different options where they can communicate us in a better way. So
Right.
and also when they are going on leave, just having to get it done in a nicer way. Like even if they are on emergency leave, if there is nothing like if there is something priority, so some of them, or he can tell either Adil or myself, whoever can take his part at least for some point, which is very critical. So such things are popping
I
in my
understand.
mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I would also like to bring one very important thing, especially in this time of the mental situation that everybody is going through, right? Planned and unplanned leaves could be the last of the point that I would like to think right now when something is happening with me, right, emotionally. So as Scrum Master, it is important for us to have that emotional connect and understand that not everybody is mentally fit to do their job. They are handling their challenges and coming to work. So I would say maybe have a little bit of more buffer of taking less work during the sprint and have some part of a buffer for unplanned leaves. We can tackle one way of doing that, and maybe we can also use the team calendar that Shashank has been working on. So these two aspects, what do you think? We can work on that?
Yeah, excellent. I think Adil, myself, and Shashank, we will all come together now. Yeah, more closer.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
at least
Please,
virtually.
okay, yeah, and also ensure that you are not overburdened. You do not have too many items on the plate. Feel free to drag me in. I'll be happy to contribute. Right? Let's get this action item area cleared up. Okay. Any questions?
Sure.
Okay. So this has been, I would say, an amazing retrospective of what we did as a team. So that's amazing work. We have so many areas to work on, and hopefully next sprint retrospective is all about changes and less of missed, right? And let me move on to my favorite part. Okay, let me go back to sharing the slides. Okay. So team, what do you think about this? What do you mean by this?
Oh, I was waiting for this year. Finally, this has come. So bring some smiles again on our faces. Thank you, Rakshit. And I hope everyone is waiting. Thank you so much, yaar.
Yeah,
Please
it's like
show your love, show your respect, everything that you actually mean for your team members. Let's get this done.
And actually, this would be a big motivator for the entire team to work more better ways and also bring in the much needed the other side of each person.
So one thing that always crosses my mind, right? Our families appreciate so much we do to be with them, to take care of them, to take care of their necessities, give them a good life. But if you notice, while you are doing that, you are actually spending 90% of your work with your team members. So this is your second family. So give it a thought, right? We are the family. So let's appreciate each other.
Sure, Akshat. And also without the support of our family at home, so this is not possible to fulfill our work and what's in our plate, right? So it's really commendable that that how both the families are working together to get the right outputs and the goal achieved, right? So that really is a plus point. Yeah.
Okay, let me go to that link. Did I share the link with you guys? The team appreciation link should be available with you.
Yes,
It's
Rakshit.
on the slide. Okay, great. Let me click on that link. I will go there and let's have a very good visibility as to what we have to say about each other.
Yeah, and
Please
Shashank,
start
I would
filling
like to say thank you to you. Your I see already a positive message on your shirt. Happy. So makes me happy more now.
Yeah, I'm always happy with you guys because you're so cooperative and coordinating, right? So definitely the collaboration between the team members is that's what I'm saying, right? You need each row to to push this boat forward, right? So with every push and every row, only then we sail forward. So I really feel lucky to be part of this team. Thank you, guys.
You just brought back my memories of Agile in the JIRA Tool.
Right,
Both.
right. True.
I remember that pirate background was amazing. Yep.
By the way, I wanted to ask, so are you giving a straight looking at, the commendable work the team has done? So should we ask you for a treat as well?
Yes, I'm always open for having an amazing team treat or maybe a lunch or a get together. So right now it's going to be virtual. So what do you think, guys? I have something in my mind. I was thinking, how about we create a team party pool, right? We just contribute some amount in that pool and whoever is maybe, let's say, the star of that sprint, we can give him or her something, maybe in a coupon code or Amazon gift card, whatever you say.
Or
Do you think that's going to
something, and the shipping address will be ours and the billing address will be ours.
I think there was a disconnection in the audio. I could not hear you, Savarna.
So I can say I can start availing because this is the first time I'm getting so much excited. My name has popped up so many times. Thank you, team. I'm feeling very much obliged now. Thank you, team. Thank you so much.
You're the star, man.
Good job, man. You deserve that. You deserve everything that you are being
Pat on your
working
back.
on, right? So it has to be yourself that you have to do right now.
Yeah, I will feel short of words to all of you. Thank you so
If
much.
you, I know today's theme is post-mortem, so if you think that somebody is actually patting on your back, don't get spooked. Wow, that's some amazing list of appreciations. Are you guys done? Shall we just go through one of them, or maybe a couple of them, or all of them? I would say. Why not?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So let's see. Let me just sum it up for everyone. Okay. So thank you, Ame, for helping me on the tool analysis. Appreciate the team for volunteering to contribute to test automation despite tight feature deadlines. Guru, hats off once again as coming as firefighter. Great job, Nacha, for demonstrated your leadership skill, as well as thank you for sparing extra time and dedication and commitment. Yes, definitely. Amay, explain the business process which helped me develop the coding of user stories. Adil helped me understand the release process as I'm new to the team. Great job in nurturing the talent. Suvarna helped me understand the pair programming. That's amazing. Adil helped me understand the release process as I'm new to the team. Looks like it's duplicated, but twice Congo, Adil.
Thank you.
Advance appreciation to team for the support during the draft sessions for the final cut. Yep. Guru was very patient and helped clarify many doubts despite having his action items in plate. Yes, Guru, you're taking a lot of stuff on your plate, so ensure that you have a bigger plate, right?
Yes, thanks for that.
And Guru, thank you for coming as firefighter as usual. Looks like you're going to be renamed as firefighter. Thank you, Rakshit, for making sure team did not have to worry about impediments. You're most welcome. Shashank, thank you for making team calendar and always being supportive. Yes. All right, so that's, oh, we have one more. Thank you, Rakshit, for being a wonderful Scrum Master. Is that SM Scrum Master or SM Superman?
Both.
I'll take it both. Well, thank you so much, guys. So it's definitely not possible without having an amazing team. When I say amazing team, this is right now my second family. So I love you guys, and thank you so much for being the amazing folks in work, in personal life, and everything. And we have something for Sunan for helping during the sprint review. Thank you, Sunan, for that. So if I look at it, everybody is making some part of an impact with each other's life, right? Did you notice that?
Yes, that's
So
true.
we
Yes.
are kind of in a mesh
Yes.
network, right? Everybody is connected and everybody is helping each other out. So that's the beauty of being in a close-knit team, right? So whenever you invite somebody in the team, let's ensure that we give them the warmth and accept them and let them feel at ease, right? That's the job. So I would say an amazing sprint retrospective. What do you say, guys?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
true.
Indeed.
Yes, agree. Rakshit.
So Rakshit, everyone can claim points now, right? Because many stickies around. So, right? Thank you
Yes.
for being such a
So
yeah.
Let's count
Amaze
them.
expectations are actually getting higher and higher and higher. So please think about how much you want to pull in. What do you have in mind, Ame? What are you planning to buy?
Yeah, Amazon voucher for sure. I want to buy
Okay.
an Amazon voucher. Yeah.
Okay, guys, let's make that happen. We can take it offline. We can create a pool and give something that Ame actually deserves, right? So Ame, thank you for being the star of the sprint. And I would be sending you a form which would potentially be your feedback to see that how we can improve on the upcoming sprint. And let's continue doing the amazing things that we have been doing. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Rakshit,
Rakshit.
Thank you.
for a wonderful session.
Thank you, Rakshit.
Thank you,
so
Rakshit.
much.
Okay, guys.
Most welcome, guys.
Thanks all. And I just want to take 2 minutes of everyone's time. So guys, honestly, like I have seen a lot of retro in my short career of whatever last 7 to 8 years. And I would say that this is the one of the best retro which I have seen. And whoever is watching this video, I must tell you the hard work which all these people have done to bring this retro session in front of you. And you can learn a lot of things from this retro. This is, I think, better than the actual retro which I have seen. And I just want to thanks everyone, Rakshit, especially the way he has driven this complete retro session, and all the participants, whether it's Guru, Adil, Shashank, Suvarna, Amya. Guys, right now it's 11 o'clock in the night, and I know it's a long, I mean, we are just shooting this session in weekdays, so it's going to be very tough tomorrow. Again, these people will woke up. So I really want to thanks personally to each and every one of you. You are taking your time, and I'm sure that this video is going to be at least add some value to a lot of other people who's going to watch this video. So I really appreciate each and every one of you, the time which you have taken, and the way this this session is come up. I'm really happy. Yeah, guys. Thanks a lot, Rakshit, one more time.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you guys for amazing time that you have spent with each other, trying to bring it into life. So kudos to all of you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
A big hello to all my fellow Scrum Masters. Welcome to one more live demo simulation session. Friends, there are so many articles, books, YouTube videos on sprint refinement, but none of them shows us how it actually looks like in real world. This session is our small attempt to solve that problem. We have done similar live demo simulation sessions for the sprint planning, sprint review, sprint retrospective in the past. So go and check them as well. Link of all those sessions are in the description box. Friends, our team of experienced Scrum Masters spend a lot of their personal time for this session. So you all can learn from it and be successful in your job. Please appreciate their efforts in the form of big like. And if you are new to our channel, Careers Talk, then please do subscribe. You will find tons of valuable content for the Scrum Master on our channel. So let's begin this session without further delay. Over to you, Shobhit.
Hi everyone, I'm Shavik and I'm an experienced Agile and Lean practitioner with 13 plus years of experience. I bring more joy to the workspace and I increase productivity by helping executives, managers, and employees to create a better work environment. I'm passionate about inspiring teams on Agile values and principles and also transforming the team towards building a frictionless organization. So why we are here today? So in today's session, we are going to discuss about backlog refinement. We will do a deep dive and also experience how it's done, right? And how it's done in real world and in real projects with real people. So without further ado, let's begin. What is backlog refinement? So product backlog refinement is a method of keeping the backlog updated, clean, and in the order of priority. So backlog refinement is a collaborative discussion process to decide if the backlog is ready for next sprint or maybe next couple of sprints. If the backlog is well maintained, a lot of time is saved at a sprint planning, right? And if the user stories are well defined, acceptance criteria clearly mentioned, risk and dependency identified and highlighted, and even cross-checked by all the team members, then the planning meeting will be easy for the team. And this backlog refinement, it also gives us an opportunity to the team members to interact with each other regarding the stories and have a shared understanding. It increases the efficiency of the team by reducing uncertainties, right? And refined stories are always easy to estimate, develop, and test and implement, right? So that's what the backlog refinement is all about. So there are a few noteworthy points. Backlog refinement is not a Scrum event. Okay, we will talk more about this in the next slide. And the Scrum team decides who, how, and when this refinement will be done. So there is no fixed criteria. It again depends on the product that team are building and differs from team to team. Refinement usually consumes no more than 10% of the capacity of the development team, right? And the product backlog items can be updated at any point of time by product owner or at the product owner's discretion. So as we all know, right, product backlog is owned by product owner, so he can update the product backlog at any point of time. Yeah. Okay, so as we discussed in the previous slide, that backlog refinement is not a Scrum event. So there's a lot of confusion among the people, especially who are new to the world of Scrum. That refinement is one of the Scrum event. So we all know like there are 5 Scrum events and refinement is not part of it. But why refinement is not part of it, right? What is the reason? So we if you see, like, refinement is not same for all the Scrum teams, right? We can't say that we can universally apply this refinement meeting to all the Scrum teams in the world, right? We can't say that it's a silver bullet, one size fits all kind of meeting. It varies based on the team and the product and the complexity of the work, right? And so maybe the question that you can ask me is, if it's not an event, then what it is? So it is actually a product management practice, right? It can be used by a product owner to make sure that the product backlog is healthy. It is in the order of priority. It is well thought through, and it has got all the required information there, right? So another very important reason why it is not an event is that we can't have a predefined set of attendees or a predefined duration or predefined frequency for this backlog refinement. It is very contextual. Do we have an upper limit that it should not take more than 10% of the capacity of the development team? But we are not very sure, like what should be the least amount of capacity that development team should put in, or the scrum team, rather the scrum team should put in into refinement. If the product that the team is working is pretty simple and I will not say simple because scrum is applied in a complex world. If I say the product that the team is building uh, is they have the roadmap clear, they have the product is evolving, and they can the team is mature, and they can do the refinement even during their sprint planning. They don't need a refinement. But then there is a team who need to more time to do the refinement, so they must be spending at least 10% of their time in a sprint doing the refinement for the next future sprints, right? So it again depends on team to team, product to product, and it's very contextual in nature. Let's discuss who should participate in backlog refinement. So as we discussed in the previous slide that there is no predefined set of attendees, but let's see who are the primary participants for backlog refinement. So ideally, if we are having a Scrum team is having a backlog refinement, the product owner, the Scrum masters, and the developer should be part of the planning meeting. So that is the requirement, like the whole Scrum team should be there. But again, it's not mandatory. In case there are the cases where product owner along with a couple of the Scrum team members, couple of developers can have a meeting. So that is also kind of refinement, or just a product owner and a Scrum master can have a meeting. That's also kind of refinement. So it again depends, right? But ideally, the whole Scrum team should be present because the idea is to have the shared understanding, right? And then we can also invite the stakeholders or the other business sponsors. Uh, uh, so suppose we need some clarity around the business requirements, or we need some clarity around the product goal, and maybe a PO can explain that, or PO needs some help to help in explaining that to the team. He can invite the stakeholders and his business sponsors into this meeting so that they can come in and share their views, help the team in clarifying doubts. So yes, we can invite stakeholders and other business sponsors only, and they can only join upon invitation. It should not be like they can force in themselves into the meeting. Okay. And thirdly, we can also invite some cross-functional team members, maybe architects or the UX designer, or maybe business analysts, or maybe if there is any center of excellence team, right, who are working or building new logical solution, new technical solutions, and this team will get some need to implement that in their future sprints. So they can invite those person to gain that knowledge, gain their learnings, or learn more about what they have built, so that the team don't have to reinvent things from the scratch, and they can reuse which is already built. Or maybe the architect who can help the team, the development team member, to decide on okay, which approach is best suited or sustainable, right? So again, optionally, we can request any member, any cross-functional team member for their feedback or for their inputs into the backlog refinement meeting. Okay, so let's divide the backlog refinement into three parts, like what is needed to be done before backlog refinement, what's needed to be done during backlog refinement, and what's needed to be done after backlog refinement. So first of these three parts is like before backlog refinement, who is responsible for doing what? So I'll go by points. So product owner need to create the user stories. So it's the responsibility of the product owner, because he is the one who owns the product backlog, to make sure that the user stories are created, right? And it is created keeping the invest criteria in mind, and also the definition of ready in mind. Because without this two, especially without the definition of ready, it will not be accepted by the Scrum team members, right? Like by the developers for starting the work. Yeah. And when I'm saying product owner needs to create the user story, again, it's not a hard and fast rule. It is recommended that product owner will create a user story, but when you go on the ground, so sometimes product owner, business analysts or work very closely with them and they create the user stories. The direction comes from product owner and the business analyst used to create it. But yeah, ideally the product owner is the one who was supposed to create the user stories, keeping the invest criteria in mind and the definition of ready in mind. What else we are going to do in before backlog refinement? Okay, so yeah, product owner, based on his vision, his discussions with the stakeholders or the sponsors, and based on the product goal, he will prioritize the backlog. Like whatever user stories he has created, he will analyze, or he will, maybe the scrum master can help the product owner with some prioritization techniques and help the PPI or the user stories that were there in the backlog on the order of priority, which will generate maximum value for the customer or for our stakeholders, right? So that the prioritization will need to be done by product owner before we get into the refinement meeting. Next, Scrum Master. So what should the Scrum Master do before the refinement? So Scrum Master need to coordinate with the product owner to identify what are the potential prioritized user stories that need to be refined. So Scrum Masters will have a quick chat with the product owner, ask him like, okay, what's your plan? Like, what is the plan for the next sprint or next to next sprint? What are the demands from the customers or what the stakeholders need? Let's prioritize those items and keep it ready for the refinement. Try to create the user stories, try to put in whatever we know as of now into the user stories, the descriptions, the acceptance criteria, and then the any dependency and risk that we can think of. Put everything in there, and then during the refinement we can discuss more, right? So that's an idea. The Scrum Master should promptly reach out to the product owner before the refinement, make sure that the potential prioritized user stories are there and ready to be taken up during the refinement for discussion, right? Now, what the development team should do before refinement. So ideally, the Scrum Master should communicate once PO and the Scrum Master collaborated and identify, okay, these are the set of five user stories or 6 user stories that we are planning to discuss in our next refinement. Maybe Scrum Master can send out a note to the whole team, and the team, based on their available bandwidth, can go through this user stories before coming into the meeting, so that it will give them an opportunity or some bandwidth to prepare accordingly. Like they will have the time to think through what are the requirements, or what are the kind of questions they can ask during the refinement, and what all can be the risk and dependency. So sometimes, since it's refinement maybe can be a 1 hour long meeting, and while product owner is explaining something, the developers may not be able to think on all the aspects. But if the Scrum Master is sharing the user stories beforehand, the Scrum team or the developers, they can go through the list of user stories that are going to be discussed as part of requirement, and they will have some time to think on all the different aspects of that, and can come up with more relevant questions, right? Which may not be feasible in that short period of 1 hour. So that's something that good Scrum teams do. And lastly, as we discussed, we can invite people who are not part of the Scrum team, like optional members from different cross-functional teams, like architects or sometimes the business sponsors, stakeholders. So if we share the same set of user stories with them, they can also go through them user stories and come prepared, like, okay, how they can contribute, what all inputs they can give during the discussions that we're going to have during the refinement. Yeah. Okay, so what we do during this backlog refinement meeting. So Scrum Master facilitate this backlog refinement session, and to kickstart, he will ask or remind the participant, like all the developers, that they should ask questions, and he encourage engagements basically, and he will make sure that the whole meeting is time boxed, and all the time is best utilized just for the refinement, right? The idea is to focus on more on what needs to be built and why it's need to be built, and less on the how part, like how it needs to be built, right? That thing can park, the team can park it for some other meeting, right? So to start with, the product owner will describe the user stories, the prioritized set of user stories that were taken for refinement to the team. He will explain about all the different criteria, maybe all the acceptance criteria, what is the business value, what is the workflow look like, what is the usability, what are the risks, what are the performance dependencies, and what are the interface, etc., etc. So there can be many things. And once the product owner explain a user story to the whole team, at that point of the time, the team, or if in case there are some other members who are outside the team are attending that meeting, they can discuss around on that user story. And if they have any doubts, they will seek the clarification from the product owner, right? And the team also discuss around the amount of work, the technical challenges or technical dependencies, complexity, etc., etc. And they try to seek the clarity among themselves. And if there are open questions, they go back to the product owner to seek more clarity on that. Okay? So that's what the development team members do during the refinement meeting. And sometimes what happens, say if there is some questions which need answers, which the questions are more on a technical side where the PO may not be able to provide clarity. And if any architect is there in the meeting, so the architect is kind of a member outside from the Scrum team, they can jump in and they can share their input, right? They can share their ideas, like, okay, how it's going to be, or how it looks like. Similarly, if the question is more around the business side and it's beyond product owner's knowledge, then, and if a business sponsor or stakeholder is there in the meeting, they can pitch in and they can help answering those questions for the team, right? So that's the idea. Let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so there are a few more things that we do during the backlog refinement. Once the team is aligned, the team had got that shared understanding, then Scrum Master will facilitate this estimation for that user story. So the idea is once a team like talk through a particular user story, they identified all the risk and dependency, they discussed about the complexity of that particular user story, they talked about how much effort that will go into implement that, then it's a good idea to estimate it and keep it ready for the sprint planning. So now the Scrum team will facilitate this estimation session. He can use anything, maybe a first of five or a planning poker or t-shirt sizing, whatever it is the team is comfortable and they are using. They will use that estimation techniques to estimate the user stories and then update it and keep it in the product backlog. Yeah, so that's the whole idea. And then the PO will again move it to the next user story, and he will do the same cycle until all the user stories that we identify to take up in the backlog refinement are covered. Right now, there can be few cases, few scenarios where things may go not as per plan. So let's discuss about those. Suppose there is a user stories that, okay, team understood what is the complexity, what is the effort sizing, what are the dependency, what are the uncertainties, and after the discussion and the team does go for the estimation, and the estimations were too high, like it's in the range of 8, 10, or 13, and then or maybe if you are doing a t-shirt sizing, it's in the range of XL or L. So it's a good idea to break it down into smaller one. So the team will get in a discussion again, and with PO's discretion, PO can split those big stories into the smaller stories, keeping the invest criteria in mind, right? And if it's possible, we can do that. Then we will just do a re-estimate for those two splitted stories, two sliced stories, and give the story points and park it in the product backlog. So that's one of the thing that we can do. What else? Another scenario. Say while discussing one of the user story, there are some questions raised by the team where PO don't have the answer, and we don't have the stakeholders or the customers in the call. So in that case, PO is not in a position to give an answer. And without that answer, there is too much of uncertainty around that user story where team can't even move ahead and give estimate that particular user story. So in those scenarios, a Scrum Master will suggest or propose to park this user story for the next refinement and request the product owner to go back and get clarification on these open questions around this business uncertainty, right? So that's another scenario. And then the another scenario, which is very typical, is when there are technical uncertainty. Say now team is discussing and there is a healthy conflict between maybe two of the developers. One is saying that, okay, this approach is good. It will take less time and we can, release the product within 2 sprints. While the other other developer, he has an idea saying that, okay, this approach doesn't look sustainable because 3 months down the line, we have to scale up and this approach will not help us in scaling. And at that time, it will be a rework for us and we'll be adding tech debt if we go with this approach. Now, there is this healthy conflict and product owner being a person from a business side, he may not be able to answer that. So what product owner can suggest, or even if an architect is there, he can suggest, let's do a quick spike, try out both the approach, see what are the pros and cons, which is more feasible, and then we can decide. It will help us to decide like which approach will work. And until we do the spike on both the two approaches, let's park it. Yeah. So this is something which we normally, you know, see during the refinements. It's a very normal case. So these are the 3 different scenarios which you can think of. So yeah, these are the things that we do during the backlog refinement. Okay, so what we do after backlog refinement. So normally there's not much on a developer side or PO side that's need to be done after backlog refinement until and unless there is an action item as we discussed earlier, where PO is going to seek clarity from the business or the team is going back and doing a spike. But typically what the Scrum Master do after backlog refinement is, or he's supposed to do is to send out the meeting minutes, and the list of the stories with the story points, which were like already refined and estimated. So he will send out those to the team just to be more transparent and communicate, right? That's the idea. And Scrum Master can also send out a backlog health report. Again, it's not mandatory, but it's good to send. What is a backlog health report? If I have to just explain quickly, it's like how many user stories are there in the backlog, and out of which how many are prioritized, and out of those prioritized user stories, how many are refined and estimated. So it will give us a fair idea to everyone, the Scrum team as well as the stakeholders, like how what all things are refined and estimated and on the top of the backlog, which they can expect in future, expect in near future, right? Okay, so these are the a few things that we do after the backlog refinement. Let's see what are the prerequisites for backlog refinement. So I already discussed it earlier in the previous slide. The only prerequisite thing before we get into the backlog refinement is prioritize future backlog based on the product vision and the product goal. And this needs to be done by the product owner. So it's product owner's responsibility to make sure that the backlog is prioritized in the order of value generation, and he should be able to identify the number of user stories that needs to be part of the refinement, where the team is going to discuss on that and refine and get it ready for the next sprint. Okay, now let's see what are the deliverables from the backlog refinement. So once the backlog refinement is done, we can expect 3 things. First is the refined user stories with the clear acceptance criteria and description, right? And also maybe most of the times we also estimate and make it ready for the planning. So yeah, refined and estimated user stories with clear acceptance criteria and description. The other thing, which is a takeaway after the backlog refinement, is that the whole team is having a shared understanding. The whole team is on the same page, right? Okay, and the last thing is if there are any dependencies which were identified during the discussion, those will be highlighted or may be added in the user stories. So it will help the team when they will get into the actual work. It's easy for them to look into, okay, these are the dependencies or these are the point of contacts where I need to reach out. It will be easy for them to reach out to those people or mitigate those dependencies or risks rather than figuring out everything during implementation. So it will save a lot of time and make life of a developer very easy. Yeah, so there are these three outcomes as part of as a deliverables from a backlog refinement. With that, we are now at the end of the boring part. So what's coming up next is full of excitement and learnings. Thank you everyone for your patience and thank you for listening. Please do like, comment and subscribe our channel. It's your love and support which keeps us motivated to come up with new and engaging content. Yeah. So let me quickly introduce you to the team and then I will hand it over to Sunan. Okay. Okay. So this is our Scrum team. Kirti is our product owner. Arun, Priya, Manoj, Ramya, Sashank, Venkata, Sindhu, Neha, and Shankari are our developers, and I'm playing the role of a Scrum Master. So we do have a big Scrum team, not as per the Scrum guide. So sorry about that. But yeah, thanks, and let's see what's coming up next. Over to you, Sunan.
Okay, thanks, Shovik, for the great presentation. And I think it's time for our live demo. So over to you, Shovik.
Yeah, thanks, Sunan, for that. Okay, hi team, how are you guys doing today?
Good. How are you, Shovik?
Good. Good. Thanks. Thanks everyone for joining, taking out time to join for our backlog refinement. So just to give you a heads up, I already communicated to you over the mail that our PO Kirti has planned to discuss 5 user stories for future sprints. So without wasting much time, I'll hand it over to Kirti. But yeah, one thing before that, so there are 5 stories, and as you know, like this meeting is time box for 1 hour. So we'll try to have a good discussion, try to have the shared understanding of all the stories that Kirti is going to explain as a team. And we will try to, I will try to see if each of the discussion for one user story does not go beyond 10 minutes. So I'll keep a time check. I'll keep you guys reminding if you guys are getting too deep into the discussion. Okay. Okay. Just a disclaimer. Over to you, Kirti.
Sure. Thank you, Shovik, for that time boxing thing. And hello, everyone. And since I can see some new faces out here, so I'll just be reiterating the product goal once so that we are all aligned and we can understand the product much better, our product much better. Okay, just a second. I'll just share my screen. And here we go. So as you all know, this is the Fintech mobile app, very futuristic one, which we are all proud of building. And this is the one which we are going to build in near future. But some of the features I would like to explain here now. So basically, what is a Fintech app? It's something which can do everything, right from stock shopping to payment wallets to creating new user accounts, transferring money, depositing cash, withdrawing cash, anything and everything what eases the life of any user. So we'll just be building this out, and this is what the Fintech app stands for. So as you can see, these are all the features which we are going to build in near future. So the first epic is what we are going to consider here today in our session as well, is the new account creation, because that will just kick off once the user boards in and gets onboarded on our app. Then we'll be able to have a customer profile kind of a thing, the spendings. We'll try and make things more and more easy for the user to just view, and the onboarding also of the user should be just seamless so that they don't feel much trouble joining our app. Okay, so this is the first one. The second epic is transaction management.
this is a very critical part since this leads with the money dealing. So I would just like to explain the flow once based on the how transactions are going to flow in our app. So the first one is initiate relationship, where the user is going to send the request to the sender bank, and the KYC will be verified, know your customer as you call it, and the transfer request and submit transfer, and all these flows will, once it's validated, then we actually get into the money transfer part. So where the request will be flowing to the beneficiary bank, and the same way there'll be a real-time update where based on the currencies, based on the taxes, based on all the dealings of the money, the total net amount will be decided. And then once the amounts get delivered to the beneficiary, the beneficiary banks is again going to get validated. And then finally, once all the KYCs and all the validations are done, then finally the amount will be getting delivered to the beneficiary bank. And same, the distributed ledger, we are going to update all the accounts concurrently, and that is what the on-demand reports also suggest, where we are going to give the confirmation and the reports will be published. So this is what is about the transaction management. The next one is again the part of the transaction management epic, which we are going to discuss today. It's about withdrawing cash through app, which would be cardless. You heard it right, it's cardless. We are trying to have a functionality built in where we are going to go through the ATM and you forgot your card, but what do? You can't withdraw the money? No, the app is going to solve the problem by actually enabling you to withdraw cash from the ATM without using your card at all. So we are going to discuss it more based on the user stories we are going to go with. But here we are done. And any questions, team, which you would like to ask here based on the product goal, or shall we move to the user stories?
Yes, we can go to JIRA.
All right. Sorry, Priya, you're saying something?
Yeah, we can move to user story.
Okay, okay, fine. So we'll go to our first user story, which is part of the transaction management epic. So as a fintech, as a regular fintech user, I want to transfer money from my bank account to another bank account using fintech mobile app so that I can easily manage my finances and pay my bills on time. So this is a regular feature which we've been using it across our apps currently, but a very important one because there will be a lot of validations in place. So the acceptance criteria goes like this. User can log into the mobile app. User can enter the desired amount to transfer. Desired amount is within user's current balance. Receiver's account information is authenticated prior to transferring the amount. Both accounts are updated concurrently after validation. Email and in-app confirmation of transactions are sent out to users and receivers. So this is our first user story, which we are going to work at. So this functionality should work for the existing ones who are already using our app, and through banks, they have already got the app in place and their transactions are already in process. But this functionality we need to enable through our mobile apps. Yeah.
Yeah, I see Neha is having a question. Please go ahead, Neha.
Yes. Yes. So we have to add beneficiary before transferring the amount.
We have to add beneficiary. That's right. We have to add beneficiary before transferring the. That's right, Neha. We have to do that.
So, how much time it will take to activate that beneficiary after adding?
So, yeah, Neha. So I would just like to answer this question. Like this time, there are two kind of transactions which are having. If we are doing UPI payment, it can be done on real time without adding anyone. Okay, and if there are beneficiary you would like to add for, because it is going to be a recurring payment, then it should be we are targeting at around not more than 30 minutes, because there are some banks which are taking a day or so, and we want to be really competitive on this front, and we want to make it more and more real time. So it's not more than 30 minutes is what, once we add the beneficiary, it should not be more than 30 minutes to make it functional.
Okay, that's clear. And one more point, like we are having some OTP verification also.
OTP verification is not required in case where OTP verification as in during the transfer of the money, or you are asking from the beneficiary's end?
No, while we are transferring money.
Okay, while we are transferring money, if you're doing through your app, there will be an OTP which will be coming post you initiate the fund transfer, not during adding the beneficiary. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Neha, for your question.
Yes, Deepika is also having a question.
Yes, Kriti, my question is like the payment, what we are doing, is it within the same bank, or we have that facility to like make transfer for other banks as well? And how are we going to proceed? Like if it is for other banks, so it is followed up with Neha's question, like do we have to authorize them before it is the same?
Yeah, so any bank it is, we have to authorize them, we have to add, but it should not be more than 30 minutes. The timelines remains the same. And to answer your first question, yes, it should be any bank. Since we will not be limited to just our bank, it will be any other bank transfer. We have to just be ready for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, Manoj, you can go next with your question.
Yeah. So what I see here, like pay my bills on time, looks like I can use this app for paying my bills as well, right? So
yes, correct.
I feel like if I want to pay, let's say like I want to pay my electric bill. So I don't have anything to add in my like beneficiaries in my account, right? So how will I do this?
No, actually, if you see, even if you are going for paying any of the bills, there is an account number provided. So you can add that as a beneficiary for now, and then we can have this functionality in place for any of the billing partners for us. So there is a account number and there is a details provided for every site. You can add that, be it like credit card bills if you're trying to do. So you can add that as a biller and you can go ahead and do your payments.
Okay, so you mean to say like anything, whatever I'm trying to transfer money, so there should be beneficiary account number for which need to be configured in my account.
Yeah,
right?
so beneficiary account number or UPI, both of them is what we are targeting for this sprint at least. We are going to go it more and more deeper during our coming sprints, but this is the minimal viable feature which we want to have for this sprint, where we are just starting and kicking off with one payment kind of transfer, beneficiary and UPI.
All right, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Manoj, does that answer your question, Manoj?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you,
Priya,
Manoj, for your question. Yeah.
I see Priya is also having a question. Maybe
Yeah.
she can go
So I just want to ask, there would be any upper limit for this transaction? Like you said, desired amount is within user current balance, but suppose balance is like 3 lakhs and he wants to withdraw kind of 2 lakhs. So is there any upper limit?
So it's a very good point, Priya. I think I should modify the user story with the daily amount which can be withdrawn. The maximum limit is 50,000 for now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any more question from you, Priya?
No, thanks.
Thank you. Shankari, I believe you also have something to ask.
Yeah. So is there any restriction on transferring amount to the beneficiary account if the beneficiary account is added now? And is there any limit? The transaction can happen only after 24 hours, or is there any limit within the 24 hours? Any amount is restricted?
We don't have any limitations of amount, except it should be within the limit of 50,000. And beneficiary should be, once added, it should be active within 30 minutes is what we are targeting. Did I answer your question, Shankari?
Yeah, yes, Kirti.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Okay, any more question from anyone? And Keithy, you just mentioned about the 30-minute limit after adding a beneficiary. Will that be part of this story? Or,
Yeah, I'll just add.
Well, Keithy is adding. Is there any more question on this user story?
So Vic, this is not a question, but I'm just trying to recall. Like, I think we have already implemented something related to login that mobile app, right? So, could we use the same functionality over here also, or what is the need? Just trying to understand. The first point over here, user can log into the mobile app, right? So for login functionality, the secure like password, all those things, we have implemented that functionality earlier, right? So we are going to use the same thing, or is there any specific requirement in this user story for login perspective?
Keithy, you like to answer that?
Okay, so if for any other business bank, or you have used the existing functionality, we can definitely use the existing one, which will definitely save a lot of effort for us, and reusing will definitely be enabling us to build more and more functionality faster. So we would definitely like to go ahead with it, but look and feel should be what as per what we have already discussed with our stakeholders, and we need to stick to that.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Manoj.
Great, guys. Thanks for asking some thought-provoking questions. If we all are good and no more question, shall we go for Fist of 5?
Sure,
Estimating
sure.
user story?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, let me see everyone, enlarge my video. Okay, on a count of 3, maybe if you can give me what you think about it, user story should be as per your achievements. Okay, so yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I see most of you are showing 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. No, that's a unanimous decision, no conflict. Okay, I see Sunan is showing it as 8. So most of us are 5, Sunan is 8. Sunan, you like to share what make you think that this user story is worth 8 story points?
I think our team members are pretty new. They have joined recently. So we never know, right, who is going to pick this. So it may take time for them, but then I believe if everyone is agree on 5, so I will also go with it.
Okay, great. Thanks, guys. So Keithy, if you just update the story points to 5, and then we can move on to the next one.
Thank you, team, for wonderful questions. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we are done with user story number 1. We'll go to the next story. Okay, so the next story is pretty interesting. As a regular Fintech app user, I want to withdraw cash from my bank account to another bank account using Fintech mobile apps so that I can easily withdraw cash without using my card. So the user story says that like I explained during the product vision, what we have, we want to make the transactions more and more seamless for the users, and the card should not be a mandatory thing for withdrawing your cash. Okay, so once user can log into the mobile app, user can enter the desired amount to withdraw. They definitely have to go to the ATM machine, and this card technology can be drawn using the quick QR code. So there are QR code which pops up on your screen, in the mobile screen, and the ATM also, when you enter there's an option of scanning the QR code in the ATM. When you scan that QR code, which is reflected in your mobile, so that and the desired amount you have already entered, based on which the QR code will get generated. Once this is within the desired amount, the cash will be withdrawn from the ATM, and the accounts should get concurrently updated both in your account as well as and email and in-app confirmation of the transaction needs to be sent to the user. So this is the story, next story, which we are trying to build. Any questions, team, on this story?
Yeah, I see Deepika is having a question for you.
So, Kriti,
Deepika, can go on mute.
yes, I had a concern regarding the security issues here. So in case I have lost my mobile and I have not set any screen lock, app lock, anything or like that. So how is that taken care? Like security issues are considered and how it is overcome to, what are the measurements taken here to resolve those security issues?
Right. So if you will know the beta version of the app which we had developed, where we have the fingerprint scanner, right? So without your fingerprint scan, the app is not going to open. So if that is not going to open, then this functionality will definitely not work. So security part we can cover with that. Did I answer your question, Deepika, or anything else which you would like to ask?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Deepika. Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Okay, I see Arun also is having one question for this. Arun?
Yeah, sure. So, Kirti, regarding the security thing, I know we have the QR card, we have to go to the app to access the QR code. How about can we include another level of authentication by entering the debit card in the ATM machine? It's kind of another authentication. Can we do that?
Sorry, Arun, I just could not hear your question. Can you just please repeat once?
So along with the QR code scanning in the ATM machine, can we add another level of authentication by entering the debit card PIN in the ATM machine, so that we don't have to worry about the security thing? It's double validated.
Yeah, a good point. I think I need to talk to my stakeholders about this, because yeah, so I'll just get back on this. I'll just put it on my notes, and I'll just get back on this. Yeah.
Okay, so it seems there are a few clarification that is needed here. But I see Neha is also having a question on this. Maybe Neha, you can unmute yourself and
yes. So Kirti, like the question is, the another account refers to different user account, or what it means here?
Another user account, sorry Neha, I didn't get this question.
Here in user story, it is written that account to another account.
Okay, I want to withdraw cash from my bank account to another account. Sorry, it's just that I want to easily withdraw the cash.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just good catch. Yeah, I'll just correct this.
Okay, thank you, Kirti.
No problem.
that's what QA are for, right? Okay. Priya, I see
you do a very good
also
job on that front. Really appreciate it.
Okay, Priya, maybe you can go next with your question.
Yes. So is it the same current balance? The limit would be a daily 50,000 only, or it could be changed for this, Kirti?
No, we are going to go with the same 50,000 limit.
Okay.
Okay, shall I add that as well?
Yes.
That would be good to have that
Yeah,
clarity.
Sure. Good point. Yes.
Okay, any more question on this user story, guys? Okay, I don't see any. But Kit, it seems like we still have some open question for business.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. Yes.
So is it a good idea for you to go check with them, and maybe we can once you have more clarity around it, we can take this up in next refinement?
Yeah, fair enough. Yes. I'll just get some more clarity on this based on the another layer of security, because that is definitely going to impact the estimates and the level of complexity. I do understand. So I'll just get the clarity on this, and I will get back on this. It's okay, Shobik?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Thanks, Kiki. Maybe in that case, we can move on to the next user story.
Sure. So the next one says, as a regular Fintech app user, I want to deposit a check on my bank account using the Fintech mobile app so that I can deposit my money quickly and avoid theft while running to the bank. So there's just a little bit of fun added in the story. But the thing is that we would like to build this app where when we click, let's say suppose when we click any picture of the check from our mobile app, then that amount should get deposited in our bank account, and so without cash actually, basically, but you are actually depositing the cash through the check. So let's say suppose somebody has given you a check, so you are clicking a picture of that through the app itself. The in-store gallery images will not work for that. So you have to click the image through the app itself, and then the money should be debited from the person who has given you the check, and money should be credited in your account, or vice versa, whoever is using the app. Fair enough. So I'll just go through the acceptance criteria. User can log into the mobile app. User can enter the desired amount to deposit. The picture needs to be clicked through app of the checks. The system processes and validates the authenticity of the deposit. Accounts are updated after the validations within 24 hours. Email and in-app confirmation of transactions are sent. So any questions, team?
Team, anyone has any questions on that? Yeah, I see Arun is having something.
So regarding taking the pictures of a check, I think we have existing functionality used in another project. We can leverage that, and we can try to use this as part of the development. That is something we can consider. Yeah.
Sure, Arun, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay, anyone else? Yeah, Priya.
Okay, so here also, sorry, same question for all three. Again, the check deposit you say, does we do have any upper limit for the checks as well, like amount wise?
No, for deposit we don't have any limit.
Any amount we can do that.
Yeah, we can deposit. Yes. Shall I add it?
Yes, but we should have some bank limit, right, for that particular check deposit.
Okay, I will check this again and I'll get back to you. But once I discussed with the stakeholders, they were not of the opinion, because the amount is coming to the bank. So they were happy with it, but I will just go back and check once. Okay.
Okay.
Great. Any more point, guys?
I have
one more question. Sorry.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Go ahead.
What about the license and all about this particular application? How we will get the license? Is it the third-party application or how it is?
The validation. Sorry, somebody was saying.
Priya, we are trying to use the existing functionality, but we have to do a research on that, how we can integrate with our app and use it. But if you're talking about different licensing, external softwares, then there will be added cost to the company. That also need to be considered. But for now existing functionality, we have to have a research on that.
Okay. Okay, fine. So we can develop this kind of application in-house as well, right? Or do we really require the third party or one?
We need to research to understand how critical, how difficult it would be. Based on that, we can resolve. Okay. We need to understand the existing functionality.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, we would like to go in-house for this, because if we involve the third party, we'll be paying the licensing cost, and our customer data we cannot we cannot expose them to the third party, and said there are a lot of security aspects which get into, because we are dealing with crucial info. So we would like to build this in-house. Yes.
Okay, so I have seen the similar application in other modules and other business units, so we can discuss it offline about that particular application.
That would be great. Yes, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay, Kirti, just a quick thought. I'm just thinking building a in-house app may take a long time, and it may impact the deliverables that we have in mind as per our PI planning, right? So the point someone suggested, like the third-party app, right? Is it possible that we can do a quick spike to just have a quick check how feasible that is? What are the security controls over there? If it matches to our requirements, maybe it will save us some time. Just a thought.
Sounds good. Let's do a spike first. Let's do the POC kind of a thing, and then maybe we can just talk about what security issues we are having, if there are any. So, we can go ahead with that. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Fine with this approach.
Great. So I'll need some volunteers here, like who have some time in this sprint to spend few hours doing the spike.
I can do this.
Oh, great, Arun. You need any helping hand?
Not now, but I will reach out.
Okay, and it will not impact whatever commitments were given in current sprint, right?
Yes, it won't.
It will not, or yes?
It won't.
It won't. Okay, great. Okay, Arun. So by when we can hear from you?
By tomorrow.
Fair enough. So what I'll do, Arun, I'll set up a call maybe between Kirti, you and me. So the whole team is not required, just to understand what are the outcomes from your spike. And once we decide whether to go with that approach, like in-house approach or taking the third-party app, we'll again involve the complete team in next refinement, and we'll get back to this story.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Arun, for picking that up.
Thank you.
Venkata has
Thank you,
something to add. Yeah, Venkata.
Yeah, I'll come to that. Yeah, Venkata, please, if you have any questions on this.
Yes. Do we have any time limit? Banks won't allow to deposit of checks after 2-3 p.m. right in regular banks. So how do we go with that in this scenario?
No, since this is app based and we are already having a timeline of 24 hours for validations, so we are good with any time. Once the user does it, then maybe 24 hours we give the bank to have the validations in place.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Okay, any more question on this? On other acceptance criteria that we have, apart from the one which you have taken for spike? Okay, I don't see any hand raised. So, so Kirti, maybe we can park it as of now. Once we get the outcome from the spec that Arun is working, we can take this up later.
Sure, let's do it then. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, so just a second, there's a glitch.
FMAU 5 next, Kirti?
Sorry?
Is it FMAU 5 the next one?
Yeah, FMAU 5. I'm just not able to open it. Just a second. Huh? Yeah. So, okay. So the next one is, as a regular Fintech app user, I want to create a new bank account using the Fintech mobile app. The user can open the app. A user is prompted a list of personal information questions. The user can submit the required documentation for validation, such as government issue ID, virtual video KYC to take place and documents to be validated, email, SMS, and in-app confirmation to be sent. The user can start using the app's banking feature and start transacting. Okay. So this is another user story what we have, where we would like to open a new bank account for our customers through our app itself, and they don't need to visit the branch to have a new bank account. So any questions, team, on this?
Yeah, I see Neha is having a question. Neha, please go ahead.
Yeah. So Kirti, to open an account, is there any minimum balance required to be maintained?
A very good point. So we would like to start with zero balance currently. I'll just mention it. But once 3 months period is there, then we can start having the minimum balance. So I'll just add that in the user story.
Sure. And one more point, like how the virtual video KYC would be done.
Virtual, okay, so what is going to happen is, once you are actually, now if you'll see, we are during the COVID time and everything, we are going all virtual, right? So people don't want to go to place where it's crowded, and any other functionality which we can give to get more customer base. This we are targeting more on the video KYC, where once the documents are submitted and it's validated, there'll be a video conferencing arranged with the bank personnel and the customer, and there the person who is going to open the bank account, the customer is going to show the documents in the real time in the video conferencing itself, and that should be functional through our app and not through any external Zoom to have the security in place. So that is how the goal and vision of this functionality is.
Okay, understood. Team, you have any question regarding this virtual video KYC?
Team, you can think around the risk or dependency to implement this.
Yeah, how about, the bank account user is not available in the video KYC?
Bank account personal is not available?
For the video KYC, let's say, not available or it does not have any network. So,
yeah, so once the documents are submitted and validated, based on the slots of both bank personnel and the user, customer, we're going to arrange this call. It should be a callback and not just on the runtime once the user starts creating the account. So that is what we aim at.
Okay, what I think, like we have to remove this virtual video KYC from this current user story, because we are not clear like how we will be doing the virtual KYC.
Okay, so you mean to say in this sprint we'll not be able to do it, or we are technically currently facing issues in not being able to do it?
Currently we are not able to do this, and in upcoming sprint we can take this. Maybe the show we can confirm more on this point.
Yeah,
okay,
so it seems, sorry, Kitty, please go ahead.
No, just go ahead. I was just trying to figure out what should be the workaround, so that instead of the virtual video, what can we do to make things life easier for the customer? So I'm also thinking on it. Yeah, Shavik, you can go ahead with your point.
Yeah, I was just thinking like this virtual video, it's kind of a new for the team. Like it may be the first time the team is going to implement. So if we're going to make it part of this user story, it's going to be too big, or may not be able to complete in a single sprint. Any thoughts, or anyone I want to add on top of this? Arun, Sashank.
Yeah, I think we can slice the story if possible, so that we can have a lesser effort in terms of having only a single story, wherein we can focus more on virtual KYC alone, and we can come up with the required technical tasks that we can add, and that we can work on the virtual video KYC.
Okay. Okay, I was just thinking.
So
yeah, sorry, Shavik. Yeah.
In case we are taking this out, like virtual video KYC as a separate user story, maybe I know people that there is a center of excellence team who already built something on the similar lines. Maybe I can find a point of contact, get some training arranged in the next sprint, so that they can share their learnings and we don't have to reinvent the wheel from scratch.
Sounds good. Sounds
so
good.
We can do that, but yeah, Keith, you have to figure out what is the workaround in case you are taking this off.
Okay, I don't think this will be the showstopper for us for now. We can just go ahead with actually onboarding the customers and then having a physical KYC done for them. So, okay, I'll just change this user story for now, and let's wait for your session with the team so that we can progress further on this, maybe in the upcoming sprints.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for accommodating. I see Priya is also having a question here. Priya, please go on.
Yeah, Kirti, you have said the government ID. So is there any specific government ID they have to send it for validation, or any government ID will be okay?
Any government ID, voters card, Aadhaar card, one for the address proof for sure, Aadhaar
Bank
card or
account,
passport. Sorry.
bank account, government bank account would also do, right? Because it's also part of.
Currently, we are not catering that. Either passport or Aadhaar card is what we are planning to. Voters ID for ID proof. We need to stick to that. Then we'll see, maybe if there are cases, too many cases, then we can go ahead with bank accounts. Yes, then.
So we have a specific choice at the moment, right? That's what.
Yeah, correct. So this should be the standard, like what we are doing for all other banks currently we are doing. So that ways we can just go ahead with that.
Okay.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you.
And good to have these 2 points clarified in the acceptance criteria. I see Shankri is also having a question here. Shankri.
Yeah. So either it is going to be a video or physical account creation. Is there any timeline? Instant account activation will be done? How it is?
So in case of physical KYC, it should not be the case. We will not give in video. We could have thought about doing it operational from the next day itself. But since this is now physical, I think I need to speak to my stakeholders. What should be the timeline we need to decide on? Okay.
Okay, but this open question will not have any impact on this user story,
No,
right?
currently I don't think, even if it is something which we need to take on, maybe we can take an upcoming sprint. So current sprint, we can just go ahead with this. This added on validation, maybe we can take in the upcoming sprint.
Great. Okay, you're almost on the mark of 10 minutes, guys. So any more questions on this particular user story?
No, sure.
No, Shovik.
Okay, great. Then let's do a quick first of 5 estimation for this one. On a count of 3, maybe you guys can shoot all together. Okay, yeah, 1, 2, 3. 8, I see 8, 5, 8. So most of them are 8. I think Shankri is showing 5, right? Shankri, you showed 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you are one of the outliers. So please explain.
Yeah, I thought
what is your thought?
Yeah, as this is normal, if it is going to be normal physical KYC, we can go with 5. If team is going with 8 story points, we can go ahead with that.
Okay, fair point. But yeah, anyone who has given it, what do you think about the thoughts that Shankri is having? Since it's manual KYC, will it be 5 or anyone can go unmute and share the thoughts? Why 8?
I think, yeah, may I go ahead?
Yeah, please.
So I think, yeah, so the use cases that are really needed to be tested and also to be developed are more here. And also the testing efforts also could be more, because we need to ensure that the existing regression impact is not there much based on the new changes that we're doing. So I think considering that, the efforts are a little high towards that end is what I think.
Great. Yeah, I do agree. So yeah, Shankri, are you fine with that?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, then let's go ahead with 8. Kirti, if you can update 8
Sure.
I'll update this one. And we can move to the next KPI. And what I'll do is I'll talk to the Center of Excellence team. I'll try to arrange the call on that video implementation.
Really appreciate that, Shovik. Thank you. Okay, so the next one says, as a regular Fintech app user, I want to contact customer care service through my Fintech app so that my queries are resolved. So, so the acceptance criteria says that user can log into the mobile app. The user can click and contact the customer care, be it email, call, or chat. The user can talk to the customer care executive for any concern. Service request can also be raised from the app, and there is an email to document and validate the concern. So this is very important step, team, because when the customer care actually picks up the call, and normally there's nothing documented. So the next time the customer calls back, they have to explain the entire scenario again. So we need to avoid that in our current app. So we want this to be documented on email as well as in our app. So any questions on this, team?
Yeah, I see lots of hands raised. So yeah, Neha, you can go first.
Sure. Yeah. So Kirti, is there any timing to contact the customer support through calls?
No, we are available 24/7 currently. So that's the plan. That's what we have discussed. Do you want me to add it in the user story? So there'll be no
It's
timing
better that
validation
we can
currently.
add here an acceptance criteria like
Okay.
24/7.
Okay. Okay. Works?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Kirti.
Thank you.
Okay, Deepika, you may go next.
So how is the response time is tracked here, like how the issues are resolved and how it will be tracked? Like any preloaded questions will be like in case the customer is reaching via chat, anything like that instead of calls. So how is that track? Any preloaded questions into the database or any questionnaires that will be listed? So that part I need to cross-check.
Yes, very good point, Deepika. Yeah, so we are planning to have a basic set of questionnaires for the app, okay, for the chat thing, so that the users can actually get the answer readily available. And as when we are getting the questions recorded more and more in the database, we are going to add it, but that is part of the next upcoming feature. So we are not including it now, the recording and the AI part of it. So we'll be taking it up later, but currently this is what we are planning to have.
Okay, so we can provide our service, like any feedback is there. So if we are not convinced with the solutions, whatever is provided, so it will be like any form kind, it will be available for us to submit our surveys or anything like that.
Yeah, so surveys will be taken, but as I told that currently we are just building on the MVP. So we are currently, because it will then exceed mostly, it will become more and more complex. So we just want to have this one initial draft of it. So currently we are not catering that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
A very good point. Yes.
Thank you.
So I will put that in user story that currently surveys are not part of this. You want me to add it?
Yes.
Or you're good?
Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, while Kirti is adding, Sashank, you have anything?
Yep. So I was just thinking, like how we have IVR for most of the banks or the credit card services that we have. So are we also planning to have any IVR service? Because it will be easy for the customers to direct through a certain procedure so that they can do it by themselves instead of waiting for on-call support. You know, right? Sometimes the on-call support, because of the bandwidth or the traffic, they take some time for a customer service to attend to a customer. So any plan for that as well, Kirti?
Yeah, that's the plan actually, Shashank. We really wanted to have this in current sprint, but do you all think we can accommodate that as a team? So IVR was definitely on the wish list of the stakeholders as well as everybody involved in the project, and that is definitely a go. But do you all think we can accommodate that? If yes, then I can just add it in the story.
I don't think so. We can accommodate for this particular.
Because IVR is again altogether a different ball game, right? So
yes,
yes. To give a certain statements or a certain standard lines or a template that we need to follow.
Correct.
At every step, there are n number of sequences or flows that we have based on the request of the customer.
Yes,
so
I understand. Yeah.
That will be a kind of another different story where
yes,
we can.
yes.
I think
so we are trying to have that feature later in the cycle. Yes.
Sure. We can add that in the backlog and the next
Yes,
segment.
sure.
Thanks, Kate.
Thank you, Shashank.
Shankri, maybe you can go.
Yeah, it's just a thought. Nowadays, some banks are providing return call facility. So won't it be an added advantage?
Yes, so when we are calling the customer care, and let's say suppose they are busy or the line is busy for more than 3 minutes, then maybe a callback can be arranged. Yes, that's a good point.
Right. Any more question from anyone? Though, Kiki, just a thought, like, though events they're not just for you, team, I think this story looks straightforward, but there are too many things onto it. Do you think it's a good idea if we can,
Yes, for breakdown, it will be a good approach if we can split into subtasks.
Yeah, it will help you guys with the estimation. Yeah, yes, Ashank, you have anything to add?
Yeah, that is what. So I think it will be easier for us to do a better planning if we try to break down into subtasks this user story, so that because there are too many items, what one person cannot work on the entire story. So we need a collaboration of team members here. So I think it will be a good approach if we can we can add the child issues now, so we can get an idea or get a vision as to how much efforts it will take.
Yeah, great point. And I see. So, Kirti, maybe what we can do now, since the last story, right, that we have.
Yeah, last.
Maybe I'll send the team in a breakout room, and they can just discuss among themselves and break down the task for this
Sure.
user story, and then we can come back and then we can estimate and see if there are any more
Sure.
questions or not.
Works.
Cool. I'm putting you guys into breakout room now.
So hey guys, I hope you are all there. I think thanks for joining the breakout. So yeah, so I'm just sharing my screen, guys. So let us take a quick peek on the user story. Let's discuss in detail, and let us add the subtasks there, so we know what are things that we can add, right? So all right, so this is the story that we have, and what do you guys think? So what are subtasks that can be added here?
It is regarding tracking the status of the call log or any histories, like what time the call had been received or it has been dialed. So that kind of histories, like providing the status details of the call, or if you have received any incidents, I mean to say service request, how that is tracked.
Yeah. Thanks, Deepika.
Yeah,
Also,
Shashank,
Go ahead, please.
yeah, go ahead, Neha. Sorry.
yeah. So Shashank, the second one can be log the call status. We can like log the call status that we are.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Neha. Arun, would you like to go next?
Yeah, we can implement the resolve status for the service request, so that the status of the request.
Good. Thanks, Arun. And Priya, would like to go next?
User login and password validation kind of thing we can include in the as a subtask, right? Because that would be required whenever anybody is logging in the application, they need the validation, right? Particularly.
So what is it again?
Login screen validation, you can put it.
Okay, login screen validation. I think login screen validation is already happening as part of other stories as well, right? So do you want to repeat that?
I think she's talking about the user authentication.
Yes.
Yeah, credential verification. I think.
Credential verification, I'm talking
Oh,
about.
okay. Got it. Okay, so can we say verify user credentials?
That we can give. User credential verification kind, like verified user.
Cool. Makes sense.
And Shashank,
Yeah.
if it is implement resolve status for service request, then we should have to have cancel request for service request as well, right?
Yeah, right.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks for bringing it up. Good. Number 5. Are we missing out anything else, guys? So do let me know. Any other thoughts that comes to your mind right now?
Would there be any feedback from the user? Like there should be a feedback link or something should be sent, right? Would that be applicable?
Is it a customer review feedback you're saying?
Yeah.
To track customer review feedback, is it?
Yes.
But the fifth point says, the surveys are currently not part of the user story.
Surveys are currently okay. Surveys are currently part of the user story. Okay, yeah. So I think, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good catch, Arun. So because I think this is altogether a different data that we are collecting from the customers, right? So I think that will go into the other table that we were discussing on the other day. So we'll just wait for that user story to come. So maybe we can add those information related to that table. Yeah. Cool. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah.
What about the language? I mean, if the user is of different language, cannot speak English or whatever, how would the call divert? Anything about that?
I think regarding the language, I think we can get a confirmation from Kirti. Is it any region specific or geo specific? You can make a note, Nikita. So once we go back to the actual room from a breakout room, let's get that clarified with Kirti. I think that we can add as the language preferences. Let's get it clarified. I think
Shashank, I think
you're running out of time.
Will be
yeah.
Shovik will.
Thanks, Deepika. Thanks.
Yes, thanks.
And yeah. So we have added the tasks, the child stories, child issues, but how about the story point? I mean, the hours or the estimates that you would like to give, guys? So how much time do you think it'll take for tracking the status, guys?
It can be 4.
4 to 5 hours.
Okay. Sure. Let's give it 5 then. Yeah. How about this one? Log the call status.
6 hours.
6 hours is sufficient, I think.
Okay. How about this one, guys? Resolve status plus service.
Yeah, I would need 8 hours for this.
Okay, cool. Thanks, everyone. How about verify user credentials?
Will take 8 to 9 hours.
9 hours. Okay. Yeah. Let's have some buffer, guys. Let's have some buffer because
For verify user credentials, we need to have some security check and all. The credential is matching our DB, those things and all we have to check. So probably, can we increase an hour? Will that
10 hours, yeah. 10 hours would be good enough.
10 hours is fine.
Yeah, because it depends on the dependency also, right? If the server is down or something, right? It takes some time.
Some kind of risk we may face when we are validating the user's credentials.
Right. Makes sense. Good point, Sanjay. And how about the last one, guys? What do you think for cancellation?
I think it will not take much time. So 4 hours is sufficient for it.
Half of the resolved status for service request. So cancellation will take half of them.
Okay, cool. Makes sense. Yeah. So we are just reusing the same component. Yeah, that will be.
Also, Shashank, is that call recordings are part of the story, or that would be a different story?
I think that's a different story. We'll come to it.
Sure.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Megata. So are we good, guys? Shall we jump back to the room, or you have any other questions? Like Megata had one point regarding the language. We'll get it clarified with Kirti once we are back to the room. Any questions?
No, we are good. So we can go.
Awesome.
Yeah, we are good.
Cool. Thanks, guys. So let's jump back to the room. Yeah. I hope they're waiting for us. Yeah. Let's go back.
Hey, hi guys. Welcome back. So
Hello.
I hope you had a good discussion.
Yeah, sure. So we had a good discussion there, and let me quickly share my screen again here in this room. So we'll see. We can show you what child issues that we come across and what we have added. And we added these child issues, that is track the status child issues, nothing but the subtask. So track the status, which we have given an estimate of close to 5 hours, and then log the call status, which we have given an estimate for 6 hours based on the dependencies, the risks and challenges, right? So based on all the factors that we are giving the estimate. Implement result status for service request, close to 8 hours now. Because we have, for the result status, we are taking 8 hours. It's just the cancellation status. We are using the similar components. So we're taking half of the time. So we are saving time there. and verify user credentials comparative because it's related to security, so it will take some more time. It also depends on the server and other impacted other items as well, right? So we have given 10 hours here. Yeah. So I hope this is good. And with that, I think with this hourly estimates of these child issues, guys. So so what do you think? Yeah, I think we can start estimating for this story, right? In terms of
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, Shank. And yeah, before that, I'm just assuming that you guys thought through all the risk dependencies while giving the hourly estimates and creating the task.
Yes,
Great,
yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's what I call a mature team. Okay. Kirti, you have any questions with the task breakdown that your team has done?
I think you're on mute.
Yeah, no, we are good actually. It's a good breakup, so we are good. Yeah.
Okay.
Call time for the language.
Oh yeah, my bad. So yeah, Venkata had one question, Kirti. So yeah, Venkata, please go ahead.
Yeah. So is there any common language like English is fixed, or like some other languages also should be used, right? If somebody is familiar with other regional languages, it should call should get diverted to that particular language and all.
Language localization is what we are targeting at. Currently, we'll just go ahead with English for now. English and Hindi, that's it.
Oh.
But local language is what we are going to have in the upcoming features. As I suggested, this is just the MVP, so we need to have the functionality in place first. Yes.
But
do you see any change in the architecture or anything if we have it in the later cycle, or we are good for now?
I think we are good for now. So we can begin with the MVP. I think we can deliver the MVP in English for now, and then we can keep on adding the geo languages based on the customer service where we extend.
Yeah, localization is what is needed, maybe, but in the upcoming sprints, yes.
Sure. Any questions, guys? Before Shavik starts allowing us to start estimating for the story.
No, Shashank. Great. Good conversation. Okay, before we go to the estimation for this story, just a quick reminder. For the task, whatever estimation you guys have given, those are like effort estimation, right? And you remember that story estimation factor in multiple things. It's not just effort estimation, but as well as the risk dependencies and then complexity of the user story, right? So just keep that in mind, because you guys just give the effort estimation. So I don't want you guys to be confused and think just about the efforts. Okay, with that being said, let's do a story estimation for this one. The count of 3 again, show me your first of 5. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I see a few are giving 5. You are, Neha, if you can go back a little, it's 8, right? Okay, 8, 8, 8, 8. Okay, most of you are on 8, so I think we're good, right? Or I'm missing anyone? Everyone is 8? Priya, you have not voted. 8, you are also 8. Cool, unanimous decision this time. I think the breakout session helped this time. So Sashank, since you are sharing the screen, maybe you can just update the board. Okay, great. Kirti, we covered all the 5 stories that we planned for today's refinement, or is there anything else that you want to discuss?
No, we are done. Really good session, team. Thank you. Yeah.
Good. Good. So I'll just quickly do a recap. Okay. So out of who was sharing, someone stopped sharing. Maybe we can go back to the board. It will be easy for.
Shavik, we didn't get you. You want the screen to be shared?
Yes.
Okay, 1 minute. Wait. Just a second. Yeah, you want the stories backlog?
Yeah, backlog. I'll just do a quick recap and this will help. So as we discussed, the first user story, it's good. We have estimated it 5 story points, and it is good to take up in our next sprint, or if we decide that it's of higher priority. The next one, FMAU 3, there are open questions for which Keith is going back to the business and get that clarity, and then maybe we can take this up in our next refinement case.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. And the other one, FMAU 4. As we decided that Arun will do a quick spike on this one, and based on the outcome, so Arun had give us a commitment that he will be having something, some outcome by tomorrow. So Kirti, you, me, and Arun will catch up, see what is the outcome, what is more feasible, and then we can take this up again in the next refinement along with the team. Yeah, sounds good. Then the next one, FMAU 5. So we have already taken out one of the acceptance criteria, that is the video implementation. So we'll create separate user story for that. And as discussed, I'll talk to the people from Center of Excellence team and find a point of contact who can come and guide us and help us with whatever they have implemented so far. And again, that new user story we can discuss in the next refinement if possible. Kirti, you can decide the priority of that. Okay, and yeah, taking that out, this user story, the team has estimated as 8:1. So this is again good to be taken up in the coming of sprints. And the last user story, FMAU 6, the task breakdown is already happened, though it looks quite a like effort-wise, it's quite a big story. But we'll see during the sprint planning whether it can be taken up in a single sprint or not. So anyone want to add on top of it if I'm missing anything?
No, Shuvik, I think you have covered everything.
I think we are good with the current backlog refinement and adding some more. We made lots of changes to the current acceptance criteria, and we created some spikes as well. So this will really help us for the next sprint planning. I think once we get the prioritization from Kirti for during the next sprint planning, I think we can we are already ready for the next sprint items. Yeah. Great. Yeah.
So team, I'll just discuss with the stakeholders about all the queries which I have noted down in the comment section of every story. So I'll just get back by next week or so with all the answers.
Cool. I think we are good then. Thanks everyone. Thanks for your time. And one more point, like sometimes what happens is out of the meeting, we have some realization about this user story. So if you have any other point coming up in your mind at later point of time, feel free to get in touch with me or Kirti. You can again have a connect, right?
Definitely.
Cool, then.
Definitely.
Yeah. Sure. Thanks everyone for your time. We had a great session.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
You, bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, guys, so welcome everyone in this second session of our estimation masterclass. Last week, we have seen the basics of estimation, and this session is more on a hands-on thing. So we are going to present kind of real life scenario where we have a small team. They will obviously going to goof off. You will get a lot of learning, like how to tackle the things and all as a Scrum Master, as a team. What sort of question you might ask to the Scrum Master, to the PO, and what is their own role and responsibility. So all those things we'll try to cover, and we'll try to be more interactive. So if you have any queries, please put your queries in a comment section. We will take it at the end of the session. Please do not unmute if you're not a team member. So yeah, Sylvie, over to you.
Thanks, Sunan. So let me quickly share my screen and give the access to the Scrum Master of the first use case. So hope everyone is able to see my screen.
Yep. Yes, can you do F5? It will be good.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, thanks everyone for taking out your time. So last week, as Sunanda has already given a quick intro of how we have handled the last session. So last session, we talked more about the estimation and how we are going to estimate it and all the scenarios, basic concepts of the estimation. So we thought, as we committed in the last session itself, that we will be doing a small role play just to understand what are the real use cases that we will be facing in the estimation activity. So we have a small team that got formed up to do this role play. So there will be 2 use cases for the role play that what we are going to handle today. And I'm not going to talk about the use cases right now. Let's make it as a suspense till we actually get into those use cases. So the first use case, and I will request the Scrum Master of the first use case to take the session from there. Okay. Yeah, Gunjan, over to you, please.
Hey, hi everyone. Hope everyone is going good. So I'm working as Scrum Master, and I have a happy team actually. Okay, we are doing really good. So let's take up. Okay, so as a facilitator, I'm just pulling the story. So this is the first use case where we are coming up, and we will be trying to understand what are the requirements, so we can clear them. And so once we have all the understanding, then it will be good to pull up in the sprint as well. So over to the product owner.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So I'll be just walking you through across the new requirement that we have received from our stakeholder. So if you, in case if you have any question, feel free to ask me. So the requirement is we have to develop a login page for one of our e-commerce website. Okay. And it simply asks you for a username and password where you have to enter username, password. And there is a checkbox where if you select a checkbox, it sort of remember you and your login so that your session will be stored in a cookie. And next time when you try to just come to the website next time, it will automatically let you log in. And the second functionality is when you are not just checking that tick box, then it will ask you to log in next time or whenever you just browse next time to the website. Okay. And also some of the user-friendly message should be displayed on the UI if you are entering some incorrect password or something. So this is the basic requirement that we have. So yeah. So any question, anytime, just let me know. Otherwise, team, please let me know your input on this. When can we just deliver this to the end user?
So the essence is like we need to understand the risk factor of the story, the dependencies which we have, the complexity, then the amount of work as a team which need to be done, and the business value. So these are the few parameters which we will be considering, and then we can pull up. So over to the development team.
Hi, Amit here. Thanks, Kunjan. Thanks, Lalit, for letting us know about this requirement. I have a few queries. Like I can see that you are able to explain us the functional requirement of this story point. So I would like to deep dive on a non-functional requirement as well. That's the one. The second things which you have said that as Gunjan was mentioning it, that in terms of the business values. So if you can just let us know what is the business priorities or a business value around for this user story point. That would be my second questions would be. And the third things which I would like to know moreover about this requirement is that overall, is it a user story or is it a moreover the epic? Because like, do we need to, make assumptions, the backend part, UI part and other stuff? So if you can able to, just give me a clarity over it. So these are the three questions.
Okay. So I'll try to take up, yeah, thank you. So I'll try to take up your question one by one. So the first, you asked about some non-functional requirements. So as of now, we don't have any non-functional requirement for this use story. Second one, you asked for the value of and the priority of this user story. So yeah, this is quite a valuable, and I think this is on very much on the priority because we want to make it live till the next sale on our website goes on. Okay, so we are expecting that this to be released maybe by the end of this sprint. Okay, in the next release, I mean to say. So this is of quite a important requirement for our stakeholders. Okay. Yeah, I think. Okay, and you asked about the epic. All right, epic. This is epic or is user story? So in my opinion, this is a user story because I don't see this is, I mean, on a broader level. Okay, so this can be handled maybe by the development team. So I think it's quite clear and it can be easily handled by the team. So I don't think this is going to be an epic on that bucket.
Thank you. Over to you, Selvi, if you have any questions.
Rather than question, Amit, thanks. You have put out all the questions. One question and one dependency I just want to raise for this user story. Lalit, the question to you is like, are we looking for any kind of security aspects for to be implemented as part of this story?
Yeah, so talking about security part, yeah, we actually we don't want to compromise on any of the security aspect of the website. So whatever you say, let's say denial of service or cross-site scripting or brute force, I think it should handle all the security aspects of the website.
Okay, thanks, Lalit. And Gunjan, I just want to raise a dependency. I think both our development team members, Sunand and Amit, also will be in the same page. We just need to get the access and make the port enable for this to be implemented. So we just want your help on that to resolve the dependency before we actually get into the planning phase. So if you make a note of that and help us with that, it will be great.
Sure, Selvi, I will be keeping it note and I will check with the concerned team as well.
Okay. Hi guys, Sunand this side. Yeah, I have one again query. For example, when you mention incorrect password, right? So do we have some sort of conditions for password to be incorrect? And for example, it should be 8 character long or should have some special character, because nothing has been, I cannot make out anything from this requirement. So are we have those sorts of checks in place? And
Yes. Sorry,
yeah. And second thing which I want to highlight, as mentioned by Selvi the port, but one more thing is regarding the firewall thing. I guess we need to open a couple of firewalls. So Gunjan, I think you need to work on that part as well, because in the past we have seen a couple of issues with the firewall. So this time we should be more careful with that part. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll take up the first question where you asked about the password criteria, valid password or invalid password. So yeah, so it should be, the password should be a alphanumeric password and it must be a strong one, and it should allow your special characters and one uppercase letter should be there. Okay, so this is the basic requirement of the password to make a password valid. If other than that, then it's an invalid password and all the messages should be displayed. I mean, the respective message should be displayed on the UI.
Okay, can you add that in a acceptance criteria when we have a fully functional user story in front of us?
Yeah, sure, Sundan. Yeah, definitely I'll add just after the call, maybe in 5-10 minutes after the call, I'll update you and let you know.
So I'm keeping all the notes for all the requirements. So once the call is done, I will be working with the PO.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks, Gunjan.
Testing team, do you feel like any sort of dependencies we have, or we need to come up and we need to highlight it now?
So from testing team, we need to know when the items will be finalized and when can we start testing, and we'll be getting the entire access or user ID, password, everything is set. This type of questions we have. Once the things are done, we'll start testing from our end.
So Lalit, what do you feel on this?
This was, can you please come up again, please? I just missed the part.
So from the testing end, we are asking that when the items will be ready and when can we start testing. Before we start testing, we should have the entire head of details where I can start and what is the expected and how that needs to be worked.
Okay, so I think this question is for the Scrum Master, and you're talking about when it is ready for testing. So mean the development should be completed and testing should start.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe this question goes to the development team who will be developing the story.
Yeah, just to answer on that, Lalit and Prem, it is actually more like we are just refining the user story, right, Prem? So we will be estimating now, and it again depends on the priority that Lalit has mentioned to us, that it came from the stakeholder and he explained about the priority. And again, it's Gunjan's call because he needs to pick up the other items like capacity of us and think about the other stuff before actually it should be get into the planning mode. So right now we will try to understand the requirement what Lalit has shared to us. And from development team side, we have shared the dependencies and we don't have any further questions. I think if we are clear, then over to you, Gunjan, for the further steps.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I will be working on the team capacity, which we'll be having in the next sprint, and how many stories we can pull up. So I feel like we are good with all the requirements which we need to have up.
Okay.
Okay. So yes.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
So
Lalit, yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, please.
okay, I have a very interesting question. Someone just posted. So though I really don't want to take this right now, but the question is what our tester are doing right now, and why we are using the word testing team again and again. So you can see, guys, that this is a typical anti-pattern. We never use the word tester or developer in normal agile way of working. We work as a one dev team, and whenever we are going to do any sort of estimation, we will give as a team. And estimation include everything, starting from scratch to whatever you are going to put it into, whatever is mentioned in your definition of done. That should be part of our estimation, not only the dev or testing effort. It can be your documentation, it can be any multiple things. So let's not get into that. So this is just to showcase like this is a typical anti-pattern which we should avoid. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Let's go to the estimation part.
Yeah, so before estimating this user story, I have two questions. One is what is the timeline for expiring that particular user account? And second is how many browsers we are targeting to complete this user story.
Okay, I think that question is for me, so I'll take this up. So talking about the expiry of the user, so if a user is not logging in to the website for 90 days, then it should be declared as a expired user. And number two, about the browser, it should allow across all the browsers available in the market, whether it's Opera or Chrome, Mozilla, any browser it should support.
Yeah, so we should know all the browser because this impact the our effort because if we are targeting one browser, then definitely it will take less time. But if we consider more browser, then definitely it will increase the effort. That's why I asked this question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. So team, I just want to make one thing very clear here that we want this to be released in the next release. Okay, because we can't afford that this can wait for some more time as we are targeting this for the next sale of the season, and we are expecting a lot of transactions to be happening on our website. So please make sure that this goes live in the next release.
So as a Scrum Master, I'm not sure. Again, we need to discuss within the team like how they are going to handle it. Maybe it's we can deliver in the same sprint, or it's not possible again. So let's come to the team in that case. So can we come on the efforts, like how much efforts team is willing to put on this, or are we able to achieve it in the current sprint, the coming actually?
So from a developer point of view, my questions could be Gunjan, because like we are talking about to deliver into a next sprint, right? Until unless we won't see the complete backlog, it is a very difficult for us. So what we can do is that we can estimate this user story point as of now, and once we'll progress little ahead, And once we have a clarity that what are all things are coming into the next sprint, then along with this, we can bucketize that. Is it really doable as a complete set one at a time, or can we break this into some smaller subset and deliver it? Happy with other developers viewpoint as well.
I'm fine with the suggestion, Amit.
Thanks, Selvi.
Okay, so let's do the estimations, and then we can see what is the team capacity for the next sprint and how many story points we need to achieve, or we can achieve in the coming sprint. Okay, so let's, I hope everyone is okay, correct? Or we need to have some sort of other requirement discussion as well? Or we can go to the estimation part?
Yeah, I think we can progress.
Clear from my side as well. Good job.
Okay, so we are going to use fit of 5. Okay, so as I will be saying get, set, go, everyone is going to come up with some story points. So we are going to use a Fibonacci series. Okay. So get, set, go. Okay, so just to count again, Amit is with 8 story points, Sunan is with 5, Salvi is with 8, Nitin is with 5, and Prem Sagar is with 5. Okay, so it's really good we have a different story point, so we can again come up why there is a difference actually. Okay, so let's start with Salvi actually. Yeah, up to you.
Yeah, the story, I feel there are no much dependencies. We have identified those dependencies, and we are pretty much sure that it won't create a problem for resolution before we start the actual planning phase. So I feel dependency wise, we are pretty much clear, and we are unable to see any complexities involved in that. It's pretty much a very clear story where we don't have any uncertainties. And we are not seeing any risk as well. So the amount of work side, it is required that we are fine with proceeding with this information of one story point. This is a call from my side.
Amit?
My thinking is quite different what Selvi has thought about. However, I respect her opinion, because since this is the one of the page where users are entering their user ID and a password, it means that it is a login page, and it could be or as a landing page itself at a home page, home screen. So the UI part is also very important for a look and feel. Then the coding parts, then the authentication part, and a backend where the passwords will get stored or the token will get stored. So I think at a surface level, whatever it looks like, beneath it there is a lot of the work which we need to do it. So hence that, with that considerations, I think so that it is a large chunk of the work in terms of the complexity and other component which we need to develop into. Hence I I stay with my 80 story point.
Okay, and what about Prem Sagar? You also said 8 points.
I came up with 5.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so yeah.
So
please.
yeah, the thing is, as I'm adding few points with this Selvi, she told that it's not complex and it's not having any dependency. So once the things are finalized, it will be very easy for us to test and share our results. That's the only thing I'm just posting up. It's nothing complex work for us, since it's an existing one. We can make it as soon as possible from our end.
Okay, so Salvi, the points which Amit has come up with, so what do you suggest on that? What is your viewpoint?
Yeah, I just want to revisit on the story points whatever I have shared, Gunjan. First of all, thanks Amit, because you clarified so many technical details to me which actually I have not thought about, because I was thinking the complexity and there is no non-functional requirement, it should be very simple, but after listening to Amit I got some different overview. So I just want to re-estimate on the statement whatever I have made, and I am with 8 story points now, Gunjan.
Okay, good. Actually, so we are to a final point. I think everyone is good with that. Good. Okay, so coming back to the requirements, like what are the dependencies which we have, like the security access and the service ticket, okay, the security code which we need to do. So I will be working with the PO and we will be creating a story, which will be again a 0-point story. And I will be asking the team to create some subtasks, and I will be working with the network team to come up with the challenges. So once that is being done, then ideally we can pull the stories also in the next sprint as per the requirement or the current velocity which we will be using up.
Okay, so are we going to do the revoting or?
Yeah, so yeah, again, like let's do the revoting. Okay, so get, set, go. So looks like we have a happy team actually. Thank you guys, thank you. So I think we are done. So from the product owner side, you have anything?
No, it's good to see that we have agreed on an estimation, and I'll be happy when I'll see this live and our stakeholders with a happy faces. Then definitely, yeah, we are good for that. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are done for the first story.
Okay, so let's quickly check some of the questions.
Sunan, before moving to the question, shall we conclude on whatever we learned from the first use case?
Yes.
So, as we have seen this first use case, you all would have seen, we have made this words like testers effort were not considered as part of estimation. This is the same question even Sunand also was picking from our chat. Because always there is one team, that is development team, for whom the whole effort should be considered, and there should not be any category like testers, developers. This is what we want to first of all make it a kind of role play, just to share the information that there is no concept of separating the team members in the category of development, in the category of testing. It should be everyone's effort should be considered. So a few things, a few anti-patterns also which had occurred. One is this, and another one is like there are some questions we were putting related to the priority and timeline related information. Actually, other than Scrum Master, no one can actually plan for the sprint, and without the capacity, we cannot come up with the things that what we will be able to deliver for that particular sprint. So the priority can be set by the PO. But again, after the refinement, the stories will be in the refined state with estimation values in the backlog. And once the sprint planning day comes, the Scrum Master will be already having the capacity planned for that particular sprint for the particular team, and they will be able to pick up the first set of priority items what has been set by the PO and push it to the sprint backlog. So until and unless these many activities are not done, maybe PO always has a priority set for their backlog item, but it is again depends on all these factors, whether you have the team with that much of capacity, whether it is completely refined, whether all the dependencies. Now in this team, for example, we have raised a couple of dependencies, and already the Scrum Master has told that the dependencies will be created in the current sprint backlog as a placeholder item, which is a user story of 0 story points, and the relevant task, whatever the tickets that he or she will be working, will be taken care as part of that story, and which will be taken for closure. So until and unless all these things are not taken care, we cannot actually think of picking up that user story in the upcoming sprint. So these all are the things I just want to conclude from this story, from this use case, whatever we have taken. Over to you, Sunant. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good. Okay, let's move on to, I think, the second one, and we'll take everything in the last, I guess.
Over to you, Nitin.
Yeah, hi guys, Nitin this side. So I'm represent the use case 2, where is a technical depth. So in this user story, we have to refactor our code in which we did in the past few sprint. So we have to refactor our code with respect to search criteria. So here in this search criteria, we have to change our logic so that we can display our search result within 10-second time frame, and we have to work on the export thing. So there is, because in earlier sprint, developer did some work where they fixed the particular issue with workaround. So now we have to refactor all the code. So first we'll start with search criteria. So this is the overall user story. So basically is related to technical depth. So our PO will explain more on this. So over to PO.
Yeah,
Hi.
sure. Carry on, Amit, carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amit, please.
So thanks, Nitin. So hey team, before coming into this call together, it was not a good time which we spent along with Nitin, because we had a lot of discussions going on around that. Should we take it as a spike or a technical debt? So here I would like to give you the background all about it. So what has happened is that certainly when our stakeholders complains about the performance issues, then the ops team deep dive into it, and they also generated some of the logs and investigated it, and they also found that the loading of the page is more than 10 seconds. It's approximately coming as around 18 to 20 seconds around. That's why the page is lagging. And whenever the data is getting uploaded, right, it is taking too much of time, and in between of that, the system is also intermittently timed out, which is not as per the standard. As per the standard, it should be around of the 25 second. So all these issues which they have highlighted, it seems that it's giving through the code stabilizations as a root cause. So hence, I want your approach, or I want your view on this with an open mind, that what could be the issues, how you would like to, come up with the solutions. But on the time frame, I'm very clear along with the PO, or even I'm also, in line with our PO, that by next sprint, this needs to be prioritized, guys. This needs to be implemented. So over to you, a team, for your discussions, or just give me your suggestions.
Yeah, and sorry team. So sorry for interruption. So before understanding or start discussion, I want to mention few points here. So you have to measure this story with respect to few points. So one is whether this user story is well defined or not. You have to measure in this way. And second point is acceptance criteria is proper there or not. And third point is what type of data you require to start this work. So you have to measure or discuss majorly on these 3 points only. So over to you, team. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hey guys, sorry, I'm just a fresher. Just joined this team recently. Can someone tell me what is this lazy loading concept?
So why can't this can be answered by one of the developer, the senior developer, and help our one of the new team members who would like to take it up?
Prem here. Let me take it off. Sumant, I'll be explaining you in offline in detail, and I'll be asking you to work on this code as well. Since you will be getting some exposure. Since we are in a call, we have to spend some time here with the PO and the other team members.
But if I not understand how I will estimate it.
I can help actually. It will take hardly a minute, maybe. Then the Prem Sagar can take it on the further node, okay, later on. So the lazy loading is something like where the page is loading for a long time actually, and the customer has to wait hardly. So just to overcome with that issue, we are planning to get something else where the loading will be taking less time, and it's not the waiting time where the customer is just looking for the records to be showing up.
So guys, is it okay like if Scrum Master will explain me all these things? I was expecting my technical lead or maybe my architect will explain me this. I'm feeling little insecure over here.
I am from testing actually.
Yeah, good. Please go ahead. Yeah.
So since Prem is able to answer it, Sunan, what we can do is that since with this agenda we have to do the estimations. but like the overall this lazy loading is something to do about how the page should start displaying the contents and all. So concerning the agenda, and we have to do and arrive at some kind of the approach and a solution in this time box. Can we take it offline, Sunand? And I'm promising you, if you're not getting a sufficient satisfactory answer, please reach out to me. I'll be myself blocking some time with you, and will explain to you in a details. Is that fine,
Okay.
Sunand?
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Sunand.
Yeah.
Amit, I have few questions because you explained these points we are doing the refactoring on the search and the export. But I feel there are certain analysis we need to do, and we won't be in a position to estimate it because lazy loading concept, because now we have pagination. How are we moving from pagination to lazy loading? Whether our current technical stack of the application, will it allow it to do? And the next one is the export data should happen within 25 seconds. That's one more ask that we have. So right now we need to get the logs from testing team and understand what is the exact time that is taking. I think without analysis of all this information and understanding what can be the best solution, I think it should not be taken as a technical depth from our side. Why can't we pick it as a spike? And if you give some kind of guidance to me, and Prem can also help me out with what can be taken care from technical side, from development side, and I can give the spike outcome and then we can proceed. Will that be a good option?
Yeah, I'm fine with these options, Selvi, but like I would like to hear some of the approach from a Prem before we conclude this, because it seems so that currently we do not have a very concise answer how to implement this, and what would be the best suitable method to having these solutions on the ground. So let's hear from Prem, and then we will conclude it. Selvi, is that fine?
Yeah, sure, Amit. Yeah, that will really help. Yeah.
Okay, before we proceed, I want to know what is the existing system and how it is working. Can testing team look on that and share their inputs so that we can decide what can be done?
Okay, so currently somewhere around 20 to 25 seconds waiting actually, and due to this we need to this is the time in which the data is loading actually. Okay, so ideally from the customer point of view it's a long time, and they do not want this time to be a lot actually.
Then we'll be looking in the code and we'll see how this can be moved to a separate module, or we'll be doing some sort of analysis. Then what can be done, we'll be deciding. Is that fine for you, Sylvie?
Yes, Prem, that will really help. Yeah, we can pick it as a spike and we can do all this analysis. And I will definitely take some support from Gunjan for taking out these open points, whatever we have, because he will be able to support from the current staging environment, which is mimic of the production environment, whatever we have. So we can pull out the logs from there.
I will also, second my developer, because the kind of the technical analysis which needs to be available, which we do not have, Nitin. So I think we should be considerate about the, spike. This I have told you offline also, but since you are, you are pushing to take it as a technical depth, and I promise that we will hear back from the developer viewpoint before we conclude. And it seems so. Moreover, we as a team, we are finding it to take it as a spike so that we can do some kind of the experiment and analysis, and then we can proceed ahead. Hope that approach will find to you, Nitin.
Yeah, definitely, because if we are means requirement is not very much clear, so we have to work on this user story or epic. So we have to finalize what type of requirement we need to cover all the acceptance criteria. So definitely, yes, Amit, as you mentioned, we have to work together. And meantime, Gunjan provide all the detail to development team or to you. So on the basis of those information, we'll finalize the acceptance criteria. So currently this is not a workable user story. So we'll move next user story. Yeah.
Thanks, Nitin, for understanding it. Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
So what's the duration of this spike?
Scrum.
What will be the duration of this spike?
Scrum
Is it
Master
2
would like
weeks?
to take. As a, being
I didn't get you.
Yeah, go ahead, Nitin.
Yeah, Amit, please go ahead. Yeah.
So being a, Scrum team, what we have followed, Sunand, in the past is that we take as a spike of 2 days in one sprint. This is what a wall of reference or, in the past, this is the one of the pattern which we have followed.
Okay, so we spend 2 days on this particular requirement, and then we come up with some solution A, solution B, and then we are going to present that solution to our business stakeholder, and then they will choose, and based on that we will create our user story, right?
Right. So we have, before starting work on this user story, we have to finalize the prerequisite work. So once it's done, we'll finalize acceptance criteria for this.
Okay.
So any question, thought on this?
So basically this is not a user story, it's more like a spike, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's what we are concluding it, yeah.
In the last. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Selvi, you want to conclude this?
Yeah. So thanks everyone. So the team that converted initially with the use case here, what we wanted to demonstrate is the technical team. They have seen some kind of issues coming up quite often from the production, and they want to refactor that particular area like search and export to enhance the productivity. And they don't want to get into a trouble from the production system. So already what testing team is doing, they are trying to mimic a similar environment and creating logs when the issues are coming. So already the architect has gone through some level of analysis and trying to come up with certain solutions that can be implemented. But the catch is a team is not much aware of the analysis yet, and still there is some more analysis which is pending. Like what is the current thing that is being used in the display of results area is the pagination concept, where first time there will be 10 records which will be displayed, and when you click on the next page it will be going on. But now there is an ask like, why can't we implement lazy loading concept? So like a fresher, like a person who joined in the team that Sunand has talked about, a fresher, so that person has no much idea still, and why we are doing that concept, and what is existing, and why we are first of all selecting lazy loading, why can't other options. So these all things are still open. So we have some couple of options in our hand, and we need to first decide on what option we are going to pick it up, and we need to get certain questions answered for the betterment of the analysis as well. So whenever there are some kind of options available in your hand and you need to pick up from the option, and you are unable to decide on a fly and you need some time to analyze and pick the option, you will always go for a spike. So spikes will be always with uncertainties, and it will be always in need of some clarification. It will not have a clarity where you will be able to estimate and go for the implementation. It will be something like an open point where you will be unable to estimate it because of the uncertainties it holds. So you will be just in a position to analyze it and come with a spike outcome. That's all. So right now here from pagination, we have one concept of lazy loading. We may actually during the phase of doing the spike, we may come up with one more option which may fit better for the technology stack, whatever we hold. So that will be also given as a outcome at the end of the spike, which will be called as a spike outcome document, which will be shared to the team again and the stakeholders and the business people, and to explain them that this is the analysis that we have done. And with the spike outcome, whatever we have captured, the upcoming sprint or the future sprints, we will be creating one user story and we will try to implement it with this kind of option what we have came up with. And one more catch is the spikes, it's not required always it should give some positive outcome. It can also be a negative outcome. Like two options you have, it is not necessary the two options may work. During the spike time, you are able to understand and see that both the options have some flaws and you are unable to proceed with both the options. still it's okay. You have a document, you will attach the document as part of the spike, and you will say that the spike is done and we cannot pick up any user story further to make this as an implementation item. So that is also possible. So the key conclusion points from here is, when we need to pick up the spike, when we have uncertainties and when we cannot estimate, when we have a lot of questions, and when we are in a position to decide on certain factors, we will go for a spike. And as it has already uncertainties, we cannot be in a position to estimate it. So spikes generally, it depends on the team and the organization where you work. You will set a kind of reference that something like 2 days you will spend for the spike, because as it has a lot of open points and uncertainties, we cannot make it also open like with estimation. We can keep on working on the spike. It cannot be that way. So we will fix it like 2 days. You take the time, entire time, come up with the conclusion. If 2 days, whatever you are achieving, that is the spike outcome. So we cannot extend the time much more than the 2 days to work on the spike. Okay, so these all are the things we just wanted to come up with this part of use case. So spikes cannot be estimated because of the uncertainties it holds. Okay, thanks, Sunant. Over to you. And thank you so much, team.
Yeah, thanks everyone. So yeah, thanks again, Salvi, to sum up in a very nice way. Okay, so let's see a couple of queries. We have a lot of queries over here. And guys, whatever you see, right? So we intentionally goof off a couple of things. We intentionally come up with a lot of queries, which is a little bit navy also, just to showcase you guys that our intention over here is like how you can handle in this kind of scenario. If you are a scrum master or a team member, what is your role and responsibility? So that's the intent, because I can see a couple of remarks in our chat. So the intention is a little bit different over here. Yeah, let me quickly take a couple of queries if it makes sense, and we'll see if we can answer them. Okay, so I think Bala is joined from outside. He's asking, NFR's team also can contribute. Yes, it's not sole responsibility of PO. Of course, anyone can contribute a non-functional requirement, because if you are working as a developer or I mean any other team member, you are working more closely to the code or to the functionality, right? So it's everyone contribution. It's not only the PO is the or the architect is the one who, it can be from anyone, right? But yeah, it's always good to go and check with the business, like, okay, this is what we have identified. Do you want this to be included in whatever the requirement which you have given to us, right? Because maybe their priorities might be different. Yeah, there are the set of the perception which they have with respect to that requirement might be different. So it's always good to come up with this sort of discoveries. Yeah, anyone wants to add anything, Selvi, in this? The question is, NFR team also can contribute. It's not sole responsibility of PO. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. I have a small thing about this.
Yeah, can you put your name?
Yeah, Naveen.
Yeah, Naveen, and your webcam is not there.
Yeah, sure. I'll switch on that. Yeah, so basically NFR, there are two ways to deal, right? So first of all, it can be added in the product backlog. Either way, it can be added in the DOD as well, right?
See, again, it's depend what NFR we are talking about. Okay, so maybe if something, for example, again, it varies from team to team and project to project. For example, I have some kind of requirement. Just take an example from this, that all my report should run within, let's say, 10 seconds of time, or the web page refresh should be, let's say, 3 seconds. Okay, if we are working on some web page, right? So it's going to be applicable for everything, right? Within the whatever the similar kind of user story we are going to pick. So obviously it will be part of definition of done. But it's something very peculiar, very specific, right? Then it has to be mentioned in your user story. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So let's go to the second query. Creating user to access this page is part of this story, question mark. Manoj, what is this query? Creating user to access this page is part of this story. Yes, no, I think Nitin has given as no. Yeah, so this is just an example. There might be n number of things, which we might have missed in this particular scenario, right? So yeah, there are n number of questions which we should ask. The idea is like ask some questions which you feel really make relevant to this particular user story or the requirement which is given to you. So ask as many questions as possible to your PO. Verify. Never go with any assumption that this will be there or this might will happen, because I have done something similar in the past. So it will be there. Do not assume anything. Clarify always. Rephrase your understanding always, right? Never assume anything. If there is something in your ear, just speak out. Do not assume anything. Okay, everything should be written over there in the user story. Okay, it should be, that's what, never be in doubt. I think the user and the password might have created already before in other story. Yeah, we have no idea whether that's the case or not, but yes, it's a
yeah, actually, Sunand, as per my understanding, he wanted to ask means you where from where we can create the user. So this should be a separate story, or under this user story we have to cover this scenario. So user creation thing is included in this story or not? That's why. So I
think we have missed this important question. I think we all have missed this. We should have asked this, but good, like Manoj have asked. So yeah,
that
PO has to answer
this. PO, yes, over to PO.
So it's not me and you who can answer, right? It's a PO responsibility. He will chip in and he will clarify all these doubts, right? So
Lalit.
So you want me to clarify? Yeah. So
no, that's okay. That's okay. We're just kidding. Nothing else. Yeah. So the questions are right. It's just like the idea is like to whom we should approach with this kind of questions, and the intent is like, okay, PO should be there. He should be in right position to tell you, and this is like very common sense. It makes sense, right? So if someone has missed something, please highlight. That's the idea. Please highlight, because maybe don't feel like you are a fresher or junior, or because might be those 10 people are busy with other different things, right? Maybe this thing's a small thing, but it might slip, or maybe they know that it's already there, but that not to be the case, right? So always good to go and verify, okay, whatever is there. Okay, interesting. And most asked question, what will tester do when develop is going on? Yes, can someone help me with this?
I can help on this. So when the story is created by the product owner, so development testing team is going to create the test cases actually. So it will be in the any sort of testing tool like test link or any other sort, and they are going to create the automation scripts as well. Okay, so the script will be prepared, the requirement will be scattered by them, it will be written in the test trail. So once the story is already there and the development task is done, then they can pull the data, they can understand, they can run it, they can test it, and again we already have prepared the blueprint of those test cases in the automation, so we can just implement it over there actually.
Okay, anyone wants to add anything? Selvi or anyone else? Good, thanks, Gunjan. Yeah, Selvi.
Generally, once the sprint starts, the first 2 to 3 days, the developers will be very busy with their design and starting the work in the development. But that time, testers will be actually concentrating on the test cases, as Gunjan rightly mentioned. So the test cases will be shared for the review. For example, test cases will be written against the acceptance criteria what PO has shared in the user story. So acceptance criteria will say what is the need of that, what is the confirmation part that I am expecting from that user story. It won't say how you will be testing, what is the test set you need to have, what will be the test data you need to prepare. There won't be any other information. So now it is testers' call to come up with all those use cases, create the happy path scenarios and the negative use cases, everything, and come up with the test case set and share the test cases for the review for the entire team. So that while preparing the code, some of the test cases also will be taken care by the developers during the course of their development, so that we are covering. It is like a kind of like review is also a part of static testing, right? So it will be also helpful in the way that you, when you are reviewing, you will automatically get some kind of use cases which are going to be helping you in your development also. So once after that, there is a very good practice that what most of the Scrum team should follow is you should get some intermediate build. You should share your intermediate build, and you can also share your design part. Like, it's not necessary you will have all the things ready and call your tester, hey, like this is the build, you do testing. No, you can also share whatever the bits and pieces that you are doing, because this person is also part of your team, and you can also take his or her support during the course of your development phase. So you can very well share your design. This is what I'm preparing, so that they will have an early offline review and say like, hey, I think there is a loophole on this, maybe this will fail in this particular scenario, are you covering up this use case? So like that, you will get some kind of comments and some kind of suggestions from your tester. And this intermediate build concept is really a good one, because you no need to push your entire things getting delivered on the 8th or 9th day of the sprint and then getting the feedback. It is always good that bits and pieces you start sharing. If you have an API ready, please give that information, whatever the parameters they need to pass and all those information, so that they will be able to do a quick check with the postman and say like how it is working. And when you are having the layout of the screen, just show it to them that this is what I'm going to say. Then they will say, like, for example, there is a mandatory field that needs to be checked, and then you need to enable the button. Those things and all, they will be able to capture and give it to you the heads up in a very early stage rather than giving it at the end. So it is all about the best practices that a team should hold, so that you will be able to effectively use everyone's time in the team. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Selvi, for this detailed explanation. Okay, so now next query is, what do you mean by one story point in terms of size, time, complexity, uncertainty, or including everything? Bala, right?
Yes, Sunil.
Hi, Bala. So what do you think about this? Tell us your thought process first.
Yes, Sunil. Actually, I have gone through the previous recording also. So yeah, it includes everything. So if you are telling one story point means, yeah, it includes maybe a simple one to implement in terms of complexity.
So to answer this, this one story points varies from team to team. My one story point is going to equal to your one story point. Maybe for me, one story point effort, I'm just mentioning the term effort. I'm not going into infant for the complexity or uncertainty. But yeah, everyone should have their wall of reference. And when we say wall of reference, it's hard for me to explain everything over here. But when we say wall of reference, it consists of all these things. It should be like a reference where you can go and check whether this particular user story lies between which story points and all. So to short answer is like one story you cannot say that it's one story point equal to 8 hours one and all those things. It varies from team to team, individual project to project. So, and you have already sum up that it's one story point not equal to effort, as many of the people still feel that one story point equal to 8. That's absolutely wrong. So story point consists of, as you mentioned, about the size, time, complexity, dependencies, risk, all those things should be factored into story point. Yeah.
And my doubt is like, so when we are giving that number, so are we going to get clarity on, okay, one story point means in terms of complexity is less, or in terms of dependency it is more? Are we going to also discuss those factors coming up with that final story
Yes.
point?
So if we have some doubt, so for example, I'm the fresher, maybe I'm not used to all those terminology, because these people are already the way we done the role play, right? So the good thing is someone might show me that just check this wall of reference where you can undergo that. Okay, we have already jotted down that, okay, login functionality, it's simple for us as a team, because we already have gone through so many times in the past. So for us, maybe something will come, something similar. It will be very easy. It may be 3 story point for us. Okay, based on the complexity, the experience which we have, the effort which we are going to put, right? That is always there the case. That's the reason it's a wall of reference. You can always go back and check if something is new is coming that is entirely different. You can always update that over the period of time. It's not a rigid document, right? So you got your answer, Malu?
Yes, Suran. And one more thing is, when we include stakeholders in these meetings, obviously they will generally immediately jump into that question, okay, how much time it may take. So how to avoid time factor
just now I think
from
just now I think Selvia mentioned this in detail, like right? So timelines, we cannot commit on timelines until unless the user stories has been refined properly and based. So how you will commit, right? If you know that, okay, your half of the team will be go on your Diwali vacation or Christmas vacation, right? We cannot able to commit, right? Until unless you will as a Scrum Master will do your capacity planning, then team will do the commitment that, yeah, let's take this as a sprint goal for next sprint and let's commit to this particular sprint goal, right? Then only you can say and go and tell. But yeah, on a higher level, based on your past experience with your past velocity, you can just give some high level of understanding, but you cannot commit anything. And that's the reason it's an estimation, right?
Yeah, but here I heard product owner saying that, okay, I want this after the sprint.
That's an
Sprint
anti-pattern.
means 2 weeks.
That's an anti-pattern,
Okay.
Bala. That's
Okay.
anti-pattern. Intentionally, that guy is asking, I want this next week. So as a Scrum Master, he or she should go and tell product owner, educate product owner, mentor product owner that it should not be the case. So whatever you have seen is more like a anti-pattern sort of thing which we have played intentionally. As a Scrum Master, you should educate him or her that we cannot commit anything just now in the refinement. Let's come up with the planning session, and maybe there only we can give some kind of commitment, right?
Sure. Yeah. If depends on the team's input, if they couldn't able to deliver at the end of sprint, they can split it into
then how we
multiple
can
stories.
right? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. So is it possible to have an orphan story not linked to any feature? Wow. What is this question, Amya? Can you give us some example? What is orphan story? Amya, you there left?
Amit.
Yeah, hi. Actually, I was talking on mute. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sunand, I actually, in the first use case, there was a requirement for that login, but I wanted to understand, was there a feature for that, or it was just a plain story for that? So wanted to ask that, is it possible to have a like standalone stories?
So see, there is nothing wrong in that. Like we can have a stand-alone stories, but I'm not able to think of any. There are, I have seen, but I'm not able to recall any specific example. But to answer that, yes, we can have a stand-alone, but very specific.
Okay.
I've not seen honestly, but higher level, obviously, all those user stories should be attached to some feature or an epic or something like that.
Okay.
Selvi, you think of any example where we have a stand-alone user story?
Even I am
Anyone?
also not getting any example as such. But
anyone else?
One thing I can only think of that by mistake that the people would have forgotten the link.
No, nothing like by mistake.
No.
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah. So there are conditions, but then I'm not able to recall just on the fly right now.
Okay, so it's kind of, I mean, mandatory that a feature has to be there.
Yes,
and,
even if you pull it in any tool, it will ask for that.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah, but you can have a story. So if you go to JIRA or somewhere, right, you can create a user story without any epic. That's not a problem. It will allow you, but ideally it should be part of some bigger picture. Okay, Saman, right? How about the reference user story? The point. How about the Scrum Master having a general agreement with the team about their understanding of the 1-point story to reference? What is this question? We have discussed this. If there are new estimations beyond. Saman, you there? Can you explain this? What is this question?
Hi, Sunan. Yeah, I actually joined in late. So I think with what you've been explaining all through, I think you've actually done that. My thing was that because you said there is actually someone in the team that is actually new, and they're kind of doing estimation. So I was like, does the person have the clarity about what they're actually referencing the story in terms of estimation to? Like if somebody's joining the team and the way the estimation was going, everybody was estimating. I was of the opinion that the person has to have a clear understanding.
So normally what I'll do when someone new join my team, Obviously, I'm going to give him whatever the best practices which we are using in our team, and it can be anything. There are many, like, right? But one of this is this estimation part, because that's most complex thing, honestly, for someone who is just joining new. So he will sometimes feel left out, and it's a very practical scenario because he's not aware about what you guys are talking and PO is talking, or and senior folks are talking, right? And you can see, right, these people have just shut me, right? So because I'm just a fresher and they just told me like, okay, we'll take it offline, because these people already know. But as a fresher, I am not aware about what these people are talking about. I mean, it can be any requirement, right? Maybe for them it's pretty easy, right? So if I'll be the Scrum Master, I will tell like day one or whenever we have this KT session, that this is our wall of reference. This is how we have come up with this 1 story point or 3 story point and 5 story points. Spend some time on that, come up with your queries, because until unless you will be clear on that part, you will not going to give an estimate, right? And if someone has mentioned, right, that we are thinking to give you that user story to work on. Now the icing of cake is I am not even able to estimate this user story, and I have to work on that user story, right? And then people are giving some kind of commitment that it's a 8 story points or a 13 story point, right? But I'm not there, right? So that's the thing. So yeah, it will be little challenging in the beginning when new team members are joining, but that's where the role of Scrum Master came into picture, to help them, guide them, yeah, mentor them in a right direction.
Thank you, Sunil.
Yeah. Rashmi, okay, I'm not, okay. Bala, okay. So outcome of the spike is only a documentation or implementation of the requirement given there. So the question is, I think by Bala. I think Bala, Sylvie already answered that. And on this, like outcome of that spike is only a document or implementation of requirement given there. So based on that output only we can decide, right, whether we are going to implement this requirement or not. As mentioned by Selvi, right, that it might be the situation that you might have come up with 2 approaches, but those 2 are not feasible, right? So you're not going to implement anything out of it. Doesn't mean that your time is wasted. You already implemented your efforts, and you have learned something out of it, right? So maybe this learning will be useful for you in the future or any upcoming projects or similar sort of projects, right? This is like in a way, it's kind of investment which you have done on your team, right? So that's the spike part. Okay, I think we are done. Anyone has anything else? I hope you guys
Yes,
have learned
actually,
something today. Yeah, please
yeah,
mention your name.
actually, Balaganesh here, Sunan.
I'm not able
Can
to
you
see
hear me?
you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, yeah. So I turned on my camera. I'm not sure why you are not able to see. Yeah, my question is like, actually, it was everything is mentioned, right? So if I search, it should less than 10 seconds. Okay, if you export, it should be greater than 25 seconds, something like that. So you should do it this particular concept, and you need to do that code refactoring. So if that many clarity is already required, then how come it can be categorized as spike? Generally, if you do spike, then the outcome you can mention, okay, it can be feasible
Yeah,
to
so
for
this
me
is
to
just
do this.
to disguise you to all of you. Okay, I think you not heard Sylvie properly what she has mentioned. What she has mentioned is like, these people are still not clear on that part, that lazy part, whether this will be the only approach or they might have different more approaches. Okay, so that is not the clarity till now in this requirement. So they want to explore that thing. So the moment you have something to explore, the moment you will have something, to spend some time investment, then we require the spike. Another important thing is, sometimes I have seen this anti pattern that people just take that spike for 2 weeks or 1 week. That should not be the case. Okay, otherwise there is no purpose of spike, as mentioned by Sylvie, right? Spike should be short. As the name suggests, it's a spike. So you have a normal your sprint and then a small spike, and this like this. You have seen the heartbeat, right? That's a small spike. So spend some less amount of your efforts, maybe 2 hours or 4 hours or 6 hours or 8 hours. It should be defined in your definition of ready or wall of reference somewhere, that how much time you are going to spend, and then stop it, hard stop. Whatever you have discovered by that 8 hours or 16 hours of efforts, the showcase to your stakeholder that this is the outcome. And because if we continue dragging it, then it's not no longer be a spike, right? Then it's something which I think technical architect or someone has to deep dive into it, because for developer is spending 2 weeks in one spike doesn't make sense. Then he's not doing a actual development, right? And we are doing our capacity planning for the actual development, not for this sort of thing. That is more on a BA part or a PO part or a architect part, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I think this time we have finished on time, 10 minutes more, but yeah, I think we are on time. So I hope like you guys have learned something new today, I hope. And yeah, anyone want to share anything or?
Yeah, Sunil, can I say something?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, this is more or less like a question. I was actually talking with someone, a Scrum Master too, and he actually came up with something, and I've not, to me, though I've not actually witnessed that before. So I'm just trying to like ask if anybody here has actually. He said in his team they have this warranty user story. So he said the warranty user story is basically if they actually do something and that thing is actually deployed to production, and probably they have like 30 days or 90 to 60 days thereabout. And if there's anything within the production after it's actually been deployed, so what the team actually does is they actually get that fixed, and that's what they call warranty user story. And they don't estimate for it. It's just within their working agreement. So to me, I've not heard that before, and it's kind of new to me. So I had the intention of asking people that actually probably get more experience if they've actually worked with anything like warranty user story. I've not heard it before.
I'm not sure whether I understood it fully. Anyone can rephrase this for me, Selvi or
okay. Let me try and be simpler. Yeah, I said I heard something from a fellow Scrum Master.
Yeah.
He said in his team, they have this user story they call warranty user story. Warranty user story.
Warranty user story.
Yes.
Okay.
So he said what that warranty user story means is that if they have anything deployed to production, if they've actually worked on any particular user story and it's been released to production, and during 30 to 60 days that it's been released to production, if anything happened to it, so they call that where they have a user story coming up with, which they call warranty user story. And that warranty user story, they don't estimate it. Where to me, I believe if everything is released to production, probably there's a bug, right? You have to write something for it, and it has to be estimated, and it has to kind of be prioritized, right? But this is more or less of an experienced Scrum Master telling me this, and I'm not.
Okay, I got your answer now. I got a question. Okay, let me answer this. So Simon, I cannot comment what is your fellow Scrum Master is telling you, but I can tell from my experience. Okay, so when we are putting anything to the production, right? Yeah. So I mean, obviously, we can expect some kind of bug, and obviously, those bugs should be of highest priority and severity, because it may going to impact your production box, and it can do anything, right? So sometimes all the stakeholders are jump at that time onto us, and we have to fix it, right? Now, what will happen to our normal sprint, which we already have planned, and which our team is already working on, right? This is why I keep on telling to all my fellow Scrum Masters that whenever we do our capacity planning, right, first of all, we will always pull user story, maybe 70% of the capacity or 60% of the capacity or 80% of the capacity based on my experience of my team. If my team is relatively new, I will just pull 60% or 70% of the capacity user story. So let's say even though I'm able to finish 100 users points, right? Still, I will just pull 60 or 70, not more than that. And I will keep this buffer 20% or 30% for all these unforeseen kind of conditions. Just forget about the normal risk. Normally also we will get some production incident here and there, and someone will pull us into that thing, right? Or maybe we have developed something 3 months back or 6 months back, right? And now something is weird happened in the production, right? So we have to fix that urgently, right? So that's the reason if you might have seen that when we prioritize, right, we have something called must have, should have, could have kind of prioritization technique, right? It can be anything like, okay, so the idea is we will put, let's say, 60 to 70% of must kind of user story into a given sprint, and then should have, and then only could have. So could have is like good to have. If we have nothing, production issues, nothing like that, we can continue working with those user story. But if something like this will come up, right, production issues or something, then we have that team member extra capacity with us, and they can start working on those production issues, right? And I will also suggest we should also identify in the beginning itself that if you already know that, okay, something happened in the past, we should identify in our planning itself that, okay, maybe one senior guy who already have experience with this kind of thing, and his capacity will always be half or 70%, because most of the time the senior folk, and that is always there in all the teams, right? Some senior guy will be there, so his capacity always take like 70% or 60%, I would say, because most of the time either he's helping other team members, right? That should be also counted into his effort. And then certainly something like this happens, some production incident will come, right? So I cannot give that production incident to some junior fellow who just joined to my team, right? That guy should be able to handle that kind of pressure, right? That urgency, right? He should understand the functionality, the technical details, and all those things, right? And I cannot put all my team members into that production incident at the same time, right? So we should have all these things should be well planned in advance, that okay, if something will happen, this is the senior folk who is going to pick this. If he requires some kind of help, yeah, the other guy, the B person should whoever is working on that user story, he will park that, and then he will continue working with the other guy if required, right? That sort of planning we should do in our planning session. Yeah, and that warranty thing is again, I mean, nothing like is obviously there in all the software. We have this warranty of 30 days or 60 days. Obviously we have to fix. After that, that is not our problem. That will be then come under different altogether production support bucket. But if we are putting something to the production, yeah, obviously it will come back to us in next 30 days or 60 days. It again varies from company to company and team to team. You got your answer, Simon?
Thank you, Sunal. Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, guys. Good. Okay. Thanks, everyone, and have a nice long weekend.
Thank you. Thank for the session.
Yeah, thank you, Sunal.
Vivek has done with his dinner, huh? Vivek? By the time you have eaten your dinner, huh?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
In this video, I'm going to share each and everything that you need to pass for the PMP exam. Now, this video is a collection of multiple videos. First, you will have a journey of stakeholder communication, team, and then journey of people, journey of agile, risk, quality, procurement, work performance data, scope, schedule, cost, change request, business environment, then people, process, all these journeys videos for you to understand each and everything that you need to know for PMP. Once all these videos are done, then I have a video that is how to fill PMP application. And then the most important video, PMP in 2 hours. And of course, the first video will be giving you overview of PMP. So the first video will be overview, then the all journey videos topic, and then at the end with the application, how to fill your application, I'll have a video that's a very important PMP in 2 hours. If you follow these videos, take notes. I am 100% sure you will be able to clear PMP exam at your own. I have also made a long video of how to solve PMP question that is 7.5 hours. I'll put a link of that video here. So after watching this video, you can also watch that and solve your question. If you get these two things, I'm sure this can help you a lot in your PMP journey. Now enjoy watching this video. In this video, I will try to give flow of PMP, how things passed, what are the things you must know, and how to identify where you are in the journey of PMP. So let's see how we work on that. The first thing in the journey of PMP is basically you get a project charter at your hand. Now this is an important thing to understand. Whatever has happened before project charter, right? We have made business case, benefit management plan, okay, and before that need assessment. These things are before the project charter, and although project manager may be responsible within that, they are not the responsibility of the project manager. The project manager is actually assigned at the project charter area, so his key responsibility starts with the project charter. Once the project charter is officialized, project manager is selected, sponsor is selected, project is selected, and all the detailed high-level information is in the project charter. With the project charter, assumption log is created. Now, this is very important thing to understand. These three documents are the fixed document. Project manager cannot change that. Change control board or change request cannot update these three documents. But assumption log is just a document that can be updated anytime throughout the project. So that's assumption log. As soon as this is done, the project manager start sharing the project charter with the identified stakeholders, and we start making stakeholder register. This is the first step. Charter is approved, share with the key stakeholder, start making stakeholder register. A very, very important thing to do. Once you identify all the stakeholders, I'm not going to go into details how you identify, like using documents, charter, plans, SWOT analysis, things like that. For that, you can watch the detailed journeys of each topic. But you identify the stakeholder in the stakeholder register, you categorize them to power, interest, salience model, stakeholder cube, uppers, downwards, sideways, all things. Once you have done that, then you make stakeholder engagement matrix. Stakeholder engagement matrix. Once you have made the stakeholder engagement matrix, the next thing, understanding the current engagement level of stakeholder and the desired engagement level of stakeholder. The next thing is basically making a stakeholder engagement plan. So in my opinion, stakeholder engagement plan is the first thing that you do. Acha, one more thing, if I put initiation ends here. This is the initiation domain. If I also can give in the form of process group, initiation ends here. Once you make stakeholder engagement matrix, and then stakeholder engagement planning has started. Now we are making all the plans. We will make all the plans, and then we will add those plans into project management plan. So I'm gonna give, in my opinion, how these plans are made. Once the stakeholder engagement plan is made, in correspondence, we also make communication management plan. So communication management plan is all about right information, right time to right people to have right impact. So we make communication management plan to satisfy the need of the stakeholders. That's it. To see how these stakeholders are going to be satisfied, what format we need to communicate to them, what tools we need to do. Stakeholder engagement plan is all about what are the strategies we need to satisfy the stakeholder. Communication is right format, right time, frequency, things like that. So we make communication management plan and we send it for approval. Now the third plan that is being made in correspondence is resource management plan. Okay, resource engagement plan, resource management plan. How do we identify the resource? What are the types of the resource? physical resources, virtual resources. Right now, PMP is very heavy on virtual resources. Of course, the Tuckman ladder plays a great role here. Here is productivity, time, forming, storming, norming, performing, and journaling. Okay, so we make the plan according to that. In the resource management plan, we identify the RISI, what are the responsibility, accountability, consult, inform. We identify the physical resources. Actually, we do that informing. Do we need physical resources or virtual resources? If we want physical resources, what are the challenges like accommodations, providing food and utilities, bus? If we want virtual resources, how we are going to challenge the global time zone issue, what time is it there, what time is with you, how we're going to manage the video issue, the background noise. Every family has a background noise, their kids can be there, someone's house can be on the near the road, near the place where the like airports or the railway station, the sound can go. So we identify the virtual challenges and we handle them accordingly in the forming stage. We identify what are the types of the skills we require, we provide them, we make team charter. Actually, team make the team charter, ground rules, but we facilitate that. Here the stage is more of a forming stage. So we identify all these things in the resource management plan. Interestingly, resource management plan actually happens before forming stage or till forming stage. So once the resource management plan is done, all the information is done, we give it to approval. All other things will come in execution, and I'll get back to the Tuckman later execution. Once the resource management plan is being made, we start making the plan of quality. Now, quality management plan is being made here, considering what are the standards we are going to follow, what are the tools and techniques we are going to use, what will be the cost of quality, cost of conformance, non-conformance, what standards like benchmarking we use, what are the techniques we are going to make, and we also make, in addition to quality management plan, quality matrices. What are the KPIs we are going to measure in this process? So KPI matrix is also being measured in this process. So now quality plan is being made, things are being made. Then now we go towards the risk. Of course, now risk plan and stakeholder is more of an iterative plan. We keep on doing that, but initially we make risk management plan. Risk is a very heavy on our planning phase. We make a risk management plan which defines the tolerance for the stakeholders, which defines the knowledge seekers, hours, which defines what are the matrices you are going to use for probability and impact, what is the threshold of the stakeholders, past registers, and we make a risk management plan. Now all the steps have only one processes, but here in risk management plan, once a risk management plan is made, we identify the risk. We start identifying the risk through all the tools and techniques, SWOT, assumption analysis, pestle analysis. Once we identify the risk, we put all of them in risk register with this potential owner and potential response. Then we rank them qualitatively, probability and impact, low, medium, high. Then if needed, quantitatively, like giving the number of those risks. And then we put plan risk response. What are the responses for each risk? What are the responses? How you are going to tackle this particular risk in a particular fashion? So we see plan risk response both for positive and negative risk. So once we make plan risk response, it actually update all the plans, even the plan scope, schedule, cost, which we'll make later. It update all the plans. Once plan risk response is updated, because as a result you need to put a contingency reserves, the reserves for identified risk, then you need to put management reserve, the reserves for unidentified risk. So everything need to be put it here. So risk management plan is made. Now we make scope management. We went to the scope domain. So first we make requirement management plan. Requirement management plan defines how the requirements will be collected, defined, and we collect all the requirement through various tools, prototype, context diagram, focus group, and we make requirement documentation, classification of requirement into functional, non-functional, stakeholder, solution, and requirement traceability metrics. the metrics that require, track the requirement from start till end, everything is written in here. Are very important to documents. So requirement management plan helps this thing. Once this is done, then we use scope management plan to define project scope statement. Like we have collected all the requirements. Now we put the filter on those requirements and we get project scope statement from there. Okay, project scope statement. What is in the project, what is outside the project, what are the assumptions, what are the constraints, everything must be mentioned in the project scope statement. Understand this thing, if something is not in the project scope statement, we don't make that. Okay, because that is things that go to scope baseline. So we use product divisions, decomposition, value engineering, cost analysis to make project scope statement. Then we divide the project scope statement into work, like we divide the deliverables into WBS, okay, things like this, and we make WBS dictionary. We get it up to project scope statement, WBS and WBS dictionary, and that is basically we have our first baseline, scope baseline. Okay. So the next is schedule baseline. So the lowest part of WBS is called as a work package. Okay. So this is basically scope baseline is made in a scope management plan, requirement management plan, and scope baseline. These are the things planning from scope. Then we go with the schedule. In schedule, we make schedule management plan that defines the tolerance, which software you are going to use, things like that. Then we divide the work package into activities, activity list. We sequence those activities. We put the dependencies, mandatory, discretionary, internal, external. We see what are the logic between them. Finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, start to finish. And we make precedence diagramming methods, like things like that. Like activity A, B, C, D. This is basically precedence diagramming method. We calculate this duration through analogous estimation, parametric 3-point bottom-up estimation. We calculate duration, we form critical path method, and we calculate the durations of each activity. We add that, we get our schedule baseline, project schedule, schedule data, things like that. And schedule baseline is output here, basically the main thing in the planning area of this one. Then we make a cost plan. We make a cost management plan. Through cost management plan, we estimate all the cost of each activities and we get our cost baseline. Remember this thing that in cost, basically in cost, activity cost plus contingency reserves are added. In project budget, management cost, management reserves are also added. So that's a little bit different. I hope you understand this. Once all this is done, then we identify what are the work we can do inside and what are the work we need to do outside. We need the work from outside. So make or buy decisions. So we make procurement management plan. Okay. So make or buy decision is made. Should we make it? Should we buy it? If we decide we want to go for buy, then we see, okay, what we should buy from outside, what are source selection criteria, what type of contract we have, depending upon the scope. If scope is fixed, we go with the fixed price contract. Not then cost reimbursement or time and material. We select the contract. We go procurement phase, procurement strategy. As a result, we make procurement management plan and procurement statement of work. So this all things, if I use green marker just to differentiate from stakeholder engagement plan, all these things happens in planning domain. All these things, all the plans are being made in planning. So just for a review, just for a sequence, we started with the stakeholder engagement plan, then we made communication management plan, then we made resource management plan. Then these three plans are made in sequence. Then you can either make scope, schedule, cost plans, and according to that you make quality plans, and with parallel you make risk plan. But procurement is always done after we have a scope plan at our hand, because from there we understand what are the things we need to do and what we can do inside and what we can do outside. So once this is done, the next thing, like all these plans goes into one comprehensive plan that is called as project management plan. Once the project management plan is made, We give the project management plan to the sponsor, to the steering committee, stakeholder. If they approve the project management plan, now we are ready to go. Now we do kick-off meeting, especially in a kick-off meeting. And that is more of a predictive way. In Agile, we work in Scrum, so maybe I'll give a little bit hint of Agile also. Then we move to the next thing, project management plan. We start working on the project management plan. So when we start working on the project management plan, what is happening here? Let me go on to the initial phase. So as we are implementing project management plan, the first step is basically here to get the team. To get the team, to identify their needs, to train their team members, to make them a proper team. The goal is when we start execution, the team goes from forming to performing. But actually it never happens. The team passes to the phases. First the team goes to storming, we need to coach them, then they go to norming, then go to performing. So we train the team member, we identify their needs, we see what are the things that we need to work with the team members, how we can promote them, how we can work each other, and the team moves. Once the team moves from performing stage and norming, and the team will identify their needs, what are the needs of the team. As a servant leader, we act like a servant leader to train that team in the best possible way. We identify the training need, train them, measure the objective, and keep on doing that. You see, at any time, at a different cycles, the team will need different things. So we need to provide those training needs to the team members. Okay, so we are managing the resource, and as we are managing the resource, these resources will implement quality management plan. Okay, merging the process, doing the audit of the quality, and making sure we are doing the right deliverables which are being produced in execution. They go, these quality people, let me put a hat on there because they are quality people. They go and they make sure that the deliverables that are being produced are of quality. They are auditing them using checklists and quality management plan reference. So work performance data, the raw information is being produced. Of course, execution issues will occur, issue log will be produced, and the most important thing that we are working on, deliverable, which quality team has more focus on, that is being produced. And as we are working, we are also writing lessons learned. We are collaborating, we are working together, and we are trying to implement the lesson learned which have been done. And these team members, the resource which we have, they are also checking the risk, and if a trigger of any risk occurred, they implement the risk response plan. Okay, they implement the risk response plan. Implementation is also that kind of their responsibility to make sure that those things are falling in the right place. They are also implementing, because that's our resource, communication management plan, communicating with the stakeholder, making sure right information goes to the right person at the right time. The managed communication, put it in the right way, is the post office of the project. All the communication that happens to the project comes to the managed communication and moves out through the managed communication. So we do the managed communication in this way. So the managed communication occurs here, communication comes here, we do it through the managed communication, and we kind of keep on doing that, keep of producing information to the people. So the communication comes, we do that. We are doing communication only for one purpose: manage stakeholder expectation. We are making sure the stakeholder current engagement level and or desired engagement level is according to our requirement. So we are doing that. So in the meanwhile, the team is also having a team, or a project manager is also having discussion with the procurement team, having a discussion with the procurement sellers. They are having agreement with us. They are having a bidder conference. Yes, they are having a bidder conference with the sellers, and from there, from the shortlisted sellers, they select the sellers, and of course the procurement department does all the negotiation with them. Project manager does not do. So to put in summary, what are the things, and all these things are in execution. So to put in the summary, what is being done in the execution. In execution, we are training the team members. The team members are coming here. We are managing the conflict between the team members. We are developing as a project manager, developing the team member, working on them, that we work in a positive way and that they can learn from each thing. We identify their training need, help them manage the conflict for all the people, and then these team members in the end, as a result, not in the end, manage the quality, make sure the deliverables that are produced are of right quality, they implement the risk response, they handle the procurement, get the agreements, manage the communication, write the lesson learned, and manage stakeholder engagement. So all these things are happening in execution. So this is the execution domain. Then let's work on the monitor and control. So to put in simple and plain words, this is monitoring and control is all about just one thing, and that is variance analysis. Okay. That is variance analysis, checking plan versus actual, putting the variance and giving the variance accordingly. The most important variance here is schedule variance, like what is earned value minus planned value, and cost variance, earned value minus actual cost. You can also put it as SPI, earned value divided by planned value, or CPI, earned value divided by actual cost. Greater than 1 is good, less than 1 is bad. Very important for the exam. We also do monitor risk. We review the risk, we do the risk audit, we see where we do identify the new risk and the risk that we have implemented. We see what are the residual risk, accepted risk, or a secondary risk as a result of that. We are also releasing the resources as the project is going on. Again, checking plan versus actual, the engagement level of the stakeholder according to stakeholder engagement plan. Are they satisfied? If they are not satisfied, we change our communication and stakeholder plan with them. Remember this thing, whenever the stakeholders are not satisfied, the basic reason is that you are not communicating them properly. So stakeholder and communication plan goes hand in hand. Then you check your scope, schedule, cost, where do you stand. And in quality is very interesting. The deliverables that were produced, it goes to quality. Now this is called journey of deliverable. Deliverables that were produced goes to control quality. Okay, so control quality, check them. If they accept it, it is called as verified deliverable. If not, it becomes change request. So verified deliverable goes to validate scope. Okay, validate scope. In validate scope, the client do the inspection and decision making on them. If the client accept according to the agreed scope baseline, it becomes accepted deliverable. Okay, diamond symbol here. If not, again change request on which we do preventive, corrective, and defective way. And if it is accepted deliverable to closing the project. I'll talk about closing in a while. So the journey of deliverables. All the work performance data that were produced from all the area, like work performance data is a raw information, all the information without any understanding. It goes to all the department, scope, schedule, cost. Each department get that data and compare it with their own plan, and they produce, data get produced into, this is the work performance data journey, into work performance information, which get produced into work performance report. Data get converted into information, information get converted into report. So two very important journey. So the third one is the journey of change request, as I like to call it as journey of change request. Now anyone can request a change, team member, stakeholder. So I'm gonna put it in two ways: the change request from the customer and change request from the stakeholder or team member. So let's say a change has been requested, I'll put it there. Change requested, change initiated. So when we say the change is requested, it must be in a formal form. It must be in a formal form. So the change is requested here. Okay, it directly go in the change log. The PM reviews the change and consider the change is valuable or not. Is it affecting the deliverable, valuable or not? If not, we give the notice. We update that. We provide the notice and we update that. If yes, if that change is valuable, yes, we start doing analysis on that, a detailed analysis. After detailed analysis, the project manager check whether he can approve the change request. It lies within his authority, or he goes to change control board. The change is low, medium, or he also needs sponsor for that. This is change control board without sponsor, this is a sponsor. If the change is very high, then we involve the sponsor. Once the change is approved, again, if the change is denied here, so we say no. If the change is approved here, we build the change, update the change log, we communicate to everyone, change is there. This happens in this step. Build it, like balances the scope baseline, change, update the change log, communicate. We then, once this is done, we implement the change request. Communicate to everyone, and again rebalance the project, and we keep on doing that. So this was change requested from anyone, not the customer. If the customer requests the change directly comes to the PMS this area. It does not check whether this change affect the deliverables or not. The customer says he directly checks the change. He does the detailed analysis on them, and if that change is affecting scope, actual cost, he tells the customer, hey customer, this change is affecting. Do you want me to move ahead, go to change control board? It is gonna cost you more. It's gonna make this much time more. The customer says yes, go ahead, then the same process will follow. So this is how the change happens in a predictive environment. Now let's say this environment was agile. If this environment was agile, I'll come to the basis of agile in this video. So if the change is agile, the change directly goes to the product owner. He put all the changes in the product backlog, and with that, stakeholders and all the people, he put them as high value, high risk. If that change becomes at high value, it goes and it is proceeded in the next sprint. If it is low value, it is still in the product backlog. All the changes must come and we put them into the product backlog, but they are worked according to their priority. Now this is all about monitoring and control. Finally, the last thing is closing of project. Okay, so closing of project is you have all the accepted deliver that comes to all the project plan, business documents, procurement documents. One more thing. In the procurement domain for monitoring and control, you inspect the deliverables. If the deliverables are not according to your agreement, then you try to negotiate with them, try to get an agreement. If you cannot get an agreement, you try a mediator, you try to do what is written in the contract. If not, then you go to the court. You try to close all the procurement flow before going to closing the project. But if the procurements are not closed, we can come to the closing of the project. We can come to that area. So we are in the closing, the procurements are there, everything is there. The accepted deliverable get converted into final product that is being shifted to the people. We start writing final report. We start writing lesson learned register. We start writing project update document. Once all the lesson learned registers are written, they are updated. It goes to lesson learned repository. Project documents are updated. It goes to archive. The project final report is written with the variance analysis, regression analysis. It is shown to the sponsor. The sponsor says good. Then we communicate it to all the people. Once we communicate it, then we start releasing the team, start doing the administrative closure, release the resources, close the contract, and celebrate the success. Celebration of success is the part of this domain. This is an important thing. So this is all about the flow of PMP. My goal through this video was to give you the flow of PMP. Now if we just give in a quick way the flow of Agile, I'm not gonna go with the 4 values. I hope you know individual and interaction over processes and tool, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change or following up plans, working software or comprehensive documentation, and teams are co-located. We want the cross-functional team. We want the team. The team is everything. The 3 roles are important: product owner, scrum master, servant leader, and development team. So the most of the dominant structure is like the most important thing about Agile is you need to have a servant leadership mentality. that the person, he shields the team from all the problem, he helps the team, he is for the team. Even if a problem occurs between product owner and the team, he is with the team, he is guiding the team, having a father mentality, identifying the training need, helping them, giving them caves and common, giving them an area where they can have a burn down, burn up chart, information radiator, co-locating the team, helping the teams. All these are a servant leadership mentality. Agile mindset. Agile says that we have a cross-functional team. Agile says that we deliver the team incrementally as well as iteratively in parts. We respect the customer. Whatever the change the customer asks, we provide them the change. At any time the change can happen, we have to harness change for the value of the customer. The teams are most important, customer is most important. That's more of an agile mindset as compared to predictive mindset. So few things about the Scrum, who has inspection, transparency and adoption as the principles or the mindset. Whenever the requirement or the user story comes, we know 3C. We write the user story in card, we have conversation, confirmation, and we know the invest acronym of the user stories. All the user stories must be independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, smallable, testable. All the user stories, product owner basically gets all the user stories from the stakeholder, sponsor, and put them into the product backlog. Okay, once all the user stories are there, okay, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. He goes back to the sponsors and asks them, hey, why don't you rate the user stories high value, high risk using Moscow technique? Must have, should have, could have, would likely to have, dot point, monopoly, voting. So all those things he put the product backlog as high value, high risk. Okay, product owner does that. It's his responsibility, understanding the understanding about the product. Then the development team comes, Scrum Master comes, we have sprint planning meeting, in which basically in the first sprint planning meeting, we basically put the story points on all these things. Story points can be put by using various techniques like ideal days, ideal odds, affinity estimation, small t set, large, medium, or Fibonacci series, that 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. In order to get consensus on all these three techniques, we use planning poker and we use wide band Delphi. Once we have reached the consensus on the story points that we are using, so we put story points on them. I'm just putting 3 points: 5, 8, 3, 15, 6, 1, 5, 8. So once we have put the story point on it, the team gives that we can complete this much work in our first sprint. That is estimated velocity. Velocity is the number of story points you can do. Story point is the effort required to complete a user story. So we said what is our velocity, we provide them the velocity according to our velocity. Let's say we put the velocity of the first is 15. So this will come here, 5 plus 8, 13, 13, and then we cannot use any of them, and this will come here, A5, B8, F1. So we'll say, okay, we'll complete this much work. So we communicate the sprint. This becomes sprint backlog, product backlog. This product backlog. This is sprint backlog. Okay, we tell them, okay, we are gonna do this thing, and we share the sprint goal to all the stakeholders. Then we start working on it. Then we also decide the length of a sprint. Normally it is 1 to 4. Let's say it is 2 weeks. We do daily stand-up in which the Scrum Master, a developer team, asks 3 questions at the same location, co-located area for 15 minutes. 15 minutes is important here. What we did yesterday, what we are going to do today, is there any impediment, roadblocks? We discuss those things, and we have information radiator, burn up chart, task board, Kanban board, whichever work in progress limitation. Once the sprint is completed, we go into sprint review, where basically we show them what we have done. So we have a definition of done, a checklist that we use to see what other user stories have been completed. A user story has to be completed 100%, otherwise it is not accepted. Agile does not consider 99%, it considers 100%. So we go through the definition of done, all the things are there, then the customer have their acceptance criteria, again their checklist. Once they match that, the product is accepted, it goes into release. If not, it goes back into product backlog. A new requirements can be added. New stories are accepted or rejected. New requirements can be added and product backlog is reproduced, which is called as refinement of product backlog or grooming of product backlog. Once the team is gone, once the sponsor is gone, everyone is here in the meeting. We have sprint retrospective to see how we are doing, what are the things we can do. So we review ourselves, what we did good, what we did bad, how we can improve. 5 stages, set the stage in which we clarify why we want to have gather data, we gather all the data, we generate insights, root cause things, and we decide 1 or 2 improvement and close the retrospect. So that's a scrum that you need to understand for your PMP exam, and that's the entire flow of PMP. I hope this video has been useful for you, and in the minimum possible time I gave a right flow in which you, and that was a missing piece you need for your PMP exam. Thank you very much for watching. If you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe it. My commitment to YouTube is increasing on day by day. I'm giving more polls, more information, 1-minute videos, coaching call, full length videos, journeys video, topic videos, so much more things. Do subscribe the channel. I hope you consider it, like it, share it with your friends. And if you want PMP training, you can join my 1-to-1 program where I'll make sure you cleared before 31st December or my batch starting on Friday. Thank you very much. Become PMP and bye-bye. Journey of stakeholder. First of all, who is stakeholder? Stakeholder is anyone who is being affected by the project or who perceive that the project can affect him. So anyone who perceive or anyone whom the project is really affecting. So for example, if we are making a dam, a hydro dam, all the people that will be affected because of the water that will, the level of the rise of the water will be there, the water that will come from all the people living near that area are stakeholders. Even shopkeeper, even the DCO, even the government officers, all people are stakeholders. So you need to identify stakeholders. This is a step 1 and most important step. Identify the stakeholders. Now, how to identify the stakeholders? There are various ways. You can use OPS, organizational process assets. You have lesson learned document here. You have organogram there, project organizational chart there, company's policies, procedures, and the most important, of course, lesson learned repository. Then we also have EEF, enterprise environmental factor. Who are the internal stakeholder, external stakeholder, government bodies, all those things, who comes under enterprise environmental factor. You also use PESTEL for risk and stakeholder also. Who are the political stakeholder, environmental stakeholder, social, technological, legal, and economical stakeholders. Also, VUCA is there, volatile, uncertain, complex. So you use a list to identify stakeholder. You use all the documents, project charter, project management plan, project documents, business case, benefit management plan, agreements. In summary, whatever is available, we need to get a comprehensive list of all stakeholders. Very important. Get the list of all stakeholders. This is step number 1. And then put all the stakeholders into a stakeholder register. Put all the stakeholders into stakeholder register. Once you have put all the stakeholders in the stakeholder register, good. It can be 10 or it can be 10,000, depending upon how good you did. So I would prefer 10,000 as compared to 10. If you have identified only 10, I don't think so you have done a good job. Okay, once you have identified, the next job is to classify them, prioritize them. So classify the stakeholder as who are the upward stakeholder. Upward means whom you report. Whom you report, like you have to report to your boss, is an upward stakeholder. Who are downward stakeholder? Who are reporting to you? Who are your sideways stakeholder? Your peers, the people who are working with you, your peers, the other project managers. And maybe all of them are internal stakeholder. We also need to identify the external stakeholders. Who are external stakeholders? Once we have done this, we have identified, now we need to represent them using power interest matrix. Who stakeholder have more power? Which stakeholders have more interest? Let's say here we get more power, more interest. Here we will have less power, more interest. More power, less interest. Less power, less interest. So who are the stakeholders who come under high power, high interest? The stakeholders who are very interested in the project. Maybe your sponsor, product owner, team, etc. Who are the stakeholders have high power but no interest? Maybe your CEOs of the company, maybe MD, if they don't think your project is that important. If your project is very important for them, then they becomes the high power, high interest. Government agencies, the government officials, most of the time they don't care whatever you are doing. It is all over the world. If you're making a car, so they don't care that which car you are making, which mobile phone you are making. So they have high power, but they have no interest, but they have high power. Then people having low power but high interest, your competitors. Your competitors can come here. Other peers who have no, like other project managers, all those people come here. Media, if you are doing a government project, maybe media, or you are doing an iPhone, supercar, they can come here. People who have no power and no interest, mostly kitchen staff, security guards, other people, that, like if we take an example of security guards and kitchen, they are more in favor of when we will get promotion. They don't care what really the project is going on. If you are working in a company, what is happening in the company, even you are making an electric car or a combustion engine, a normal car, they don't care. They have no power and they have no interest in that. No power, no interest. Kitchen staff, I can put it, kitchen staff. Okay, now comes the, you have classified them, now comes the how to manage them. The engagement strategies in order to see how to manage them. Here, this is the most important, you manage them closely. You talk to them, you communicate them, you provide the information, you keep on communicating them, collaborating them, seeing if they are virtual, how to use Kanban board, how to see other things. Collaboration, more collaboration with them, making sure that you make them satisfied, they are happy with you, and they are with you in the project along the way. Then here, you need to keep them satisfied. People having high power, low interest, they don't need your daily report. They need your daily report, weekly report, monthly. They may even ask, okay, give us annual report. Shareholders, we will see at the annual report. So here, whatever you do, you need to satisfy them. Here, PMI says that keep them informed. If you don't want to give right information, maybe sometimes you even need to give the false information depending upon your company's strategies, or you can give them second-hand information, or you can even give the right information. The iPhone is launching, give them information, keep them informed. So you can create a hype. Whatever you do, you need to keep them informed. And here, this is a very interesting area. You need to push them in the watch list. You need to put them into the watch list, because it is possible along the way, any one of them power could increase, their interest increases. So you need to periodically review them, what they are doing, what is happening with them. This is a very important thing. And also someone can become arsenal between them. They can call a strike and all those things. So we must have a strategy for also that. Once you have done this, and next thing come to see what is their current engagement and what is our desired engagement. So we make stakeholder engagement matrix. So name, unaware, resistant, neutral, supporting, leading. So we need to identify that among these stakeholders, who is unaware of us, who is not aware that we are doing something. Let's say if as I am a PMP trainer, I want more and more students come and join my batch program and my mentor program. But if you are unaware of me, you don't know me, how you can join? For that, I make promotional videos and so many things that we do so that the people become more aware of us. If you are aware of us, that we can work on. So let's say your current engagement level is this, and I want you to be supportive of my program, to join my program. This is a desired stage. This is a desired stage. And we make stakeholder engagement plan. We make stakeholder engagement plan to change the current engagement state into desired engagement state. Stakeholder engagement plan is nothing but a plan that will have strategies how to change the current engagement level of a stakeholder to your desired engagement level. Current engagement to desired, and throughout the project life cycle, throughout the various process groups, the current engagement and desired engagement level, it varies, it gets changed, things get modified, they get updated. So maybe a stakeholder is currently resistant to you. You don't want him right now to be supportive, but changing his strategy to a neutral can work for you. So changing current to the desired, we make a stakeholder engagement plan about all the strategy. So we look at this matrix, we look at this chart, and we make sure that the stakeholders are satisfied. We implement that plan in managed stakeholder engagement, and throughout the process we are monitoring. Monitoring is all about checking what was the plan, what stakeholder engagement plan we have made. Is it valid or not? Is it working or not? If a new stakeholder is identified, how we are gonna do? We check its actual and plan. So these are the things about stakeholder engagement. A very important thing, apart from power interest matrix, we can also use salience model. Power, interest, and urgency. Power, legitimacy, and urgency. So exam can ask you about salience model. Salience model is a 3D model having 3 domains. We can also make power interest as a 3D model and can have the third domain as attitude, whatever, geography, and this becomes as a stakeholder queue. So we have 3 grids: power interest, salience model, power, urgency, legitimacy, stakeholder queue, power interest, attitude, or geography, depending upon the scenarios. And we make this thing, very important thing, anytime a new stakeholder is identified, we go to step number 1, we put the stakeholder into stakeholder register, we check his power interest, where he stands, we check his current engagement, desired engagement level, and we see, does our stakeholder engagement plans need update? If change is required, if stakeholder need an update, then we change that and we update that plan and we work in according to this. Guys, stakeholder engagement plan or journey of stakeholder is one of the most important journey. Agile, communication, stakeholder, resource, or also known as team now, is the most important part of your exam. Straightforward, 42% of the questions will come from here. But according to the feedback we have received from certified PMP, now we have 131 certified PMP in 2021. We know that this covered more than 67% of the real exam. So very, very important. If you have any question about this topic, comment me, or you can contact me, my number or at my email address, and I will make sure that I answer your queries. And if you want to do PMP training, we are going to start a new batch on 12th or 10th of September, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 weeks in September. Currently batch number 11 is in progress. Already 2 students of batch 10 have certified. That's how our batch program works. You enroll in it and in 1 month you become certified. So if you want to join, you can join batch program, or if you want to learn at your own pace, you can join our one-to-one program, or that is also known as mentor program. So you can contact us and we will make sure you become certified PMP. Thank you very much for watching and become a certified PMP. Thank you. Journey of communication. Now this is a very important journey because you will be having a lot of questions regarding communication, stakeholder, and all those things. What is communication? Now communication at its basic is this. There is a human being. You want to say something, okay, and there is another human being. He says that to it, if he or she understood it. Communication happens this way. There's a sender, there's a receiver. Sender is someone who's sending some information. I am sending you information here. So I'm a sender. I am encoding the information. Encoding simply means I'm putting the information in a logical way, in my language, in a perspective that you can understand. We are having a medium. Through medium, the information is being transferred to you. For example, if you watch this video at YouTube, then the medium will be YouTube. If you watch at LinkedIn, so and so on. So that will be a medium. Anything that damages the communication is called as noise. It's called as noise. Sender, receiver, I encode the information. The receiver decode the information. Try to understand what is being said, what is the context, and then he provides the feedback. Okay, so this becomes the communication model, and communication is basically the 90% job of the project manager according to Andy Crow. In my opinion, in my experience, actually 100% of the job of the project manager is communication with team, project stakeholders, up stakeholder, down stakeholders, and all other. So he needs to understand the diversity of the stakeholders. He needs to respect the diversity. He needs to understand the cultural difference. Like there are some signs that are not allowed in one religion and are allowed in one religion. For example, some signs are considered good in the US, but whereas they are not considered good in Japan. For example, if I gave you a gift, if you are someone who's following US culture like that is being followed in Pakistan, India, and most of the world, if I gave you a gift, you will open it and want to see it. You wouldn't care about the packing of the gift, but if you are in Japanese culture, you will care about the packing, because packing is very, very like useful, very respectful in the Japanese culture. We need to understand the diversity, the culture, the political awareness is very important. Then we need to understand what is the urgency of the communication. Is it an urgent communication or it's a normal communication? What is the security level of this communication? It's a confidential communication or it's a normal communication. According to that, we choose communication medium, how to use communication technology. Do we need WhatsApp, Microsoft Project, Primavera? Whatever the information is required, we use according to all these criteria. Very important. Then we understand, do we need to have a push communication? Like the messages that continuously come to your mobile, the call that you didn't want, that's a push communication. Emails, they are push communication. Anything that you didn't intend it and is coming to you is a push communication. Pull communication, the very good form of communication. Now, you go to the YouTube, you search it, journey of communication, you watch this journey, you have gone yourself. So that becomes pull communication. Okay, so the pull communication is more towards e-learning, all those. Interactive communication. When you and I are talking to each other, that becomes interactive communication. It can be face-to-face, that is recommended. It can be by video call, it can be by phone call. So it is basically the level of communication. The best is face-to-face, the second is video call, the third is phone, and so on, so on, so on. Okay, so now the communication can be formal, it can be informal, it can be written in both, okay, and it can be oral. So formal, informal, both comes. Written also comes as formal, informal, and oral also comes this thing. Very, very important thing. Email is considered as unofficial. Unofficial communication according to PMI. Even in 6th edition or 7th edition or PMI ATP material, email is still considered as unofficial communication. Be careful about this thing. Okay, so then we need to know how many stakeholders are there. We communicate according to them. So we have this formula to calculate number of stakeholders, n into n minus 1 by 2. N is the number of stakeholders. Let's say n number of stakeholders are 5. So it becomes 5 into 5 minus 1 by 2, 4. So 2, 10 number of channels are there. Now all these things are done. Now comes the most important things about communication. 4 R's of communication. Right information at right time to right people to have the right impact. One more time, right information at right time to right audience or right people to have right impact. In order to do that, we make communication management plan. In communication management plan, all these things are written. We authorize how the communication will flow. We authorize who is allowed to communicate. We will authorize how this communication will be done. Who is authorized, how to do, which type of communication, when to do, frequency, each and everything about communication must be in the communication management plan. Guys, how to satisfy the stakeholder. Strategies are written in stakeholder engagement plan, but how to communicate, which format, which frequency, all those things must be mentioned in the communication management plan. This is very important. Communication management plan and stakeholder engagement plan are the two most important plans that you will be seeing in your PMP exam, including the third one, resource management plan or team plan. So that they are very important plans, so be sure about these things. They are very important. So once the communication plan has been done, all those things has been mentioned in this, then we go to the next process. We start implementing communication. That is managed communication. I called managed communication as more of a post office. Okay, so this is basically post office. All the information, all the data, work performance data, work performance report, everything comes here. Work performance report. You remember we went through the journey of work performance data to information, then get into monitoring and control, become report, work performance report come here, and from here we get project communication. Work performance report, the comprehensive communication, but from there we get the project communication, whom to communicate, when to communicate, how much to communicate. We don't want to give unnecessary information. Remember that power interest grid. Some stakeholders need more information. Some stakeholder that has less interest, they may need quarterly or annual information like CEO. So you need to understand, you need to provide the communication, you need to implement communication management plan, and then in monitoring and control, you need to ensure that your communication management plan is effective. What was needed is being done according to that. What was needed becomes according to communication management plan. And if you want to change anything in communication management plan, do that through change control board. Guys, in Agile or in hybrid, communication becomes more important because we like to have high touch, low tech tool. This is basically high touch, I can touch, low tech. There is no tech involved in this. High touch, low tech tools. We use information radiator, Kanban board, burn up, burn down chart. All these are communication tools. We are communicating. We work in a co-located environment, like we try to work in 33 feet area in the same floor. We have caves in which there is something personal. They are semi-cubicle, people can go there. Common area in which people work normally. So communication is very, very important, and this is a job of a project manager. This is a job of a scrum master to ensure that the proper communication flows happen through all direction, through upward stakeholder, downward stakeholder, inward, outward. If you can manage proper communication in your project, right time, to right people, to have the right impact, so you can manage everything in the information. Again, remember, communication management plan is one thing. Even once you make the final report is shared among the stakeholder by following communication management plan. This is the simply most important plan there, because if the communication plan does not exist, you cannot do anything. A question that mostly comes to, like, people ask me, which is the first plan that we created. Normally all plans are created simultaneously, but this, in my opinion, the communication management plan must be the first plan that we must create, because once we have created the communication plan, then we can see how to manage the stakeholder, how to do risk, quality, procurement. So this becomes the most important plan. If you have any question regarding communication topic, do put in the chat box. I would love to answer. And if you have not done PMP so far, our batch is going to start this Friday. We only have one slot left. Yes, 19 students have registered. So maybe you can become the last one, and we will ensure that you become certified PMP in just 1 month after that training. And if you are new to this channel or have not subscribed before, please do subscribe, because our commitment to YouTube is increasing very high. Daily I'm putting so many things that can help you become a better person, better project manager, and become certified PMP minimum possible time. And live with passion, become certified PMP. And if you do share your journey, I would love to record. Bye-bye. Of work performance data. I know most of you are thinking work performance data have also its journey. Yes, and actually it is one of the most important way how you communicate in the project. Let's see. First of all, what is work performance data? Work performance data is a raw information. Information in its, you can say, simplest form or as information you get. For example, how many COVID patient was yesterday in your city? Maybe Lahore. So I can say in Lahore it is, I am not sure, but let's say 300. So that's a data. We can't contextualize it. We can't say, we can't decide anything from work performance data. Now, where data is produced? Data is produced in execution, also known as direct and managed work. And data is produced for which domain, which knowledge areas, for every knowledge area. Scope has its own data. You can consider data as a big file. What has done in a project? Every deliverable, their status, number of change requests, everything that is happening in the project. In the case of COVID, number of people who got infected, number of people who died, all these things are data. Now, if I consider Lahore as example, maybe Lahore has their own data, Karachi has its own data, Sialkot has its own data, and so and so and so on. Every city has its own data of that day. But that data does not make any sense. Okay, what does that mean even? Okay, it has 300, maybe Karachi has 900, Sialkot has 100, but what does that even mean? They are not even correlated. So what happened in execution, data is produced in scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource, stakeholder, all the knowledge areas, procurement. And data goes to the team member. Consider it as a big file going to the team. Now team only takes, if the data goes to scope team, the scope team only takes their own data and discard the remaining data. That's not interested to them. They don't want to see what is happening in schedule. They are not interested. Scope team is more interested what is happening with them. Then the schedule, they are not interested how many changes are there. They just want to see, okay, how we are doing by schedule. You know, those the schedule very things like that. They want to calculate that thing. So they are getting here the planned value and earned value as data. They are getting that as data. So all the data goes to each individual team. So data comes as a big file, goes to scope, schedule, cost, quality, all of them. I hope you understand that. Now each one have their own plans. Each one have their own plan. Schedule management plan, scope management plan, cost management plan. Each department have their own plan. They compare data with what was planned versus actual. What was planned versus actual. So they compare the data with the plan versus actual. And as a result, we get the schedule, cost variance, number of changes, quality reports, and all those things. So data goes to all process and get converted into work performance information. Now each department generates their own work performance information. Each department is producing their own work performance information. Now information is more contextualized. For example, okay, Lahore had 300 today, yesterday it had 450. So now that we get trend. The trend in Lahore is falling down. Same, Karachi may be rising, Sialkot down. So every department scope will have their own trend, schedule their own. They will give their own thing. Now all this work information from all department, you can say that 10 departments in case of projects, all this information goes to project manager in monitoring and control, and he combined all those information to make a contextualize, okay, more of an integration. That is the role of a project manager. The biggest role of the project manager is of integrator. He combined all those work performance information and gives us one comprehensive reports with all graphs, chart, pie graph, so showing the S-curve, where we stand in schedule, where we stand in the terms of cost, quality, all those things. That is being shown by work performance report. So work performance report, now here project manager will see it's a comprehensive report. According to a communication management plan, this will be shared. According to communication management plan, this will be shared with the relevant stakeholder. Not the complete report will be shared with everyone. No. This report goes to risk, control risk actually, to show which high level risk have occurred, which risk has not occurred. This will also go to managed communication. Managed communication is more of a post office for the entire project. Managed communication is a post office for the entire project. Actually, from work performance report, I'm using different colors so that different areas of mind can work, and I highly recommend when you are making your mind maps, do something like that. So work performance report goes to managed communication and we get project communication. Now this is more of a post office of the entire project where all communication will happen. And then of course it goes to control procurement to show the status of how the procurements are and all those things. But risk, it goes to the control risk, showing the overall risk. It goes to the managed communication, showing converting it to project communication, the communication that will be communicated. Very, very important thing. Every communication in the project happens to this one post office. I know you don't need to know the processes anymore. I know processes, 49 processes don't have value that much. But you must understand the journey. You must understand the flow, why these things are, how basically communication flow. This is an important question. You must ask yourself how the entire communication in the project flows, and this is your communication journey. Work performance data comes from all areas. Work performance data comes from all areas. The work performance data get converted into work performance information by how it get converted into information by comparing the plan versus actual. Work performance information will be the recommended changes, corrective, preventive action. All the work performance information goes to project manager in monitoring and control. He combines, we get work performance report that goes to the 4 areas: managed communication, control procurement, control risk, and one more area that I don't remember right now. So in monitor communication, it's the most important. It got converted into project communication. In risk, it's very important to see how does the risk stands, what are these areas. Guys, communication is a 90% job of the project manager. Maybe you will not get direct question about any of these things, but as a project manager, as a certified PMP, you must know the flow of work performance data, how it get converted into work performance report. This is critical for your PMP exam. That's the journey for today. And this is how you can make your own journey. Understand the entire PMP. Put it there. Understand the entire PMP, how these PMPs get the bigger picture, just like a jigsaw puzzle. Oh, this is the purpose of this thing. Oh, this is the purpose of this thing, and make your thing according. Thank you very much. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe. Our commitment to YouTube is gonna rise very high because we want you to give more value. We want to give you more and more value. We want to make more certified project management professionals. My goal of this year, we have more than 128 PMP right now, the paid clients. We want to get them 365. So let's see how we can make this goal happen. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. Journey of resource management. Now, new PMI ATP material called it as team. We have heard in PMBOK 5th edition as human resource. All of these things are same. First of all, whenever you heard the word resource, remember resource are of 4 types: manpower, human resource, material, machinery, and money. We are more focused toward manpower or human resource. So resource management plan, that is the basis on all how you acquire the resources, how you estimate the resources, acquire the resources, and manage the resources. Estimate, acquire, develop, track team. This is, you can say, the basic of this team topic or journey of team. This is the basis of this thing. You make a resource management plan, and that resource management plan defines what are the roles and responsibilities of each person that we need. We make a resource organogram, project organizational chart, and we acquire resource according to that. Roles and responsibility, we use 2 types of metrics. Responsibility assignment matrix, telling, hey, this is a resource, he has this particular responsibility. And of course, the famous RACI matrix, responsibility, accountability, consult, and inform. Both of them have the same purpose, to define how to get which type of resources. Now, when we are acquiring the resources or when we are estimating the resources, when we are estimating, we know we discuss many estimation technique like analogous, parametric, 3-point, bottom-up estimation. The same estimation techniques will be used also in the resource management topic. So estimation, if you use in scope, in schedule, cost, resource, it remains the same, and that gives us estimate resource activity, like how much resource we required. If we are working in a coding, like this is that many man hours, we get the resource calendar when all these resources are available. Okay, so this is a very important thing to understand. Once we have estimated the resources, it is good to understand job description. This resource will be able to do that thing. Understanding the context of a particular job and acquiring the resources according to that. Then there are many organizational theories that you need to master if you are a good project manager. Understanding the backside of the thing, how to do those things. For example, Maslow hierarchy of needs. Abraham Maslow basically said, unless your lower needs are not satisfied, you will not even think for higher needs. For example, if I haven't had dinner for 2 days or any meal in that manner, I will not be thinking to give value back to the community. I will not be thinking about these creative things because I spend a lot of time on these creative things, how to give the maximum value to you guys. I will not be thinking that. I will be working more on my basic necessity, food, water, security, all those things. So, Abraham Maslow theory. Then we have theory, Herzberg theory of motivation or Herzberg theory of 2-point. Herzberg says that there are 2 factors, hygiene agent and motivating agent. Hygiene agents are something that must be present. If they are not present, then people become demotivated. They become demotivated. But if they are present, we don't get motivated. We don't get motivated to start running. No. For example, right now I have a good light here. I have good clothes. I am properly fed. There is a good temperature in the room. Now all these are hygiene things. Even if they are present, I wouldn't notice them because I consider them, they must be there. They must, you can say that the minimum criteria. For example, your salary, remember this thing, salary comes under hygiene agent. How much salary you are earning. Even if you increase your salary by 20%, you will not be motivated to take an action. So that's an hygiene agent. Motivating agents are appreciation, growth, contributions, opportunity, something that makes you run away from your bed. Like you may have heard in many of the journeys, that my students are saying, like we message him at 2 a.m. he's up, we message him at 8 a.m. he's up. I don't know he sleeps or not. What is the thing? What keeps me motivating? What keeps me putting daily videos? Your appreciation. You give me significance. The opportunity I have. I consider myself lucky that I have the opportunity to serve. And I am learning new things. For example, I have developed this new way to look at the entire journey of resource. So I am learning. So this is giving me, this is motivating me. Okay. But let's say you are working on a motivating thing, but some hygiene things are not present. You got fired while you were preparing for PMP. You can get demotivated. Preparing for PMP is more as a motivating agent, and your basic salary is more as a hygiene agent. If one of these things are not present, you get demotivated and you move down on the Maslow hierarchy of needs. Both of these theories move hand in hand together. Okay. Then we have theory X. Theory X says that people does not like to work. We need to supervise them, have a thumbprint of their attendance. I don't know when they work, when they don't work. We need to have that. Put cameras. We don't trust people. And theory Y says that people love to work, give them a good environment, and they will perform better. So more of an agile environment works on theory Y. Theory X, theory Y is very important also. Then we have expectance theory. Expectance theory basically works on the belief. If you believe after watching my videos, you will get a better knowledge. If watching my coaching call, you can clear the PMP exam. You will watch these videos again and again. But if you believe that it will not help, you may not watch again. If you believe that doing PMP will help you to grow in your career, you will work on it. You will put the hours, hard work, money, all those things. But if you think it is useless, you will not put that thing. So expectance theory. All the religions in the world basically based on expectance theory. Then comes as Macklin's achievement of theory. So he said that people are motivated by different things: power, affiliation, and achievement. Some people are motivated by power, some are affiliated by affiliation, some by achievement. And it's not that they are done by only one thing. There's basically a Venn diagram. Okay. So for me, if I say that I'm not motivated by power but I am motivated more towards affiliation and achievement. So I would be more in this region. Where are you? Where do you stand? Do tell me. Do tell me where do you stand. And then there are some personality understanding when you are getting your people, getting surveys, which type of people are there, what is their diversity. Understanding the diversity of the team is a very good thing. As a project manager, you need to use the diversity, cultural diversity, gender diversity, religious diversity, all type of diversity is good for the project. When people from diverse environment come, they bring different experience. For example, if I have a team, 2 people from US, Canada, 2-3 people from I would say Europe, 1-2 people from Australia, 2-3 people from China, and then from India, then Singapore side. We have a diverse team. We will have the entire world knowledge at our hand. But like in Spider-Man, Uncle Ben said, with more power comes more responsibility. Now you have diverse environment, you need to manage them properly. So the project manager, you need to understand these things. Now, in order to manage these things, in order to manage diversity, we make team charter. Team charter is a very important document that defines what are the values we are going to follow, what are the vision we are going to follow, what is the mission, how we are going to take decisions, how to handle conflicts. We will dive deep into the conflict, and a very important thing, what are the ground rules. Some people also call it as a working agreement, but ground rules are the most important thing. Ideally, this must be made by the team, both of these, ground rules as well as team charter. But initially a project manager can also work in that and can also develop these things for the team. Now, as a project manager, you must be good in communication skills. Now, 2 things that come are very important in communication skills are active listening. Now all these things are basically coming. We have estimated the resource. We are working on acquire and obtaining the resources. You are acquiring the resources. You use all these things, and now you are also need to communicate with the resources. Once you acquire, the communication goes in all the three: acquire, develop, track, or manage. You can say. Okay. So communication, active listening. Guys, active listening is in today's distracted world is what I called as superpower. If you can listen someone, then you have that power that you can become friend with any human being in the world. This is a very, very important thing. If you can listen to someone, I'm not talking talk to someone. Everyone can talk and tell their story. But how many people are there who will put their mobile aside and stay silent and just listen to you? Now, one of the way is just have an eye contact if your culture allows it. Many culture does not appreciate that if there's someone elder and you have eye contact with him or her. So if your culture allows to have an eye contact, you have an eye contact with them and just stay silent and just listen to them. Don't nod, nothing. This is one way of active listening. Another way is when you are listening, you can nod and you can say, yeah, I got it. Like you try to understand them. Another way of active listening is whatever he or she has said, you paraphrase it just to understand that you are listening, that what he or she is saying, you're understanding the same thing. Guys, this is very important thing. What I am saying, I have a picture in my mind. What you are listening, you have another picture of my mind. So when you rephrase, hey, I am hearing this thing, I am understanding this thing, this means that now we are on the same page. Another important way of active listening is asking question. Asking question basically provoke the person telling, if I am saying something, to give more things. For example, when you will ask this question, what if I miss something in this topic, because there is nothing written, I'm just saying all these things from my mind. So if I miss something, you will ask question. This will give me more opportunity to add, to give the explanation. So asking question is also very important. Then the second thing is emotional intelligence. Emotional quotient or emotional intelligence. For project manager, 90% of the job is communication. In today's world, it's not emotional, it's not IQ that matters, it's EQ or EI, emotional intelligence. As your job is, as a project manager, is communication, understanding the needs of others, understanding yourself is very important. So it's more of a 5-step thing. Daniel Goldman basically popularized it. I will highly recommend that you read his book, Emotional Intelligence 2.0. Okay, so he basically says that first is self-awareness. Understanding yourself, which things basically trigger your anger. I'm a very passionate person and I love the thing which I am doing. I don't do hundreds of things. I do very few things and I become very passionate and I get angry very just like this. So I am self-aware about that. Now, if you are self-aware about that, then you need to manage yourself. You need to manage yourself. If you are aware that that is the most important thing, you need to manage yourself. I am trying to manage my anger. Whenever I get angry, I drink a glass of water, or I start walking, or I just close my eyes and do that deep breathing exercise. I'm also a regular meditator. I do meditation to calm my body, like all those things, because I know anger is something that I need to work on. That can be my Achilles heel. It can basically become a problem for me. So I need to manage that thing while dealing with the entire team. Okay. Self-awareness, self-management basically means know yourself. Know yourself and manage yourself. Now the next thing is know others. Like understanding the feelings of others. If someone asks me a question in a class, I should understand, hey, like I suffer from the knowledge paradigm that I have a lot of knowledge of a certain topic, others people do not have. So even if someone asks a basic question, I should empathize them. The next thing also is when know others, when you are knowing others, you need to manage others and then show empathy, understanding what other people is feeling, being the shoes of other person. Okay, So know yourself, know self-awareness, self-management, know others, manage others or influence others. And the most important thing last, empathy, understanding others' feeling, how they feel, and help them in that way. Very important, emotional intelligence must be used for the positive good of the project and not the negative good of the project. So very, very important topic for the exam, emotional intelligence. Then as a project manager, you must know how to handle a conflict. Conflict management is very, very important. So whenever a conflict occurs, mostly there are two team members. So whenever a conflict occurs, what occurs? You will go and start solving the conflict. No. First, you need to identify the level of the conflict. There's a 5 level of conflict. Okay, one is problem solving. Like people are trying to solve a problem here. Problem solving. If team is at the level 0, level 1, that they are working to solve the problem, as a servant leader, as a project manager, you don't need to go and work on that. You need to stay away on that thing. So once if the problem is not solved properly, it becomes disagreement. Now people more basically start like criticizing each other. No, this is not the thing. I am right, you are wrong. We have moved from the problem solving to disagreement. Then the next thing becomes contest. More of a I want to win, you want to lose. Then become the crusade. Okay. Here we become more of a ideological, like I need to care of my team. Now here we are, once we move from level 3 to level 4, we are not taking care about the project. We are considering more about our team. Okay, level 1, 2, level 3, level 4, and the final level 5 is world war. Now here the team member cannot work together, so they cannot work at all. As a project manager, as a servant leader, your job is to de-escalate this. Okay, your job is to de-escalate the conflict. You need to de-escalate. How do you de-escalate the conflict? If there's a world war, this means you cannot work. Those team members cannot work together. What you need to do, you put them away. Like separate them. If both team members are very important, separate them to different room till the problem get cooled down. Okay. In the crusade, try to use diplomacy. Try to show them the empathy. Try to use their point of view. In contest, try to get more of a win-win situation or compromise. Compromise can also work in this area. Like from win-lose, they move towards compromise. And in disagreement, try to get the other's point of view and then problem solving. So the most important thing is that you need to identify at what level team is. This is the level, disagreement and contest, at which the project manager must tackle the problem, must go and work on the problem. Disagreement and contest. Once you have identified the problem, you have gone into the root cause of the problem. Now it's the time, identify the problem, go to the root cause, give the alternatives, how to solve the problem. So when we talk about clear conflict management, we can say that concerns for oneself and concern for others. Okay, so when I say concerns for oneself, I care for myself more. Here I care for myself more. Here less, I care for myself. Here I care more for myself. Here I care for others less. Here I care for others more. Okay. Further, I can also put this in a 2x2 quadrant to make it further easy. If I care for others as well, I care for myself. I will always go for problem solving, collaboration, or confronting. Try to solve the problem. Try to get to the win-win side of the solution. Somehow we need to get to the win-win side of the solution. If we can do that, that's a good way. That's a win for both parties. Okay. If we care for others more as compared to we care for ourselves, then we will accommodate them. It's a more of a lose-win. Okay, we are losing here. We are accommodating accommodating basically others' point of view, and we are letting go our thing. Or sometimes smoothing can also come here. We are just waiting for the conflict to pass away and all those things. If we care for ourselves, we basically more than we care for others. It's more of a forcing. We are forcing our opinion or directing. So it's more of a win-lose. And then if we don't care about them, we are too afraid to take care of ourselves. It's more of a lose-lose situation. We do avoid and withdraw. So in between, there's a way that is called as compromise. Okay, so compromise stand here. Compromise is a very different kind of way. Like both parties move away from their instinct a little bit. He moves here, he moves there. That's more of a compromise. When a project manager say, hey, let's solve this problem on later, not now, we have other things to do. That's more of a smoothing. When we work and solve the problem, that's problem solving. When we confront other, that's also win-win situation. When we postpone the opinion that we don't want to discuss, that's become avoid or withdraw. Okay, so this is a very important thing. Now, understand this thing, and this becomes a very important thing. Let's move towards other thing. Now I'll go to my signature Tuckman ladder. Okay, time, productivity. I try to summarize all those things and other things on this area. Before going to forwards, one more thing. Leadership styles are very, very important, and among those leadership styles, servant leadership is something that as a project manager you need to do. Servant leadership is just like a father. You take care of your team, you provide food and water, you shield the team from problems, you empower the team to work, you provide them training needs. Okay, so servant leadership, as a servant leadership mentality, the project. But as a project manager, at a different time, you play a different role. Your leadership style is different. For example, at the first stage, this is Tuckman ladder, or also known as stages of team. Okay, at forming stage, when the team has just come, the team is unsure. Team is unsure what to do. Okay, here the project manager has to decide. He needs a virtual resources, like he needs a virtual team, or he needs a physical team. Now, if he is getting physical team, there are certain type of challenges. Nowadays, PMP is very heavy on virtual team because of COVID for past 2 years. So you need to understand what are the issues in virtual team. Internet can go down. If I am talking, there can be like my family can speak a different side. Just right now, a bell, someone has clicked the bell. So all these are virtual team challenges. So you need to understand and you need to manage when you are ensuring, when you are acquiring resources. So the project manager, when team is forming, your role is more of a directing. You need to give them direction what to do. Ground rules are made at there. Now team charter is made at this stage, and your role is more of a directive nature, a very important thing at forming stage. The team is new, unsure, but they try to give their productivity best. Actually, forming would be more of a productive scale at here, not here. So you can put it on this thing. Then after some time, team starting having conflict. We call that storming stage. Everyone is fighting to understand, okay, no, this is our thing, no, this is our thing. So that becomes storming. Here comes that active listening, emotional intelligence, all the conflict management techniques that we have discussed, understanding the conflict level, all these things basically comes under the storming phase. You need to understand and solve those problems. Okay, here the role of the project manager is more towards, here it was directive, here it more as a coach. He is listening to the team. Slowly we start understanding other strength. We start figuring out what the things are. So this becomes, the next stage becomes more of a norming. Now productivity at forming was more, every person individual was trying to give the best. In storming it's less. In norming, use another color. So in norming, the productivity has again increasing. Here the job of project manager is more of a mentoring. Let the team work, do itself, and if they are doing good, well done. So if this is managed properly, the next stage becomes performance, the elite work. when the team is performing an excellent work. So here, project manager role is more of a delegating. You need to step away. You need to stop doing micromanagement here as well as here. You should not do the micromanagement. Forming, storming, norming, performing. Okay. Now it becomes the last stage, that is more of a adjourning, or sometimes also authors called as mourning. Okay. So adjourning or mourning. Here the role of the project manager again becomes, because resources are coming and going, more of a coach as a mentor. Both things can work in this area. So we get a ladder type of thing here. Okay, so throughout the process, project manager needs to identify the training needs of a team. What are the training needs of the team member? He needs to identify individual training need, like if someone wants to learn Microsoft project or Primavera and there's a need of that in the project, you need to identify that the individual needs of the team of that person. Once that individual need is done, he need to put that in training plan, and then he needs to provide that training. Once the training is done, it can be on demand, all those things. The training must be measured, like have we code received those skills that were required, and then we can also have team trainings, like team building training or all those things. And project manager needs to measure their performance, how the team is doing, how the work is being done. He needs to measure. It's the job of project manager to provide a good environment, like environment in which the team can trust. Like in Agile, we can have co-located environment, we can have information radiator, all those things, caves and commons for the team. So the good environment is there, the environments of honesty, trust, feedback. We have made a mechanism to measure a feedback. We have these reporting tools like Kanban, burn up, burn down chart, quality reports, and those reports are shared at the co-located area on the notice boards. All those good things must be done, and all these things stands on the pedestal or on the foundation of servant leadership. So guys, this was all about journey of team, one of the most important journey. Guys, PMP is 42% people area, and when I say people, it is basically team, majority team, then stakeholder, then communication. If you can do that, I can guarantee you can clear PMP exam. Yes, the people area is more dominant, because now team, stakeholder, communication, agile is not coming only 42%, it is becoming 70-80%. So keep that thing while doing the PMP exam. And if you have not taken PMP training, do contact us. You can join our one-to-one program or the next month batch program, because this month batch is full now. So next month batch program you can join. If you have not subscribed to the channel, do subscribe it. This is like, now we have covered the entire modules of the journeys: stakeholder, communication, quality, resource, scope, schedule, cost, business environment, integration, closing. I will be working now more on Agile, and then I will move on process group, and then I will give the entire PMP domain, and then you have this entire free course. So do subscribe us to the YouTube, LinkedIn, all those things, because our commitment to YouTube, to all those social media is increasing day by day. Thank you very much. Live with passion and become PMP. Bye-bye. Agile. Agile is more of a mindset. It's a mindset when we talk about how we can accept the changes. Like we value customer. We value customer more. That is customer collaboration or contract negotiation. We value customer. We value what they require. Our contracts, whatever the contracts we have, we do value the contracts, but we consider that the customer is the king. The customer is most important. Our need is to satisfy the customer, to see how we can give them values or contract negotiation. We work with the minimum viable product. Like whatever the important features are, we try to give them as soon as possible. We provide them minimum viable products they can work on. So that is more of an agile. Since we are giving value to our customers, we respond to the change. If they have a change, we respond to the change as compared to following a plan. Okay, plan is important, plan is good thing, but in today's dynamic world, plan changes very rapidly. So we do follow the plans, but if a change comes there, we don't go to the change control procedure and waste those important time that can be delivered to the value. We work proactively, and product owner take that change and see that the business value can be delivered to the customer and try to provide that business value to the customer directly. Team is most important. Individuals and their interactions are important, or processes and tools. Yes, processes are good, processes help us, but we most of the time we forget that processes are there to help the team. It's the team, it's the people who basically work this. So people comes first, their interaction, face-to-face conversation, working on them is more important than those processes and tools. So there's a very change in the mind, in the mindset to work on this way. And working software, something that is tangible, the thing that is working, it is more important than comprehensive documentations. Yes, we can have documentation, yes, we need contracts, yes, to all those things, but the things that actually work, the things that actually deliver value to the customer is more important. Daily interaction with the team, discussion with the team. If there's a problem, go and solve it. Pick up the phone, call to them. If you can go, do that. If you can have a Zoom call, do that. Instead of waiting, documenting, hey, I want this thing, getting for the approval, waiting for the approvals, those silos in which team works, those old barriers, those barriers are break down in the Agile, and team talk to the customer, team talk to themselves on daily basis, in the daily scrum, so that they can work in a better and positive way. A very important difference between the Agile and predictive is how the delivery is being given. In Agile, we work in incremental. This means we give delivery in parts. After every iteration can be 1 to 4 weeks. So normally 2 weeks, we give something. We provide minimum business increment. Whereas in predictive or waterfall, the delivery is given at one go. The delivery is given at one go. Here the project manager can also be called as Scrum Master if you are working with a Scrum, and he is more of a servant leader. He is more of a servant leader. He is helping the teams to work in a better way. He is helping the team to work in a positive way. His job is to facilitate the team. His job is to facilitate the team to help in the goal. His job is to shield the team from impediments, from roadblocks. So he's shielding the team if they are working. He's shielding the teams. He's providing them food and water, which actually means tools, whatever they require to complete the project. So a servant leader mentality is required. In the new PMP, servant leader mentality, that you always find a training need. If someone is in the pain, you go and try to find out the problem, why they are in pain. The servant leader mentality. Or you work with the team with the Agile mindset. Servant leadership and Agile mindset is the key for new PMP. I hope this basic concept of Agile is clear. Why do we use Agile? What you need to know about the Agile for the journey of process. Then we will move to the predictive part and what are the things we need to work on that. So in Agile, the most important thing is all the requirements are collected in product backlog. So product backlog is a document in which all the requirements are collected. Product owner is a person who collects all the requirements in the forms of user stories. That is syntax of, as a user I want to do this so that I can do that. So in the form of user stories, all the requirements are collected in the product backlog. Once all the requirements are collected in the product backlog, let's say these are the user stories A, B, C, D, E. The product owner goes back to the stakeholders and prioritize these user stories. They may use techniques like Moscow, what are the must requirement, should requirement, could requirement, would likely to requirement, 100 points. Like they will give each stakeholder's 100 point, and at the end they will calculate which user stories have more points, and that story will become the #1 priority. Actually, they are prioritizing high value and high risk, which is the highest thing there. Okay, so we get 100 point, door to voting, multi-criteria metrics, all those things. The purpose is that we prioritize the user stories. Once that is done, then the team comes in the sprint planning, especially in the sprint 0, they come and they put all the user story as story points on it. So what is story points? Story point is the effort required to complete a user story. Effort required to complete the user story. Now, agile estimations are lightweight estimation. We can use 3 techniques for that. Ideal days. Okay. Now, since it is ideal days, ideal hours, we know that actual work will always be more than the ideal. We are saying that let's say it will take 40 ideal hours. We are assuming in 40 hours we will not take any unofficial call, we will not go to washroom, we will not take food and those things. So this means we actually plan to fail. So ideal days always take more time. So we have another estimation technique, affinity estimation technique. Now, affinity estimation technique is really more of a relative estimation. We compare the estimations. We use t-shirt sizing. Now, we cannot quantify the user stories. We compare them with other. We say that, okay, this is a small t-shirt size. It's a small user story. This is a medium, large, XL, double XL. One thing we know, one thing the team knows, that the large user story must have more effort than medium and then small, and so it goes XL. You can use t-shirt sizing. In US they use dog size. You can also consider this is a cycle, this is a motorbike, this is a car, this is a bus user story, this is an aeroplane, and this is a train. The purpose is to have a relative estimation in that. So affinity estimation. The third type estimation is basically we use Fibonacci series. Okay, in Fibonacci series, what do we say? Basically, what's Fibonacci series? 1 plus 1 2, 2 plus 1 3, 3 plus 2 5, 5 plus 3 8. We say that as user stories are increasing, their effort are increasing in incremental level, not in a sequential level, a linear level. They are increasing in incremental level. So we use these 3 techniques to assign story points. Once we have assigned story point, most of the time the team members have conflict. What should be the story point? The team must have consensus. So in order to reach consensus in these, whatever the techniques you are using, we use planning poker. Okay, we use planning poker. In planning poker, basically what happens, the scrum master facilitates the session and he counts from 1 to 3. Each team member take out what he thinks should be the story point, 1 2 3 5 8 13, and let's say 2 people have a conflict on the user story. Then they give their opinion. Why do they think this should be the story point? Why do they think this is the story point? Then they go round 2, round 3, round 4 unless they achieve consensus. Planning poker is a very effective technique, but there is a downside to the planning poker technique. The downside to the planning poker technique is this: whenever you are using a planning poker technique, if you have highest paid person in the office in that team, or you have a senior person, so whenever after the round 1, people will try to move towards what he said. They think that he must have said the right thing, so they will try to move towards him or her in that arena. So this will decrease the effectiveness of process. So instead of planning poker, we can also use wide band Delphi. And the purpose of wide band Delphi is also to achieve the consensus of the story point. Now, in this technique, that Scrum Master goes to each team member in secretly way, ask them, hey, why do you think this should be the story point? And then he changes the story points Like he asked them, okay, he said, this is the reason. You take that reason, go back to the team member one, and then he basically act as a facilitator in between, a bridge in between, and try to reach the consensus without other party knowing what the other party has said. So in this way, he reached the consensus. The purpose is to get the story point. So let's say A got 8 story point, B got 13 story point, C 5, D 2, E 6. Okay. And now in the sprint planning meeting, this is product backlog. In the sprint planning meeting, team is preparing sprint backlog. It's a product backlog. Sprint backlog is for that current sprint. So sprint is basically a duration that can be 1 to 4 weeks. Sprint is a duration that can be 1 to 4 weeks. Normally it's 2 weeks. So we decide in the start and we take the same time. Let's say we have a 2-week sprint. The development team and the scrum master, again act as a facilitator in a sprint planning meeting. Okay, they decide what would be our estimated velocity. Velocity is the number of story points you can do in one sprint. Okay, so let's say they said our estimated velocity will be 15 story point. Very important thing. It's the team who is saying that what should be their story points, how much story points they can do. Yes, there can be a agreement, there can be a discussion in the product backlog, but it's the team decision that is considered as a final how much story points they can do. Now this is high value, high risk, arranged as a high value, high risk. They said that we can take 15 story point, so we will take A, that is 8 story point. We cannot take B, we will take C. Okay, 8 plus 5, 13. So we can 8 plus 5, 13. We can take D. Okay, we cannot take E because we already have 15 story point. So very important thing. Although B is a high value, high risk item, but A is number 1. It goes there. We cannot take more story points, so we'll leave it here. Since it is important to understand, when you are working in sprints, you cannot do half work. In Agile, there is nothing like 99% of the work, 95% of the work. Agile is always 100% of the work. So we have to complete the 100% of the work of the user stories. So we cannot take this thing, we know it will not be completed. So once the sprint backlog is ready, we share the sprint goal with the stakeholders, sponsors, whoever it is. Product owner also agreed this, and then we start working on it for we have 2 weeks, so we start working on 2 weeks. Now once we are working on it, we have daily stand-up. It is called as daily stand-up, daily scrum, depending upon the what terminology are you using, iteration. Like if we use the term sprint or if we use the term iteration, it means the same thing. Sprint backlog, iteration backlog, sprint meeting, same thing. Daily stand-up, daily scrum. We have scrum master here, we have team here. They are the person who must be there. If the product owner wants to come, he can come. This is a meeting for the team, by the team. You can also consider this more of a status meeting. We have 3 questions here, very important 3 questions. What have you done yesterday? Okay, what we did yesterday, what we are going to do today. Is there any impediment or roadblock? Impediment, roadblock, risk, all those things. So the duration for this meeting is 15 minutes, same place, same location. Same place, same location, same timing. So 15-minute daily. Let's say there's an impediment or roadblock that need to be resolved. You want to discuss a particular thing. You can have a follow-up meeting. You will not discuss anything in detail. We try to have this meeting in a co-located area, and in Agile, basically we work in a co-located environment. Or at least we try to work in a co-located environment so that we can work in the best possible way. Okay, so that we can have osmotic communication. Osmotic communication is more of a natural communication. If you and I are sitting at one place, I'm talking to someone on the phone, you overheard it, that's osmotic communication, natural flow of the communication. So osmotic communication. Now we also have in the common area caves and common. Caves is basically a semi-cubicle or a partial. If you want to do some work where you will not be disturbed, then you go to your caves. And common is a normal area where everyone can work in that area. Caves and common. Normally it is in between the 10 meter or 33 feet. Okay. Some of the agile concept while you are working with that team is important to understand. In agile we have 7 plus minus 2 team member. Teams are cross-functional. We have cross-functional team. We try to get the cross-functional team. The team are self-decided, self-emergent. We have a servant leadership mentality here. Like Scrum Master is a servant leader. He is helping the people to provide the food, water. He is there shielding them from impediments. He does not let anything to get passed to it. So a very important thing in here. So this is important that we also have T-type leadership. We have I-type people who are master in one field. Then we have simple type of leadership that a person knows everything but does not detail. P-type are a person who are master of in one field but they also have knowledge of other field. So we need a cross-functionality in Agile. Some of the concepts in Agile. Okay, so then we move. We keep on working, keep on working, keep on working. This is in Scrum. This is more of a Scrum framework. So then we have sprint review. Okay. Sprint review is more of a product. Here we give product demo. What have we completed so far? What are the things that we have completed so far? We show it to the customer. Whatever the user stories. Now, before going to the sprint review, we have our own checklist. We want to make sure that all the things are done. And then the team also, and then the product owner or sponsors, they also have their own acceptance criteria. So you need to make sure that both things match. Your checklist is done. Everything in the checklist must, like, this must be in the product, this must be in the product, this must be in the product. And of course, those user stories help you because user stories works in 3C. You write them on card for easy working. There's a conversation on this and there's a confirmation criteria on the user stories. And user stories follow also the acronym of INVEST. They are independent. Like one user story does not depend on other user story. You can negotiate them. They must provide value. They must be small that they can be completed in a sprint, and they must be testable. If user stories are large, we call them epic. You break down the user stories so that you can complete in a sprint. So in sprint review, product owner, sponsor, everyone comes there. You show them what you have completed so far, what is in the product backlog. They check it from their acceptance criteria. Okay, if they accept your user story, it goes into the release plan, it goes into the future, it gets accepted. If it gets rejected, it goes back into the product backlog. If a user story is rejected or if a user story is not completed, it goes back into the product backlog. So very, very important thing. If user story is rejected or it is not completed 99%, it goes back to the product backlog. If the customer wants to add new requirement into it, the customer can add new requirement at this step. At this step, they can add new requirement, and we have a product backlog increment. We basically do refinement of product backlog, that is called grooming of product backlog. What is grooming of product backlog? At the sprint review, even after the first sprint review, we basically review the product again. We reprioritize the product backlog. Maybe a new requirement is there. Maybe some are rejected user stories, and we need to see where does their priority goes. So we reprioritize the product backlog. This reprioritization is called as grooming of product backlog. Okay, and once this increment has completed, the things that has been completed we call it as product increment. We got product backlog, sprint backlog, and third document as product increment. Increment in the products one by one. Okay, and then we work. Then once this is done, then the team sit together to do sprint retrospective. Sprint retrospective is a lesson learned workshop. Sprint retrospective is more of a lesson learned workshop. In the sprint retrospective, we work, we see what have we done. We try to get improvements. We do the root cause analysis, and we suggest what are the improvements that can be implemented in the next sprint. It has 5 stages. Set the stage, You set the stage. Okay, here the team is certain stage. What can be expected? How long is going to be? What is expected of this retrospective? Then we gather data. We gather the data around the entire sprint so that we can do the root cause analysis, and then third, we generate insights. That is, we do the root cause analysis. In the fourth step, we decide what to do. We decide 1 or 2 improvements, like it has a format, what we should do more of, what we should do less of, what we should start doing, what should we do stop doing. And then finally, we close the retrospective. We thank everyone and all, and everyone goes back to their work. So this is the framework of the Scrum. If you can look at this, from product backlog, sprint backlog, then daily stand-up, 3 questions, sprint review, sprint retrospective. If you know this thing, you know Scrum, and you know Scrum is a lightweight daily stand-up. The purpose of daily stand-up is to inspect and adopt, and is one of the fundamentals of Scrum to transparency, inspection, adoption. This is the very important part for the PMP, especially for the Agile portion. First, journey of Agile that we clarified in detail. So this was journey of Agile. I hope you have enjoyed it. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe it. Click that like icon, that button icon, and share it with your friends who are preparing for PMP exam. Our commitment to PMP is going to explode on LinkedIn, YouTube, and all those material. You see, we want you to become certified PMP, and if this material helps and you become certified, great. And if you want to join our program, we have one-to-one program that is customized according to your requirement, or you can join our batch program that starts every month. We have one batch program in 1 month. Contact us on the numbers given in the description to which program suits you. Thank you very much. Stay blessed. So journey of risk. Journey of risk. First of all, what is risk? Risk is as simple as it gets is this: probability into impact. What is the probability that something may happen? It can be from 0 to 99.99, but not 100%. Because if the probability become 100%, then something that is risk is not a risk anymore. Because risk is something that may or may not occur. There is an uncertainty in the risk. If something occurs, if the probability becomes 100%, it becomes an issue. So that's an important concept as a step number 1 to understand in the journey of risk. Now, when you are planning risk management as a project manager, you need to understand, you need to make a risk management plan. The plan that will define how risk management is going to be managed. The plan that is going to tell how the funding is going to be done. Who is going to fund the project? What is the tolerance of the organization? And is your organization risk seeker? They move towards the risk, or are they risk averse? They run away from the risk. Or in the best case scenario, which I consider best, a one-man opinion, risk neutral. They consider risk as positive as well as negative, and then manage risk accordingly. So risk seeker, averse, neutral, what is the tolerance, threshold, all those things will be managed in the risk management plan. Once you have made the risk management plan, then comes the most important step. Identify the risk. Now once you are identifying risk, use every tool at your disposal. You can do SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunity, threat. You can do PESTEL analysis, political, environmental, social, technological, legal, and economical. You also need to review assumption log. You also need to review all the plans, stakeholder register, charter, business case, benefit management plan. In other words, review everything. And the most important thing, the heart of these things, expert judgment. Asking expert about the risk. We put all the risk that we have identified. And also remember, risk identification is an iterative process. You can identify risk at any stage of the project. So you make a risk register that lists all the risk, and at this stage, potential response and potential owner. Owner is someone who is gonna implement the risk response plan. And then you also make risk report, a weekly risk basically report that says what are the high level risk, what are the low level risk, how the overall spectrum of risk falls. Once you identify all the risk, you may have 100 of the risk. Next process is ranking them. Not all risks are same. Some risks can destroy you, where other risks are negligible. So we need to rank through qualitative risk assessment as low, medium, high, or very low, low, medium, very high. Through qualitative risk assessment. The purpose of qualitative is to rank the risk and give us the most important risk. Some projects only do qualitative risk assessment, make those 3x3 matrix or 5x5 matrix and get done with it. But if your project is sensitive, like pharmaceutical, like medicines and all those, you may need to do quantitative risk assessment. Here you will get exact number, how much that risk can occur, how much this risk can occur, what is the schedule, like what are the chances you will meet the schedule, tornado analysis, Monte Carlo, sensitivity, influence diagram, all those things in quantitative. The purpose of qualitative and quantitative is to rank the risk or prioritize the risk. Now you have your ranked risk. The next thing comes to plan response of those risks. We have negative risk. Risk can be negative. That is called as threat. I'm going to use red marker for them. Or risk can be positive. I'm going to use blue marker for them. That is called as opportunity. So for threat, the first thing is you avoid the risk. You don't do that thing at all. You don't do that thing at all. And if you don't do, the probability becomes 0, the risk becomes 0, you don't do that. Changing the work package, changing your plan, not going outside in COVID is avoiding the risk. Next come mitigate. If you cannot avoid the risk, then you mitigate the risk. Decrease the intensity, decrease probability or impact. We are using like PPs in this COVID era. These are all mitigation. These are all mitigations. Then the next come transfer of risk, like buying insurance and all those things. These are transferring of risk. And whenever you transfer the risk, you need to buy premium. You need to pay some money. Reverse of avoid in opportunity is exploiting the risk. Exploiting the risk to complete extent, like increasing maximizing the probability and impact. If you cannot exploit the risk, then enhance. Either probability increases or impact, one thing. Reverse of transfer is sharing of the risk. Sharing of the risk. So these are some of the individual responses. Then we have accept. Accept is used for both positive and negative risk. So we have active acceptance and passive acceptance. In active acceptance, we make plans, do nothing. In all these we are doing. In active acceptance, we only make plans. In passive acceptance, we don't do anything. Whatever happens, we do work around. We do work around, also known as jugaad in the local language. So you use contingency reserves for them and management reserves for the workarounds. Then the last strategy is escalate the risk. Escalating to the senior management. It is also for both positive as well as negative risk. Once the risk response has been agreed, the risk response plan is given, it is approved, all the baselines, all the documents may get updated as a result of that. Once that is done, the next step is to implement this risk response plan. It's a very tricky step because people most of the time, the risk owner whose responsibility is to implement, they don't implement it. So the next step is implement the risk response plan. You implement it. Once you implement the risk response plan, you have two options. Either you get residual risk, the remaining risk, the low risk, which you can accept sometime, or a secondary risk. Another risk has occurred. A secondary risk has occurred. So you may need to tackle it. You have risk review meeting to review your risk management processes, risk audit to ensure the effectiveness of the process, and we also check the technical performance. You get the technical performance, how the risk is being done. So that's a risk journey in a summary. I hope this journey is clear to you and you can understand the entire context, how basically risk management is done. For your PMP exam, risk management is a very important topic. You can get a drag and drop question or all type of questions for this. I hope this journey has been proven useful, and like always remember, it's the bigger picture and then the small picture, like a jigsaw puzzle, how each and everything adds into the overall journey, overall things that makes a certified PMP. And if you have not subscribed so far, do subscribe and click that bell icon so that you can get all the notification about those videos, because our commitment to YouTube, LinkedIn, all those things is gonna rise very high. Thank you very much. It's Amir Ali. Quality. Journey of quality. Quality, it was what customer pays you. Quality is what customer pays you. If the customer wants high quality, they will write down the high quality. If the customer wants low quality, they will work accordingly. So what customer pays you, what customer agrees with you. Okay, this is very important concept of quality that we need to understand. So what are the standards that we agree on the quality? A very important question to understand. So we make quality management plan. Quality management plan have agreed standards. Agreed standards can be ISOs. Customer can have their own standards, ANSI, whatever the standards. You have to agree with the customer and put it into the quality management plan. Now, in order to do those standards, we can also do benchmarking. What is benchmarking? Comparing the standards of other organization with your organization and seeing how to do that. Benchmarking is just like training need assessment. Identify the gaps and see where the gaps are needed and try to fill that gaps. Now, most of the time we try to use ISO standards and we benchmark those standards. We think these are the standards that we must follow and we use them. This is an important thing when you are using a standard to do benchmarking, comparison of internal or external standards and using that. In order to understand benchmarking, just go to your childhood when your parents were comparing your marks with the marks of someone who get top or things like that. That is benchmarking at the best way. So benchmarking. Then also in the quality management plan, we need to see how much the cost of quality it is. Very important too. Cost of quality. How much cost you are going to spend on quality. It contains cost of conformance, cost of non-conformance. Cost of conformance is the money spent in order to avoid failures. So all those training, appraisals, all those NDT testing comes under here. Cost of non-conformance includes money spent due to failures. It can be internal failures or it can be external failures. So internal failures, rework, all those comes here. Warranty cost, all those comes in cost of non-conformance. In addition to quality management plan, you also have quality metrics. Quality metrics is more like a KPI matrix, key performance index. What are the things you are going to measure in your project? We use SMART goals, specific, measurable, relevant, time bound. Like you measure how many changes are gonna there. So all those things come under quality metrics. Once your quality management plan is approved, quality metrics is done, then you go and start implementing quality management plan. It is also called as managed quality when you implement it, or quality assurance. Both things goes hand in hand. PMI basically says it managed quality, but quality assurance is not bad. I have no issue with that also. So what do? You control your process here. You have set limit, upper limit, lower limit, and you make sure that the process stays there. You do audit. You use control chart, upper control, lower control limit. If any points goes outside, we say that the process is out of control, or we also have rule of 7. Rule of 7 says that if any point, this is mean, upper control limit, lower control limit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If points are above the mean, consecutively 7, or below the mean, both sides, 4, 5, 6, 7, then the process again has a problem. Process is again out of control. So how the process can go out of control? Either the points goes out of the upper control or lower control, or 7 consecutive points are at one side. That's control chart for you. You can also use checklist, like is this present or is this not present. All those things are to check the process, to ensure the process. A major tool that you make sure that you implement is to audit. You check the effectiveness of your process. You make sure your process is effective, your process is giving you the right result. That's all we do in the audit. That's all which happens in audit, and all those things happen in managed quality. Then once you have made sure this happens in execution, you are making sure that you make a right deliverable. You are considering the right deliverable is being produced. We are making sure that once you are making a deliverable that is according to the agreed quality standards, quality plan is being implemented in managed quality. So we get here quality reports. We produce quality reports saying all the things that is being produced in the execution. Then we have control quality. The biggest purpose of control quality is to check the deliverable. From execution, the deliverable comes here, and according to quality management plan, agreed quality management plan, we check internally. Very important. Client is not involved. We check internally whether the deliverable meets the standards or not. We are only checking with the quality management plan. Deliverable meets the standard, deliverable get approved, we called it as a verified deliverable. So when a deliverable has been checked by the quality, we said verified deliverable. This does not mean that a deliverable has been accepted by the customer. This does not mean the deliverable is right. The only thing that means is it meets the quality standards. This deliverable is according to the quality standards. So we call them verified deliverable. Then it goes to validate scope, where customer check it and he finds out whether it meets or not, and that is basically in January of deliverable I've already shared with you. Okay, so the major tool that you use here is inspection. Quality team is inspecting the deliverable. Quality team is checking the deliverable, whether this deliverable meets the client quality or not. You can have peer reviews, walk through to check these deliverable. But the biggest thing is inspection here. Okay, so you are using many tools in order to check the process, whether you are going there. You can use Pareto 80-20 principle, like 80% of the defects are caused by the 20%, or 80% of the defects are because of 20%. Pareto is basically vital few things are very important and many other things are not important. In order to understand Pareto, let me give you an example. In any household, if there are 10 people, only 2 people are earning and 8 people are not earning. So those 2 people are vital few. They are the important member of the family. So they are those 2 people. Now, if we talk about the terms of company, Pareto law says that 80% of the problem are caused by the 20% of the reason. So you need to focus on those 20 and you can solve the 80% problem. So Pareto chart becomes something like this, a descending histogram. Okay, so you see basically which are the most important causes. Then you also use histogram to show frequency distribution. You use flow chart to show the sequence of the steps, step 1, step 2. You use check sheets, like count down the number, how many defects are there. Then you also use scatter diagram, the correlation diagram. Scatter, whenever you word scatter, there is always a correlation diagram. So what does scattered mean? So if I want to see a correlation, if I eat more food, will my weight increase? If my weight increases, we say that there is a weight versus food, if we say that positive correlation. If the weight decreases, we say negative correlation. If there is no correlation, there is no correlation. Then we have no line. Okay. Then we have a very important tool, that is to, if there's a defect, to identify the defect. Ishikawa diagram, fishbone diagram, or also called as YY diagram. You put the problem here, cause and effect there. We get quality control measurement, and guys, this is the summary of journey of quality. Through these videos, my try is that I can give you the maximum things of the topic in the minimum amount. Most of the time I like to try make it less than 20 minutes, 50 minutes, so that you can absorb it, use it as a final material for your preparation, use it as an understanding. So again, plan quality, make a quality management plan, quality metrics using cost of quality and benchmarking. Then in manage quality, we use audit as a major tool. We use checklist, control charts, or use like control charts, scatter diagram, checklist, check sheet, Pareto, fishbone diagram. They can use in manage as a control. Then once you get quality reports there, it comes to control quality. Here the deliverables are accepted by deliverables are verified by inspection and all of those tools. I hope this video has added value into your PMP journey. I hope you become a certified PMP. If you have any question, put down in the comment box. If you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe. As you can see, my commitment to YouTube is increasing very high. I want to add value on your PMP and I don't want you to miss anything. Thank you very much. See you next time. Live with passion. Of procurement is one of the most important thing, because you will get a lot of questions regarding procurement. My students have received questions from 4 up to 10 to 15 in 2021. So procurement becomes a very important area, and in this journey I will teach you everything that you need to know about procurement. So step number 1 is you need to decide whether to make or buy. Now here starts the procurement. We want to know whether we make or we should buy, and on what factors we decide. One of the factors that is predominant is cost, then time, then skills, then other compliance and all those things. But cost plays a great role. For example, if you want to buy something, so will it cost us more if we buy it from outside, or will it cost us less if we make it in our house? So the cost becomes an important thing. Now time frame can be the key. How much time is required? Maybe when you make this thing, it takes 3 months, and if someone make it outside, you procure it, it take 2 weeks. So time became a very important thing. And then an important thing, do you even have a skills to do that? Do you even have those skills to make that? And then compliance can also play a role. Like, do you meet a compliance standards? For example, if you want to use PPEs, and in your project you're a construction company and you want to use personal protective equipment, especially in this COVID time, and you try to make it, do you meet the ANSI standards? Do you meet your local standard, international standards? So that's a very important thing. So it is possible that you can't do that yourself. You buy 3M material or other good material. So we have decided that we are gonna buy that thing. Next step comes as contract. Which type of contract you are going to have? Now it depends on your scope. Is your scope fixed or is it variable? If your scope is fixed, you know what you want to do. For example, in the construction project, you know, I want to make this thing like this thing like this. So there our scope is very fixed. I know how many rooms my house should have. I know how many kitchen, washroom, everything. So scope become fixed. So we have firm fixed price contract. Firm fixed price contract. So here the risk is on the seller, the one who is providing the services, because requirements are crystal clear and we know that what are the requirements. So the risk come more on seller. The buyer is free of risk. If he can complete in that time, good. If he's unable to complete in that time, risk lies on the seller. Now, sometime, let's say I'm making a house and I want to rent it out. While the house is in progress and some people say that we want to rent this building, this plaza, so when can we get it? Now I get an opportunity here. So what will I ask? I will ask the seller, hey seller, can you complete it earlier? The buyer is asking. And if you can complete earlier, I will give you an incentive of it. Now here, the contract becomes fixed price incentive fee. Fixed price incentive fee. We are giving them an incentive. If they are able to complete the required thing at the right time, at all agreed time, we will give them some extra money or whatever is required. It's become fixed price incentive fee. Scope is fixed. Scope is still fixed. Then comes the long contract, especially the bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge was not constructed in 1 year. The big buildings and roads and multi like Burj Al Khalifa and all those things, and many other construction or long-term contracts that goes on multiple years, maybe 10, 20, I don't know. But those contracts are affected by inflation. Anything that is affected by inflation, we use the contract fixed price, economic price adjustment. So whenever you heard the inflation word, you will directly go to the fixed price, economic price adjustment. Now let's say your scope is variable. Then you use cost plus fixed fee. What do I mean by that? So you go to a mechanic and you want your car to be repaired. So you go to the mechanic and ask him, hey, my car is making sound, so please have a look at it. Or your air conditioner is not working. You call an electrician, hey, my AC is not working, please check it. They will check and they say, this material is damaged. We will replace it and you will reimburse us that amount, and plus you will pay us this fee. Normally that is based on hourly or the lump sum, whatever. So cost plus fixed fee. You are paying them for the material and you are paying them for fixed fee. Now this is very important. The material cost can go high. Anything can damage. You don't know, your car is not working, your AC is not working. He can also say, oh, this is also damaged. This is also damaged. So the scope can go up, up, up. It's not 100% clear. In the similar contract, so if you give them an incentive, okay, you say that, okay, let's say it say that, okay, your car is damaged, it will take 8 hours. So this happened to me while I was in a family trip a few months back. So I needed to go back. I have a meeting in the evening. I was in hilly areas and they were like 8 hours drive. I said him, okay, how much time it will take? He said like, it will take 4 to 6 hours. So if I waited for 4 to 6 hours, this means I have to drive at night in the hilly areas with no lights, which I don't like. So I asked him, okay, if you can do it in 1 hour or 2 hours, I will pay you this much amount extra. This much amount extra, which he did, and which I paid him the incentive fee. Now incentive fee is agreed with the people and it is a contractually bounding. It's a contract that you have to pay them amount. Fixed price incentive, cost plus incentive fee. Then we have cost plus award fee. Now this is a very interesting contract. You haven't agreed to someone, okay, someone did a good work, you liked it, and you gave them a award fee. That's like a tip, that's like a bonus. So cost plus award fee. So then comes the time and material contract. Let's say you want to rent a crane. You are working in a construction company. How you are going to rent it? You rent it by number of days or by number of hours. So time and material contract. Or you are going outside. I remember when I went to Maldives with my wife, Malaysia. So we went to Langkawi and we rent a car. Now there we have to pay per hour or per day, I'm not sure, but whatever, we have to pay time and material contract. If anything happened to the car, we were going to pay them. So again, our scope is not 100% clear. Time and material contract, guys, most of the time we are using all these contracts, and these contracts are the most important. These are all predictive contract, but Agile can also have some contract. We get a cost plus fixed fee per work package, cost plus fixed fee per user story, graduated contract or any type of contract can be in the Agile. Remember, customer collaboration or contract negotiation in Agile. That is the hint how the Agile contract can be. So once this is done, now we go with the source selection criteria. Okay, so who are the sources? Now here organizational process assets like pre-qualified sellers. Already your companies, good companies have a shortlisted sellers, so you go directly to them. Or enterprise environmental factors are there. What are the internal sellers available? What are the external sellers available? What are your procurement system policies? All those things. And you also make a selection criteria. For example, if I want to eat a burger, a good burger, okay, I want to eat a good burger, it must be economical. The cost should be economical, the quality should be excellent, all those things. We make a source selection criteria, and then we look, okay, from where I can get burger, okay, Hardee's, okay, Howdy, McDonald's, KFC, and all those things. Then I will see, okay, what are my past references? In source selection criteria, past references are the key. For example, my past references are, for myself, Howdy burger is excellent for me, but whereas McDonald's burger is easy and the taste will always be standard. So here you get a conflict here. So if for me, if I have to eat burger, I will go to Howdy. You do this all the time. You do it when you want to watch a video. Should I watch his video or him? So you are always checking a source selection criteria. So once all this done, then we make procurement statement of work. So procurement statement of work, we write down all the things, what is going to be there, what are our specification, what do we want, and then we publish it. It's just like when you get something in the newspaper, okay, this is more like a invitation for bidding. It is something for which all the acceptance criteria must be written. This is a procurement statement of work, very important thing. You make procurement management plan that will guide all those things, procurement strategy, all those things. Then you do the bidder conference. You invite the bidders for the proposals. You do a bidder conference. All the bidder comes. They give their proposals. Okay, they give their proposal. First, you basically classify them. What is being required from them? What is being required from them? Okay, once you have clarified, okay, this thing is being required for you, and then everyone give their proposals, and from shortlisted sellers, from those proposals, let's say 100 people come, you show them area, all those things, and then few people give the proposal, or you shortlist few people, then start happening negotiation. So very important thing, project manager does not take part in the negotiation that is related to money. It is the job of a procurement manager or a procurement department, because there again a compliance issues come there, like he's gonna do work, so he should not negotiate. So as a rule, project manager does not take part in anything that is related to money given to the outside. And he is there, the team is there to discuss the schedule, quality, because that responsibility does not lie on procurement manager. That responsibility lies back on project manager. So once the negotiations are done, the final thing comes in, agreement. Now this agreement can be called as a contract or whatever, service level agreement, memorandum of understanding. So sometimes you have a letter of agreement, letter of intent, like a preliminary agreement, and then you have a final agreement. So once the agreement is written, everything belongs to agreement. Whatever is not in the agreement is not there. Agreement, it's the Bible, you can say. It's everything, how project should be done. What are the things that must be present in the project, how to handle the conflicts, all those things must be written in the contract. Okay, now what happens if you want to do audit of the process? This is important. If you want to do audit of the process, this must be written in the contract. Like audit is all about checking the effectiveness of the processes. If it is not written in the contract, you cannot do the audit. This is important. Okay, so agreement is written, and once agreement is done, the seller start delivering is good. When the seller start delivering is good, then you do inspection. Okay, in inspection we can have a diamond symbol here. Let's say you accept the in inspection, you accept it, yes. So close the procurement, pay the invoice, pay the bill, close the procurement, and close the procurement, close the project. You disagree. You disagree that deliverables are not according to the standard. It is not according to the agreed contract. So what happens? A conflict has occurred. So how to handle a conflict? Now these questions will come in the organization, in the question. So conflict come, so we have a sequence of steps to follow for a conflict. For conflict come, step number 1, do what is written in the contract or agreement. Try to do what is written in the contract or agreement. This is possible, this happens a lot, that something that is not written in the contract, that happens. Then you get a help from outside, or like you try to do win-win situation. You try to find out collaboration, do problem solving, conflict management. If that is also not possible, then you get an arbitrator, you get a mediator to solve and help them think. Okay, so if that is also not possible, then alternate dispute resolution, following it, go to the court. So last strategy is go to the court. And after that, of course, close procurement, and then we update the project and all those things. Guys, this is possible that the project is closed, but some procurement is still open. This is very possible that the project is closed, but some procurement are still open. So the project manager can put it in the lesson learned about those things and can notify, because in a big organization where one project manager is needed at somewhere else, so most of the time a mark list or a checklist is open or called as open list, and the claims handling department can deal with it. Also, there are many other terms you will heard about, the like early termination of contract. Both parties can do early termination of contract. Who can do early termination of contract? And you can see a question in the exam. Many of my students see basically expected monetary value, asking to calculate the expected monetary value of a contract. So whatever the exam says about that, remember, expected monetary value is always probability into impact. And if you want to check the progress of seller, so again, schedule variance and value divided by plan value. If you are doing good here, greater than 1 good, less than 1 bad. Similarly, cost variance and value divided by actual cost, greater than 1 good, less than 1 bad. So that sums up the entire journey of procurement. So guys, very important, I am making these journeys videos for you so that you can learn, master the PMP exam. We have made other journeys also, do check them. We did change request, stakeholder, risk, and many other journeys. Do watch them and learn them. These are very important, and if you can understand all the journeys and watch the coaching call, that's it. You don't need anything else for your PMP exam. I'm not kidding. PMP exam is not about remembering input, tools, and technical outputs. It's all about understanding the flow where all things go. Friends, we have the top success rate in the world, 99.3. 136 students have cleared out of 137. One student is giving exam tomorrow. One more is giving the day after tomorrow, and one on Sunday. One. I guess one more may be ready, but I will check him. And we are saying this with such a confidence that our method works, and we are giving it to you free of cost. Use them, pass the PM. And if you do share us your journey. We would love to know how you clear it. And very important thing, my commitment to YouTube is gonna rise more and more. And if you have not subscribed yet, subscribe it and do the bell icon and all those things. And if someone else is preparing for PMP, do share this video. Thank you very much. Become a PMP and live your life with passion. Bye-bye. Journey of scope. Scope is what we are doing. And in this journey, we get one of the most important things, scope baseline, on which we will be measured. Are we doing good? Are we doing bad? All those things will be measured by scope baseline. How the scope baseline is created, I will answer all these questions in this video. The first and most important thing is that we need to know that first we have requirements. First we have requirements. How the project is going to start, from where all these things have occurred, and what are the requirements of the project. In Agile, we say that as a user, I want this thing so that this can happen. A user story syntax, so that's a requirement. So requirement is what are the things we want to have. Requirement can be stakeholder requirement, it can be solution requirement, functional requirement, things that must be present in the project, non-functional requirement, solution requirement, transition requirement, all those types of requirements are there. So we captured all those requirements utilizing techniques as brainstorming, focus group, facilitated workshop, prototyping, context diagram, Delphi technique, value stream mapping. The purpose is whatever you do, you collect the requirement. So once you have collected the requirement, you get requirement documentation, which describes what are the types of requirement, who has given requirement, and all those things. And you get requirement traceability matrix, a matrix that shows the linkage from start to end of the requirement, where requirement is right now, what is the status of requirement, why do we only need this requirement, which project objective this requirement is going to satisfy. All these things will be answered by requirement traceability matrix. A very important distinction between requirement documentation and requirement traceability matrix. Requirement documentation describes all the types of requirement, functional, non-functional. Requirement traceability matrix can basically trace from where this requirement has come, what is the current status of this requirement, who requested it, all those things. So we made requirement documentation, requirement traceability matrix to these tools and technique. Guys, these tools and technique are very, very important for PMP, because this is how these tools and technique will be used in so many other areas. So do master these tools and technique. And if you want me that I make a specific journey or a specific video only on these tools and technique, just put in the comment, I will make it. Then all these requirements are being collected on the basis of requirement management plan. So requirement management plan is how you collect the requirement, manage the requirement, all those things are basically tackled in requirement management plan. So once all the requirement has been made, the next step is basically to filter the requirement. In my wording, I would say putting Moscow on the requirement. So which of the requirement are must have, you have to have. Let's say we collected all the requirement comes in, okay, from requirement documentation, requirement traceability matrix. Now you put a requirement filter on it, a scope filter on it, okay. Only the requirements that can pass the scope filter will go into and become the part of the scope. So requirements are more, you can say requirements may be 10,000 and scope may be only 100 things. So this difference can be that huge. So you collect all the requirement comes here, you put it a filter here. Let me call this filter more of a Moscow, must have, okay, these are the must requirement we should need, should requirement, could requirement, things like that. So whatever the things passes through this scope filter, okay, we call all those things that pass, we get our project scope statement. Project scope statement. Now this is the document that will have everything in the project. Everything that you are going to make must be present in this project scope statement. Assumption, constraint, anything that is not present, that you are not going to make. So it will make a boundary, what is included, what is not included, assumption, constraint, everything. So one of the tool and technique that we use in order to make project scope statement from requirements is product breakdown, product description, value analysis. We basically put Moscow, other techniques to see how we can break down the product and still get that thing. Okay, so product breakdown, product description, value analysis, value engineering, all those things are used to see what is the cost effective method to produce that specific product. So once you have project scope statement, Okay, now then comes the next learning. We have project scope statement with us. Okay, PSS we will call it. Project scope statement is with us. Now we will move the next step. Now, next step is we need to break down the entire work and create WBS. Work breakdown structure. Let's say we are making a Lamborghini car, the one we use in the previous of our batch 11. Okay, so we break down the work further. We can do this, but I'm just focusing on one right now, just to make it sense. Okay, let's say we are going to make a car. Okay, so car need chassis, car need fabrication, car need paint job, car need other things, etc., etc. So you can say assembly. Okay, so chassis, you need the bottom part, upper part, left hand part, then you divide it further, this one further. The purpose is basically to break down the structure in that you can understand. The purpose is that you can master this thing. Guys, this is very important. According to Lee Lombardi, the founder of one of the founders of PMP, he said that there are two critical things that a project manager must know. Does not matter it's agile or predictive. One of them is work breakdown structure. What is second, I will tell in the next video. So you make a work breakdown structure, the entire work, everything you need to do. One of the important rule of thumb of work breakdown structure is when you sum up the entire work, when you sum up from bottom to up, it must give you 100% of the work. 100% of the work must be there. Okay, so let's give them a number as basically we do. We called it 1, this 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. We can call it more of a 1.1.1, this is 1.1.2, 1.1.3, this is more of a 1.1.2.1, 1.1.2.2, 1.1.2.3. Okay, now if I ask you go and work on maybe 1.1.2.3, you will not understand what does even that means. For that we have work breakdown structure dictionary. WBS dictionary is going to tell us each and everything, what do we have in that thing, what we need to make, what are the assumptions, what are the entire work, each and everything detail about all the WBS. So let's come back to WBS. This is basically called as control account. This high level is called as control account. This is the account at which management is controlling. This is the account where the management is interested how the work is being going to done. This is called as control account. The lowest thing on which we do all the calculation is basically called as work package. So work package is something in which we are working on it, and all the estimation is going to do, the execution team is going to work on it. Control account, work package, and sometimes we have intermediate a package between that is called as a planning package. This is mostly used by the planning team. Control account used by the management. The work package, the most important thing in the project, is basically used by the execution team. Everything will be done in this. We are going to break down further. Here it is the lowest package, but we are going to break down this work package into activities, basically sequence all these things, but that will come later. And this is a planning package. These numbers, they are called as code of account. Okay, so we have a lot of information here. Project scope statement, WBS. Okay, project scope statement was something, the entire work you have done, it's a project scope statement. Hierarchical breakdown of the structure is work breakdown structure. These numbers are called code of account. Then we have work package, and then we have work breakdown structure dictionary. This mixture of work breakdown structure dictionary, project scope statement, work breakdown structure dictionary, work breakdown structure, all once it get approved, it goes to management. Once it get approved, we get our scope baseline. This is called as scope baseline. Now once the scope baseline is made, it has been made. Now all the work is being done according to this baseline, and our goal is that there is no scope creep, unintended added into the scope. We don't want that. We are avoiding the scope creep. Scope creep is when customer says, okay, also do this, also do that, without going to the change control procedure. So that's why we have an entire change control procedure to stop scope creep. Another term that is used as a gold plating. We give something to the customer that he has not asked, additional feature. For example, if the customer asked for Honda, we gave them a BMW. So we have given more than they have requested. It's called gold plating. Both are considered bad thing in scope. So this becomes scope baseline, and you control this. One other important thing in the scope topic is basically the journey of deliverable. Journey of deliverable kind of ends here. We know that deliverable that was produced in execution, it goes to control quality, and it becomes, if it is accepted, it becomes a verified deliverable. If it is rejected, it becomes more of a change request. You need to do corrective action, preventive action, defect repair. If the verified deliverables come into the scope, we have a process, validate scope. It is a process where basically with client we show the deliverable. The client will check the deliverable. The client will basically inspect the deliverable, verify according to the scope baseline. Now in the quality, we were checking the deliverable against quality management plan. In scope with the client, we are going to check deliverables according to the scope baseline, according to the approved scope baseline. So remember this thing. This is the most important thing if you are working in a project. What is your scope baseline? If something is not in the scope baseline, we are not going to produce. So if the customer says, let's say that we ask this feature, it is not present, what to do? Look into the scope baseline, look into the project scope statement. Was that there? If not, this scope baseline is also approved by sponsor, customer, all those people. If it is not there, it is right. It should not be there. But if you have made something that is not in the scope baseline, or if you have made something that is missing in the scope baseline, then it will become a change request, and we need to do corrective action, preventive action, defect repair after approval from change control board. And once the deliverable is approved by validated scopes, it is called as accepted deliverable. It is called as accepted deliverable. And here completes our journey of scope. Guys, this journey of scope is very important in current PMP. Understanding the flow, how each things match, how we collect the requirement using requirement management plan as an oversee, and then we collect the requirement to the and put them into requirement documentation and requirement traceability metrics through various tools and technique like brainstorming, focus group, facilitated prototype, context diagram. We make requirement documentation, requirement traceability metrics. Once that is done, we put a filter of scope and we get project scope statement. Then we divide the deliverable, we get WBS dictionary, work package, and all those things, and we make our scope baseline, and all those requirements are controlled by requirement management plan. How scope is done, how scope will be controlled, it is controlled by scope management plan. And then finally we validate the scope where we accept the deliverable. This is very important, what I said in last 40 seconds. If you just understand this, you know scope, and if you know scope, you know a lot of things. So we have made many journeys in previous 2 weeks. We have done change request, we have done quality, risk, stakeholder, communication, procurement. So if you have not watched, do watch them. They are very important for exam. My goal is through these journeys videos give you a final revision, and through using coaching calls. If you watch journeys videos, coaching calls, you will be able to clear the entire PMP. I'm making a big claim, but that is something which we are referring to our own student as a final day revisions and all those things, and we are giving it here for everyone, because I am a big believer of karma. More you give, the more you come back. One more thing, if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe it, because as you can see, we are putting more and more content. Last night we did coaching call, today I'm putting this journey, tomorrow another coaching call, then on Saturday we have a free coaching call of 3 hours. So if you have not subscribed, you will miss all those things. So subscribe the channel and click that bell icon so you don't miss anything. Thank you very much. Live with passion, and if you have not become PMP, I highly recommend work on it and become PMP. Bye-bye. Journey of schedule. Some people say it as schedule, schedule, it's the same thing. So let me just get back to something. We have already made scope baseline in the previous video. So once we have made the scope baseline, we know one thing, we have our work package in that WBC. So the first thing or step one is basically to make schedule management plan. So schedule management plan will have everything, how to manage the schedule, how to make the schedule, how to control the schedule, how to divide the work package, how, all those things will be into this plan. Which software to use? Okay. Maybe Primavera, maybe Microsoft Project, or use Kanban system. Which methodology are we going to follow? Kanban or Agile or so on? Which one you are going to follow? Predictive? Here comes the big thing. Remember, Agile and predictive actually has real difference when it comes to schedule, because Agile is all time box, iterations, all those things. Kanban is pull system, we have on-demand scheduling, and then predictive scheduling in which we plan in the traditional way. So in this video, we are going to focus more on traditional way. So everything is mentioned in the schedule management plan, tolerances, other things. Then we go to the next step. We take the work package which we have made and we decompose the work package. We divide the work package into smaller parts so as activities, and we get activity list of all the activities you need to do. Activity A may be doing this thing, like let's take an example of building a pipeline. You want to construct a pipeline, so this is a work package that you need to make a 2 kilometer, 2 meter, whatever, a pipeline. What will be activity? Fabrication of the pipe, bending of the sheet, welding, alignment, logistics, all these will be activities of the pipe. So we get activity list and we get activity attributes. Just like work breakdown structure dictionary, we get activity attributes that will tell us what are the types of relationship there. We will come back to the relationship in a while. What are the type of dependencies there? What do you need to know? How much effort will be required? Everything will be taken by activity attributes. Then the third very important, milestone list. Milestone is a significant point in the project that has zero duration basically. So let's consider this is a product roadmap. Okay, the project is of 1 year, 0, this is 1 year. You have, you can have a milestone here. Okay, we need to reach some particular time frame. We need to produce this thing in a particular time. We need to do this thing in a particular cost, or to produce this thing. So milestone is a significant point in the project, having zero duration. So this is a very important thing. So once you have all the activity, the next step is to understand the relationship between the activities. So let's say there are two activities, activity A and activity B. Activity A is called as predecessor. Predecessor activity, the activity that comes before. Your father is your predecessor. Your grandfather is your predecessor, the one that comes before. Then the second one is successor, that comes after you. Your daughter, your son is your successor. So predecessor and successor. Then we have a relationship between them. Okay, there can be 4 types of relationship. The most common relationship is finish to start. Activity A finishes, then activity B starts. For example, it's a normal relationship. If you are writing a book, once you have written a book, then you start editing it, or once you have written the book, then you start publishing it. It is finish to start relationship. Okay, you can also have start to start relationship. 2 activities start simultaneously. Activity A started, activity B started the same time. For example, if I turned my air conditioner on, as soon as I turned my air conditioner, the compressor started working. So a start to start relationship between this activity. You can also have finish to finish relationship. We don't care when the activity started, but both activity finishes at the same time. Let's say you are driving car and you are just listening to the music. You reach to your home, you turn your car, you turn the ignition off. As soon as you turn the ignition off, the tape or the LCD automatically turned off. So we have finish to finish relationship. Finish to start, start to start, finish to finish. We also have another type of relationship that is very rarely used. It is start to finish. Start to finish. It is opposite of finish to start, start to finish. So this says that the activity B cannot be finished unless the activity A started. For example, if you are working in shifts, the next shift cannot be started unless the previous shift ends, or the previous shift cannot be ended till the next shift started. So let me just give you example in detail. You are working in a bank and you work in the night shift. The next guy that came in the morning. You cannot leave your post. You cannot leave that thing unless the next guy have come. So your activity cannot finish till the next activity has started. So start to finish relationship. These are 4 types of relationship. Then we have dependencies. So we have 2 types of dependency, basically internal dependency and external dependencies. Dependency with the project team, dependency outside the project team. In internal, we have mandatory, the hard logic that you have to do something like this. It has to be done like this. Or discretionary dependencies, soft logic, preferred practices. You can do either way you like. Same goes for external dependencies. You have mandatory, like you need to take a permit for the government to start the work, or discretionary, like the aspirational practices government has issued. They are good practices, do follow that. So these are the type of relationship. Then we have leads and lag between activity. Let's consider this finish to start relationship. Activity A finishes, then activity B starts. Okay, this is a finish to start. We are writing book, and once the book is done, then we start editing. But sometimes activity B starts before. Activity B starts before. So we say that activity B has leaded. It has leaded. Okay, the duration, when we do lead, our duration actually compresses. So activity B has leaded. Same example of book. Even you have not finished the book. Let's say you have finished only 2 chapters and you start editing those chapters. Or you are writing a book and someone else is editing. So we have lead activity here. Okay, what happens in lag? Activity A finishes, but the activity B did not start it. It started after some later time. Maybe you finished the book, then you got sick, or the person who's supposed to do edit, he got sick. So we get lag in the activities. We get lag in the activities. So we join all these activities in a relationship known as, let's say this is start of the activity, then it is A, B activity, C activity, D activity, E activity, F activity, then there is an end. This method is called as precedence diagramming method, and what do you get is called as project schedule network diagram. Project schedule network diagram. Now I see many people are so worried how to calculate critical path. What is the way to calculate critical path? Let me put something in context. Critical path is the longest path you take to complete. Let me give these activities as a duration. So A, B, C, D, E, F. 5, 7, 6, 5, 8, 3. I'm just giving numbers out of my mind. So let's put them here. 5, 7, 6, 5, 8, 3. Now there is a proper way to calculate critical path, calculate early start, early finish, all those things. In my opinion, in current exam, you don't need to know that. If you want to know about that, I have a complete video how to calculate critical path. I recommend for your learning purpose, you can watch it. But for the exam, you don't need that. You are not going to make critical path in that. No, we have 143 students as of today, and no one has to calculate critical path in the exam. Just knowing that will be enough for that. So how do I calculate the critical path? I simply calculate which is the longest area. Okay, there we have 2 paths, A, B, D, F. A, B, D, F. So, and we have A, C, E, F. A, C, E, F. Okay. So A, 5 plus 7, 12, 12 plus 5, 17, 17 plus 3, 20. Okay, 5 plus 6, 11, 11 plus 8, 19, 19 plus 3, 22. So whichever your longest path is, whichever is the path that is longest, it becomes the critical path. So in this arena, A, C, E, F is basically called as critical path. This is the longest path. To complete the work, this is called critical path. Once you complete it, the entire work will be completed. Now, sometimes we need to know what is the float of the other path. You see, the difference between the critical path, it is 22 and the other is 20. The 2 is called total float of that project. Total float of that area. What is float? Float is the duration in which the project can be delayed without delaying the critical path. Once again, the float is the amount of duration that the activities can be delayed without delaying the project. If we are talking about activity, that is called as free float of the activity. If we talk about the complete path, it is called as total float. So this is the critical path and the float things for you. So now sometime once you add it, this becomes your project schedule. You get the schedule from there, and this is basically the baseline. The schedule baseline is the activities with all the duration in it. Now how to calculate the duration, I'll come with that estimation technique in 2 minutes. So let's see if we want to decrease the schedule. There are 2 techniques to decrease the schedule, and they are called schedule compression techniques. One is basically crashing. What we do in crashing, we add the resources in the crashing. We add resources more. So let's say 2 developers are working, we add 1 more developer. That is called as crashing. We also do, the second one is fast tracking. The activities that were in series, we start doing them in parallel. Activities that were in series, we start doing them in parallel. This is called as fast tracking. So crashing and fast tracking is used, both are used in the ways to basically reduce the duration. Now, for every good thing, there's a bad thing. There is never free lunch there. So crashing, once you do a crashing, you add the resources, of course, cost increases. And if you do activities in parallel, then the risk increases or rework increases. Now, sometimes students ask which is recommended. If there is no issue with the cost, if cost is not the issue, crashing is the way to go. Crashing is the way to go. Okay, so crashing and fast tracking both are used. Then sometime what happens, resources are very important. Resources are very important. We need to control our resources. We need to manage the project according to resources. Just the same way that happened in the entire world few months back when the COVID hit. The people who are not in that location, especially if I talk about GCC people in Gulf countries, mostly people are from Pakistan, India, Bangladesh. They came back for holidays and everything was locked. Now the resources that were available there, they become more critical, and we need to manage our schedule according to the resource availability. So we have 2 techniques there. One is resource smoothing, the second is resource leveling. So the basic difference between resource smoothing and resource leveling is this. In smoothing, we fix the end date of schedule. We manage the resources in between the schedule, but we say that schedule duration cannot increase. Let's say the schedule was of 1 year, 365 days. So we say that we are not going to increase the schedule date, so manage the resources in between. Do fast tracking maybe, do crashing, whatever you want to do in between. We are not going to manage that. We are not going to increase the schedule. In resource leveling, we level the entire schedule according to the presence of resources. So we increase the schedule. In this case, we increase the schedule according to the availability of resource. So this is resource leveling and resource smoothing. So once all these things that you get project schedule, a Gantt chart, all those things with the schedule, you get your schedule network diagram, project schedule network diagram, you get your schedule baselines. Okay. Now a little bit about how do you basically estimate schedule. Now this topic is for both for costing and scheduling and resource. Whenever you are estimating, how to do estimate. So there are various techniques for estimations. The one is analogous estimation. Analogous estimation is basically you take the same thing from the previous history, you took the thing from the previous history and use the same estimation. Let's say we built a house of 200 square feet 2 years ago. Now we again want to build a house of 200 square feet, same parameters, same dimensions, with almost the same design, so we can estimate it will take 2 years. This is analogous estimation. We have past history and we choose the same thing, we are doing the same thing. This is analogous estimation. The second is basically parametric estimation. Parametric estimation. Here, now in past you have made a house of 200 square feet, same example. Now took 2 years. Now you want to make a house of 400 square feet. So we will use the multiples of this. Okay, so 100 square feet need 1 year, 400 multiply 4, so it will double, so 4 years. We have used the parameters. We are again using the lesson learned from there, but we are using parameters of that. So that become parametric estimation. If I say how much time it will take for 800 square feet, so I will multiply it with a 4, so 8 years something. Okay. The third estimation, that is more accurate estimation, is basically bottom up estimation. Bottom up, this is also called as top down. Okay, this is called as bottom up estimation. Now this is the most accurate estimation from these three. We basically estimate, okay, how much time it will take for the foundation, how much time it will take for the other thing. We estimate each individual activity, we add them and we add the entire duration. It becomes the bottom up estimation. The fourth estimation technique is 3-point estimation. Okay, now no one likes to give the exact, when anyone asks, hey, how much it will take, we don't like to give any estimation about that. So there's a better way to do that. We will ask them, okay, if everything happens according to your wish, everything happens, the resources are available, the rain happens when you need it, so this becomes the optimistic. What is the optimistic duration? As best case scenario. What is the best case scenario? If everything happened bad, okay, the rain happened, the resource, you lost the resources, all those things, so what will be the worst case scenario? Okay, and then third ask, what is the most likely? What is the most likely duration? Optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely. You ask them 3 points, okay, and then you use these 3 points in 2 different ways. One is triangular distribution, and second is PERT, program evaluation review technique. So we use the these points in triangular distribution, which just take the average of them. Okay, so whatever the duration we get single point duration. In PERT, it is basically based on beta distribution, which says optimistic is 1 time, pessimistic is 1 time, most likely is 4 sides. So you don't need to understand this, just understand this is the formula for calculating the duration. Now the students mostly ask, okay, if the information is not given, which formula to use to calculate the duration? This one. Use this formula, optimistic plus 4 most likely plus pessimistic divided by 6. The smallest duration, if you have 3 points in the the question says that a worker has given us estimation of 20 days, 40 days and 50 days. The smallest one is optimistic, the middle one is most likely, and the longest one is pessimistic. So guys, that's all about journey of schedule. How do you do, what are the things? These are the most important things that I covered, and I guess these are enough for clearing PMP exam when it comes to schedule in predictive way. We will work also in few days about, we will move through the Agile, and then I will also go to the product backlog about that. So this is another edition in our journey videos. If you have not watched our journeys videos before, you can watch stakeholder, communication, resource, risk, all those journeys are live that are highly recommended for your PMP exam. And If you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe it and click that bell icon so that you can get the notification whenever we are doing any kind of video. Last night we did free coaching call. The night before that we did PMP in 2 hours. So our commitment to YouTube, to LinkedIn, to Facebook is increasing very, very high. So don't miss any learning opportunity. And if you have not done PMP, I highly recommend that you join our batch program starting on 10th of September 2021. Already 12 people have registered, so 8 more people can register. And once you clear the PMP, do let me know. I would love to record your journey. Live with the passion. Thank you. Bye-bye. Journey of cost. One of the most important thing in the project, how much this thing is going to cost to us. So in this video, we are going to discuss everything that we need to know about costing. Now, a very important thing I would like to add here, schedule and costing have same tools and technique. Like how to estimate those things. We utilize analogous estimation, parametric estimation, 3-point estimation, bottom-up estimation. Bottom-up estimation is also called as cost aggregation in the terms of costing. So if you have not watched my previous video of journey of schedule, I highly recommend that you watch. I'll put a link it there so that you can also watch that for those tools and technique. So the most important thing directly, cost management plan. Cost management plan will see what are the things we need to know about the costing, which currency we are going to use. For example, all my programs cost are in dollars. Why? Because my audience is international. We have people from Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Taiwan, Sri Lanka, UAE, GCC, and we serve the entire GCC, then Canada, US, Germany, Australia, like all over the world. So the common currency would be dollars. Tolerance. What is the tolerance? How much tolerance the project can afford? What is the range? What is the range of the project? Okay. How to secure fundings? All those things. Who will finance the project? All those things are mentioned in the cost management plan. And of course, cost management plan is a part of the project management plan. Once the cost management plan is formed, the next thing and the most important thing becomes estimate cost of each activity. Just like how we estimated the scheduling, same tools and technique, we will estimate the cost of each activity. How much this activity is going to cost us. What is the cost of this activity? Once we have gathered all the costs of all the activities, so we will make our cost baseline. Okay. Cost baseline includes cost of all activities. At cost of all activities. Okay. Plus reserves. Which reserves? Contingency reserves. Contingency reserves, the reserves that are basically put for the known unknown risk. We know this can happen, so we have put those reserves in it. Okay, so contingency reserves are the part of the cost baseline. We also have one other reserve that is called as management reserve, that the management puts most of the time 5 to 10% of the budget. This is also written in the cost management plan, that how we are gonna do the management reserves. So cost baseline does not have management reserve in it. Cost baseline plus management reserve become project budget. Cost baseline plus management reserve become project budget. Once again, cost baseline includes cost of all activities, all work package, all control accounts plus contingency reserves. So that become cost baseline. So cost baseline plus management reserve, it becomes project budget. So the team, when team is talking about all the calculation, they are talking about cost baseline, the third baseline, not about the project budget. Very, very important concept. Then we need to look for how we are ensuring financing of the project. Who is going to finance the entire project? What are the things that needs to be done? Are we going to take finance from the government, banks? Are we going to do self-financing? This thing must be ensured, how we are going to do financing of the project. Another important concept is funding limit reconciliation. You see, your company will not give you the entire budget in one go. it does not make sense. Like, why should they give you the entire budget? Or if you are working on a project, your client will not give you all the money upfront. There's a line, we have a roadmap. Okay, you do this thing, you get the money. You go do this thing, you get the money. If I put a graph for this, okay, so let's say we are making a house. So if you do foundation of done, you will get this money. If you do flooring, you will get this money. If you do roof, you will get this money. When the paint job is done, you will get this money. So time or work as compared to dollars. So this is funding limit reconciliation, a very, very important concept in the journey of cost. Then comes how to measure cost and schedule. How are you doing about this? Okay, all the planning is done, but how to measure it? Here comes the very important thing, earned value analysis. Okay, earned value analysis. Okay, value analysis, also known as EVA, earned value analysis. Okay, so what we need to know here is planned value, how much work we have planned till today in the terms of dollars, how much actual work we have done, and how much we have earned. This is the most important thing. What was planned, okay, that is important, but the real thing is what you did in reality. That becomes the earned value. And the third thing is how much actual money you spent on this. Okay, this is earned work, earned money. This is actual money, planned work. So let me make the graph of this to make a little bit understanding. So let's say this is the graph of time, and this is the graph of dollars, money. So today is like 31st of August. So we planned 28, 29, 30, 31st of August, just taking a random thing. We planned work till 31st. This is called as planned value. Okay, what we earned from there, what we actually did is this, EV. So straightforward, if the exam asks you calculate the schedule variance, are you moving ahead of the schedule or behind schedule? So difference of these two will become schedule variance. Let me put it there. Schedule variance is earned value, what you have done, minus planned value, what was planned. If schedule variance is 0, this means you are on schedule. Okay, a good thing. Okay, if it is minus, this means you are behind schedule, not a good thing. If the answer is positive, this means you are ahead of schedule. Okay, if you see in graph, we can see in the graph we actually did less work. So dollars in the terms of work. So even by seeing the graph, we can see here the variance is negative. We did less work. So negative is a bad thing, positive is a good thing. You see, most of the time we don't like to represent we cannot represent in the softwares in minus, plus, it becomes difficult. We go with the division thing. So we use schedule variance, this is schedule variance, then we use schedule performance index. So earned value divided by, this was to be divided by planned value. Okay, or you can also written it like this. So if it is 1, this is mean your own schedule. If it means less than 1, okay, let's say 0.9 or whatever, less than 1, you are behind schedule. If it is greater than 1, you are ahead of schedule. Less than 1, bad thing, greater than 1, good thing. So this is all about measuring schedule. These are important formulas, very, very important. Exam will ask you, like, are you ahead of schedule, below schedule? You must know these things. Then let's see about the cost. This is your actual cost. Now exam can ask you, how are you doing by the cost? Even we can, and cost is basically a comparison of earned value, the money you earn, minus actual cost. So even seeing the graph, like the cost is more and earned is less. So let's go again for these formulas. Cost variance is just like that, earned value minus actual cost. Again, 0 is good, minus is bad, plus is good. 0 on budget, minus over budget, plus under budget. So very important thing to understand. Again, we prefer to represent in the form of indices. So earned value divided by actual cost equal to 1, good thing, less than 1, bad thing, greater than 1, good thing. Okay, equal to 1 means on budget, less than 1 behind budget, or you can say over budget, greater than 1 under budget or within the budget. Okay, so this becomes, these are the most important formula that exam is gonna ask you. Most important formulas for you that exam is gonna ask you. Now, this was planned value. Now let's see what's our complete budget. The complete budget in terms of work and money is called as BAC, budget at completion. That is the total money you have to do in the term of total work. Okay, at any time if you want to see how much work is remaining, how much work is remaining, simply this is the total work, okay, budget at completion, okay, minus what work you have done. What we have done so far, this is the work you have done so far. This becomes work remaining, okay. And if you want to see how much money is remaining, again we know this is the total money, this is the actual money that you have spent. So funds remaining become simply budget at completion minus actual cost. Okay, we have a ratio that is called as 2 complete performance index, TCPI. Okay, that is work remaining divided by fund remaining, and work remaining is this, fund remaining is this. Okay, now this is opposite of CPI and SPI. If your work is more remaining and fund is less, this means you cannot do work in that funds. So if it is equal to 1, not bad, we will be able to complete the work in that fund. If it is greater than 1, this means your work is more, the fund is less. You will not able to complete the work in that fund. So if this is less than 1, this means you have adequate fund for the work. So TCPI greater than 1 is a bad thing. You have more work, less money. Is equal to 1 is okay. As a normal, is equal to 1 is always okay. Less than 1, this means you have more money and less work. So TCPI, 2 complete performance index. It's not that much important for exam. I haven't seen anyone getting these questions, but still you need to know. Okay, now we know never the team we are on the budget, either we are ahead of budget or over budget. In that way, we need to recalculate the budget. Okay, let me use another color. If I can work with that, maybe green. Okay, so the new budget is called as EAC, or also known as estimate at completion. Actual cost plus how much more money we need. So I can put it like this. EAC is actual cost plus estimate to complete. Okay, so if you have these any two, you can calculate the third one. If you have estimated completion and actual cost, you minus it, you get estimate to complete, and so on. Another formula used for estimate at completion is estimate at completion equal to budget at completion divided by cost performance index. Okay, sometime exam can ask, but not very much important. These are more important. There used to be also 2 more formulas for this in PMBOK 6th edition, but PMI ATP and PMBOK 7th is not using that, and I am following more of PMI ATP material. That is what major thing your real exam. So this summarizes the entire journey of cost. We have tried to give you everything in the minimum, I guess, 1 page, and I hope this is useful for you. Use this thing, you will get minimum 2 to 3 questions in exam, especially related to this area. Clarify what is cost baseline, and this completes our 3 baseline. We did scope baseline, schedule, and cost baseline. If you have not watched those videos, do watch. And we are getting like 4 videos more remaining about the journaling topic. So do watch all the journey. They are very, very important. And guys, for you, we are also converting these journeys into audio format. So if you are traveling, going to gym, you can learn these things. And I'm also converting all these things in the form of written words. Okay, also using the link and mind map, and I will be sharing all those things for only one purpose, that you become certified PMP. So if you need any question, any help, feel free to contact us on the number provided in the link or written on the browser. And once you clear, do let me know. I will love to record your journey. Today, on 31st of August, we have 146 PMP by of 2021. It gives me immense pleasure to tell we have 31 PMP in August. 31 days, 31 PMP. It's not that we have 1 PMP per day, but some days we have 3 PMPs, 4 PMPs, and some days we don't have even a single PMP. But overall 31 by 31. So I'm extremely happy. One more thing, my batch is starting on 10th of August and 10th of September, and we still have 4 seats left. So if you want to become PMP, do join it on the number provided. And like always, do hit the subscribe button and bell icon, because my commitment to YouTube is increasing so much. You have seen I am posting more and more content on YouTube, LinkedIn. You don't want to miss all this free stuff for clearing PMP exam. Thank you very much for joining. Do share it with others who want to learn and become the certified PMP. Live with passion. Bye-bye. Most of the time, we think we need to become detail oriented in solving PMP question. The truth is far from further it. You see, we don't need to go to nitty-gritty of PMP to solve the PMP question. Maybe in 2020 it was required to know ITTO, why does this ITTO, why this is there, what all those things. Not anymore. So stop preparing according to 2020 exam preparation. Let me put again something in context. PMP exam is not based on PMBOK. It is not based on PMBOK. It is based on exam content outline. And exam content outline does not goes into nitty-gritty. There are more than 13 reference guide of PMP that you need to go through. Or simply put, go through my PMI ATP material and that can get you. But if you want to prepare PMP and want to understand in the best possible way, what is the way? Have a bigger view. Have a 10,000, I would say, kilometer above, or also known as helicopter view of the PMP. Understand how each and everything add into the context of PMP. You see, like life, project management is like a jigsaw puzzle. Every part of the puzzle has a key role to play in it. And your job as a certified project management professional is to understand why this piece adds into that puzzle, but keeping the view of the higher view, like how the entire system works, how the entire things work, the bigger perspective. Let me show you the one example. We know the purpose of the project. The purpose of the project is to produce deliverable. This is the only purpose why the projects are created. Now the deliverables can be in the form of compliance. The deliverable can be in the form of whatever you want to say. But the purpose again is deliverable. Let me give you the journey of deliverable. Like when I say you need to know the higher picture, you must know you are going to produce deliverable. So how the deliverable is produced is the question. So we get business case, need assessment, from need assessment to business case, benefit management plan, then charter, then finally project management plan is created. So this we know how all these things are created. Once the plan is created, the plan must get approved from the relevant stakeholder or sponsor. When that is done, we start doing execution, which also known as direct and managed work. So in execution, what do? When we work, we actually produce the real thing, and that is deliverables. And deliverables are being produced. So deliverables are being produced while the managed quality ensuring it they are right deliverable. Once the deliverable produced, they directly goes to quality or control quality, and now the deliverables will be inspected whether they meet the agreed standard or not. These deliverables are according to our agreed requirement or not. If the deliverables does not meet, they become a change request as a form of a corrective action. Let's say here we have a diamond symbol, they don't meet, they become a change request. Go to change control board. We already discussed journey of change control, change request. They become either a preventive action, corrective action, or defect repair. If they are approved, they become verified deliverables. That quality have verified that these deliverables meet quality standards. Very important to understand. Client has not agreed to this deliverable. Internally, the quality team has checked that these deliverables are good, they are good to go, the quality team accepted. If you go to the market and you see a stamp of quality checked, quality control, this is the way. The client has not accepted yet the deliverable. Only the agreed standard or quality management plan, or what are the standards they have followed, it has been approved, and the team says that it is checked and it is approved by quality, they become verified deliverable. Now we use inspection to check them. We use basically peer reviews that these deliverables are according to the standards or not. Then once the deliverables are verified, then comes the client. This process is known as validate scope. Okay, we are validating what was agreed in project scope statement, what was agreed, what is in the scope baseline, not in the requirement documentation, not in the requirement management plan, not in the requirement traceability. Validate scope is according to the scope baseline, what has been agreed with the client in the project scope statement, and then finally in the scope baseline that we will produce. So we will validate the scope through inspection, peer reviews. The client will come, they will have their acceptance criteria, checklist, all those things. They will validate the scope, and if it is not accepted, again it goes to as a change request, as a preventive, corrective action, or defective. If it is accepted, here it becomes accepted deliverable. Accepted deliverable. Now in most of the project, we need more client collaboration. Even in the predictive project, we don't want at the end that the client comes and see the entire building and says, I don't accept it. We try to have a collaboration. We made the stairs. We ask the client, okay, check it. We make the foundation. So the accepted deliverable is for each and individual deliverables also. When the entire, this is also a formal process. We can get a sign from the client, but we also need the entire deliverable accepted by the client. So what happened? All these accepted deliverables now goes to the final project, and that is final process closing, and it becomes final product or transition or upgrade, whatever it was agreed. So this is the journey of deliverable, from need assessment, business case, benefit management plan, agreed into project charter, you made a stakeholder register, project management plan, and then you do execution in direct and manage work, execution, you produce deliverable, then it goes to control quality, become verified deliverable, then it goes to validate scope, become accepted deliverable, and then you close the project and get final product. So this is called as a journey of deliverable. So this is basically looking at the bigger picture, then going into the details, understanding the flow. This is very important in the new PMP. Flow is the key for, as I say, journey, understanding how all those things add into the bigger picture and how we can clarify the PMP. This is the best way to solve the question. This is the best way to understand PMP. Thank you very much for listening to us. And if you have any question regarding deliverable journey, do let me know. I would love to know your feedback. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe to channel, because my commitment to YouTube is going to increase. I'm going to put more journeys video, more journeys of students who have cleared the exam, coaching call, and all those things. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Welcome to another series of journeys. This time we are going to discuss a very important journey, and that journey of integration. Now, integration means combining each and everything. Integration is the real job of project manager. So he's the person who has to integrate everything, combining each and every single part of the project. So when we do integration, the major thing is that we make project management plan. There are few things that happen before even project management plan that actually comes under integrations. Develop project charter. So project charter is also something that is integrating the entire project, so it also comes under integration. So we make project charter here. Once the charter is done, we make stakeholder register, and then we start preparing project management plan. Now, project management plan is something that is a document. It's simply the most important document, most important plan actually throughout the project. It consists of all 4 baselines: scope baseline, schedule baseline, cost baseline, and combining all these 3 baselines, performance measurement baseline. So all the 4 baselines are the part of project management plan. All the plans, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource, communication, stakeholder, risk, procurement, life cycle development, change management plan, and configuration management plan are the part of project management plan. Okay, so once all these plans are made, they are iterative. They go to the sponsor or change control board and they get approved. Once they are approved, this plan becomes the baseline. Now if you want to change anything in any of the plan, it needs to go to change control board and it has to be approved properly, and they are assessed how changing one plan will affect all those plans. We have 2 things in the project. One is product life cycle or product. Second is, let me use another pen, project. Okay, so project is the part inside of the product. Product can have initiation like need assessment, how it was started, business case, all those things, and after the product like operations and the entire life cycle. For example, this can be 25 years. If I take example of a normal hydro project, okay, or a construction bridge project, the project can be 2 to 3 years. In order to tackle any change in the project, in order to tackle any kind of change in the project, we have change control board change management plan. So any change in the project will be handled by the change management plan. We have a change control board. These changes are more relevant to scope, schedule, cost, all the 4 baselines: scope, schedule, cost, and performance management baseline. All other plans are basically part of project, are part of a change management plan. So this is very important thing. Whereas any change in the product like version control, if you are managing the version, you have this kind of version and suddenly you get an updated version, that must come under configuration management plan. So that is configuration management plan, a very important thing. All the versions, all the artifacts, documents will be handled by configuration management plan. Anything that is handed over after the project to the customer, that comes under configuration management plan. Most of the time you can consider version and artifacts come under the configuration management plan. Now change management plan, configuration management plan, they are the part of the project management information system, also known as PMIS system. Every communication that happens inside the project comes under this thing: change management, configuration. If you are using email, Microsoft Outlook, Primavera, WhatsApp, any communication that you will do will come under PMI system. And PMI is enterprise environmental factor. An important question that can be asked in the exam. So that's integration. You use expert judgment technique and all those things. And in integration, you make a plan. Once the plan is approved, you start doing execution. Real work start happening in execution. So the work start happening in execution, and in execution we will get deliverables. Deliverables will be produced, a tangible thing for which we have undertaken the project. A deliverable can be the entire project or a part of the project. And we know what happens in the journey of deliverable. It goes to quality, becomes verified deliverable. It goes to validate scope, becomes accepted deliverable. Then it goes to closing. Okay. We also produce work performance data, the lowest form of data, lowest form of information or report, that raw information. You need to contextualize that data. We also produce issue log. Now, issue log is a very, very important document that is being produced here. Any kind of a problem that comes in the project, it comes under the domain of issue log. A very important difference to note in risk and issue. Risk is probability into impact. If something is going to happen, okay, and we identify it, it comes as a risk. And unidentified things that like any uncertainty, there is a probability 0 to 99.99, that's a risk. An uncertain event, okay, that's a risk. But if something happens, if something occurred, it becomes an issue, and the issue must go into the issue log. Let me give you another example, the question you can see in exam or in the mocks. An unidentified risk has occurred. What should the project manager do next? Since it is an unidentified risk has occurred, so once something has occurred, its probability has become 100%. So it's not risk anymore, it's an issue. We will update the issue log. Another thing, okay, and an identified risk has occurred. Now it was identified, so what should you do? You update the risk register, an important thing. Or a risk has occurred. A risk has occurred, you update the risk register. If it is identified, and if it is unidentified, issue log. A problem has occurred, you update the issue log. Now another question can ask you, so you are worried that this issue can reoccur, what you should update? Again, if this issue can reoccur in this project or in the next project, you update issue log, important thing. Another thing that I produced here is lesson learned register. So here actually because we are starting the work, so we have started working on it. We are collecting the lesson learned from all the people. The lesson learned can be explicit knowledge, the knowledge that can be easily represented in number, or it can also be tacit knowledge, the knowledge that experience, like, hey, how did you feel watching this journey's video? What is your experience? Now every person experience is different. It is difficult to represent in numbers. So you basically communicate, you put down in the comment, hey, that's how I'm feeling, how I'm learning, and I'm getting a great feedback from all of you, how you are learning. So that is more of a tacit knowledge. So explicit knowledge, tacit knowledge, all kind of knowledge are put into the lesson learned register. Okay, so information is put into the lesson learned register, and at the end of the project, we put the lesson learned register into lesson learned repository, and it is used for the future project. Another important thing, we are updating lesson learned register not for the current project. We are updating lesson learned register so that we can use it for future. So let me give you a flow. That's a very important flow in the project. So let's say an identified risk has occurred. Identified risk has occurred, so we will update the risk register. Once it has occurred, if the risk is closed, then it is updated in the risk register, and we take the lesson from that risk. We take the lesson from that risk and we put it in the lesson learned register. In the lesson learned register, and at the end of the project, we put all the lesson learned register into the lesson learned repository, a database of all the lesson learned register. If an issue has occurred, or if an unidentified risk has occurred, a problem has occurred, we put it into the issue log. We do the root cause analysis of the issue, why this issue has occurred, how, and if we need a change request, we do the change request, we resolve the issue, update the issue. Once the issue is resolved, we get the lesson learned and put it into the lesson learned register. And then of course, we put it into the lesson learned repository. So this is more of a all integration thing. What do you do in the integration? Important things about integrations are we produce project management plan, we do the execute the work, lesson learned registers are produced, and the last thing about integration is reporting. We know the journey of the work performance data has been produced. We discussed the work journey of work performance data. It goes to all monitoring and control processes. It goes to the all scope schedule where everyone contextualize this data and work performance information get produced. Work performance information goes directly, the data produced, work performance data is produced, it becomes work performance information. Each department produce their own individual information and project manager combines it and produce a work performance report. So that's also an integration. All the changes are approved, all the reports are produced, work is done, plan is approved. So a lot of work in integration. So let me summarize for you integration one more time. Project charter is approved in integration. Project management plan is the real thing that is done integration. Project management plan is a combination of all plans, all baseline. Once the plan is approved, we start working. When we are working, we produce deliverable. You need to know the journey of deliverable. We produce work performance data. You need to know how work performance data get converted into information and report, and all the information is given the project. Issue log is produced. We discussed a lot what happens with the issue log, how do you deal it, how do you update it. You write down the lesson learned, both tacit knowledge, explicit knowledge. Any change that is produced, either dealing with a project, we go with the change control board and changes are approved in integration. We integrate all the changes, like we check how one change will affect the other changes. We integrate everything. Then we have configuration system management plan that is dealing the changes with the product, like version control, artifact. We discussed how we report all those things. And finally, we'll go with the closing. I will discuss the closing in the next journey. So that's all for today, guys. I hope this integration is clear. A very important part, a combination of all the journeys, I would say, the integration. So I hope you are enjoying these journeys videos and you are loving it. Do give a feedback wherever you are watching it. How do you like it? And if you have not subscribed so far, do subscribe this channel, because our commitment is increasing day by day, day by day. And guys, if you have not done PMP and you are looking for a training course, you can join our one-to-one program, my premium mentor program, or you can join our batch program. Our next batch program is starting on this Friday, and we have only 2 slots left. We only take 20 students and only 2 slots left. Thank you very much. Like always, become certified PMP, and if you do let me know. I would love to record your journey. Live with passion. Bye-bye. How to handle change requests. This is one of the most important topic in current PMP. We have 110 certified PMP as of today, and all of them, especially last 40-50 PMP, has said that they are receiving 15 to 20 questions of change request. Now in the current 2021 PMP, you can have change requests from 2 ways, agile or predictive way. So let's first discuss about what to do when a change request comes in an agile environment. It's a very simple way. Agile says that customer collaboration or contract negotiation, responding to a change or following a plan. So if a change comes, the change directly goes to product owner. This is very, very important. In Agile, it is a responsibility of a product owner to maintain product backlog, that is a list of requirements. So if a change is requested, even a change is requested to development team or a scrum master, whomever it is requested, whoever has it requested, the change goes to product owner. The product owner evaluates the change. What is the value of a change? Is it a very high value change, very high value, very high risk, or is it a medium value, is it a low value? If the change is very important, the change is so important that it can make the current sprint obsolete. For example, if you don't do that change, the current sprint or the product will become obsolete, the work will become useless. Then the product owner can even add that change in collaboration with the team into the current sprint. Yes, this is important. Only product owner can add anything into the current sprint. He will have a discussion, a trade-off with the team, like taking out some of the user stories so that to maintain the velocity. But however, he can put something into the current sprint backlog with the discussion of team. Now, if the change can wait after the sprint, product owner will add it in the product backlog, refine the product backlog as high priority, high value, high risk, and then that will become as the most important thing. If the requested change is of low priority, it will go into the product backlog and it may come into the next or the subsequent sprints. So that's very simple how you handle a change request in Agile. The change goes to the product owner, he prioritizes the product backlog according to the priority of the change. Of course, the priority is set by with the help of customer using mostly Moscow, must have, should have, could have, would likely to have, and all those things. So this is how you handle change requests in Agile. Yesterday, Fahad was recording his interview regarding his experience in PMP exam, and he said it multiple times. There were more than 5 to 6 questions regarding how to handle change in Agile in different way. So this becomes very, very important. I hope this is easy and understandable. Now, if we come to the change in predictive environment, here things become a little bit more tricky, I would say, a little bit more complex in the context of this, that now we need to see the impact on scope, schedule, cost, and all those things. So let's say a change is requested to the PM. Now, in predictive environment, the change must be requested in change log, change form, whatever the change control procedure says. The change is requested to the PM by the customer. Now the change can be requested by the team. Let's say we call it team. It includes the resources working in the team, the stakeholders or anyone else, and customer. I'm saying C. Let me use different kinds of markers here. So I'm using C for customers, okay, and T for team. And let's go with the team. The team requested the change in the change log. The change comes to the PM. The PM evaluates the change. If the change is important, it is needed, and it is affecting the deliverables. If the change is not affecting the deliverables, the change is not required. So he will do analysis here. If the change is affecting the deliverable, the change will move to the next step. Otherwise, change will be rejected, okay, and communicated to the stakeholders who has requested it. So now let's say the change is affecting the deliverable. The project manager will evaluate the change on, of course, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource, risk, and other things. Basically, scope, schedule, cost, baselines, and other plans, how they are affecting it. This process is called integrated change. Integrated. We are looking, okay, if we change the scope, how it is going to affect the cost, how it is going to affect the schedule. Will the quality be affected? Will the resource, we have the resource to work on it, and will the risk will be affected, and things like that. So we are integrating all this change, and maybe how the procurement plan will be affected. All the plans, all the baselines will be checked here, and once he has done, project manager or the project management team has done a detailed impact analysis, they will give it to change control board. Now, of course, if they consider change is important. If no, then again we communicate. Now the change control board can be project manager himself. Change control board has project manager himself. PM is there, sponsor is there, and senior stakeholders are there. Depending upon that, some people call this as steering committee, some people call it as change control board. I would recommend calling it as a change control board. So change control board will evaluate the change request, whether this change is minor, moderate, or major. Okay, so in other words, if the change, how much the change is affecting the baseline depending upon the organization tolerance, how organization is risk averse, seeker, all those things, how it is affecting the scope, how it is affecting the cost, how it is affecting the schedule, all those things will be impacted. And if the change is minor, the PM can approve it himself. If the change is moderate, stakeholders and PM can approve. If the change is very high or major, I would say low, medium, high, and minor, moderate, major, low, medium, high. The change is very high, then you need the approval of sponsor and so on. So let's say the change is approved. If the change is approved, it goes there. Again, a diamond symbol is there. The change is approved. Okay, if it is not approved, again you just communicate the rejected change. I'm going up. So if the change is approved, then you build the change. Means you plan all how this change will be going, update the change log and communicate. You update the change log, build the change, communicate the change to all the relevant parties, then you implement the change. Execution of that change. You implement the actual change, and once the change is implemented, you communicate the change to all the stakeholders. Hey, this has been implemented, and you rebalance, again communicate and rebalance, and you keep on doing the same process. So this is a change request procedure when a change comes from a team or a stakeholder. Now there is a little difference when a change comes from the customer. If the change comes from the customer, it will always be in the form of official format. So let's say the change comes to the customer. The PM will evaluate the change on scope, schedule, cost. Okay, and after evaluation, the PM will tell to the customer, hey, because of this change, the cost will increase that much, the scope will increase that much. Do you want to have that change or not? The customer will analyze the change themselves. They will say, okay, maybe the change will increase the schedule, or the change will increase the scope, or whatever. So when the customer said go ahead, then the project manager with the detailed analysis sent that change to the change control board, and here then the same procedure will be followed. This is how change request or change, I called it as more of a journey of change request, how change follows to the entire procedure. I hope in this short video you understand this important topic, and this will help you to clear minimum 10 to 15 questions of PMP. So if there is any question, feel free to ask. And one more thing, if you have not subscribed to our channel, and do subscribe it now, because our commitment to the YouTube, to the LinkedIn is gonna rise very high, and it is possible that you are gonna miss something if you have not subscribed it yet. And do click the bell icon so that whenever we are live, whenever we upload a video, you can get notification. Till next time, live with passion and become PMP. Thank you very much. Journey of people. Now, people is 42% of the exam. And if I say that the mindset that is used in the PMP exam for this people domain is more than 42%. The feedback that we are getting from the students, like there are 70 to 80% of the questions, they are related to team and how to manage team and stakeholders. That's all about people. So let's dig into this thing. What is basically people and how to tackle these questions. First of all, when the exam says people, it consists of 3 to 4 topics. It consists of stakeholder, it consists of team, also known as resource, and it is consist of basically communication. The entire topic is basically how do you communicate with resource and team, and how do you manage the expectations of stakeholder. Now, why this is so important that it has received 42% of the exam. Guys, what is project? Project is done for the stakeholders, to satisfy the stakeholder. And who does the project? Team does the project. It's all about people management. So understanding about people and what are the things that you need to do to manage them, to ensure that they are satisfied, that they are there at their best level, is all about PMP. Just think about it. What is the job of a project manager? The job of project manager is only one thing: to manage people. It's not to manage scope, not schedule, not cost, risk. His job is to manage people, and then the people in return manage those scopes, schedule, cost, and all those things. No project manager is an expert in detailed scheduling or detailed costing, contract, all those things. He must be expert in interpersonal skills. He must be expert in handling stakeholder, understanding the needs of the team, and seeing how they can identify it and how that can be fulfilled. So let's go with the journey of the people. I will use Tuckman ladder in order to consider this journey and see how we can work on this. Again, we have covered journey of business environment, that is a 8%. This is journeys of people, and then I will do journey of process, which will cover the other things. So if we move towards the Tuckman ladder, why Tuckman ladder? It is also known as stages of team. Okay, so let's work on that. So Tuckman ladder is basically we have here time as time passes, and we have productivity here. Okay, I can put it Tuckman ladder. Now let's go to the beginning phase. The first phase, of course, is forming. The team is being formed. Okay, so let me put it in this way. Where do you start managing stakeholder? The first step in the management is when the project charter is being done. Now I know that the project is started once the project charter gets formalized, it is signed, but more and more organizations are involving project manager in making a project charter. Since he is going to handle the entire project, they are involving him in the making of project charter. So once the project charter is being done, key stakeholders are being identified, key milestones are being done. So even in the forming stage, we have a project charter. When the project charter is being done, assumption log is being made. You see, one of the key assumption in the assumption log is that the particular stakeholder will be available, the particular stakeholder will be supportive to us in the project. This is very important to understand that it starts with the start of the project. The management of the people starts with the start of the project. And then once these two are done, the most important thing is stakeholder register. We make stakeholder register that identifies all the stakeholders. All the stakeholders of the projects are identified. They are rated according to power interest metrics, like who has high power, high interest. They are also classified as upward, downward, all those things, and they are put in the stakeholder register. Once they are put in the stakeholder register, then we make those stakeholder engagement metrics to see what is the current engagement level of the stakeholder and what is the desired engagement level. And we make stakeholder engagement plan to change the current engagement level of the stakeholder to the desired engagement level. Let me put this in one minute because this is very, very important. Like, you identify the stakeholder, okay? You classify the stakeholders. You classify them as upward, downward, sideward, neutral, whatever. You classify them, then you rank them through power interest matrix. He has high power, high interest, low power, high interest, low power, low interest, high power, low interest. Okay, you manage these stakeholders, more of a manage closely. You keep them satisfied, you keep them informed, and you put them in the watch list. Once you have made all those things, okay, then you see the key stakeholder and their current engagement level. Is he unaware? Is he neutral? Is he resistant? Is he supportive, leading? name of the stakeholders. Okay, what is the current engagement level and what are the desired engagement level? Okay, what is the current engagement level and desired engagement level? And stakeholder engagement plan is nothing but all the strategy that you use to change the current engagement level into your desired engagement level at that particular time. Stakeholder engagement plan. You implement the stakeholder engagement plan, and that's all about stakeholders thing. But you also use one more plan while you are doing this, and that is communication management plan. You use communication management plan while changing the strategies, because most of the strategies are all about 4R. Right information at right time to right people to have the right impact. Communication is all about this: right information, right time, right people, having the right impact. But who has the authority to share the information, in what format, what language, understanding the culture, diversity that is needed in order to change the engagement level from current to desired. All those things. So stakeholder engagement plan and communication management plan both goes hand in hand when you are trying to manage the stakeholders. This is very important. When you make this, communication plan is made along the way, and you put the strategies, the format, the time frequency, all those things in your communication management plan. Okay, in the meantime, now this is very interesting. This is where things get more interesting. In the meantime, you also make resource management plan. Now, you want to manage the stakeholders, but who is going to manage the stakeholders? This team or these resources, they are going to manage the stakeholders. So you need to decide which type of stakeholders, which type of resources you require. Do you require physical resources or virtual resources can be there? So if you want to get physical resources, what are the challenges they are going to face? If you are going to get virtual resources, what are the challenges they are going to face? Which type of communication will be required? That also goes into communication plan. Push communication, pull interactive. How do you manage those resources? This also goes in this way. So you see, stakeholder engagement plan, communication management plan, and resource management plan. These three are interlinked with each other. And I would say they are the new real PMP. So this is basically the people domain. This is the people domain. How do you understand them? Which type of resources are required? And very important things that you need to understand for them. Emotional intelligence. What is EQ? Like emotional intelligence consists of know yourself. How do you, like, what things trigger you? Know others. Know yourself. Know yourself. Manage yourself. Knowing yourself is one thing, but then managing yourself in order to you can work on them. Know others. Okay, know others. Influence others. Empathy, motivation. Then those motivational theories, they are very important. Which stakeholders are motivated by which theory? Maslow theory, that McLeod achievement theory, Hertzberg theory of motivation. All those things goes hand in hand there. So you need to know that for resource, how does a resource motivate it, and which stakeholder is at which current engagement level and what he needs. Maybe he is at a lower needs and he needs a higher need, so you change the strategies according to that. And those strategies goes where? Into the stakeholder engagement plan. But how do you communicate? That's got into the communication management plan. So very interesting things are here. Stakeholder engagement plan, all about the strategies. Communication plan, all about the frequency, format of the communication. Resource management plan, all about the team, when to acquire that team, when to release that team, which type of the team is there, the resource calendar, the RESI matrix, all those things in resource management plan. Now, very important thing, collaboration. We need to collaborate with the team. We need to work with the team. We need to mentor the team and stakeholders. For PMP perspective, consider stakeholder and team as the same thing. You need to mentor the team. You need to mentor the stakeholder. You need to identify the training needs of the stakeholders. You need to identify the training needs of your team or resources. You need to provide the trainings, and then you need to measure the objectives of those training. Training, and especially virtual trainings, are becoming more and more important in the current PMP, because since the world is changing, no student, no stakeholders has a perfect knowledge of everything. Why we need to train them? Let's work on this way. Let's say you have a stakeholder. He does not know about the agile mindset, and your team is working with the agile mindset. How you are going to work with it? That's a big question. You need to identify this training need, like doing a training need assessment, identify this training need, provide that training, and then measure the objective. Now he knows it, and now he can become maybe your sportive and all those things. So this is an important thing that you need to do. You need to work on the stakeholders, you need to do your time, and you need to collaborate with them. Collaboration is very important. I'll come to some tips for the questions to answer for this thing. So all those things must be decided in the forming. Which type of team is there, the stakeholder register is there, stakeholder engagement plan, communication plan, resource management plan, all those must be done before the forming stage. So let's say the forming stage starts, you have decided the team is working there. Now after some time you will have conflict. After some time we will reach to the storming stage. Storming stage is a very important stage, and every team will pass to that stage. You start getting conflict. The teams start fighting with each other. The conflict can be schedule priorities. The conflict can be anything. It's the job of the project manager to identify the stage of the conflict. Identify stage of the conflict. Like, is it a lower conflict? Like it's a disagreement, problem to solve, contest, a crusade, world war, and use the appropriate technique to solve the conflict. We have various conflict management techniques that we can use. For example, if we put concerns for ourselves and concerns for others. Concern for others. Okay, if I put 2 by 2 matrix here, if we care for others and we care for ourselves, we will go for problem solving, collaboration, confronting. If we care for others more and care for ourselves less, then we will kind of accommodate them. It's more of a win-win. It's more of a we are losing, they are winning. We will accommodate them. We may even try smoothing. If we care for ourselves more, we will force it. We will force the solution. This has become win-lose. It's also called as that. If we don't care about us or them, we will avoid or withdraw from that. Or if we can find a neutral thing, that can also be a compromise. As a project manager, your job while you are dealing with a conflict is move from avoid to compete to problem solving. This is very important thing. Conflict management is very important thing. And you also need to see what are the kind of behavior driven development. What are the kind of behaviors that the stakeholders and teams are showing, and work according to that. In order to understand this behavior driven development, understanding their emotional intelligence, most of the time active listening to them, their words, their said words, their not said words are very important. Also understanding that there are various surveys, attitudinal surveys that we use to understand the needs of the person. For example, SWOT analysis. What are the strengths of a person, weaknesses of a person, opportunity, threat. We also do MBTI, Myers-Briggs. We can also do MBTI to understand the persons more. You see, when there is a conflict, when someone is not doing something right, it's not always that they want to do something like that. Most of the time, when there's a conflict, when someone is crying, there's a cry for help. They need your help. As a project manager, it is your job to find out what are their needs. Maybe you have given them a task which is their weaknesses, and there are some tasks that are dependent according to their strengths. So provide them those tasks and work according to that. Very important thing also, in management of teams, especially in storming, even in the forming, to provide a safe environment. This comes more in our forming, to provide a safe environment in which team can grow. Team are allowed to make mistakes. They are not scolded and all those things. Guys, any question that say scold the team member, fire the team member, let the team member go, all those options are wrong. Direct the team member wrong. Collaborate, talk to them, provide a safe environment, provide them caves in which they can do their personal stuff, and common area in which all the team can work together. Common areas, caves, they are very important. Having an osmotic communication, the team can overhear what other team members are saying so that they can jump in the conversation and can help them during the conversation. Osmotic communication is the name of the game. Having a servant leader mentality, very important. Solving conflict, servant leader mentality. Now this is very, very important concept for PMP. During my last calls with my PMP aspirants, we always say have a servant leader mentality. What do you mean by servant leader mentality? Servant leader is like a father or a mother. They provide food and waters. What do you mean of food or water? The tools that required to complete the task. Sometimes it also means literally food and water, but most of the time to provide the things that they need to complete the work. Shelter them from any kind of issues. If stakeholders are bugging them with the questions and that is distracting the programmers or the team, work with the stakeholders, work with the team to train stakeholder and otherwise to work on that. As a servant leader, this is your job to help the team. Sometimes you will get a question that there is a conflict between the product owner and the team. You go to the problem solving, still there is a problem. You stand with the team. Team are like your children. You always stand with them, shelter them, provide the foods and fodder. Whole daily stand up. Ask those questions. What are they doing? Daily, the purpose of daily stand up is to inspect and adopt accordingly. And you cannot do without having a servant leadership. Even the questions belongs to predictive. You always have a servant leadership and you always have agile mindset. This is a very key. Agile mindset is not only the responding to a change. The important thing in this is customer collaboration, helping the team members, helping the stakeholder, collaboration. This is the crust of PMP. So you do all those things. You use information radiators. All those information radiator can be utilized. Information radiator are basically there to show the progress and also help the team member. Those accountability board where it is easy to understand who is responsible, accountable, concerned, informed. Those burn up, burn down chart, Kanban boards, all those things utilized there. Maybe you are working in the framework of Scrum in which a product owner make product backlog, then you make sprint backlog. The team makes sprint backlog in the sprint planning meeting, then you work in the daily stand-up, then you have sprint review in which you review the product, you go do product backlog refinement, and sprint retrospective in which we see what are the things that can be improved for the sprints. Maybe you are working in the Scrum framework, maybe you are working in the predictive, maybe you are working in the hybrid, but these people area remains the same no matter what. You always need to work with the team to see where do they stand, and you need to coach them in the storming stage. Then once it is done properly, then the next stage comes as forming storming, norming stage. Now the things are getting normalized. We are respecting the habits, we are respecting the way how they are working, that things, all those things. In the norming stage, you need to mentor them. Again, identify what is required, one-to-one collaboration, mentoring, all those things. And finally, if it is taken properly, we reach the performance stage where you need to delegate. Here it is more of a direct, here it is more of a coaching, here it is more of a mentoring. Delegate, let them do the task. Don't micromanage the team, let them do their task. And finally, when the team is adjourning, you again need to do coaching and mentoring. In all those areas, it is possible that a new stakeholder is identified. You put it in the again stakeholder register, which led to update the stakeholder engagement plan, and which leads to the update of communication plan. Or a new resource is identified, a new team member has left. let's say an old team member has left from here performing, and you get a new team member, you again go to here and again follow this ladder cycle. Okay, so this keeps on happening during the project. These are the important things. This is the 42% of the exam. And now some tips and tricks for the question solving this. Agile mindset. Agile mindset, servant leadership. This is the key to solve all questions of the people related. Wherever the word says train, collaborate, do the root cause of the problem, help other, mentor other, coach other, all those positive words, those are the right answers. All those words which is fire, direct, all those things are negative and they are not the answers. So that's all about 42% of the exam in a minimum possible time. So guys, watch this journey, understand it. If you have any question, do let me know. I would be more than happy to answer about all those things that you have question about it. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe it. My commitment to YouTube is increasing day by day. I'm putting more stories, those short stories, those journeys videos, just like this, coaching calls, and the lesson learned from the certified students. We already have 174 certified PMP in 2021. And if you want to become certified PMP, we have one-to-one program in which I will directly work with you till you become certified PMP. Or if you want to attend a batch program, the next batch is starting on 15th of October. You can join it and we will make sure you become certified PMP in the minimum possible time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Journey of process. Process is 50% of the PMP exam, and that is the biggest domain in the exam. If you can master this 50% of the exam, you can of course clear PMP exam. So when we talk about process, it actually consists each and everything in PMP now. It consists agile part and it consists predictive. So everything is included in it. So we will try to cover as much as possible in this journey of process. Let me just give you the brief description of Agile, what you need to know about the Agile for the journey of process to choose and when to choose those life cycles. We have basically 4 major life cycles. I'm going to discuss them and you can decide which life cycle to use when. Okay. So we are going to see on the changes. Number, how the changes are handled. Is the change very low in the project or is the change very high in the project? If the changes are very low, then you will use which project. If the changes are very high, then how you are going to use it. Then the second thing is delivery. How the delivery is going to give. Are we going to get delivery in one part or are we going to get delivery in multiple parts? We can say one part and 10, or we can say low parts and high. So we are going to have a graph from this, and from there we are going to decide how to use and which type of life cycle to use. So PMI basically in the ATP material and even in the Agile guide use Stacy diagram to explain this thing. So I'm going to use the graph between the things I have extracted from the Stacy diagram in my own words. So see if it works for you and if you understand which life cycle to use, when to use. So I'm going to put changes here, low changes, high changes, and delivery here. If you are going to get delivery in one go, so this will be there, delivery in many go, so delivery will be there. So let's work with when changes are very low. When changes are very low, like there is no practically change and you get in one delivery, which type of life cycle can this be? Or working in the other way, when to use predictive life cycle. So predictive is basically all about plan. We have a fixed plan. The plan is fixed. The work is fixed. You are making a house. House is a good example of predictive. You know how many rooms should be there, and you don't and you know how many washrooms should be there, kitchen should be there. You don't want to change something. Once the plan is approved, design is approved, you go and work and deliver it. And now let's talk about, like, we know that we don't want changes in that. How do we want a delivery? So if we put changes on house, so house is an example of predictive plan deliver. So if we changes are very low, how do we want to have a delivery of the house? Do you want to have a lot of changes in the house? No. We want that delivery to be on one go. Once the house is completed, then we want to have it. Do you want to shift while the foundation is being done, while the paint is being done? No, we don't want that. We want delivery at one go, and we don't want any changes. So house is the classical example. So predictive is used. Predictive or an example of a house. We use predictive or a house where there are no changes in the project. When the project has no change whatsoever in it, we use predictive life cycle in there. Let's look at iterative. Now, in iterative cycle, how do we work basically? We are producing things in a repetition, and we are producing it in the repetition. Let's say we are making a prototype of a car prototype we are making. We make a prototype, we show the customer says, no, this is not good, change this thing, maybe change the glasses, maybe change this thing. Let's say I'm making this AirPods, so I bring that design maybe in a blue color. The customer says, no, I want in a white. Then the customer says, please change this button, this is not good, this is not good. They keep on changing. We are keep on having iteration. So changes, if we talk about changes from low to high, the changes are very high. But how do we give delivery in that? Once it is ready, once it is approved, we give delivery in one go. So changes are high, but delivery is very low. Delivery is only one go. So changes will fall here, delivery will fall here. So then we have this iterative cycle. I can say that prototype falls here, iterative life cycle. Example I use of airports. Okay, once you make a new prototype, of course, when it becomes more, it goes back to the production stage. Now let's work with the incremental life cycle. Okay, let me put it here. Incremental life cycle. Oh, I have this. So in increments, how you are giving delivery? You are giving delivery parts by parts by parts. So if we talk about the delivery is very high. We are giving in multiple parts, like we are moving these journeys videos parts by parts by parts. But how the changes are working? Changes, once we have decided, changes are very low to this thing. For example, a learning course, just like this YouTube learning course. So incremental delivery is in parts by parts, delivery is very high, the delivery can in multiple parts, but changes are very low. So incremental basically comes here. Incremental delivery, you can say that e-learning course, like this journey videos, e-learning course comes here. Okay, now if your project have high change and you want a delivery in multiple parts, then you use Agile. So one of the good example of Agile is software updates of mobile or anything else. You get delivery in parts. You get a software, after a few days you get updated. So it's incremental in itself. The changes are there, and it is basically you are keep multiple deliveries. Like changes are there and deliveries in multiple way. So Agile life cycle. That's why we say that Agile gets the best of iterative and gets the best of incremental. Now iterative, incremental, Agile, all these three are called adaptive, because to some extent there can be change driven. In between this, there is a word of, let me use red marker, hybrid. There is a word of hybrid life cycle. Now hybrid can be a combination of any of these. Okay, Agile itself is a hybrid. It's a combination of iterative and incremental. And normally we have a combination of predictive plus Agile, then hybrid. It can be in any way. First, like you do everything, planning, execution in predictive way, and at the end you use agile in a little way, okay? Or you use agile and predictive together, or you can use them parts by parts, or you use entire agile and a little bit of portion in predictive. Hey, this happens in most of the agile project. We do all the processing in agile and we do most of the procurement in the predictive part. So you can have a combination of anything. So that's all about life cycle. I hope this video is clear and this makes sense about when to use which type of life cycle. Once you have decided the type of life cycle, then we move journey of process. We have already that we need to start from to understand which type of life cycle is to use. If we used agile life cycle, I highly recommend. We have selected agile. So now we need to know what is agile, what you need to know about the agile for the journey of process. Then we will move to the predictive part and what are the things we need to work on that. So in agile, the most important thing is all the requirements are collected in product backlog. So product backlog is a document in which all the requirements are collected. Product owner is a person who collects all the requirements in the forms of user stories. That is syntax of, as a user I want to do this so that I can do that. So in the form of user stories, all the requirements are collected in the product backlog. Once all the requirements are collected in the product backlog, let's say these are the user stories A, B, C, D, E. The product owner goes back to the stakeholders and prioritize these user stories. They may use techniques like Moscow, what are the must requirement, should requirement, could requirement, would likely to requirement, 100 points. Like they will give each stakeholders 100 points and at the end they will calculate which user stories have more points and that story will become the #1 priority. Actually they are prioritizing high value and high risk, which is the highest thing there. Okay, so we get the 100-point door to voting, multi-criteria metrics, all those things. The purpose is that we prioritize the user stories. Once that is done, then the team comes in the sprint planning, especially in the sprint 0, they come and they put all the user story as story points on it. So what is story points? Story point is the effort required to complete a user story. Effort required to complete the user story. Now agile estimations are lightweight estimation. We can use 3 techniques for that. Ideal days. Okay. Now since it is ideal days, ideal hours, we know that actual work will always be more than the ideal. We are saying that let's say it will take 40 ideal hours. We are assuming in 40 hours we will not do we will not take any unofficial call, we will not go to washroom, we will not take food and those things. So this means we actually plan to fail. So ideal days always take more time. So we have another estimation technique, affinity estimation technique. Now affinity estimation technique is really more of a relative estimation. We compare the estimations. We use t-shirt sizing. Now we cannot quantify the user stories. We compare them with other. We say that okay, this is a small t-shirt size, it's a small user story. This is a medium, large, XL, double XL. One thing we know, one thing the team knows, that the large user story must have more effort than medium and then small, and so it goes XL. You can use t-shirt sizing. In US they use dog size. You can also consider this is a cycle, this is a motorbike, this is a car, this is a bus user story, this is an aeroplane, and this is a train. The purpose is to have a relative estimation in that. So affinity estimation. The third type estimation is basically we use Fibonacci series. Okay, in Fibonacci series, what do we say? Basically, watch Fibonacci series. 1 plus 1 2, 2 plus 1 3, 3 plus 2 5, 5 plus 3 8. We say that as user stories are increasing, their effort are increasing in incremental level, not in a sequential level, a linear level. They are increasing in incremental level. So we use these three techniques to assign story points. Once we have assigned story point, most of the time the team members have conflict. What should be the story point? The team must have consensus. So in order to reach consensus in these, whatever the techniques you are using, we use planning poker. Okay. We use planning poker. In planning poker, basically what happens? The Scrum Master facilitates the session and he counts from 1 to 3. Each team member take out what he thinks should be the story point. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. And let's say two people have a conflict on a user story, then they give their opinion. Why do they think this should be the story point? Why do they think this is the story point? Then they go round 2, round 3, round 4 unless they achieve consensus. Planning poker is a very effective technique, but there is a downside to the planning poker technique. The downside to the planning poker technique is this: whenever you are using a planning poker technique, if you have highest paid person in the office in that team, or you have a senior person, so whenever after the round 1, people will try to move towards what he said. They think that he must have said the right thing, so they will try to move towards him or her in that arena. So this will decrease the effectiveness of process. So instead of planning poker, we can also use wide band Delphi. And the purpose of wide band Delphi is also to achieve the consensus of the story point. Now in this technique, that Scrum Master goes to each team member in secretly way, ask them, hey, why do you think this should be the story point? And then he changed the story points. Like he asked them, okay, he said this is the reason. You take that reason, go back to the team member 1, and then he basically act as a facilitator in between, a bridge in between, and try to reach the consensus without other party knowing what the other party has said. So in this way he reached the consensus. The purpose is to get the story point. So let's say A got 8 story point, B got 13 story point, C 5, D 2, E 6. Okay. And now in the sprint planning meeting, this is product backlog. In the sprint planning meeting, team is preparing sprint backlog. It's a product backlog. Sprint backlog is for that current sprint. So sprint is basically a duration that can be 1 to 4 weeks. Sprint is a duration that can be 1 to 4 weeks. Normally it's 2 weeks. So we decide in the start and we take the same time. Let's say we have a 2-week sprint. The development team and the Scrum Master again act as a facilitator in a sprint planning meeting. Okay, they decide what would be your estimated velocity. Velocity is the number of story points you can do in one sprint. Okay, so let's say they said our estimated velocity will be 15 story points. Very important thing. It's the team who is saying that what should be their story points, how much story points they can do. Yes, there can be a agreement, there can be a discussion between the product backlog, but it's the team decision that is considered as a final how much story points they can do. Now this is high value, high risk, arranged as a high value, high risk. They said that we can take 15 story point, so we will take A, that is 8 story point. We cannot take B, we will take C. Okay, 8 plus 5, 13. So we can 8 plus 5, 13. We can take D. Okay, we cannot take E because we already have 15 story point. So very important thing. Although B is a high value, high risk item, but A is number 1. It goes there. We cannot take more story points, so we'll leave it here. Since it is important to understand, when you are working in sprints, you cannot do half work. In Agile, there is nothing like 99% of the work, 95% of the work. Agile is always 100% of the work. So we have to complete the 100% of the work of the user stories. So we cannot take this thing, we know it will not be completed. So once the sprint backlog is ready, we share the sprint goal with the stakeholders, sponsors, whoever it is, product owner also agreed this, and then we start working on it for we have 2 weeks, so we start working on 2 weeks. Now once we are working on it, we have daily stand-up. It is called as daily stand-up, daily scrum, depending upon the what terminology are you using, iteration. Like if we use the term sprint or if we use the term iteration, it means the same thing. Sprint backlog, iteration backlog, sprint meeting, same thing. Daily stand-up, daily scrum. We have scrum master here, we have team here. They are the person who must be there. If the product owner wants to come, he can come. This is a meeting for the team, by the team. You can also consider this more of a status meeting. We have 3 questions here, very important 3 questions. What have you done yesterday? Okay, what we did yesterday, what we are going to do today. Is there any impediment or roadblock? Impediment, roadblock, risk, all those things. So the duration for this meeting is 15 minutes, same place, same location. Same place, same location, same timing. So 15-minute daily. Let's say there's an impediment or roadblock that need to be resolved. You want to discuss a particular thing. You can have a follow-up meeting. You will not discuss anything in detail. We try to have this meeting in a co-located area, and in Agile, basically we work in a co-located environment. Or at least we try to work in a co-located environment so that we can work in the best possible way. Okay, so that we can have osmotic communication. Osmotic communication is more of a natural communication. If you and I are sitting at one place, I'm talking to someone on the phone, you overheard it, that's osmotic communication, natural flow of the communication. So osmotic communication. Now we also have in the common area caves and common. Caves is basically a semi-cubicle or a partial. If you want to do some work where you will not be disturbed, then you go to your caves. And common is a normal area where everyone can work, and that's that area. Caves and common. Normally it is in between the 10 meter or 33 feet. Okay. Some of the Agile concept while you are working with that team is important to understand. In Agile we have 7 plus minus 2 team member. Teams are cross-functional. We have cross-functional team. We try to get the cross-functional team. The team are self-decided, self-emergent. We have a servant leadership mentality here. Like Scrum Master is a servant leader. He is helping the people to provide the food, water. He is there shielding them from impediment. He does not let anything to get past to it. So a very important thing in here. So this is important that we also have T-type leadership. We have I-type people who are master in one field. Then we have simple type of leadership that a person knows everything but does not detail. T-type are a person who are master of in one field but they also have knowledge of other field. So we need a cross-functional team in Agile. Some of the concepts in Agile. Okay, so then we move. We keep on working, keep on working, keep on working. This is in Scrum. This is more of a Scrum framework. So then we have sprint review. Okay. Sprint review is more of a product. Here we give product demo. What have we completed so far? What are the things that we have completed so far? We show it to the customer. Whatever the user stories. Now, before going to sprint review, we have our own checklist. We want to make sure that all the things are done. And then the team also, and then the product owner or sponsors, they also have their own acceptance criteria. So you need to make sure that both things match. Your checklist is done. Everything in the checklist must, like, this must be in the product, this must be in the product, this must be in the product. And of course, those user stories help you because user stories works in 3C. You write them on card for easy working. There's a conversation on this, and there's a confirmation criteria on the user stories. And user stories follow also the acronym of INVEST. They are independent. Like one user story does not depend on other user story. You can negotiate them. They must provide value. They must be small that they can be completed in a sprint. and they must be testable. If user stories are large, we call them epic. You break down the user stories so that you can complete in a sprint. So in sprint review, product owner, sponsor, everyone comes there. You show them what you have completed so far, what is in the product backlog. They check it from their acceptance criteria. Okay, if they accept your user story, it goes into the release plan, it goes into the future, it gets accepted. If it gets rejected, it goes back into the product backlog. If a user story is rejected, or if a user story is not completed, it goes back into the product backlog. So very, very important thing. User story is rejected or it is not completed 99%, it goes back to the product backlog. If the customer wants to add new requirement into it, the customer can add new requirement at this step. At this step, they can add new requirement, and we have a product backlog increment. We basically do refinement of product backlog, that is called grooming of product backlog. What is grooming of product backlog? At the sprint review, even after the first sprint review, we basically review the product again. We reprioritize the product backlog. Maybe a new requirement is there. Maybe some are rejected user stories, and we need to see where does their priority goes. So we reprioritize the product backlog. This reprioritization is called as grooming of product backlog. Okay, and once this increment has completed, the things that has been completed we call it as product increment. We got product backlog, sprint backlog, and third document as product increment in the products one by one. Okay, and then we work. Then once this is done, then the team sit together to do sprint retrospective. Sprint retrospective is a lesson learned workshop. Sprint retrospective is more of a lesson learned workshop. In the sprint retrospective, we work, we see what have we done. We try to get improvements. We do the root cause analysis, and we suggest what are the improvements that can be implemented in the next sprint. It has 5 stages. Set the stage. You set the stage. Okay, here the team is second stage. What can be expected? How long it is going to be? What is expected of this retrospective? Then we gather data. We gather the data around the entire sprint so that we can do the root cause analysis. And then third, we generate insights. That is, we do the root cause analysis. In the fourth step, we decide what to do. We decide 1 or 2 improvements. Like it has a format, what we should do more of, what we should do less of, what we should start doing, what should we do stop doing. And then finally we close the retrospective. We thank everyone and all, and everyone goes back to their work. So this is the framework of the Scrum. If you can look at this from product backlog, sprint backlog, then daily stand-up, 3 questions, sprint review, sprint retrospective. If you know this thing, you know Scrum, and you know Scrum is a lightweight. Daily stand-up, the purpose of daily stand-up is to inspect and adopt, and is one of the fundamentals of Scrum to transparency, inspection, adoption. This is the very important part for the PMP, especially for the Agile portion. Take a back on the process. So since this is a general process, in process, we have decided the life cycle, we have made the project charter, and we have made the stakeholder register. Remember this thing, project charter is done, then stakeholder register is done, then you have decided the life cycle. Let's say the life cycle is now predictive one, then we make the project management plan. So in project management plan, all the journeys come into play. In process, each and everything will come to play in it. Okay? Stakeholder, communication, risk, resource, quality, schedule, cost. So all the 10 domains will come here, and we need to watch all the journeys. I highly recommend you watched all the journeys which we have already completed from all the topics. That will give you some more context on the process. Okay, let's see. I'll go with the initiation, planning, execution domains in order to work and understand it. So we have selected the process. We have selected the predictive life cycle. So we go with the stakeholder register is done. So we start making the stakeholder management plan. Stakeholder management plan or stakeholder engagement plan is done to see all the strategies that are used to satisfy the stakeholders. In addition to that, we make communication management plan. Communication management plan is all about how to communicate throughout the project, how to communicate with the stakeholder, and how to communicate between the resource. Very important thing, these three things are already covered in the people domain also, but they again come in the process domain. So don't be worried about that. If you get like 60 to 70% questions, you will get in the PMP exam regarding these three topics, because they are all arching towards the people area as well as towards the process area. So once this is done, then you move towards identifying the risk. So identifying risk is any event that can be uncertain. It can have a positive effect or a negative effect on the project objective. You make a risk management plan. You make a risk management plan, how to handle the risk, how to identify the risk, how to plan it, track it, all those things. And here you also see what is your organization risk averse, risk seeker, risk neutral, which type of your organization is, what is your risk appetite, how we can work in that. So we also link that in this thing. Then we start to identify the risk. We use various tools and techniques to identify the risk. I highly recommend that you watch Journey of Risk before as a link video to this. I'll put it in the link. So watch Journey of Risk, you identify the risk, put all the risk in risk register, you get risk register, risk report. Risk register is for throughout the project. Risk report is just only for this, only for that particular meeting. So once all the risks are in the risk register, then you rank them first qualitatively, low, medium, high. Then if you need it quantitatively, giving a number of the risk, you go to the what is the quantitative of the risk. Once that is done, then you plan for plan the risk response. So you have positive risk, opportunity, negative risk. You have strategies for negative, avoid, mitigate, and transfer. Positive, exploit, enhance, share. Then you have active acceptance and passive acceptance, and then you have escalate. So you use all the strategies according to your thing. Once the risk plan is approved, now this is very important. Once the risk plan is approved, most of the time it gets updates. It produces updates to all other plans. All plans are interlinked, but risk has a specific importance since the risk has been identified, and now all the plans are going in parallel. Actually, I'm going one by one, but all plans are being made, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource, all are being made in parallel. So once the risk plan get updated, all the plans will be updated to correspond that particular risk of the projects. So you update the plan, then you implement the risk response, risk owner and risk action owner implemented when a trigger act. So once a risk has occurred, you see what are the residual risks, what are the secondary risks. You do risk audit, you do risk audit and risk review meeting to handle those risks. You have a burn down graph in Agile to see those risks and how those risks has been handled. Sorry. So this is all about risk management. Okay. Then we go to the next thing. Next is basically you plan for quality. You make a quality management plan by benchmarking the quality standards which the customer has agreed. You can have ISO standards, your own standard, whatever the standards you have, you benchmark them. You calculate the cost of quality, how much the cost of the quality will be for cost of conformance, producing a quality product, cost of non-conformance, the cost that you will have to pay because of non-quality product or a bad product. Okay, so you also make quality metrics, more of a KPI metrics, which things you are going to measure. Then you manage quality or implement quality management plan. Make sure that quality plan is implemented. The deliverables that are being produced, they are produced according to the quality plan. Actually, while in execution, the quality team goes and check through checklists, check sheets to control chart whether the deliverables being produced are within the quality or not. We do the audit of the process to check the effectiveness of the quality management plan. Are we following that thing or not? Once that is done, this is all about preventive action. We go towards the control quality. A very important thing in control quality, since this quality product being produced. Now the deliverables that are produced come to the quality team. They review that deliverable. If that deliverable satisfy the customer, that's a good thing. If deliverable satisfy the quality team, very important, not the customer, my mistake. If the deliverables are according to quality management plan, internally the team says the deliverables get verified deliverables. Then these deliverables basically go to the customer, validate scope and become accepted deliverable. You use checklist, scatter diagram to find the correlation. You use Pareto if there are defects to rank the defect, 20-80 principle, what are the major defects, and you use flowchart to see the sequence of the processes. So important things in this quality management plan. Once the quality is being done, you see I am going towards the entire journey, but the plans are being made, then they are executed, then you are monitoring them. The first step is plan is being made, then it is executed, then you check them. Then if we move towards the procurement, as we are buying the procurement, but actually let's go to the scope schedule. And in basically now you need to make 3 baselines. So first we collect the requirement using the requirement management plan. We collect all the requirements through focus group, prototype, facilitated workshop, through all the tools of the requirement, and we make requirement documentation and requirement traceability matrix, having all the requirements inside them. Hey guys, I just actually uploaded a video yesterday of how 3 baseline in detail. You can watch also that or journey of these 3 baseline. Requirement documentation, requirement traceability, then we put the filter of scope on it, which things are in the scope or which things are not in the scope. We make project scope statement, then we make WBS, break down the structure. WBS dictionary plus approved project scope statement is called scope baseline. You see the lowest part of the WBS is called work package. So then we move toward the schedule. Baseline we make schedule management plan. So once the schedule management plan is done, approved, we divide the work package into activity list, activity attributes, milestone list. We see what are the dependencies between those activities, what are the mandatory dependencies, discretionary dependencies, what are the leads and lags. So what are the relationship, finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, all the relationship we check between those basically activities, and then we make a critical path. We get a critical path that becomes schedule baseline. If you want to compress your schedule, we have 2 techniques: fast tracking and crashing. Fast tracking is making activities in parallel, and crashing is adding more resource. The negative effect of fast tracking is basically once you do fast track, it is there a risk of rework. Like I am moving in fast tracking, I am summarizing an entire thing, so I am mixing few things. The same thing happens. Crashing is adding a resource, the rework gets increased. There is a chance of rework. We also have resource optimization technique, resource leveling, in which all resources are optimized, but the schedule get increased. If we don't want to increase the schedule, we do resource smoothing. Once that is done, then you make cost management plan. Cost management plan tells which type of currency to use, how to use that currency. So you use cost management plan to see how you are going to finance the project. What is funding limit reconciliation? You use analogous estimation, parametric 3-point estimation, and bottom-up estimation, cost aggregation to make cost baseline. And cost baseline includes contingency reserves, whereas project budget includes cost baseline plus management reserves in it. Then you check the schedule variance and cost variance through the earned value calculation. Very important is CPI, SPI. If they are greater than 0 or greater than 1, that's a good thing. If it is greater than 0, greater than 1, that's a good thing. If they are less than 1, bad thing. On 0, okay thing. So that's how 3 baselines are done in a quick way. I hope that makes sense. And if you want a detail of it, of course, I am linking all the journeys in the description. You can watch all the journeys, and I'm making a linkage of all the processes, how they are linked. Then next is procurement. Okay, you look for the procurement, whether you want to make or buy. Once you have decided that you want to buy, you decide the source selection criteria. Once you have selected your source selection criteria, you select your type of contract. Depending requirements are fixed or not fixed, fixed price contract, fixed price incentive fee, fixed price economic price adjustment, cost reimbursement, cost plus incentive fee, close plus award fee, or time and material. To decide your contract, you set the bidding document through procurement statement of work. Okay. Make or buy, and source selection criteria, then contract. Once that is done, then you make procurement statement of work. Okay, and bidding documents. Once the bid comes, you have a bidder conference. You shortlist sellers. Okay, you write agreement with them. Very important thing. Project manager does not discuss anything according to the cost. We have procurement manager with that. Once agreement is done, we get the delivery. We do the inspection. Okay. If inspection is approved, we close the procurement. If there is a problem in the deliverable, we have a conflict here. We go to the conflict management. We try to do collaboration. If we are able to do collaboration, good. Close the procurement. If no, then we have alternate dispute resolution to get third party, and if we don't get resolution, we go to the contract. We go to the court. So this is basically the entire processes in a summary form. So process are basically a combinations of agile and predictive, and I try to give the entire summary in the minimum possible time. But I highly recommend you also watch all the link journeys videos to make it more sense. So we are done with the journey of people, process, business environment, and individual areas in all those domains. I hope this makes sense. Actually, you have the entire PMP course with you online. If you want to do it yourself, good, you have everything on YouTube. If you want our help, you can join our program by contacting us at number given in the below description. And when you clear the PMP, do tell me. I would love to record your journey and share it with others. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do click that subscription button and share these videos to others so that they can become certified PMP. Thank you. Bye-bye. Business environment, a very important topic for exam. Business environment is like 8% of the exam, that almost becomes 12 to 13 questions. So although when comparing with people, which is 42% of the exam, or process, which is 50% of the exam, it is a very small portion. But the important thing is that you need to get out of 3 domains, you minimum should have 2 domains with target in order to clear the exam. So it's an easy target to move through it, and it's not a very difficult topic once you understand it and once you combine it with few other topics. In order to answer the business environment, we must understand the fundamentals of the project. We must understand costing in a good defined, because many topics will be taken from the costing. We must know starting of the project initiation, those business case, benefit management plan. We must know OPAs and EF that will be coming soon. So those things are required. Journey of cost, journey of procurement, journey of risk, and journey of quality. Those 4 journeys we have already made. You must watch those journeys before this topic, because then this topic become easy for you, easy to understand, easy to work on those things. Okay, let's start with the business environment. The business environment is all about the project, the environment in which the project works and how to get the business. Business environment is all about one thing: how to get value and deliver it to the customer. So how does the business environment basically work? We know that for any organization, if any organization that is working, okay, organization gives organizational strategy. That organizational strategy is basically transferred to portfolio. Portfolio decide how to take action on that, like how many projects and programs are to produce. Program and projects. Okay, so organization gives strategy, portfolio decide on decision what to do. Projects and program, they deliver value, and that value is transferred to the operation, which basically realize the benefit. Okay, projects and program also realize the benefit, but they are transferred to operation. Then operation measure those strategy and goes back to the organization. Hey organization, we plan to do this, we are doing this. And that goes back to portfolio convert to programs, and this cycle moves on. This is the fundamental how organization works, how benefits are transferred from projects program to portfolio. So it is important to understand. In that context, we must know what is project, a temporary endeavor that we have taken to start the project. It must have start and end date. What is program? Program is a collection of related projects. Okay, so a collection of basically a related projects. And it is a combination of projects. How projects are aligned to produce one thing. For example, let's say Elon Musk is trying to send people to the Mars. So that's more of a program. Okay, it will have design the satellite, design the rocket, designing the capsule on which supplies will be transferred. So that is one part. Then project. Then sending the rocket will be project. Communication will be the project. So you combine those projects into one program. Then comes the portfolio. First, operations. So projects is basically temporary. Operations are permanent, ongoing activities, those maintenance activity. Let's take an example. Let's say you are making a new car. That new car will be project. Once that car has been done, it will transfer to operation to produce the same car on daily basis. So how they interlink? So projects produce something. Okay. At the end of the projects, operations start. It is possible something happens in operation as a result of another project start, and so on. So they overlap with each other in this way. Then combination of projects, program, operation, sub-portfolio, it makes this the portfolio of the organization. Okay, and organization strategy drives portfolio program, and this is our overview of these things. Now organization does not work in vacuum. Whenever the organizations are working, there are two influences on the organization. Organizational process assets, those policies, procedure, tools and template, those lesson learned, those important lesson learned registered, all those things are defined in OPS. Then we have EF, enterprise environmental factor. So those internal factor or external factor that are mostly out of the control of the team, like resource availability, rate of the resources, internal permit, how do you get work permit, hot work permit from the organization, from health and safety. That is mostly not in the control of the project team. They have a checklist they have to follow. Then external permit, how do you get those external permit to start working on this. So OPS, EF, the factors that you need to consider while starting the projects. So once we have identified the need of the project exists, we do the need assessment, okay, operational feasibility of that, then we make a business case. Business case is more of a cost benefit analysis, that why do we want to do the project. The cost justification, the real part where stakeholders are more interested. So we have various methods to make business case basically. So we have payback period. Payback period means how much time it takes to get our investment back. If I am spending $1 million, how many years or month it will take to get my investment back. And of course, earlier I get the payback, the better it is. Two projects having investment of 5 million, okay, the project which can return me investment earlier, one is 2, second is 3rd, this project 2 years will always be better. Then we have ROI, return of investment, how much money I am spending and how much I am gonna get. Return of investment, higher return of investment there is, the better it is for your project. Of course, then we have benefit to cost ratio. Greater than benefit to cost ratio is always good. How much benefits are there and what are the costs. You can also see in exam cost to benefit, reverse of that thing. So that's the same thing, does not make much of a difference. Then we also have present value, what is the value of something in today, and future value, what is the value of something in future, and their relationship. 1 plus interest rate into number of years, so you can calculate future. I haven't seen any question regarding that. We are also considering two concepts, IRR, internal rate of return, like how much cash is coming in, how much cash is going out, and the better IRR, internal rate of return, how much interest rate you have, all those things. And then net present value, it is basically cash coming in, cash going out. Net present value must be greater than 0. Better than 0 is always good thing. So your income, your expense. If you have income and expense equal, 0 is a minimum thing. If you have negative, it's a bad thing. If you have more income and less expense, so you have positive NPV, and that is a better thing. Same goes for IRR. Higher IRR, the better it is. Guys, these terms I can actually go into detail. When we do business analyst course, we do go dive deep into detail. But for PMP perspective, what I have just told is more than enough. Payback period for 2 projects for comparison, the payback period, the one that have lowest is better. IRR, ROI, NPV, the greater it is, the better it is for you. Another costing model that we utilized while working on this is Net Promoter Score. So Net Promoter Score is a very good thing. It basically measures the customer satisfaction. So let me ask you, from 1 to 10, how much you are satisfied with these journeys videos? How much it is giving value to you with your time? 1 to, like, you can use -100, 200, whatever the scale you decide. So if you are not satisfied, okay, 1 to 6 mean detractors. You wouldn't recommend it to anyone else. If you are 7 to 8, yeah, you are okay with it, but not so much happy, you will not convey it to others. 9 to 10, you are very happy, you can communicate to others. So that is basically Net Promoter Score. Another test we use is A/B testing. So A/B testing can be used in 2 various ways. It is basically used to check which product is gonna work. So for example, right now I'm using 2 markers. Tell me which marker is working better, A or B. We can show customer 2 product and we can measure which product customer likes better, A or B. That is the basis of A/B testing. Or sometimes we just show one product at various area to get the customer feedback. Those A/B testing, all the Facebook is basically showing you different kind of ads and measuring A/B testing on you to which ads you are reporting more, you are reflecting more, and then they are showing you those product. So these are basically the fundamentals, some of the fundamentals of business analysis. In this video, basically we are covering some of the fundamentals as well as business analysis, because that go hand to hand. Now coming back to the governance. Governance is a system structure, how you are going to govern that particular project, how you are going to do everything. So this structure can become the structure of this specific structure, can become the structure of governance, how you are measuring those things, what are the things that you need to measure, how that correspond. Everything that we do in the project comes under the structure of governance. Then we look at the project phases. Now phases is a collection of logical steps. Okay, it's a collection of a logical step. So all the process group can come under one project phase. Well, let's say you are designing a project, then you are going to install, then you are going to do commissioning, then you are going to testing. So all those things can be distinct phases. All initiation, planning, execution, everything happen in designing, and as a result of that, at the end you have a deliverable. So when a phase end, we call it as a phase gate, phase review, kill point, stage gate, stage review, many names. The purpose is at the end of the phase, the team sit together and decided should we move ahead or not. Now very important thing, when we were making business case, okay, first we do need assessment. After need assessment, this is one phase is complete, team sit together, should we move ahead or not. Then we make business case and benefit management plan. Benefit management plan is a plan that has all the benefits that is related to the project, target benefits, all those things. So what are the benefits of that particular project? Once that is completed, we submit it to sponsor, they approve, we have again phase gate review, we decide should we move ahead or not. Then project charter and stakeholder register, phase gate, and then project management plan, and so on and so on. So all these are phase gates, we review them. So in this way there is a phase gate. So sometimes you need to escalate it to your program portfolio manager. If you decided you did something and you say maybe you need more cost, maybe more time is required, then you need to see how you can escalate this thing to the further authority. Then governance also define how to verify, how quality is going to check. and how we are going to show it to the customer. Should we do it online or the customer is going to come? All these things are defined by validation. A very important topic, so this is done. A very important topic that we do in business analysis is compliance. It's a particularly new topic, and you wouldn't find this topic in any of the books, especially RETA, because this topic has been added by PMI ATP material. But it's a very easy topic actually. You know what is compliance. You do health and safety compliance. Every organization have child protections compliance, environmental compliance, everyone knows that, quality compliance, risk compliance, your vehicle compliance. There are so many compliance in the project. So all these compliance come under the category of compliance. So compliance are identified and they are put into the risk register. That's why I said risk is very important, because those procurement compliance, they come here, audit, your money compliance, the IRR, tax compliance. So you put all the compliance as a threat, or compliance is always considered as negative. They are not considered as opportunity, they are considered as threat, okay, unless it is specific, some special case. They are put in the risk register, and just as we monitor the risk, we use them risk. We put specific addition on the quality compliance, how to handle quality, and what are the purposes that we are going to use quality compliance, how that is going to help us, procurement compliance and all those things. So value analysis, we discuss AB, NPS, ROI, payback, NPV, IRR, business benefit to cost. Organization structure. Your organization can vary from project to project. You can have projectized organization in which the organization entire focus is on the project. Like most of the time the construction company comes, they want to make a bridge, they hire people temporary. Project manager has all the authority when the project is done, end of the company or end of that project. That's a projectized organization. Some organization just work for project, they are projectized organization. Whereas various organization works in the terms of functional. The terms are functional organization. So they are more for operational side. Then we have a matrix organization. I guess I can draw it. Okay. So matrix organization. So matrix organization is more basically a combination of projectized and functional organization. So if let's say if a project come in a functional organization, it becomes a matrix organization. It can be weak, medium or strong depending upon the nature of the project that the company is doing. And if it is strong matrix, the authority more lies with the project manager. If it is weak matrix, the authority more lies on functional manager. If it is balanced, then we need to set a working agreement because authority is settled in between. Then we have virtual organization, we have hybrid organization, composite organizations. Okay, so configuration management. First of all, let's see what is change management. Anything that happens in project, any change that we deal in project, and I highly recommend you what journey of change request is done by change management plan, change control board, and that must be mentioned in the business environment. Every organization have a procedure how to handle the change. The governance system define how to handle the change in the project that is managed by change control board. Change in the product is managed by configuration management system. How the products are going to change, especially version control, how you are going to handle the one version to another version, that is managed by configuration management plan, and it also come under governance of the project. OPA, EF, we discuss business case, discuss benefit, lesson learned. Throughout the projects you are getting lesson, and throughout the project you are writing lesson learned. It's a misconception that lesson learns are written at the end of the project. They are written throughout the project, and at the end they are finalized. And if you are working in a predictive environment, we have lesson learned register. In Agile environment, we have Agile retrospective. So that at the end of each retrospective, we sit together to get the lesson and we implement them. And at the end of the project, like normal, we have every sprint or iteration, we have iteration retrospective or a sprint retrospective. At the end of an Agile project, we have Agile retrospective for the entire project. And we actually document that in lesson learned register, and both lesson learned register and the Agile retrospective lessons are put into the lesson learned repository so that they can be used for future. Last and one of the most important topic, projects drive change. Any organization that does not follow change will be will be moved away from the market. Example of Nokia, example of Kodak is one of the biggest example of Amazon taking over the entire brands company is a very good example, because if you don't manage that change, you cannot manage that thing. How do you manage change? We have Kaizen, continuous improvement. Without putting a money, you do continuous improvement. Then we have a cycle: plan, do, study, act. The Demon cycle: plan, do, check, act, or plan, do, study, act. Both are the same considered, but PMI mentioned more of a plan, do, study, act. So you can do Kaizen, you can do plan, do, study, act. You can identify the problem, but the basic is whenever a problem occurs, you do the root cause analysis, identify from it, and adopt, being adaptable, being agile mindset. That is what PMP considers. So that is everything you need to know about the 8% of the exam, business environment. So this is another addition in our journeys video. If you have not watched, I highly recommend for this video. Before this video, watch journey of quality, procurement, risk, and journey of change request. That will give you a help. And also watch the other journeys, so to get the context of those things, I will also put those journeys in the description that you can find it. And if you have not subscribed our YouTube channel, I highly recommend you do that. As you can see that our commitment is rising very high. We are putting more content than everyone else in the world. Today, even just today, we have put coaching call in which I solved the question. We put the journeys video, lesson learn video of a student. Then I put another video, then this one video. Same goes for LinkedIn. So guys, you don't want to miss this thing. We have everything there for you, and all of this is free of cost. And if you want to need our help, because you know all our programs are basically training and coaching, where everyone else in the world provides training and that's it, you are on your own. We provide coaching. We provide your coaching till you clear the exam. So our next batch is going to start on 10th of September. I guess we have only 3 or 4 seats. All of the spots are filled. We only allow 20 students. So if you are considering that, if you have not joined training program, I highly recommend. We also have one-to-one program in which you can study one-to-one with me. So thank you very much for watching this video. And if you become PMP, do share with me. I would love to record your journey and share with others. Thank you very much. Live with passion and become PMP. Of initiation. Now the most important thing that is created in initiation is project charter. Project charter is simply the most important document. There are many questions: who creates the project charter? How the project charter is created? First time, project charter is created and approved by the sponsor. It can be steering committee for the multi-projects, but it is approved by project sponsor, and he is the guy who at the end will even approve the project. So sponsor is the person. Project manager is actually getting authority in this process. Before that, project manager has no authority. Here we will be deciding the organization will be weak matrix, strong matrix, projectized, all those things. Project will be official. Okay, it's more of a project. Key deliverables will be there. Key milestone, key stakeholders, all the key things. And another thing that is created with the project charter, as soon as the project charter is created, is assumption log. Now when we are creating the project charter, we are doing a lot of assumptions. For example, that the project manager will stay till the end of the project. This is an assumption. We are assuming it. Then we are also assuming we'll get a key stakeholder at a certain time. Again, an assumption. We are doing so many assumptions. So we have to make assumption log, and we need to revisit this assumption log at certain time. It is just like issue log, all the dates, time, responsibility, and when we are going to review it. Assumption is something that we consider as right or wrong without any kind of approval. Now the thing is that how the project charter and assumption logs are created. You see, it goes back to why project was started. Why project was started. We do need assessment, having all the feasibility, why we even need the project, how it is going to add into the organizational strategy, because project charter also tells us how it is adding to the overall organizational strategy, all those things. In need assessment, we do feasibility study of each and every type, operational feasibility, cost feasibility, like human feasibility, whatever you can say. From need assessment, we make business case. Now, business case is only feasibility of cost benefit. It's more of a benefit to cost ratio. What are the benefits you are getting? What is the return on investment? How much money you are putting and getting back? The payback period, IRR, all those things are in the business case, the business side of the project. Then we also make benefit management plan. Now, all the benefits are being identified, all those things have already been identified in the business case. In benefit management plan, we are also looking on the business value, the tangible benefit as well as intangible benefit. Business case is only monetary thing. Benefit management plan takes more thing, like how this will add or value, how brand recognition will be there. Because the purpose of project is to increase business value, and business value can be tangible value, intangible value. Tangible like money, assets, intangible value, brand recognition, reputation, all those things. Okay, so we make benefit management plan. We also have agreements signed with various organizations, OPS, EEF. We utilize all those things to make the project charter. Once the project charter is created, the project is officially authorized. Now, since the project manager has been appointed in the project charter, the first job the project manager do, he has identified key stakeholder. He will communicate project charter to key stakeholders so that they can know what can be expected from them, what are their roles and responsibility, what are the timeline. So important thing, he will communicate the project charter to the key stakeholders. Okay, and once he has done that, he start making stakeholder register, identifying the stakeholder. Guys, stakeholder is someone who can make or break the project. He needs to identify them, he needs to manage them, he needs to work on them. So he utilize whatever the tools and technique he has. EEF will be there to identify the stakeholders. OPS will be there, project charter, business document, benefit management plan, project management plan, and stakeholder identification is an iterative process. He can keep on identifying. Whenever a new stakeholder identified, he will put them again into a stakeholder register. And he can also use this PESTEL, who are the political stakeholder, economical stakeholder, social stakeholder, technical stakeholder, legal stakeholder, environmental stakeholder, all the types of stakeholders. Who are they? He identify them. You can also see VUCA and all those things. Who are upward stakeholder, like whom I am going to report. Who are my downward stakeholder? Who are reporting to me? Who are inward stakeholder? Who are outward stakeholder? So all those things he will identify. Now, once he has identified, he will categorize them using power interest matrix. People having high power, high interest. People having low power, high interest. People having high power, low interest. Low power, low interest. So people having high power, high interest like product owner, sponsor, all those people will come there and he will manage them closely. They are the most important stakeholders. They are the most important stakeholders. Then the stakeholder having high power but no interest, government people, maybe the CEO of company, he will keep them satisfied. It's his job to satisfy them however he can. Now people who have less power but they need information, he need to keep them informed. People having low power, low interest, we put them in watch list. We do not ignore them. Maybe at certain time of the project, we need to revisit it and their power get increased. So we need to see how to deal with them. Now we have a stakeholder register in which we have who are the stakeholders, what are their power, what are the interest, how we are gonna manage them, are going to manage closely, keep them satisfied. Now, sometimes we can also make stakeholder engagement matrix at this stage or at planning stage. Stakeholder engagement matrix is basically a simple matrix in which we put the most important stakeholders here. Let's say Ali is a stakeholder, Ron is a stakeholder, John is Sarah. So, and putting and seeing what are their engagement state. Are they unaware of the project? Are they resistant of the project? Are they neutral of the project? Are they supporting or are they leading? What is their current engagement level and what is my desired engagement level? My mean the requirement of the project. So let's say Ali is currently unaware that Amir is providing PMP trainings. He is using success coaching system. He also have batch program once in a month and one-to-one program, and his success rate is 99.3. All those things. Having all those things, if you don't know me, if you don't have heard about me, if your current engagement level is unaware, you can never become my stakeholder. I can never reach you. I can never help you. But I need you for my project. I need to have some strategy that I change you from current to maybe neutral at this phase or supportive at this phase. So maybe your current engagement level is this. I need to make strategies how to change current engagement into desired. Actually, all those strategies how you will manage, they are comes under stakeholder engagement plan, but that comes later on in planning. So you put all the stakeholders current engagement level and desired, and maybe someone is here, you want them here, someone is here, you want them here, someone is already supportive, you want them to be supportive. Okay, you want to maintain that relationship. Someone is currently supportive, you want them to be leading, especially at the start of the project. So you will put all those things, all their status in the stakeholder register. So we made project charter, we made assumption log, we made stakeholder register, and now this is done for initiation. Now you are ready to move to next phase. Now stakeholder register is a very important document. Project charter can be accessed by anyone. Depending upon the confidentiality of the project you are doing, you may not share your stakeholder register with other people. So this is an important thing to understand. So that's it from my side today. That's it all about initiation. I hope it has added value in your PMP journey. And if you have not subscribed to our channel, do subscribe. My commitment to this channel is increasing day by day, and I'm putting more and more content. And if you have not joined any PMP program, I highly recommend you can join our next batch that is going to start on 15th of October.
Now, planning is a very strange, difficult, and an interesting topic of PMP. 70% of the total material is basically in planning, whereas the questions that will come in planning does not have the same percentage. The questions will come nearly 50 questions of the PMP exam will come from planning. So you need to master this not just for the those 50 questions, 40, 50 questions that we will get, because the material is 70%. All the tools and techniques will be here. So 4 to 5 important things that will happen in planning. First of all, project management plan will be created. What is a project management plan? It's a mother of all plans. It has all the plans inside it. Inside project management plan, there are 3 to 4 important things. The first thing is 3 baselines. When you combine these 3 baselines, you get the fourth baseline, which is also known as performance measurement baseline, but generally 3 baselines: scope baseline, schedule baseline, cost baseline. You combine these 3 baselines, you get performance measurement baselines. Then, what are basically these baselines? Scope baseline tells you what you need to do. What you need to do. Schedule baseline tells you how much time you have to do that. Cost baseline tells you how much money you have to do that. Then the fourth important thing is that which team, which resource you needed to complete that task. For example, let me say if you want to make a house, what is the scope of house? Will it be 200 square feet? Will it be 1000 square feet? How many rooms will be there? This is a scope. How much time you have to complete each activity? This is schedule. How much money you needed? This is cost. Now, which resources you needed? That is resource management plan. Then, which thing can stop us from making this house? What are the risks? Now, risk can be positive or negative, but generally, when we heard the word risk, our mind says, "Oh, risk, it has to be negative." But it is also positive in PMP. So start thinking about the opportunity. Maybe the price of the cement can go down. Maybe the price of the bricks can go down. So you need to see what are the opportunities available. So you make a risk plan for complete. These five things are the key in planning. These five things are the most important key in planning that you need to do in order to clear the exam. So let's just phrase it in the under the lights of exam content outline. The, when you enter into the planning, what two things you have in your hand? First thing is that you have project charter along with the assumption log. The second thing is stakeholder register. These are the basically three documents you have when you enter into the planning. What do? You have a meeting with the stakeholders to review the charter, to review the detailed requirement of the project. Initially in project charter, we have highlighted the high level requirement, high level constraint, high level assumption. Here we sit together with the stakeholder, start reviewing the lesson learned registered, start gathering the requirement, detailed requirement in order to establish detailed deliverables. Project charter has high level deliverable. Here we will have detailed deliverable, each thing in detail, what we are going to make, what we are not going to. Then all these things will be written in project scope statement, which will go into scope baseline, which basically is a part of scope management plan. If I would say scope management plan and requirement management plan, basically ensure these things how requirements are collected and how scope is managed. Then once the scope management plan is made, we build basically schedule management plan to have deliverable time attached to it, to see when we need a specific milestone, what is the scope of those milestones, what are the resources we required in order to complete these things in a timely manner. Once we have scope overhand, when we have schedule at our hand, we go to the cost. We see what is the scope of this thing, how much time we have, which resources we required, what is the approved charter, and what are the estimation techniques we can utilize, and basically we make scope baseline in cost area. Then once that is done, we go to the fourth most important area, resource management, or as exam content outline also says that human resource management. This is very important. Most of the author says that human resource is outdated, but still in this exam content outline we see the word of human resource management. So by human resource management or resource management, to define roles and responsibility of all team members, we see what are the types of resources, how you estimate it, all the guidance, all the theories will be given here. Then come the most important thing, you identify the communication requirement, right format, written, verbal, right information, who is authorized to give the information, who is not authorized, how to communicate, which medium to communicate, what are the requirement of stakeholders, organizational structure, and the important thing, flow of information. All these things are written in communication management plan. Once communication management plan is done according to the requirement of stakeholders, which are defined in stakeholder engagement plan, stakeholder management plan, by analyzing the needs of the stakeholder, their interest, their impact, and to see how we can effectively build a strategy that can change their current state to our desired state, so that stakeholder expectations can help us in engaging in the product deliverables. Once that is done, we go with the quality management plan. We define what are the quality standards of the projects, what are the standards that we have agreed with the customer based on the project scope and risk that can be posed. In order to prevent the defects, reworks, we need to eliminate that. Then we make a procurement plan in order to understanding the scope, schedule, cost. Sometimes we can make a thing, but it is time effective and cost effective that we procure things. So we write down everything in procurement management plan. We write make or buy decision there, source selection, things like there. Then we make a risk management plan. We get a risk register here in which we identify the risk, in which we make the plans qualitative, quantitative, both positive and negative risk. Everything is written there, the positive strategies and negative strategies. Once that is done, then we make a change management plan. Change management plan is very important because it defines how changes will be addressed, and how we are going to control these changes, and how we are going to track these changes. Once all these plans are made, we combine them and make a comprehensive project management plan. We present it to relevant stakeholders and we get it approved. Project management plan, including with all their plans and all the baselines, is approved by stakeholders according to the policies and procedures of the organization. Once plan is done, we are done with the planning. Now we are ready for kickoff meeting. Very important thing. Kickoff meeting happen before execution and after at the end of the planning. We conduct kickoff meeting. We communicate to all the important stakeholders that we are going to start the projects. We communicate key deliverables and other information so that we can get buy-in, we can engage other stakeholders and we can have their commitment. These are the important things that you need to understand and remember for your PMP exam, especially regarding to this topic, the planning topic. Once again, I will just summarize what are the most important thing. Three baselines are made: scope, schedule, cost, and we make resource resource management plan. What are the resource we need to complete the task? And the last and most important thing is we make a risk register to see what can hinder our progress. And of course, we communicate the quality requirements, the procurement requirements through communication management plan, and we manage the stakeholder. If you can manage what I've just said, the planning area will be cleared. And if you can manage planning area, you can clear your exam. And this was the last video of the series of exam content outline. Master this exam content outline and PMP certification is yours. Thank you very much.
How you can clear all the questions related to execution. Now, execution is basically 31% of the exam. It is the biggest area of exam. 62 questions you can expect in exam from this area, from this domain. Now, important thing to understand is that only 10 process are there. Only 10 process are there. But we need to understand how these 10 process flow in all the areas. The most important thing is this is the area where we really do the work. This is the area for which everything is being done. Even if I go to very specific, direct and manage project work is the process out of all 49 process in which real work is being done. So you need to make sure you understand this. So let's, as our role is, let's just see the 7th step, how you can do it. Now, since you are going to do the work, you are going to make something. The purpose of execution is to implement approved project management plan. The plan that was created, you need to implement that approved project management plan in this area. Now, in order to implement that plan, first you need resource. Resource can be of 4 types: manpower, material, machinery, and money. You need money, of course. You need machinery, computer, cranes, whatever. Material, raw materials, and manpower. As exam content outline says that human resources. I have seen that many students say that in PMBOK there is no word like human resource, so we cannot see that word in the exam. Remember, in the exam content outline, still we have the word of human resource. So the first thing is that you get the human resource, you acquire the human resource, you develop them. Once you acquire them physically or virtually, then you develop them by co-location, by Tuckman ladder. Then you manage them, and in managing all those conflicts thing, which you can see in journey of resource, you do all those things. You acquire, develop, and manage a resource. Now you have resource with them. Resource are basically acquired by 2 processes. Procurement, you can hire the resources through procurement management plan or through resource management plan. Okay, if you are hiring from outsides, then procurement, you are conducting procurement, getting the agreement, all those things. Resource management plan is there, acquiring, develop, manage team. Once that team is with you, that team start doing the work. They start doing the work. They start producing deliverable according to project management plan. But most importantly, this team ensure that all deliverables are produced according to quality standards that have been agreed in the quality management plan. So deliverables are being produced according to quality management plan. We are managing the quality. We are using the tools and technique of process analysis to ensure that quality standards are being implemented. While the work is being done, of course, we can have risk. Anything can happen. So whatever the risk response we have agreed, we implement those risk response by using influencing. Influencing, negotiation, communication skills in general is the most important skills required in execution. So we implement a risk plan by following risk management plan, risk response plan, taking action to minimize the impact of negative risk and maximizing for the opportunity. We are communicating everything according to communication management plan. Remember, there is a process manage communication. We have input as work performance report, output as project communication. This is the post office complete project. We are communicating each and everything through this one process. We are ensuring all communication is being done through this one process. So we are doing communication, and we are doing communication with who? We are doing communication with the stakeholders. We see the flow of communication. We understand formal communication, informal communication. We are managing stakeholder, their current and ensuring their current and desire is according to our requirement. Stakeholder engagement plans tells us that what are the strategies we need to implement here, and we utilize communication plan to implement those strategies. We maintain relationship with them. And most importantly, if there is any changes that are deliverable, if we need to take any preventive action, corrective action, and defect repair, change request is generated in all the 10 processes of execution. All 10 processes: direct and manage work, lesson learned. All the 10 processes: direct and manage work, lesson learned, acquire, develop, manage team, manage quality, manage communication, implement risk, uh, acquire, develop, manage is already, conduct procurement, manage stakeholder. In all, almost, change request is being generated. Change request can be for corrective action, preventive action, or defect repair. Change request goes to perform integrated change control, and approved change request goes as input to direct and manage work, and they are implemented. And of course, we are writing lesson learned registered. Basically, we are integrating lesson learned with the previous knowledge with the new knowledge. We are combining these knowledge and updating our lesson learned register. So the key to clear execution question is to understand direct and manage works has 4 output: deliverables, how deliverable moves, data, and deliverables are being produced with the help of quality, and the team is there to make the deliverable. So let's say a deliverable is being produced. We need resources to produce deliverable. Resource get acquired, develop, manage. We have quality to ensure that the deliverables is according to quality, that is manage quality, and we are communicating these deliverables through managed communication to whom? To stakeholders, and we are ensuring that procurement is being done. So all the process are integrating, and if there is something to damage the deliverable, we implement the risk response, data, change request, issue. If there's an issue, issues are also being produced. So this is, I would say, the overall journey of execution. Master this journey, master execution process, resource acquisition and management, execution as per the plan, quality activity, approved change request, risk management, communication, conflict management, stakeholder relationship. You can clear your exam in flying color because you are going to get 31% of your exam from this area. Thank you.
Live series video. We have already done closing. Closing was the first video. Then we did initiation. Then we did execution. This is the fourth video of exam content outline. The reason for making this video is that many students were saying that they are getting questions regarding exam content outline. So in like 5 to 10 minutes maximum, I'm trying to summarize what they can expect and what they need to understand for exam point of view. Okay, now the topic is monitoring and control process group. Monitoring and control process group is like 25% of the exam. We can say approximately 50 question. And the purpose of monitoring and control is just that. You compare your project management plan, approved project management plan with the work you have done. Plan versus actual. That's it. You compare plan versus actual, and what do you get? Once you compare plan with actual, you get variance. Okay. Now the variance can be positive. If the variance is positive, this means we are doing good. The variance is negative. This means we are doing something bad or we have done something bad. If the variance is zero, we are on the plan. Now the variance can be in the form of schedule variance like SV, earned value minus planned value. It can be form of schedule performance index. It can be in form of cost variance, earned value minus actual cost, or CPI, earned value divided by actual cost. So this is one type of variance. Further, we analyze in this process what are the reasons of this variance. We do cost benefit analysis. We do root cause analysis to go to the real reason why the variance is there. Then we, from the alternate analysis, we see what are the options to follow and which is the number one option, and we combine cost benefit analysis with it. Then we do basically control charts, all those control things. So variance is the first thing in this. Basically, what is meant by variance? We are using project performance measurement. We are checking the performance of the project through appropriate tools, of course, and we quantify them through these things, and we recommend corrective actions. Once there's a variance and we have identified the variance is negative, then we issue change request. From validate scope till stakeholders, all monitoring and control process generate change request. Also monitoring and control project also generate change request. And all these change requests goes to one process, perform integrated change control. The first step is to see the variances, measure the performance. Second step is to generate change request and approve change request integrated through integrated procedure. And the third step is to check the deliverables. First, we check deliverables internally in the control quality. We are verifying that we have met the agreed quality standards using appropriate tools and technique, of course, to meet the business requirement. And then we get the formal acceptance of these deliverable in validate scope from the client. We get the formal acceptance of deliverables from the client. Of course, once you are producing deliverables, you have to monitor the risk. You have to ensure no other risk gets there. You do risk audit to check the performance of the risk. You monitor and reassess the risk. You check a residual risk. You basically check the secondary risk. All these things are there. Now, once the risk has acted, it becomes issue. Risk is probability into impact. The probability is 100%, then it's an issue. We need to review the issue log. We need to manage the issue log. We need to update. And if they are if it is necessary to determine corrective action by using, of course, tools and technique that are required for their issue. And then on all the areas, whatever the risk has occurred, whatever the variance has occurred, and we have find out the reason of the variance. We write lesson learns. We document the lesson learns so that we can use that in future. And of course, we if we have done procurement, we close the procurement here. Very important. In closing the procurement, we are inspecting the deliverables, and if contract allows us, we are doing the audit of procurement process. And finally, if we do not reach to agreement, we have alternate dispute resolution there, and if it is not required, then close the project. So seven important things are being done. The first and most important is we are measuring the performance, checking the variances. Second thing, doing the change request, all those integrated change control procedure. Then we are verifying deliverable, the deliverable journey. We are checking the risk, issues, writing the lesson, and closing the procurement. And most importantly, I would agree that here, like change request is also coming from execution, even initiation, identify stakeholder, even planning from collect requirement. So Change request is the biggest area. You are communicating the needs of stakeholder. Of course, you are controlling the resource and closing the resource. You are giving forecast of schedule, accepting deliverable. So some flow you need to remember. The first flow of deliverable journey. It comes deliverable to control quality, then it goes to validate scope, then closing. Then you need to see the journey of work performance data journey. All the data comes in from validate scope till stakeholder has input and becomes work performance information. This information goes to integration of monitoring and control and become work performance report. The third journey is journey of change request. The fourth journey, journey of procurement, how the procurement get closed. Then the journey of risk, how risk are being reassessed and how issues are being updated and how lesson learns are being done. If you master all the things I have just said, you can ace 25% of your exam, and that is 50 questions. And once you clear these 50 questions, you can clear your exam in the best possible way. So see you in the next video of planning.
Of closing. Now you have done everything. Now it's the time to close the project. Most of the time people consider this topic as most difficult topic. So let me make it very simple for you guys. First of all, we can only start closing in two ways. Either you have completed the project, your deliverables have been finalized, or you got like accepted deliverables. You can say like, so step number one, you have your deliverable have passed through quality and then client, and they have become accepted deliverable. You have accepted deliverables. Or second thing is that your project got terminated, cancelled, whatever the reason. In both cases, closing remains same. In both cases, closing remains same. Okay, so you got accepted deliverable. All those accepted deliverable are coming down, and they are also bringing few documents with that for closing. You get all the project documents, all 33 documents, your plan. You are getting procurement documents, your business documents. These are very important because at the end you are going to measure how much benefits you have received. What are the benefits that were imagined and have done? Your, of course, project charter, accepted deliverable is always there, and OPS so that you can update your lesson learned registers, EF just to see in the context. So very important thing, you need 8 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things. Then they come to you. Now you have all those things. Now you do analysis on them. You do meetings. You want the meeting to see how much you have done. You do regression analysis, like checking the variable, increasing one, decreasing them, find out the correlation. Okay, how this factor has done, and of course variance analysis. You perform all those things, and you get, if the project is approved, you get the final product. The first step of closing, final product. You get the final product, you start handing it over. You start handing it over to the client. Hey, this is my final product. You start handing it over. Like the transition process is there. This is more of a transition process has been started. In the meantime, final report is being written. You start writing final report. Project documents are start being updated. You start writing lesson learned. Okay. Once final report is finalized, lesson learns are updated, they are checked, lesson learns are put into the lesson learned repository. All the project documents are put into project documents archive. Final report is submitted to the sponsor. If the sponsor approved, we communicate following communication management plan. All the lessons, all those things are done. Then we start closing contracts. All the procurement contracts or open issues, or the lessons will be there, and now we release the team. This is very important, very critical. You cannot release the team without closing all those things. Hey guys, who will write down these things? Project manager? No. So you need maybe 20-30% of the team there. But this depends again on your team management plan, resource management plan. But you cannot release the entire team even if the project is terminated. You need to update all those things, get the lesson learned, update the documents archive, close in a professional way, do administrative closure, all those things, release that team, and finally you need to celebrate the success. So putting the closing process again, the accepted deliverable are converted into final product. We hand over it to the customer. It goes into the transition phase or warranty phase. You start updating documents, you archive the document, you write down the lesson learned, put the lesson learned into the lesson learned repository, you write the final report with all the lessons, even it's terminated, what did well, what can be improved, all those things. You give it to sponsor, approved it. Once all those things are done, procurement documents are closed, the issues are highlighted, everything is closed, you release the team, you close the project, and you celebrate the success. Very important and very small journey of closing. I hope you enjoyed it, and this is a very important journey. I'm thinking also to make on initiation, planning, execution, just in case you can understand the flow of the process in the future. Guys, if you have not subscribed the channel, do subscribe it. Our commitment to the YouTube is increasing day by day, day by day. And if you have not done PMP yet and thinking about the program, we can have one-to-one program that is suitable to you. If you have done training already, if you have failed already, and you don't have so much time and want to clear exam, we can help you clear in 3 or 4 weeks, or you can join our batch program starting on 10th of September, but only 2 slots are left in that program. See you, bye-bye, and become a certified PMP. Live with passion. The purpose the projects are created is straightforward. Projects are created to generate value. Nothing more, nothing less. Organization want value for them. Individual want value for them. We can call value as a business value or a value. It remains the same thing. We hire project manager to generate that business value. Who defines the value? Stakeholder defines that what is business value. Stakeholder can be customer, anyone, whoever is there, he defines what the business value will be for that. The project role of a project manager is more of a servant leader, or as book 7th now called it as a stewardship. So it's the same thing as a servant leader. While managing the business value, we need to ensure we deliver quality, scope, schedule, cost, those constraints, manage risk. And a very important thing, we need to tailor each project according to its uncertainty, according to its complexity. So we need to manage the project in this particular way. For the projects, of course, we need to do procurements also. We need, like we decide, should we want to buy or should we want to make it? We decide all those things in the project. But as a project manager, the most important thing is straightforward. Project manager need to deliver value. That's why the projects are created. That's why the project manager is there. And project manager uses resources, also known as team, to generate that particular value. Team is there to assist the project manager to generate that value. If the team is not there, the project manager may not be able to generate that value. So one of his main job in the organization is to manage team, who eventually will manage the stakeholders in any particular organization. So when we are delivering value and when we are doing this thing, these things become extreme complex. If you just look at these pillars, like these are 10 to 12, sometimes it goes to more. So as a project manager, we need to have a holistic view, the overall view of every single thing. For example, right, a few minutes back, Shaji said about exam content outline. Then other thing, if I am the project manager of this project and the project is to make you certified PMP, I need to have a holistic view of each thing. Holistic is a fancy word, mean you need to be an integrator. You need to do integration to ensure that every single piece of the puzzles comes together to make the puzzle complete. Every single picture, every single part comes together in a finite way to make the entire picture. So project manager, in order to deliver value, uses this thing, holistic or integration, is called as system thinking. This is called as system thinking in the project. So this is the entire framework of the project. Entire thing on which book 7th or standards are based. Entire thing on which you will be questioned. Entire thing on which book 6 was based or ECO is based. So if you have any question on that, please ask. System thinking is integration, a fancy word to say you need to look at everything. For example, if you are changing scope, you need to look at the schedule, cost, quality, procurement, risk, how that is affected. It's not that you just change one thing without understanding every other thing. When you change one parameter, other parameters need to be taken in consideration. Right? Okay. Anyone else? Yeah. So as the projects are created to deliver the business value. So if we go towards the first document that defines the business value is business case, giving us cost benefit analysis, the monetary terms. Then we get benefit management plan in which benefits are defined. It is defined who will be the owner of the benefit and when the benefits will be delivered. What are the tangible, non-tangible things? So these both are having value. From there, we get these two are called as business document. From there, we get project charter. Once the project charter is created, now the project is formalized. If the project is stopped here, this is a phase gate or stage gate, there's no project at all. There's no project manager. Once the project charter get formalized, we get project manager. He has the power. Which type of power he will have? Project charter defined. What are the high level scopes, schedule, cost, quality, procurement? What is the value you are looking for? Project charter will define. Once the project charter is created, alongside project charter, project manager, after project charter, he create assumption log. Assumption log has all the assumption of the project. All the assumption of the project, like the resource will not be available, this thing will happen, this thing will happen, things like that. For example, no one ever assumed that there can be a war. There can be a war. So that's an assumption. Maybe if someone has put that there can be a conflict while we are doing project. How many projects have been cancelled in the Europe because of current conflict going on, right? And if it was not in the assumption log or if it was not in the risk register, they would have a problem, right? If they had identified that everything in assumption log, because assumption log is assume either true or false, either true or false without proof. All of them are risk. So all the things that we put here in assumption log, they goes to the risk register later on. That's an important point to understand. Once assumption log is ready, we have the assumption log with us. We have the project charter. Now the most important things start happening. The most important thing is we start identifying the stakeholders. We use everything which we have, project charter. We already have key stakeholders here. Okay. And once the project charter is and assumption log is done, we share project charter to these key stakeholders so that they know their responsibilities, what is expected of them, like who has what key responsibility, so that no milestone is missed. So we further identify the stakeholders utilizing project documents, lesson learned, past lesson learned, using expert judgment, asking sponsor, whatever tools are available at our arsenal. We use that to identify all the stakeholders. Once all the stakeholders are identified, we need to analyze them. Identify, then analyze the stakeholder, then prioritize them, then manage them, and keep doing that. Okay, this keep on happening. You identify them, put them into stakeholder register. We see who are upward stakeholder, downward stakeholder, sideward, and things like that. We identify all the stakeholders and put them into stakeholder. We put them into the stakeholder register. So once the stakeholder register, it's a live document, and unless it is necessary, we don't share the stakeholder register with any single individual. In most cases, not even with the sponsor. Now stakeholder register is ready. We know who are the stakeholders, what is their power, what is their interest. We put power interest grid, and if they have high power, high interest, we manage them closely. If they have low power, low interest, we just put them into the watch list for future. If they have high power, low interest, they don't have interest, but they have a power, we need to keep them satisfied. If they have no power, but they have interest, we need to keep them informed. We need to put who are the upward, downward stakeholder, sideward. This is power interest matrix, 2D. If we make it 3D, geography, altitude, it becomes stakeholder cube. If we have another way to classify, salience model, we use power, urgency, and legitimacy to classify stakeholder in salience model. But power interest grid is the most used or the most asked in the PMP exam. So that is a very important thing. Now stakeholders are there. Now comes an interesting step. Now we look at the scope of the project. We have the project charter, we have the sponsor, we have stakeholders. We look at the scope. Now, what do we look at the scope? And the second thing, we look at the changes, which also basically goes into the how we want to have changes. Is our scope fixed, or is it evolving? Is it variable? And how do we want to have delivery? We'll look at this thing. And according to that, we will select the life cycle. So if I make, there can also be other things, technology involved, how much we know, how much the budget, but these are the two important factors. Is scope fixed or evolving, or do we want a single delivery, or we want a incremental delivery? How do we want that? So let's put it number of changes here and delivery here. If scope is like fixed and you have, this is single delivery, this is a number of delivery, no change can be maximum change. If the scope is fixed and we want single delivery, we of course go towards the predictive life cycle. Like building a house, we don't want to have any kind of change in building the house. That is a fixed thing. But if the changes are less, but we need multiple deliveries, we need multiple delivery. So we use incremental, like e-learning session, anything, like any drama series, how they come, any serial like Money Heist, one episode, two, one season, then the next season, then the next season. It's an incremental. So if you want single delivery, but things can change a lot, we make prototype in that example. So we use iterative life cycle. If both things can change, we use Agile. This iterative, incremental, Agile, all three are called as change driven or adaptive life cycle. Okay. Normally, normal projects are neither 100% predictive nor 100% agile. They are a mix of predictive and agile in one way or another, and they are called as hybrid. Every single project is maybe minimum 1% hybrid, 1% predictive, 99% agile, or whatever the mix is there. It's always hybrid. I don't know any single project that does not have, maybe, but right now, no project in my memory. Any questions so far? Now, let's say here we had a decision to make. The decision was this for now, because we will discuss both predictive and agile. Let's say we decided that the scope is predictive. Okay, the scope is fixed and we want single delivery. This means we go towards predictive life cycle. Okay, predictive way of doing it. Predictive way of doing a certain things. Okay, we have decided now everything will be tailored according to that context. Context matters. If it was agile, the things would be different. Now it is predictive. So the first thing is that we need to collect requirements, and we use requirement management plan as a guidance to collect all the requirements, having a lot of techniques, facilitation technique. Just like identifying the stakeholder, it has a lot of techniques, even more focus group, expert judgment, context diagram, prototyping, whatever techniques, document analysis you used. The purpose is to get all the requirement. Here we don't put any filter. We get as many requirement as possible. Once we get all the requirement, we put all the requirement into requirement traceability matrix. That's an Excel sheet that traces the requirement from start till end. What are the requirements throughout the project? Requirement traceability matrix. Once we have requirement traceability matrix with us, we also have requirement documentation. Requirement documentation is basically classifying the requirement as a functional, non-functional, solution, stakeholder, and other categories. So we have all the requirement, maybe 10,000 or a million requirement, whatever, depending upon the project. Okay. So for example, if you are working in a hydropower project, there are stakeholders requirement, like locals have requirement, please make a school for us. In big projects, they do have fund for that. So some requirements we do accept, some requirement we cannot do. Okay. So now through the requirement management plan, we collected the requirement using various tools and technique. We get requirement documentation, requirement traceability matrix. Now we put the scope filter. This is which is defined in the scope management plan. How to make a scope baseline. It is defined in the scope management plan. In all the requirement, we put the scope filter. It can be Moscow. What are the must requirement, should requirement, could requirement, or we divide the product and do the value engineering product analysis. We check what are the requirement in the product in a systematic way to do. And when, let's say we collected all the requirement here, the requirement that passes the scope filter can be like this. It can be 1 million. As a result, we can have 10,000 requirement after scope filter. These all the requirements, it contains everything that we will do into the project. Everything, whatever goes into this, what we call as project scope statement. Everything in project scope statement we need to do. What are the assumptions of the project? What are the constraints? What are the limitation? What are the requirement? What are these classifications we put in project scope statement? Some people get confused between project charter and project scope statement. Project charter has a high level requirement. We want to make a hotel. That's a project charter, maybe having 2,000 room and something like that. That's project charter. Project scope statement is we want a hotel with this room, having this lighting, this thing, these many washroom, these many kitchen, we need a swimming pool, we need a gym, each room should have these many lights, each room should be air conditioned, it should have everything which you can imagine in minute detail must be present in project scope statement. So once the project scope statement is done, then the next step is we divide the work into small manageable parts. That is called as work breakdown structure. Okay, work breakdown structure, hierarchical breakdown of work into manageable parts. Okay, we divide it according to our requirement, according to the WBS standards as defined in the by the organization. Okay, so the lowest part of WBS is called as work package. The highest part, this one after deliverable, is called as control account. In between we have a planning package. Along the WBS, we get WBS dictionary to understand what each work package or control account or management account means actually. We need to understand what does this mean. So what are the assumptions, what are each detail of each of these will be defined by WBS dictionary. These numbers that we give them, okay, like 1.2.1.2.3, this is called as code of account, and WBS refer to them, and WBS dictionary also refer to them and provide all the detail. Once WBS is done, dictionary is done, project scope statement is done, we combine them, we go to a sponsor, and if we get approved, we get our first baseline, and that is scope baseline. That is the scope baseline. Now scope baseline is ready. Every work that you need to do, it must follow the scope baseline. If anything is not inside it, we will not do. Okay, let's say customer wants to add something, they need to follow change control procedure. They have to go to change control procedure, and if after change control procedure it is approved, then we add it to the scope baseline. Okay, and if it is not approved, it is not done. The purpose is that why we have a change control procedure, to avoid scope creep. What is scope creep? The customer keep on adding the requirement. We don't want that. No. In predictive, straightforward, scope is fixed, delivery is single. Okay, and if we add something additional, that is basically called as gold plating. So these things happen in controlling the scope. Now once the scope is ready, the next thing is schedule or schedule. Schedule management plan help us, guide us how to make the schedule, which software to use, what is the tolerance, what are the best practices according to the organizational process assets, that is OPS. What is OPS? Like there are two factors that affect the project, OPS and EF. OPS are tools and templates, lesson learned register comes there, organizational policies, procedures come there. EF are enterprise environmental factor, which can be internal or external, that define how the project is carried out. What are the resources available? How much the money your country has? What is the currency available? What are the local holidays? What are the culture? What are the customs? All those things comes EF. I love to define EF into PESTLE. What are the political requirement, environmental, social, technical, legal, economical, all the PESTLE requirement, we look in the EAF. So being said that, through schedule management plan, we go back and we go back to the work package, and through work package, we divide the work further into smaller parts. We further decompose the work. The tool and technique we use is decomposition. We get activity list, the list of activity A, B, C, D, E, and activity attributes telling us, hey, what does A mean? What does B mean? What does C mean? And we get a milestone list that has all the milestones of the project. We get a kind of a milestone chart also, that what are the milestones in the project? What are the dependencies? And most of the time, payments are attached to the milestone. Milestone is anything that has a zero duration and it has a significance importance. Being said that, in activity attributes is also mentioned the relationship between two activities. Let's say these are two activities, activity A and activity B. Activity A is called predecessor, the before activity. Activity B is called successor, the later activity. So we have a relationship. We can have four types of relationship. The most logical and the most used is finish to start. Then we can also have start to start. We can have finish to finish, start to start, finish to finish, or the least one is start to finish, the opposite of finish to start. Okay. So which relationship you use depend upon the activities you are using. Now, normally, once activity A ends, the activity B starts. Let's take the example of finish to start. But if the activity B does not start, we say there's a lag between the activities. The activities are delayed. There's a lag between the activities. The activity B is delayed. Or Activity starts before. We call the activity B or successor activities leading. So lead and lag is a very important concept to understand. Once activities are leading or when activities are lagging in any particular project. So activity can also have dependencies on them. The dependencies can be mandatory dependencies that is called as hard logic, or it can has discretionary dependency, also known as soft logic. Mandatory, hard logic, discretionary, soft logic. It can be internal as well as external, both of them. Okay, mandatory dependency, discretionary dependencies. Now we have this relationship. We know this thing. Now the next thing come to estimate that the time each activity will take or the cost each activity will take if we are calculating cost. Activity A, let's say activity A is building a house 200 square feet. And we have already built a house previously 200 square feet in the past. We use the same duration as we use in the past. That technique is called as analogous estimation. Same estimation. Analogous estimation, same estimation. Or if we have made 100 square feet in the past and now we use the parameters of the past and multiply it by 2, this is called parametric estimation. Or the third estimation is bottom-up estimation. We calculate, okay, how much this will take, how much this will take, how much this will take. We add each thing and from bottom we move towards upward. It is called as bottom-up estimation. In these three estimation, bottom-up estimation is the most accurate estimation that we can use. Bottom-up estimation. These are all 1 point estimation. We also use an estimation that is instead of 1 point, we have multiple points, that is 3 points. Optimistic, the minimum duration, pessimistic, the maximum duration, most likely the general duration. We have triangular distribution for that, optimistic plus pessimistic plus most likely, or beta distribution, which is called as PERT, also optimistic for most likely plus pessimistic. So this is the way how we calculate the time or cost of any activity in the project. Once we have all these things, we combine these activity using precedence diagramming method. Okay, we combine these activities and whatever is the duration of the longest path, we called the longest part in the project is called critical path. This method is a critical path method, and once we add all the duration, we get the schedule baseline. We get the schedule baseline. So we had the schedule baseline at our hand. Now the next thing is the management asks how to decrease the schedule. How to decrease the schedule. So we have technique schedule compression. We have two techniques for schedule compression: crashing and fast tracking. In crashing, resources are added. In fast tracking, activities are made parallel. So since resources are added, resources cost money. In crashing, as a result, the cost increases. In crashing, as a result, the cost increasing. In fast tracking, as a result, risk increases. And fast tracking, as a result, risk increases. Now, sometime like it happened in COVID, the resource can be very rare. The resources are very rare and we need to plan according to the resource availability. So there are two techniques to manage the resources. That is called resource optimization technique. One is resource leveling. It manages every resource and manage the project according to the resource availability. We are leveling the project according to the resource availability. But as a result, in resource leveling, schedules get increased. So management sometimes says, okay, resources are rare, but one thing is for sure, we are not increasing the schedule. So in that case, we use resource smoothing. We optimize in between, but we don't let the schedule increase. So that's everything you need to know about scheduling. Any question, please ask. Once we have scope baseline, schedule baseline, the next step become cost baseline. How we can work into how we basically want to handle the cost. The cost management plan, it defines which type of currency you are going to use, what is your tolerance, how you are going to do financing, getting the money, who is providing you the money. We also described here what will be the how we are going to make a funding limit reconciliation. You don't get the entire money, or you don't give an entire money. You put limits there. Okay, this work is done, then the money, then the money, then the money. So these are called as funding limit reconciliation. We use the same technique to calculate each activity cost and use cost aggregation, just like bottom up, to calculate the entire cost baseline. A very important thing to understand is that cost baseline is include activity cost plus contingency reserves. Contingency reserves. Contingency reserves are the money amount that we put for any identified risk, for any known unknown. We know something bad can happen. If we know something, we need to plan for that. So we put a money aside and we put it into the cost baseline. And then of course, the estimation which we have done, that is cost baseline. But the project budget is something different. Project budget is cost baseline plus management reserve, which means cost of each activity plus contingency reserves plus management reserves. This means this management reserve, the team does not know. Depending from the project to project, the project manager may know, the project manager may not know. So it depends from project to project. Okay, this is how the budget is calculated. Then at any time, if you want to measure how you are doing in your schedule or how you are doing cost wise, we have formula for schedule variance and value minus planned value. If it is equal to 0 or greater than 1, it's a good thing. If it is less than 1, it's a bad thing. You have a variance. You need to improve your process. Similarly, we can put it into schedule performance index and value divided by planned value. Greater than 1 is a good thing. Equal to 1 is okay. Less than 1 is bad thing. Cost variance, just like this, and value minus actual cost. Exactly the same. Greater than 0, equal to 0, okay. Less than 0, negative is bad thing. And if you put CPI, cost performance index, and value divided by actual cost. Equal to 1 or greater than 1 is a good thing. Less than 1, bad thing. Okay. The entire budget of the project is called budget at completion. If that budget is not valid, we calculate a new budget. The new budget is calculated as estimate at completion, budget at completion divided by cost performance index. Okay. We either have, this is the most important formula for that, but we also have actual cost plus how much more money will be required. Of course, now, let's say I have spent this much money. If I need to see how much more money is required, I put how much money I have spent. That is spent now. That is gone. How much more money I need to complete a particular project. These get estimate at completion. One other formula we use is to complete performance index. This is opposite of CPI. The management is asking you, will you be able to complete the work in fund? Okay, will you be able to complete the work in fund? What do I mean by opposite of CPI? TCPI less than 1 is a good thing. TCPI less than 1 is a good thing. CPI greater than 1 was good. Okay, that's it. You need to know about the costing. These are the important things you need to know about the costing. Schedule baseline, we went back to the stakeholders. We had make a stakeholder register. Now the stakeholders that are high power, high interest, we put them into stakeholder engagement matrix. We check what is their current engagement level and what is their desired engagement level. So we check what are the strategy required to change the current engagement into desired engagement. Current engagement into desired engagement. The strategies, whatever the strategies are, we put those strategies into stakeholder engagement plan. We put all the strategies into stakeholder engagement plan. Now, along the stakeholder engagement plan, once the plan is done, plan is approved, the sponsor approved the plan. Once the plan is approved, along the stakeholder plan, we make another plan that is called as communication management plan. In communication management plan, we decide 4 important things: right information at right time to the right stakeholder to have the right impact. Right information, right time to right stakeholder to have right impact. But easy said than being done. Project manager, 90% job is to manage the stakeholders, is to use the communication management plan. Like which communication plan will tell you which format to use. Are you going to do formal communication, informal communication? Which type of reporting? What will the frequency of reporting? Which language you are going to use? How the diversity will be managed? How you will ensure that the diversity is ensured? Which technology is going to use? Are you going to use push communication, pull, interactive? How many channels of the communications are? How you are going to do that communication? Each and every single thing that is regarding the communication frequency, all those things happen in communication management plan. Many students get confused difference between stakeholder engagement plan and communication plan. Stakeholder engagement plan is all about the strategies that you need to change current engagement into desired engagement plan. Anything that talks about formal, informal, frequency, language, level of detail, it goes about communication management plan. I hope that is clear once for all. Now, once these two plans are approved and done, now we go to the one of the most important plan of the PMP. That is team management plan or resource management plan or human resource management plan. All the names are used for this thing. So I love to use Tuckman ladder to explain this thing in the context. But before that, a Tuckman ladder or stages of team. So we have productive time here and productivity here. The first thing, before even the team members can come, you need to identify which type of resources you need. You need virtual resources or you need physical resources. If you need virtual resources, you need to understand the challenges about the virtual resources. Okay, like virtual team members get bored. Virtual team member needs to be engaged in the entirely different dynamics. Okay, in the entirely different, for example, the virtual people are there. We are right now in a virtual way. So who is using the mobile and looking at things? There's so many things going on right around. For example, if you belong to the Pakistan, right now Pakistan Super League is going on. If you belong to Europe, there are Ukraine-Europe clashes, and there are so many other things that you need to do, you want to do. So you can be doing that. So you need to ensure how to engage the people. In the virtual team has challenges, then the internet problem and so many other things. You need to identify them, how you are going to handle all those challenges. And if you are going to have physical resources, then you need to identify a different kind of challenges: the accommodation, their security, their transportation, food, water. Maybe you don't provide those things in your contract. Many organizations don't provide food, transport, or even water. But you need to make sure those things are available. If you go into a desert and the project is being done in the desert, you say, no, it is on the workers, they find their accommodation. No, it is your responsibility to make sure as a project manager that your resources are properly equipped, not just from the nut and bolts type, but everything. If they are not properly relaxed in night, they haven't slept properly, how you expect them to work in the day? This is the project manager responsibility, not procurement manager or admin manager. At the end of the day, project manager is responsible to provide the value to the stakeholder, and stakeholder does not care that the admin manager did not arrange proper equipment or procurement manager failed. So this is your responsibility. So being said that, in addition to that, even its virtual team, even its physical team, you also need to do what type of skills are required. What skills you need to the team. For example, if I talked about pure predictive environment, you need a planning engineer, you need a costing engineer, you need an IT engineer, you need an admin person, you need so many other electrician, mechanics. So many team members are required at multiple levels. You need to identify level, their skills, their experience, what tools they can use, and you put that all those things. And if you have team members already worked with you. That is called as pre-assignment. So you are getting him, on what basis you are getting him, you need to put that thing into the plan also. So once all these things are done, then the team comes to you. That is the forming stage. The team is new, they are directionless, they don't know. You act like you give them direction. Directive nature is there. The most important document for the team is created here. Team charter, which defines what are the ground rules, what are the vision for the team, how the team is going to handle the conflict, how the team is going to look for each other. Everything must be put in this. And the best thing is that the team makes the ground rule, the team makes the team charter. But if the team is not there, you need to make sure the team charter is being produced. That is important thing. So once in the forming, everyone is trained. Slowly, the people start having conflict, and we reached into the storming stage where people are having conflict. So you need to act like a coach. You need to guide them. You need to understand them. When I talk about understanding them, there are multiple things that you need to have. The most important is emotional intelligence. What is emotional intelligence? It consists of 3 to 4 things basically. First, understand yourself. Okay, like it all starts with you. Okay, so understand yourself. What is your management style? How do you get tickled? And then manage yourself. First manage yourself, then talk about other person. This is a very important thing. This is the first thing. We start thinking about other person. Most of the time the problem is with you. Make sense? The problem is with you. So understand yourself, manage yourself. Then understand others, understand their motivation, like how they are motivated. Now in motivation, we know there are multiple things. There is Maslow hierarchy of need. Maslow hierarchy of need says that unless lower needs are not satisfied, we will even not think about the other needs. Na? For example, if team member is, as I was giving the example before, if the team member is unable to sleep in the night because of mosquitoes or because there was no air condition, he will be not motivated to work. As simple as it can be. If he is not properly rested, he will not be working tomorrow. So that's Maslow hierarchy of need. Then we need to look at Herzberg theory of motivation. That says that, okay, there is hygiene agent. Working condition is good, well done. But they are not motivated still. Why? You are not providing the work that they like. You haven't done SWOT analysis. You haven't done attitudinal survey, what people like, and give them work according to them. Right? For example, in the entire batch program or one-to-one program, I never said that I will summarize the entire PMP, but I am doing that. Why? I love this. I keep on identifying the ways how I can add value to my students. And last week I identified, okay, maybe let's get them together and give a quick summary so that some of the questions can be answered properly. This is my strength. Identify what are the requirements. So you need to do that. Maybe you need to look at motivating agent, opportunity, growth. Giving salary all the time does not motivate anyone. Like when you are looking at recognition and rewards to the team member, money does not help every single time. Sometimes saying, well done, Naveed, you did a nice job in front of the entire team, it will be enough for Naveed to get motivated. Right? And most of the time it is. The teams who praises team members in front of others, they work better. This is an important emotional thing. Praise everyone in front of each other. And if you want to have some other things to say them in personal, direct and in person. Because if you like kind of said everything in front of everybody, the people can take it personal, or other things can happen that you haven't even identified that. So that's an important thing to understand. What motivate that Herzberg theory of motivation. Then what is your motivating style? Theory, how your organization work. Theory X, theory Y. Theory X, that we continuously monitor the people, and theory Y, we let them grow themselves. Theory X, theory Y is very important, especially in this virtual environment, in the team, which the teams are operating. Then you also need to understand what are the expectations behind every team member. Guys, whenever you join the program, I normally ask what is your strengths, weaknesses, what is your learning style? Why? I am trying to understand your expectancy, which point to trigger, how to work with you. What are your expectations? Expectancy theory. So you use your social skills, your communication skills, your leadership skills to understand other people, why they feel something, and then understanding empathy. Empathy is different from sympathy. Sympathy is like if someone is weeping, you start crying. Empathy is understanding the need, the reason behind why they feel something like that. What is the reason we can work them. So this is important in emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, these 5 things and the motivational theory I just said, they are important for exam. Then it is also possible. Kashyap, please stop typing, stop drawing. So this is important to understand this thing, how this work, how this happens. And throughout the project, you identify training needs, provide the training, and at the end of the trainings, you measure outcomes. It is possible that the team has a conflict. Maybe they need trainings, they need team building trainings, or you need individual training. Whatever the reason is, the thing is that you use active listening. Listen to the person, what he wants to say, what is actually saying, understand the need of the person, how we can work with them. Active listening is very important. You listen the other person. Active listening is the most important skill for the project manager. Now, whenever there's a conflict, you don't go and just start handling the conflict. First, you identify the conflict, the stages of the conflict, at which stage the conflict is. Is it level 1? There's a problem to be solved, people are working together, or there's a disagreement, or a contest, or a crusade, or a world war. Like the conflict level is where is there. And once you have done that, you identify what is the problem, you identify the alternative solutions, but can be multiple solutions. It is necessary you don't have one thing in your box. You need to have a multiple solution for one problem. Choose one option. If it works, good. Then choose other options. Then choose other option. See what works, implement that. What does not work, remove that. And whenever you are doing the conflict management, one of the most important thing is you try to get a win-win situation. You see, as a project manager, you can have a concerns for other, you care for other, or you care for yourself. Concern for yourself. Okay. So if I put it into 2 by 2 matrix, if your concern for other is high, your concern for yourself is high, mean you want to get a win-win situation. This is problem solving, collaboration, even consent. If you care for yourself more and you don't care about others, what does that mean? You care about winning. You don't care about other people losing. You do the forcing. You force your decision or direct. If you don't care about yourself, but you care about others, you accommodate. Or smoothing is also there. Like you focus only on the point of agreement, not on the disagreement. If you don't care about others, don't care about yourself, you avoid or withdraw. You run away from the problem. Understand this thing. Conflict is good for the project if handled properly. I'll say one more time. Conflict is good for the project if handled properly. If it is not handled properly, then the conflict can destroy the project. This is a very important thing to master and to understand that the conflict can be good, conflict can be bad depending upon the project. You need to make a healthy conflict. And if 2 team members, they are working and they never have conflict, This means they don't even discuss things. It is impossible. Two persons are sitting in one room and they don't have a conflict. This is in the human nature. So you must understand this thing, that the conflict is a natural thing. As a project manager, you need to use all the skills to manage the conflict. If handled properly, that team start working with each other, that team start understanding habits of each other. So we move to the norming stage where you still need to mentor them, but let them work. Again, it is possible even at this stage, the team members or the team need training. If handled properly, then we reach to the ideal stage, that is a performing stage. The team work here, you delegate the task, you sit behind, let them work and see. Again, here also you need to check if the trainings are required, if anyone or not. And finally, the team adjourn, here again, coaching and all those things required. Guys, depending upon the project to project, you provide them incentives, you provide them their things that they needed, giving them work, but that does not mean there is no accountability. We have responsibility assignment matrix, RAM, where each person has their own responsibility. We also have RASI. We use those sheets to see who is responsible, accountable, consult, and inform. We check each person responsibility, who is responsible for any particular task. We work with them, we see that, and we work in order to enhance the performance of the team. Every team needs to be high performance team. Every project manager, it's his dream to a high performance team. But the team passes through the stages to become a high performance team, and every team is different. No one team, no two teams are same. Okay, and at any time, if a new team member is introduced, is added, the dynamics of the team can change. Okay, so that's all about team topic. Now team started working together. The team is performing things. We want to measure how they are performing the work. Now we want to make sure that all the work that is being done is according to the requirement. How do we know that the work is being done according to the requirement? We make quality management plan. So we make a quality management plan which has all the requirements that are agreed with the customer, all the standards that are agreed with the customer. Now standards can be international standard like ISO, or we can use competitor standards. We can use our own organization standards. We benchmark those standards, we put them into the quality management plan. An important thing we use is cost of quality. We want to understand how much this is gonna cost us. Now cost of quality, yeah, quality always cost us. Now how much it will cost, it depends from project to project, but it must be costed, managed, and effectively ensured in that way. For example, what is the cost of conformance? Making sure that you produce a quality product. What is the cost of non-conformance? Like the cost of failure. This is the cost of ensuring you get the right product. This is the cost of non-conformance, internal or external. Rework can be, this is basically training and appraisal. The cost of quality is very important. What I am trying to do, daily getting your feedback checklist, so that I want to make sure that all the work, the cost, of course, it is costing me. Daily I'm messaging or everyone getting feedback. It takes 2 hours from my daily time. I am now doing the training. It takes that prime time of mine with you guys. Okay, but this is the cost of conformance. I am making sure that like everyone passes the exam. Okay, if I don't do, then I have to bear the cost of non-conformance. And one thing, image, your brand also get here, because that is an intangible thing that must be counted now. If you don't make sure your quality product, the things can be, the things can have issue. For example, even the China make the best product available. We have a mindset. They haven't managed their cost of quality in the terms of that thing. They went for quantity. So as a result, whenever we heard about Chinese product, we think it will be not good. Although Apple is being made, the highest quality product currently in the market is being made in the China. It's all about cost of quality. We also make quality matrices that tells us how many, what are the things that we are going to measure. Basically, it is a KPI matrix. we are measuring key performance index, and every KPI, it has to be smart, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time bound. Okay, every KPI has to be that. Once your quality plan is approved by the customer or the sponsor, you start implementing the quality. What does that mean? The deliverable is being done, the deliverable is being produced, the quality team goes and check the deliverable while it is being produced. They are making sure that you are following the right process. They will do the audit according to the quality management. They will do the audit. Are you within the control limits or not? We know control charts. Upper control limit, this is mean upper control limit or lower control limit. If any point goes out, this means this is a special cause, or you have consecutive 7 points at one side. This also means there's a problem in the chart we need to look at. They use flow charts to see the sequence of the process. They use affinity diagram to classify this thing. We use checklist. Checklist is used to see is the sequence of the process, the steps are being followed, yes or no. And if there are defects, we calculate the number of defects by check sheets. Okay. And if we want to do the root cause analysis, we have the root cause, like there are problems, we want to get into the bone of the problem. We do root cause analysis using fishbone diagram. Problem is put there. This is called as cause and effect diagram, Ishikawa, root cause analysis, 5Y. We asked a 5Y. And if we want to check two variables, we have scatter diagram to check the correlation between two variables. If by increasing height, if your height is increased, do you eat more? Is there any correlation? We put in the correlation diagrams. So all those things are used there. And once a deliverable is made, once the deliverable has been made in control quality, according to the quality management plan, we check finally, okay, so is the measurements is according to the agreed quality plan? The deliverable is according to quality plan or not? It's an internal check. And if the deliverable is according to that, we call that deliverable as verified deliverable or quality approved deliverable, quality check deliverable. I wouldn't say quality approved, quality check deliverable. So this is all about quality you need to know. In Pareto, there's another tool of quality, Pareto. That is basically 20-80 principle. Vital few, trivial many. We prioritize and see what are the 2-3 few important things that if we work, we can get a better result. Pareto chart. We make a Pareto chart in our project to categorize, okay, these are the most important, okay, these are the most important one. We also use histogram. This is a special type of histogram. What are the most important thing in the project that we need to do? We need to work on. And similarly, histogram will just show the frequency distribution. So we work into the quality area to make sure everything is being done according to quality. The next thing is that, okay, now we are working, we are trying to produce the deliverable. We decided we want to make or buy. Okay, we decided, okay, I want to buy something. From where I'm gonna buy? What will be my source selection criteria? Will it be cost? Will it be quality? Will it be quantity? Is it past lesson learns or reference? What will be my source selection criteria? I defined that. Now I again need to check whether my scope is fixed or not. If my scope is fixed, then there's another different thing. We have a different contract, that is firm fixed price contract. If my scope is not fixed, we have cost reimbursement contract. Okay, we also have time and material here. In firm fixed price, we have, if we want a seller to complete the work early, we can give him incentive. Or if the contract is long, 5-year, 10-year, and inflation can affect, we have economic price adjustment contract there, right? In the cost reimbursement, if we want to give incentive, we have incentive. And if we want to give tip, if we want to give tip, we have award contract in there. So we divide the contract, we put into the procurement management plan, procurement strategy, whatever we are our requirement, we put down them into procurement statement of work. These are our requirement. We need this thing. This is the time frame. This is the type of contract, and we advertise to the market. Hey, we need these things. We advertise to the market. What are the requirement there? And then people send us their quotations. It can be request for quotation, request for information, whatever. Then we get the bidder conference. Okay, very important. Before bidder conference, we get independent cost estimates. Independent estimate, what is the general price of this thing? And we also have the minimum qualification. If we want something, we need this. Okay, this person must have this qualification or these requirements to meet. Then we call the bidder conference. We don't call everyone the bidder conference. After the bidder conference, the people, once the requirement are cleared, they give their proposal. We shortlist the seller. We have the further negotiation with them. Procurement management, manager talk anything that is related to money to the people. Project manager is there, project management team is there to talk about quality, to talk about scope, schedule, not about money. For money, we have procurement manager. Once agreement is done, agreement is approved, then we get approved from the approval management. Okay, management sometime also need to sign the agreement. Once the agreement is ready, then we start getting the deliverable. Once we get the deliverable, we do inspection of the deliverable. If the deliverable is okay, we close the procurement, we pay them. If the deliverable is not okay, then there's a conflict. In order to handle a conflict in procurement, we try to have collaboration, try to get win-win situation. If we cannot get that, then we do what is written in the contract. If contract is silent, we try to have alternate dispute resolution, a third party mediator. If the mediator is not able to do that, then the last thing, go to the court. Going to the court is never helpful for anyone. And this is possible that the procurements are still open. We try to close procurement throughout the project, but it is possible even the procurements are open and the project is closed. This is fully possible. Okay, this is possible in the project. So guys, any question in the procurement? Yep. In procurement, we do have audit, but if you can do the audit of the seller, this thing must be mentioned in your procurement, in your agreement, whether you can have audit or you cannot have audit. Normally, depending upon the contract to contract, you can see whether the audit is allowed or the audit is not allowed. If the audit is not allowed, because if the audit is there, then of course they have to pay sometime more, na? Like they have to follow your policies, procedure. So it depends from project to project whether you can do audit or not. Thank you, Pawan.
Thank you.
Procurement statement of work is already explained. Procurement statement of work is all the requirements that whatever your requirement is, you put down into the procurement. That is the first thing that you need to do. Guys, someone's mic is unmute, please. So you put down everything in the procurement statement of work, whatever your requirements are. Jizadi.
So there are two things. One is that we were talking about this bigger conference. So before that, don't we have that technical analysis of the bids that we get, and the other one is
From the
of
project to project, you can have, yes, of course you can have that.
second thing is, sir, can you once again tell us the steps in contract and procurement? So what are these steps that through which
As
we
simple
resolve
as
that?
it can get. Whenever the conflict occurs, what do? We try to get collaboration. Like if you and I have a conflict, we try to get a collaboration. Okay, let's try to get a win-win situation. If we cannot do, then what do? We try to do what is written in the contract. If we cannot do that, then we try to get an alternative dispute resolution, a mediator, a third party, whom we both listen. If we cannot do that, then the last thing is, of course, go to the court. Okay, thank you. Yes, Zagam.
Sir, my question is from the last topic, quality. The cost of, can you just explain how the cost of quality and cost baseline are interrelated?
Yeah, everything, the cost, they are directly proportional. Whatever the cost you are gonna spend in the project, that has to be mentioned in the cost baseline. For example, if you want to do certain test, that should be mentioned in the cost baseline, that this activity is gonna cost us this much, so that should be part of a baseline. Because you only have one baseline, the entire money comes from there. So they must be mentioned in that you are getting money from there. Okay, good question. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So the next topic is risk. The first of all, you make a risk management plan that defines whether the organization is risk averse or risk seeker, run away from the risk or move towards the risk respectively. Then you look or risk neutral. You define the risk appetite, how much risk organization is willing to take in the anticipation of the reward, risk appetite. And you see, okay, in that appetite, what is the threshold? What is the upper limit? What is the lower limit? And you define that. Once that is done, then just like stakeholder, you start identifying the risk. Everything that is available in the project, you use that to identify the risk. Project chart, business case, benefit management plan, communication plan, assumption log, stakeholder register, everything you use to identify that. You ask the expert, you go through the past lesson. We use different prompt lists like pastel, political, economical, social, technological, legal, environmental, all those things we use. Volatile, uncertain, complex. We categorize all the risk, whatever we can, and we put all those into risk register. Here at this stage, we also put potential responses and potential owner. Owner is someone who is gonna handle the risk, who is gonna tackle a particular risk in the project, his risk owner. So once you have all the risk, initially there can be thousands of risks, just like stakeholder. So you don't tackle every risk. You rank the risk first by qualitative, using probability into impact matrix. You rank the risk. Okay, these are low risk, these are medium risk, these are high risk. Who defines what is low, medium, high? Your organization tolerance. The probability and impact matrix is defined by your own organization. Once you have ranked the risk, if your project is of low risk or you don't need, you directly go towards putting the response for particular risk. If your organization is tackling high risk or it is life threatening like a pharmaceutical, so we do quantitative risk analysis where we take all the risk who has already been prioritized by qualitative risk, and we use different tools like tornado analysis, checking the sensitivity of each risk, or what is expected monetary value, risk into probability, or multiple option decision tree, influence diagram, Monte Carlo analysis. The purpose is to get a number. What is the exact number of that particular risk? We perform quantitative risk analysis. Now we have risk register, which has all the risk and qualitatively ranked risk and quantitatively ranked risk. Now we need to plan responses for the risk. We know that risks are both positive, that are called opportunity, negative, that are called threat. So we need different response for opportunity as well as for threats. So let's put it there. Negative risk are called as threat. Okay. Positive risk are called as opportunity. Risk is probability into impact. The first thing is your goal is to make the probability 0. If you make the probability 0, multiply by this. So you try to avoid the risk. If you cannot avoid, you try to mitigate that risk. And if you can buy insurance, you transfer the risk to someone. In transferring the risk, you are paying premium. Remember that thing. In transferring the risk, you are paying a premium amount for that particular risk to someone. So reverse of avoid is exploit. In exploit, you increase probability as well as impact. You increase both of them, probability as well as impact. If you cannot do exploit, you try to enhance. Or the next thing is share. If you cannot control either negative or a positive risk, we can always escalate it to the senior. We can always escalate it to the management. Escalation of a particular risk. Now, these are all proactive things. We are taking action. If we just accept the risk, okay, the risk is there, we are accepting it. We are not taking any action. We say any risk that occurs before the risk, there's a trigger of that. First, that trigger happen, that this is going to happen, then the risk occur. There's a time between. Okay, the less time we have for after trigger, the more risky that risk is. So we say that, okay, if the trigger occur, we have these responses, we will do this thing. This is called active acceptance. If we say even the trigger occur, we are not gonna do, we will see. When this happen, we will see. This is called passive acceptance. For active acceptance, we make contingency plan, plan A. If that plan fails, we make fallback plan. For passive, we basically treat as workaround. Whatever happen, we use management to do that. Once that plan is approved, once this risk plan is approved, all the baselines get updated. Because of this, all the baselines may get updated. All the plans may get updated because of this plan. So once a trigger of any risk occur, you implement a risk response plan. The risk owner implement risk response plan. There are two things that can happen. The plan was okay, and you get a very few amount of the risk left. That is called as residual risk, and that is an accepted risk. Okay. For example, I drank tea, a little bit tea is still there that I'm not gonna drink. That is a residue, accepted risk. As a result of a plan, sometime another risk occurred. That is called as secondary risk. Secondary risk need to be tackled properly. Okay. So then we have risk audit, in which we are checking the process. Guys, whenever we are talking about the audit is always about checking the effectiveness of the process. Are we following that or not? We do risk review meetings. In risk review, we check the process, we see how we are doing good. And as a result of risk review, we do get risk report, weekly or monthly report that shows how the project is performing. Okay. So this is all about risk. Okay. All about risk. Understand this thing. Risk is probability into impact. Probability can be 0 to 99.9999. If it becomes 100, it's not a risk anymore. It's a issue. Okay. It's an issue. So let me share something. Throughout the project, we keep on identifying more and more risk. Whatever the risks are there, if we identify any risk, we keep on putting them in risk register. Let me put it this way. An unidentified event is identified. An unidentified event or unidentified risk, both are the same thing. Unidentified event or risk is identified before occurring. Is identified before occurring. We put that into risk register and tackle it according to risk. If unidentified event occur, we didn't know it occurred, it happened, it's a issue, it's a problem, it's a issue. It goes into issue log. It goes into issue log. Whenever an issue is identified, we follow this step. We put the issue into issue log. This is the first thing. Next thing, we do the root cause analysis. Why that issue occurred in the first place? Why it occurred? We do the root cause analysis of that particular issue. Then we see, do we need to raise a change request to handle that issue? If we need change request, we raise that change request. Once change request is approved, we implement the change request, update the issue log that the issue has been handled or not accordingly. And from issue, we get the lesson learned, and we put that lesson learned into lesson learn register. Okay, we put that lesson learn register, and at the end of the project, the lesson learn become the lesson learn repository. So that's how you handle risk and issue, and that's the entire predictive thing for you. Now, if you have anything here, please ask in the risk issue or anywhere else. Yes, Mushtaq.
What if the identified risk is occurred? Does it goes to the issue log?
No, never. It is an identified risk. Na? It has already been identified. So it's a risk. It has occurred. You update the risk register. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yes, Pawan. I was expecting question in this topic.
Yeah. Normally in the planning stage, if you forecast any kind of things, those has to go to risk register, right? Only in the execution time, if it occurs, then it will go to the issue log. Is it correct?
Yeah, in a sense, yes. In a sense, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Zubair.
Sir, I wanted to ask that if the issue is identified, why not in the end it is going into the risk register, because that may be the important document for all the risk. The root cause has been done, issue log. Why is it going into the risk register?
Issue log is identified. Can you repeat that? If I issue,
if the risk is identified,
issue is occurred. Issue is occurred.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Understand this thing.
Yes.
When a risk is there are two things: risk, issue. When a risk is identified, means it has not happened. The risk happened. You take the plan according to the risk register. At the end of the project, we do get the lesson from the risk, put it into the lesson register. Both hands same. Both goes into risk register and risk. Both goes into lesson learn register and lesson learn report. They do go.
Okay.
Thank you. Ji Shaji.
Okay, I mean, again, the same question about risk. Like when we have an unidentified event, and if we identify it, it goes to the risk register. Okay, the first step. And later on, if it occurs, are we adding it into the issue log?
No. When something is in the risk register, so we play it in the risk register, na?
Yeah, so when it occurs, it becomes an issue, right?
Consider two building, risk building, issue building. If something enter into the risk building, it will go into the risk building. Okay. If something enter into the issue building, it will follow the issue building. They don't cross in between. At the end, both goes to lesson learn register. Okay.
And one more thing, like we have the risk response. Do we have any issue response also, like put onto the issue log?
We have response for something which we identified.
Okay.
If we haven't identified, it's just like this thing. Before we did not had COVID. Okay, COVID was not a risk. COVID is an issue. It occurred. Now for other waves, we have a response. We put a response for that thing, now for which we identify.
Okay, right. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, Ali.
Yeah, sir, I have a question that how do we identify the triggers associated with some risks?
How do we identify the risk?
How do we identify the triggers?
How do we identify the risk? I'm asking you this. The same way we identify the same way we identify the risk, the same way we identify the triggers.
We sit together and we write down
everything same. Everything same. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Raju.
Sir, this contingency plan and fallback plan, both are same. There is a difference.
Contingency plan is plan A. Okay. For example, for if the fire occur, I have a fire extinguisher here. I use the fire extinguisher. That's plan A. Okay. And if I'm unable to stop the fire, I run away. That's plan B. Okay.
For both, we need to use only the contingency reserve.
This is a planned thing, na?
Okay, sir. Thank
you. We have action plan against each risk. That is the purpose. We have action plans of each risk that we consider we want to have. Some risks are put into the watch list. They are accepted risk, or some risk we don't even care. It's a small risk, na? So we don't even do that. We change the policies, procedures accordingly. Yes, sure.
So few risks are impacting the schedules as well. So should we keep those risks in issue log? I mean, that can be mitigated.
Why?
But
Issue, understand this thing, Shoaib. Issue is something that has happened. If something may affect the schedule, it goes into risk register. Na? Why we put into the issue log?
I got it.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So guys, just to put few things in the context, we have initiation stage where we made project charter, stakeholder register, and assumption log. Then in planning, we made all the plans. We made all the plans. Plans get approved. It becomes the part of project management plan. Then in the execution, we implement those plans. The team get acquired, developed, training needs, everything happen in execution. In throughout the process, we are comparing plan with actual, that is monitoring and control. And if there is any difference, we get a variance analysis, we raise the change request, and we approve. I'll get to the change request and we approve the change request accordingly. Okay. And finally, we close the project. I'll come to the closing steps in the end. Now, going back to the initial thing, when we talk about the scope, if the scope is not fixed, if the scope is evolving, if the scope is variable, we go towards Agile. Agile is all about change driven. Agile is a combination of iteration and incremental. We don't discuss iterative and incremental. We are more focused towards Agile. Agile is all about mindset. What is a mindset? We accept the change. There are 4 values. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Contract is important. I understand. I respect that. But giving value to the customer is more important. Moving away from the contract is okay. Responding to the change over following a plan. Yes, we need to know that we should follow a plan. But if there's a change, we go through that. Why? Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. These values correlate. Working software over comprehensive documentation. Documentation is good, but we want to be effective. It's not that we don't want documentation. We want as minimum as possible documentation, not more. And the last responsible moment, we want the documents. Okay. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Responding to the change over following the plan. What is the 4th value? Working over anyone can tell me?
People and process.
Customer collaboration over contract.
People and interaction.
Yes, individual.
People versus process.
Guys, say
Individual.
properly, na? Individual and interaction over processes and tool. Not even a single person said it exactly. Exact wording. Values, I said it multiple times. You need to know 4 values by words. Okay. Principles, okay, but 4 values you need to know. That is the mindset behind Agile. Then, once you know the values, the next thing comes principles. Principles of Agile, how they work. The principle of Agile are very simple. We try to give value to the customer. We try to do multiple deliveries, incremental deliveries, making minimum viable product to the customer. We make an environment in which the team can learn, can make mistake. They know that we value them. We act as a servant leader. The team is the most important thing. And the team is like 6 to 12 team member. We have T-type leader. We don't want people from they are specialist only. We need people having multiple experience into that so that they can work together. So that is the crust of Agile principles. Okay, if anyone has any question there, please raise the hand or put in the chat box. Then we look planning in the Agile. We do planning in the Agile at multiple levels. First, we set the vision. Then we make our roadmap, what we are going to do that. Then we have release level. Then we have iteration or sprint level. Iteration or sprint is 1 to 4 weeks, normally 2 weeks. Then we have daily stand-up. Daily stand-up is 3 questions. What you did yesterday, what you are going to do today. Is there an impediment roadblock? Once we have that, then this is general Agile. Now, the most important Agile is Scrum. Scrum is based on the methodology of three. There are three roles: product owner, Scrum master, and the team or development team. Product owner is responsible for product backlog. He goes to the sponsor customer, get the requirement in the form of user story. What is user story? As a user, I want this so that this can happen. You take out the user story, write down the context on card. You have conversation and confirmation criteria on it. 3C: card, conversation, and confirmation criteria. Each user story must follow acronym of INVEST: independent, negotiable, valuable, estimatable, testable. Okay, we get all the user stories, all the requirements are there. So we put all the user stories into the document. We called it as product backlog. Once we have that, then again product owner goes back to the stakeholders, sponsors, and ask them, hey, let's prioritize them. We use Moscow, must have, should have, could have, would likely to have to prioritize it. Or we can use monopoly, or we can use weighted metrics, or multiple other techniques can be used, but Moscow is mostly used, or monopoly can be used in it. We have prioritized the things by high value, high risk. The high value, high risk. We get the product backlog, it's ready, high value, high risk. Now the team comes. We get the first sprint. In first sprint, the first thing we decide is what will be the duration of the sprint. 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 4 week. Everything depends on this. So let's say we decided for 2 weeks. So now each sprint will be 2 weeks. Now the team looks at the product backlog and put story points on each of the user story. What is the story point? Effort required to complete any user story. The team decide how much can be effort. There are 3 ways to put story points. Ideal hours, okay, how many hours you will do. Affinity estimation, small, medium, large. The third one is Fibonacci series, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Normally we use Fibonacci series. Now now in order to get consensus among the stakeholders, among the team, that this user story has these many story points, we do planning pokers in which we move in circles and we ask, okay, what would be the story points, and we get agreement or consensus on it. Or if there's a senior person, to get the consensus, we do white band Delphi. We put story points on all the product backlog, and now the team says in the first sprint, this is my estimated velocity. This is how much I can do in this sprint. According to that, they put story point in sprint backlog. We get an agreement between the team and the product owner, Scrum Master facilitate that these will be the sprint goals. Now, obviously, product owner will say, add more. The team will say, no, we do less. So the Scrum Master try to have a facilitation there, collaboration. But team say will be more valuable. At the end, but the team says, we want to have collaboration. But at the end, what the team says, that will be more valuable. Okay, more valued. We get the sprint goal, we share it with the Scrum Master, with the team, with the everyone. So then we start working on it. We have daily stand-up, 3 questions, same time, same location, 15 minutes, what you did last night, what you did yesterday, what you are going to do today. Is there any road impediment, whatever those things are there. Scrum Master acting as a servant leader, he shields the team from any kind of thing. He provides food and water, facilitate them, identify the training need, make sure Scrum methodology is being followed. We don't exceed 15 minutes. Okay. In your daily stand-up, you have information radiator that has burn up chart, how much work you have done, burn down chart, how much work is remaining. Information radiator like task board showing the status, and Kanban board basically showing work in progress limitation. Only difference between task board and Kanban board is in Kanban board, there's a work in progress limit. How much work you at any time you can do to find the bottlenecks in the process. The burn up, burn down charts, both can be used, but normally burn down chart is there because we want to see how much work is remaining. Okay, we are not worried about how much we are done. We are worried about how much is remaining because we are looking at the time. So that's why we mostly use burn down chart. So once the sprint, the time is over, when the sprint gets over, when the times get over. Okay, time get over, 2 weeks done. We have sprint review, product owner, sponsor, everyone comes, we show them whatever we have produced. In Agile, we only show the things that have been completed 100%. Any user story that is not completed, it goes back to the product backlog. Okay. Any user story that is completed, the customer check according to their acceptance criteria. If they accept it, it goes into product increment. If rejected, product backlog. More user stories can be added here, and at the end, once more user stories are added, the rejected stories are in the product backlog. Product owner reprioritize the product backlog. That is called grooming of product backlog. Okay, there are 3 things. Definition of ready. The team checks, are they ready to start work on the user story? Maybe they need more tools. So that checklist is definition of ready. Once their user story is completed, they have a checklist, definition of done. Are we done with that? And then the customer have a user checklist, just like definition of done, that is called acceptance criteria. Then once the everyone goes, then the team sit together to see how they can improve themselves, their processes, how they can become more effective. That is sprint retrospective. 5 stages. Set the stage, understanding the requirement, gather data. We gather the data from everyone. We generate insight with the root cause analysis. What went good, what went bad, mad, glad, sad. We decide for 1 or 2 improvement. We implement those improvements. And that's it. That's everything you need to know about Scrum. Okay, that's everything you need to know about Scrum. Responsibility of product owner is product backlog, getting the requirement, clarifying the requirement. Responsibility of a Scrum master, shield their team, providing food and water, making sure the team is well trained, they understand everything, facilitating every meeting. Responsibility of team, estimate the task, complete the task. Okay, these 3 responsibilities are important. So Scrum is most important, then Agile framework. Then there is Lean. Basically, Lean is all about waste removal. We make a value stream map in which we have value added task and non-value added task. And we try to get how we can remove non-value added task. Then we have a cycle time to complete a task, and lead time, the entire time when the work was requested to it was completed. Okay, guys. So that's entire Agile for you. For Agile, the most important thing is to have the mindset right. If your mindset is right, then Agile is with you. Having a servant leadership understanding. Servant leadership means collaborating, helping, identifying the training need, working with the team to make sure that everything is in the right and good way with the team. Any question? GA Sabha.
Sir, if we have a critical requirement coming in between when the sprint is going on, shouldn't that be going into work immediately?
Yeah, the requirement.
Because I got a couple questions wrong regarding this.
I understand. Let me just explain. If the requirement is there and you want to, like, let's say the requirement is very important. Okay, so that the product owner talk with the team. The first of all, if the requirement is important, the requirement directly comes to the product backlog. That is most important. First thing, directly it comes to the product backlog. There is no doubt in that. If it is important, it goes into the high priority. And then the product owner talk to the team. Hey team, this is the important requirement. Can we add here? Then the team checks and say, okay, we'll add this, then, but we need to remove some requirements. The time is fixed, na? The time is fixed. We add something, we remove something. We could add anything into that. Okay, but then we have an agreement from team and the stakeholder and the product owner. That is important. Okay, and understand this thing. Product owner has the power to cancel the sprint. He has power. If the sprint is obsolete, it is not required, he can cancel it. Okay, Shobha, thank you. Yes, Raghu?
Thank you.
Sir, can you please elaborate difference between from 3 C's we have conformance criteria, then definition of done, and then acceptance
There is
criteria.
no correlation between them. There is no correlation between them. They are a different, entirely different thing. Every user story should follow the 3C. Like it's a confirmation criteria must be there. It is written on the card, and there's a conversation. That is a requirement. And they should also have invest acronym, independent, negotiable, valuable, estimatable, small. These are the things that user story must have. Whereas definition of done is how do you know when your user story is done. That's an entirely different thing. Okay, thank you. Yes, Alvin?
Yes, sir. I was just wondering, in fact, Agile, we use minimum documentation, right? So, which documentation are really needed in Agile? We compare it to predictive one.
Depending upon the project to project. Like if you are making a product, you write down the product documents, the contract requirement, how to use that product, but you write it once the product is done. Okay, once the product
okay,
is
sir.
done. Okay, thank you. Yes, Pawan.
Okay.
I understand a definition of done, but there is a definition of ready also there,
Yes,
right?
definition of
So
ready,
that's in the
you check whether, like, what is my definition of done here? My definition of done is I need to go through all the topics. Okay, I have written there my definition of done. Okay, definition of ready is that before the training, I check my mic, I check my computer, I check my internet. That is definition of ready. Acceptance criteria is when I will ask at the end whether everything is clear or not. That is acceptance criteria.
so definition of done is mostly we'll use in the sprint planning. I mean, before taking into the sprint backlog, it is ready to start working.
No. It depends from user story to user story. Everything happens after sprint planning, before sprint review. The acceptance criteria is there in sprint review. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, guys. Now the entire. Yes, Shah. Pawan, lower your hand.
Sir, what is? Can you explain product increment, sir?
Product increment is a document in which once the work get completed, it keeps on adding into that. Okay. A product increment, product adding into that requirement. Okay. For example, first you wanted to make this chair. First you make the legs, and then the next increment you make the seat. That increment is adding there. So guys, let's talk about few 2-3 things in the journeys of that was all about Agile. Journey of deliverables. So deliverables basically, once you make the plans in execution or in direct and managed work, deliverables get produced. Once the deliverable get produced, they will basically goes to control quality. In control quality, we check the deliverables according to the quality requirement and agreement. Once the deliverables are according to quality plan, we call them verified deliverables. Okay, the deliverables are verified. If they are not, then we raise a change request as a preventive action, corrective action, or defect repair. Then it goes to validate scope, where the client checks the deliverable. If the client says deliverable is okay, we get accepted deliverable or validated deliverable. Then this goes to closing. If they reject, of course, we get a change request. Okay, we get a change request. Journey of deliverable. I called it. If anyone has any question on this, they can ask. Another journey of work performance data. Data is the raw information. Okay, any information that is being produced in the execution. Whatever the information is, it goes to every single department. They compare that data and they make their own report. There are 9-10 departments. Every department make their own report that is called work performance information. All 9-10 reports goes to project manager. He combine them and make one comprehensive report, work performance report. That has everything in it, and that is shared into the managed communication project as a form of project communication with everyone. That is journey of work performance data. Okay, guys. Now, how to handle change request? How to handle change request? Anyone? You, what are you doing? Whenever anyone requests any change, the change request is put into the change log. Okay, whenever anyone requests a change, the change is put into the change log. The change log, it comes, the project manager checks, okay, now this change has been requested. Is it important? Okay, it's important. Is it affecting the deliverables? Yes, it is affecting the deliverable. I can call it as a project manager filter. If it is not accepting any of those things, we reject the change and we notify that this change is not important. This change is not because of this reason. But if that change was valid, it was important, then the project manager do the detailed analysis. What do you mean by that? How it is affecting scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource, everything. And if it is affecting, then the change goes to change control board, which is sponsor, project manager, everyone. Any change that is affecting the baselines or plans, the change control board approve them. If they approved it, then we build the change, we implement the change, and we rebalance the project. If they reject the change, we notify everyone. We build the change, we communicate the change, we implement, then we rebalance the project. If the change is requested from the customer, we don't put the filter, we directly check the detailed analysis and we tell the customer, hey customer, your change will increase the schedule or will increase the cost. Do you want to pay for that? If they do, then we go to the change control. That's how you handle the change request. You will get 8 to 10 questions on that topic from person to person. That's an important topic. Change request or journey of change request. The last thing, once deliverable are accepted, once the work is done, everything comes in closing. All the documents, procurement document, plan, everything comes there. The first thing we show the client deliverable, accepted deliverable, it becomes final product. We start writing final report. We start writing lesson learned registers. We start updating documents. Once documents are updated, we archive them. Once lesson learned registers are updated, we put them into lesson learned repository. Once the report is done, we show to the sponsor. The sponsor approved it. We share everyone according to communication plan. Now we release that team. Now we start administrative closure, and at the end we celebrate the success. In case if the project get cancelled, we still follow the same closing process. And that's it. And that's PMP for you in 2 hours. Any question? Okay. Yes, Shah.
Sir, can you explain lean, sir?
Lean is waste removal. Lean is all about how do you remove waste. It is based on 7 principles, but the most important is how you remove the waste. What are the value-added tasks? What are the non-value-added tasks? And how do you remove the waste from there? Okay.
Okay. One more, sir. Sir, what's the difference between RAM and the RACI chart?
RAM is only showing responsibility, who is responsible. RACI is a comprehensive, showing who is responsible, who is accountable, whom to consult, whom to inform.
So, sir, RAM is only for stakeholders or for all?
No, it is for
and
all. Both are used for all of them. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Neha. Yes, Neha.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. Sir, the change request journey. When does the PM analyze? In what condition?
Once he check, okay, deliverables are okay there. Now we need to work into those deliverables. We need to improve those deliverables, and that change is valid. By doing that change, it will be helpful for the project.
And in this case, that change can be raised by anybody.
Anybody.
Do we have anybody? Right.
Anybody.
But you said that if we are, instead of a customer is raising that change, then
we don't put any filter, which directly do the detailed analysis. Okay. We need to do this change. Why do we need to do this change? We work onto that change.
Okay, got it. Fine.
Yes, Pawan.
So I heard that closing and administrative closing. I mean, what is it? Both are same, or is something like we have some
Administrative
difference?
closing is the part of closing, na?
Okay, so exactly. So what kind of activities we'll do in?
Releasing the team, releasing the equipment, closing the equipment, things like that comes under that, na?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Venkat.
Can you quickly touch upon risk register versus risk report?
Risk register has all the risk throughout the project from start till end, and it will keep updating throughout the project. Whereas risk report, it is generated every week or every month for a particular, whenever your risk review meeting is there, you generate the report. It can have everything there. One thing I missed, guys, qualitative risk is used only for individual risk. Quantitative can be used for individual as well as overall risk. Anything else, Venkat?
No, so basically risk report is a subset of risk register.
No, it's not a subset of, it's an entirely different document that is generated for the risk review meeting, which gives the entirely how the risks are happening. And but it is discarded every after, it is for that just that period. Whereas risk register is for throughout the project. It is not a
Okay, so just for that, okay, just for that meeting or that period, but for that particular meeting, we show all the risks using the risk report.
Yeah, what has occurred, what can be occurred, and basically you get data from the risk register also in risk report. Na? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Ambika.
Hi, Amir. I want to know about the rolling wave planning, progressive elaboration, and then also the adaptive planning. I saw somewhere this
Planning is
adaptive planning.
is not is just a made up term in the questions. Okay, we don't plan in adaptive. Adaptive is a change driven, so that is not used there. Progressive planning is used for plans. We have like stakeholder plan, scheduling plan. Like for scheduling or scheduling plan, we use progressive elaboration. Inside those plans for activities, we use rolling wave planning. That's the only difference. Both means initially we have high level plans, then we make them more detailed. Both are same thing, but for plans we use progressive elaboration. For activities we use rolling wave planning. Okay, Ambika?
Thank you, Amir.
Sure. Yes, Alvin?
Yes, sir. I would like to know the main difference between critical path method and critical chain method.
That's not important for the exam. First thing. Second thing, critical path method has all the reserves inside inside the activities. The reserves are not shown to everyone. In critical chain, we put all the reserve and we have visible reserve, but that is not important for exam. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Shaji.
Okay, for this closing steps which you told, do we need to go with that particular sequence, or is it like any sequence can be done anytime?
Final report is the last thing. That is the most important thing.
Okay.
Everything else you can do simultaneously. And
Okay,
celebration happen in the end. Team, that is important. Critical thing is team is not released unless all these documents are updated.
So if we say the team will be released once the final report is approved by the sponsor.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it does not mean that all the team is not released. The purpose is that you must have those team members who are going to write the lesson register. Because you know that throughout the project, the team members come and go. That is a different thing. Whose work is completed, he goes. But you must have few team members who are going to write lesson. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else, guys? Okay. So let me have a question. While we are doing any project, we always need to look at the compliance, what are health and safety compliance, quality compliance. We need to work into that compliance to make sure we are following that particular compliance requirement, and that compliance, all the compliance are negative. Their threat goes into risk register, and whatever we are concluding in the project is to the governance system, how the governance is doing. And as a project managers, we need to make sure that continuous improvement is there. Yes, Venkat, that is 1 to 10, 0 to 6 D tracker, 7 to 8, and 9 to 10. So throughout the project, we need to see how we can improve. Kaizen is there to continuously improvement. We have plan, do, check, act for the continuous improvement. We do retrospective lesson learn is for the continuous improvement. So that's basically about the compliance requirement. Umair, can you speak, please? I don't think Umair has access to it.
Yes. I'm sorry. Actually, I was on mute, so my mobile was away. Yeah. The PMP, as you may know, that many people know or maybe not, that I cleared almost 3 months before. In my opinion, the PMP, the first thing you need to be a great focus on your study, what you are studying. Then the mock test and mock test root cause analysis is the key of the success. If you are doing 10 questions a day and you are doing root cause analysis of each question, so you achieved your goal. If you did 100 questions but you didn't do the root cause analysis, it means you wasted your time.
Okay, so guys, this is very, very important, that what Umair just said, what Rohit just said. This is our 100th coaching call. Previously, we were also live on YouTube, and suddenly you guys know what happened. So this is very important that we do root cause analysis. This coaching call is specifically dedicated to root cause analysis. Guys, I had multiple students who came to me on 3rd attempt, and they cleared in PMP in 1 month. 3rd attempt, and they failed miserably. They cleared in 1 month with all above target. You are like batch 9 knows this more as compared to batch 10, and people joining before batch 9, they will know more than 99% of our students get all above targets. It's a simple formula. There's no secret recipe. If you have watched Kung Fu Panda, there is no secret recipe for noodles. The straightforward approach, my root cause analysis and question methodology. But this is my framework. As Rohit was adding at, that you can add your own framework. Like I remember Rohit used to do that. He does 1-2 mock, then he do like a root cause analysis. Everyone have their own pace. What I am sharing is my suggestion, but 90% of students are using it, and that is they are clearing the exam. This is root cause analysis. Straightforward root cause analysis to clear PMP exam. If you can follow that, you can clear the exam. So without further ado, let me show you what root cause means actually. So everyone does it according to their own method. I basically prefer using this template. Okay. So what I do basically, this is my question solving methodology. Umar Sadiq, can you read steps with me? After reading one step, please stop. I'll explain the step.
Okay, sir. How to solve PMP questions? Step number 1, slow down. If you rush, you may have to read questions 2-3 times. Slowing down actually help you brain to visualize the question and you understand problem better. If you are a fast reader, this will take practice.
Thank you, Umar. Now this is a very critical thing. If you are a fast reader, and normally people are fast reader, slow down, understand what is asking the question. Understanding the context of the question is very important. We feel we should rush, otherwise we will not solve. No. Slow down. Understand what is being said in the question. If you go read the question, again read the question, go again read the question, that wastes more time. Many people come to me like, we have given PMP exam, we are unable to manage the time. The reason they were unable to manage the time is that they were rushing towards the time. 3 hours, 50 minutes is more than time required. So come cleared 50 minutes before. So does Ishtiyaq, so does Saira, and so does many other people. Rohit, you cleared before how many minutes? Or you did it on time?
No, I was on time. Actually, I wasted a little bit more time in the last, but for reviewing, but yeah, on time.
Umar, what about you?
Yeah, Amir, I think I finished before my 20 minutes were remaining when I finished my exam.
And there is a movie known as Curious Case of Benjamin Franklin. I called it Curious Case of Umair's PMP. He did only 6 mocks, only my mocks on Udemy. And he actually gave me surprise. Their batch had a trend of giving me surprise. He, Imran, they never told me to give the exam, and they cleared it all about target. And Umair is one of the highest scorers even in the green area above. What he did, root cause analysis. So guys, very important. Okay, so Tariq, step 2.
This is the most important step when you have given the answer to question. Talk to yourself and second person why you have given this answer and what is the logic behind this.
Now this is specifically when you are preparing for PMP, not actually for the PMP exam. Okay, especially if you are giving in home, you cannot talk to yourself. But when you are solving the question, talk to yourself. Like you are explaining me, okay, we do this because of this reason. We do this because of this reason. That's why we are solving this problem. That's why we are considering this. Consider why you are solving this. What is the problem there? What is the problem there? But another trick, now this is more of a trick you may follow, some people don't follow. Harun, step number 3.
Read the last line first. Last line mostly have what should the project manager do next. Is doing or should have done. This will give you context of the question.
So the last line mostly, if you have solved any question, it's mostly like this. What should the PM do next? What is the next logical step? What are you likely to do first? What should the PM do? What is the best course of action? What is the next best course of action? So all the next thing. So reading the last line gives you the context. It helps you understand how the question is being related, how and what is being said here. Qasim, next step. Qasim.
Sorry. Read the option. This will give you answer question belongs to which area. Most of the time you can eliminate one option straightforward here.
Okay, now this again, my 1% opinion, other person can disagree, but this is my framework. Read the option first. Since you have already read the line, so you can get an idea of what is being asked in the question. So read the options now. Now reading the option gives you the context. Okay, the question would have something regarding this thing. The question will have something regarding this thing. So try to solve that way. In this way, you may be able to eliminate even 1 to 2 options that does not correlate with what is being asked. Riaz Hussain, please.
Now read the question slowly to understand what is the problem. Every question is a problem. Your job is to identify what is problem and how you can solve it.
Now you have understand the context of the question. Context is clear. Okay, this is the context of the question. We know that. Now define what is the problem. Now problem is defined. 50% job is done. We just have to solve the questions. Okay. Now next thing, very important again. Very important things are coming here. Okay. So let's. Okay. Say the screen.
While reading the question, if it is not mentioned, consider every question as a hybrid project.
Okay, so we know Agile, we know predictive. Most of the exam questions will be directed towards hybrid. So if it is mentioned it is an Agile team, you know what to do. If it is mentioned it's a predictive team, you guys know what is predictive lesson. If it is not mentioned, consider the question as a hybrid question. You will get a lot of questions. Our Agile team is moving towards predictive, or majority of the question, our predictive team is basically for Agile. A predictive team is moving towards Agile and things like that. Arslan Ghazi, next step.
Identify these questions area belong to which process group and knowledge area. You must know what happened in this process. Journeys videos can help you to master this.
Now, as such, we don't need to remember 49 processes, but understanding, is this question belong to initiation, or are we planning it, or are we implementing something, or are we comparing with the plan, or are we closing in the area? So that can help in correlation with this. Is this question is risk, quality, procurement? That can give you a more idea. Okay, what I should be doing here. What is the best purpose here? Okay. Now, Tariq, this belongs to you.
Now use elimination technique and remove options. Remember, unless you have a solid reason, do not eliminate any option. Unless proven, all options are right answers.
Now you have, let's say 99% of the questions will be 4-option question, A, B, C, D. Unless you have a justification that B option is wrong, the justification must be right. Like why you think this option is wrong? B, why this option is wrong? Why this option is wrong? Consider each option with a lens that this is maybe like my glasses. Consider each option like this is the right answer. Okay, I have justification. This is the wrong answer. This is the reason why this answer should be wrong. Then you will eliminate it. Then move forward. Okay, Sipte, next please.
Yes, keep in mind agile mindset in your mind and servant leadership in every question. Even question belong to predictive environment.
Servant leader is like a father. You never fire a team member. You always go with training, coaching, helping out, helping them to resolve this thing. That is the real thing. That is something that you need to do in the agile mindset, in the servant leadership. Understanding how these things work, very important. Okay, Vakas, next.
After doing a question, analyze each question to find the root cause analysis, and do make your own lesson learned register to identify areas you need to review.
So this is very important. You maintain your own lesson learned register. Every student basically gave me their lesson learned register. Now I know some people will say that, okay, can I have his lesson learned register? Can I have, no. I don't want to share it with you. No one. You must make your own lesson learned register. This template I will share with you. After the call, message me, I will share the template. But you must make your own lesson learned. So see, if Qasim get some lessons, they will be entirely different from Riaz Hussain. Two people, like I just had a call with a student, he said that we are 3 students, want to join one-to-one program. And can we join together? I said no. When you're working one-to-one, this is like real exam. So when you're working that way, you cannot join with other people. You have to do your own exam. You have to work on your, even if you're doing combined study and all those things, your own lesson learns are important. They are gonna help you in clearing the exam. And finally, Chakra, the last point is,
in your lessons learned register, make a column of learning point and see how it helps
you. What lesson learned you got from this one. Let me come back to the last 2 points later on. So this is the ideal project manager framework. This is as an ideal project manager you should do. So Fahad, can you read please these 12 points?
Yes, sure. An ideal project manager holds safety, quality, and governance non-negotiable.
One by one.
During
I'll explain.
During a project, yes.
During a project. So safety, quality, health and safety, governance, all those ethical things, they are most important. This is non-negotiable. Anything that damages the code of ethics, anything that damages anything of a project, it is non-negotiable. Fahad, next.
Whole scope, sacrosanct
while driving a project. Good. So
while driving a project, yeah.
What does this mean? This means scope is your thing. Scope you need to work, especially in predictive. If you are working in agile environment, still scope creep is not allowed. No. That's why we are doing time boxing to minimize the scope creep. Still scope is important, but if a change comes, you need to have a filter of it. Okay, why we need this change? Why we even need this change? That is critical to success. Thank you. Arun, read next one, please. Thank you, Fahad. Arun, please read next one.
Yes, sir.
Point 4.
Never bypass.
Yeah.
Never bypass steps, processes, and documentations to accelerate delivery or closure.
So never move forward, never do anything that can damage your progress. Never bypass steps. Steps are there for a reason. We have journeys with stakeholder. We need to identify stakeholder. Then stakeholder, power and trust. All these steps are there for you. Identifying this, ranking this. Never bypass. Never bypass. Follow them. Irfan Khan, next.
It always protective rather than reactive. It's always proactive rather than reactive, and always have a plan B.
If a question says that a reactive approach is there and proactive approach is there, you can close your eye and tick the answer that proactive approach is there. Proactive is the thing. Proactive way is the work. Shakir, next, please. Shakir, your mic has been unmuted. I don't know what you are saying. Still, आपके आवाज नहीं आ रही. I think your mic has issue. Let me ask someone else.
Yes. Own up the issue and problem himself rather than delegation. Escalation is.
Escalation is the last resort for him.
So for him.
As we said, he's a proactive person. It likes to take up the issue. So it does not like to give issues to someone else. It tries to get all the solution by himself. He is there to solve the problem. He does not like to escalation. Escalation is there. Yes, I know in positive risk, in negative risk, escalation is there. But this is the last strategy. This is something he will use in the end. He will unable to do anything. Isam, next.
Holds every department accountable for their tasks.
Yes, we provide training. Yes, we identify needs. Yes, I am a servant leader, but every department has their own task. They must do that, and we must hold them accountable for that thing. We must hold them that they will do this. Jyoti, next.
Questions and analyze every change request critically.
So even change comes from predictive or agile. We need to understand why this change is here. What is the purpose of this change? So I read next myself. Okay, put his team before himself and demonstrate servant leadership. So servant leadership is the mentality of entire PMP. Even when I call to student in the last night. So if you have exam tomorrow, I'll call you in the night and explain you few things like exam tip. And always one of my line is that have an agile mindset and servant leadership. This is very important. Invest sufficient time to identify and engage stakeholder. Exam is all about two things, point 9 and 10. Invest sufficient time to identify and engage stakeholder, communication at right time, right people, right information, right way. This is the entire exam in summary. These 3 points, 8, 9, 10, you need to know, you need to do, you need to follow. Otherwise, you can't clear the PMP exam. You need to know that. Okay. Know how to prioritize to meet the best interest of the project and the company. Know and exercise authority and credible in right way. Being accountable and credible. So this framework is clear to everyone. Sorry. Framework is clear. Hassan, I just read your message. Is it clear to everyone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, everyone has raised that. Thank you very much. Okay, so now the next thing comes is basically when you are solving a question, when you are solving and working for the questions, two type of questions are there. What is the best course of action and what should the PM do? And the second type is what is the next step? What should the PM do next? All these questions. So once it says what's the best course of action, what should the PM do? Straightforward, this framework will help you. And next step, the sequence will help you and work with that area. Okay. Vijay, I guess you have a question to ask.
There'll be one like, what is the least thing to be done?
Least thing, fire the employee, remove him from the company, or things like that, which seems unethical, which seems like unfair. And the leastest thing will be to take bribe. You never do that. The project can destroy. You can lose billions of dollars, but you can never take bribe. This is the fundamental principle of PM. Okay. Then snap references. So for me, whatever things you think is important for you, for example, like this, or payback period has to be lowest, benefit to cost has to be highest, all those things. Then how to prioritize the stakeholder, job of the project managers, few journeys, highlight agile in one summary. Whatever you think is important for you, make a snapshot of it and take a snapshot, put it in the Excel file, so that whenever you are going to do the question, review them. Particularly for full mocks, review them. Okay, these are the things I need to do. These are things I need to work. Okay, so we talked in this option, step 10 and 11, we need to use a lesson learned register. So I recommend, if you are solving 50 questions, put it here, 50 question, stakeholder, let's say. What type of question is it? Is it agile, predictive? From where this question belongs? Did you get the right answer or wrong? And what is a learning point? 50 question, 50 answer. 60 question, 60 answer. 180 question, 180 lessons. Each question will give you lesson. Guys, if you are doing one mock in 4 hours, 180 questions, the lesson learned should take 8 hours. Let it sink into you. If you are doing 50 questions in 1 hour, lesson learned must take 2 hours. If they are not taking that much time, you are making some mistake. Don't try to fool the process that I did it quickly. No. You are trying to fool yourself, and that's it. So this is very important. Okay, this is very important. Then the next thing is basically, this is the entire mock of lesson learned of one student. He got 100 right, 64 something correct. Okay, so all the questions, 100 questions, 65 right, 35 wrong. So each question he put remarks, each question remarks, each question remarks, each question remark, and each question remarks. And this guy cleared PMP with all above target. And this is the guy whom I basically put the list. He came to me like, I am unable to clear PMP. I need your extreme help. And he cleared the PMP with all above target. Guys, my only question to you, my only explanation mark to you is, if he can clear, if today you guys are in the group, you saw 3 people cleared PMP exam today, and all of them cleared with all above target. Actually, I don't care if you get all above target or you get the less target. For me, the goal is that you clear the past exam. Getting above target is cherry on the top. Okay, getting above target is cherry on the top, but it is not compulsion here that you have to get above target. No. Passing the PMP exam is the most important thing. Passing the PMP exam is something that we should work on. Passing the PMP exam is the real thing. So this is what we need to do. So let me show you a root cause, or another way of root cause that one of the students did, who basically cleared with all above target. Okay, where I'll come to you later. So what he was doing, he put even the question here, he put the explanation here. Question, explanation, just for his reference. Question, explanation, and those questions which he was clear, he didn't bother to put the explanation. This was his way. This was his way. I have no issue with that. Guys, again, this is your PMP exam. This is your way. This is your thing. However you would like to do, I am fine with it. but the purpose is that you need to do lesson. You need to work on the lesson. If I can show one more template to you guys, to just give me, yeah, this template I really like. So this is a template. So this guy did a very good thing. So while he was solving the question, whatever the question he did, the question he got wrong question, he put the topic. This was the reason I got the question wrong. It was from this topic. This is a lesson I got. Okay, this definition is confusing me. So he's making his own lesson learn, kind of scrum band, benchmarking, all those things. So these are the things I wanted to share you today, how you can clear the PMP exam. Solving mock is one thing. Not doing root cause analysis will not help you. Yes, you can solve as many questions as you want, but if you don't do the mock, if you don't do the root cause analysis, all the mocks in the world is not going to help you. Now you can ask question where you raise the hand first, please.
Thank you very much, Amar. You revised my PMP. It was very good. I have one more suggestion. I mean, when you are going in the exam, think yourself as a project manager. I mean, maybe you are in the finance, maybe you are in the middle management. But when you are sitting in the exam, consider yourself as a project manager and think that for 4
Where we lost you, we are unable to hear you.
4 hours, you are the multi-billion-dollar. Yeah. Are you? Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, now you're audible.
Yes. I was saying that when you are going in the exam, consider yourself as a project manager. Your approach, as you are behaving like a project manager, your thinking should be like a project manager when you are sitting in the exam. This will also help you to solve the exam in a good way, and you will find that your approach will be better while solving the question.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Amir.
man. Thank you, man. Yes. Anyone has any question? This was the purpose of today's coaching call. I didn't want to solve any question today because this was my special call, as you know, 100th coaching call. So mindset is more important than a real exam. Tomorrow we will have another coaching call in which we will solve 20 to 30 questions depending upon how many students ask. But I'm not going to explain again. Read the last line first, elimination. This is why I wanted to do this coaching call, that all of you understand how we do that. So is this clear to everyone? How to solve question now? Anyone who has confusion? Okay. So anyone would like, Jyoti has a confusion?
I have a question here. Like you're saying, read the last line first and then read the answers, the options. But if the options in the real exam, what I'm understanding from different students, that it's long. So if you are reading all those, like either 2-liners or 3-liners answers also sometimes, is that correct?
Okay. And
when you're
then,
reading all of them first and then reading the question, won't your mind be confused because you're already in a panic state?
No. You will not be in panic state. That is the purpose of this. You need to train yourself to slow down. When you work on that, the option is actually helping you. When you read the option, out of 4 options, 1 is ridiculous. So you eliminated 1 option without reading the question. You go to the 3 option. When you read the question, you immediately know where is the answer. Jyoti, try it yourself and then get back to me.
I'm trying it actually, because then what I'm doing is I'm trying to see the keywords in the answers.
Keywords is also okay. But the thing is that for many people, keywords is a different thing. Don't go for keywords straightforward. Okay, it is also a good technique, but power of elimination technique. Once you have done like 2 questions, once you have done 2 options, eliminated 2 options, then use the other options as one can be used for keywords. Okay, Jyoti?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Umar, as such, 90 seconds for 1 question is enough, and 80 exam is basically 60 questions. Say package of 60 questions. So you can consider it more like 80 minutes for the first section, 80 minutes and 70 minutes. The exam does not tell you this much time. You need to do time management. Even if you do only 60 questions the entire time, exam will not. Okay, guys, anyone else has any question? Now, let me set your weekly targets with this. Tariq, Thursday, Friday is coming. I need 2 mocks from you. Tariq, this is your weekly target. Keep it done. You are a goal-oriented person. You do whatever you set target. Set this target, I'm sure you will do. Shakir, all the processes must be done till Sunday and you need to revise and do 1 mock. Okay?
Okay.
Harun, you have your task. Batch 10, everyone has their task. You need to do before Friday. You need to do before Friday Agile. Even if you don't do Agile, I have no issue. Stakeholder, communication, team, risk, quality. Okay. You need to do revise all the topic, make their mind maps, solve 50 questions for each topic. If you have done more, you can ask me for other topic question. I can also share that. Arslan, you are going awesome. Keep working. Hesam, I need more work from you. Arun, a little bit more work, brother.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Little bit more work. Madhvan, you are excellent student. You need to little bit work more. Jyoti, you are doing excellent. Keep up the good work. Don't slow your pace. Don't try to move it fast. The way you are doing, Jyoti, you are doing it. If anyone has any question, you can ask. We can call it a day. Tomorrow again, we will have a coaching call and we will work with the 20 to 30 questions. Any question, guys? PMP aspirant, in this video, we are going to share how you are going to fill your PMP application. Now, in order to fill your PMP application, you must go to pmi.org and register yourself. Now you can register yourself as a member, fill the account like Hassan has already registered here, and Hassan has basically made Mr. Sayyid Hassan asked me wherever he works, he have put all the things, but he has not filled the application. So if we start it from the basics, so if we start, please write pmi.org. Okay. pmi.org, press enter please. So you go to PMI website. Now, just like you registered for Facebook or any other thing, you registered for it and become a registered person. Now you are not a member here, you are registered person. In order to become member, you have to pay $139. My recommendation is don't pay right now, pay it once you go for the exam, once your application is approved. So normally it takes 5 days for the application get approved. Once you get approved, then pay for this and become a member of it. But please do become a member before exam fees. Like if you don't become a member, your exam fees will be $555. If you become a member, your exam fees will be $545. In addition to that, when you renew your certification and plus new PIM book is coming, all those standards you can download from here free of cost. If you are not member, from here, if you are not member, you cannot download anything, you cannot get it. So membership is very good. If you think you will forget it when you are when you are paying for exam, it's just 5 days. Your application can get approved in 5 days. You can become a member now, but do become a member. Now, once you are here on this main page, you have registered yourself, go to this certification area. Hassan, please click certification type. Please click on certification type. Okay. And go on PMP here down. Yes. Please click. Yes. Click here, Hassan, please. Yes. Now it is taking to us the page of PMP. If you are new to PMP, do read exam content outline, all those things. If you have not taken the training, first take that training, then come back. Now Hassan has already taken the training, so we can directly go here, apply for now for your PMP, and we can start filling our PMP application. So it does take time, some lags when site is getting uploaded, depending on which day you are doing. Saturday, Sunday, the website is more busy as compared to others. It also depends on your odds. So Hassan, please fill your basic education here. Bachelor, maybe. Yeah. So put your highest degree here. For Hassan, it is master's. If for you it's bachelor, or if it's high school education, put it accordingly. Please put the years you have attended. 215 to, okay. So to 15 to 18, so you get 3 years. It works. Okay. Name of the institute. So we are filling this application on real time. So there can be like you have to wait for it. Save your education, Hassan. So now your education is saved. Step 1 is done. Now from wherever you have taken 35 hours PDUs, you need to put that. For example, Hassan took for me. So his course title was PMP Exam Preparation. Highly recommended at this area that you take a training from a authorized training provider, because the probability that you will get for audit decrease, because they have given PDUs directly to authorized training provider. So our ATP name is facilitated method. Methods, S. Okay. So now, if you get selected for the audit, you need to provide the certificate of facilitating method. So, for example, if people you are watching it, don't write facilitating method, because what will happen as a result, if you get selected for the audit, so you have to produce the that certificate, and if you haven't taken training from us, you don't have. So if you have taken from training, let's say Joseph Philip, you need to put the name of his institution. If you have taken from Andy Ramdial, his institution is TIA. He provides you PDU certificate on which the institute name is written. From wherever you have taken training, if you have taken training from any PMI chapter, put their name, and so on and so on. So when you have taken the training, Hassan, over you were in the batch 7. So what was the month?
Yeah, it was May.
So write May 2021. So our training was completed in the same month.
Yes.
So write the same, May 21. So we had 6 days training. Then it was more than 35 hours, but I recommend you write 35 hours. Save education. Okay. Now your education, both academic and professional education, has been filled. PMI application have 3 parts: your academic education, your professional education. Academic education has to be for high school. For high school, you need 5-year experience after academic education. For bachelor, you need 3 years. For master's, you need 2 years. So Hassan has master's. So then he put professional education. You need 35 hours PDUs. Now continue the experience. Now the third part of your PMI application, and the most important part, I would say. So now here you need to put 36 months of experience. Now I recommend that you put one large project of 36 months, but if you haven't worked in a large project, then you can put 2 or 3 projects. Recommendation is one project. It basically helps you in getting the application filled earlier. So Hassan, please write down your project name. Okay. Hassan will fill his project title and organization. Okay. Functional area to who is your boss or whom you are reporting. We have customer service, finance, human resource. I think your is construction.
Yes.
So see, do we have the construction as an option?
No.
Then you put others. Okay, and now you can write construction.
So actually my line manager is project coordinator.
So the question is asking functional reporting area. What is the reporting area? So your area is planning, which area you are reporting. So
It's design.
So
Design.
Design
Engineering, should I write it?
Yeah, design engineering, whatever the name of functional area is. Okay. Now the focus of your organization. What is the focus of organization? So aerospace, automotive, construction, is it? It's construction.
Actually, it's a consultant firm.
Okay.
We do designing and supervision of the
Okay.
construction.
Then consulting downside. Consulting.
Okay.
Yeah, consulting. So methodology, which methodology you are using? Agile, hybrid, or waterfall?
Actually, it's hybrid. At times we do
Then
go for
hybrid.
agile, but
So if it's hybrid, then hybrid. So project team size, if you know your, just put hybrid. If you know your team size, okay. And normally I prefer to put as a classified.
okay.
You never know how much team. If you exactly know the budget, you can put it there, or you can again put classified. Okay, to be on the safe side. So project dates, when it started, and if it is still in progress, you can put in progress. If it ended, you can put the end. Okay, so you select the budget. Okay, now project dates. Okay, now here comes the most important part of your PMP application. Now here they are asking a high-level summary of your experience. That includes project objective. What is the objective of the project? What is the outcome? What was your role on the project and your responsibility? Here PMI is looking for your roles and responsibility. Now there are two ways that you can write down. You can put it into 5 process group, like what you did, what happened in initiation, what happened in planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. You can put into 5 process groups. In initiation, this happens. In planning, this happens. You can use heading: initiation, put it down there; planning, put it down there; execution, put it down there; monitoring and control, put it down there; closing, put it down there. In your words, don't copy book words. So this is one way. Second way, which I prefer, is basically putting it by knowledge areas, like knowledge areas or the new PMP content: people, process, and business environment. Like how you identify the stakeholders, how you manage the stakeholder, how you monitored it throughout the project. Then how you decided you need virtual resources, all those things. So write all those things about resources. Then how you manage the communication. Very important thing, write down about risk. What were the risk in your project? So write down about them. For example, your project is still in progress, so COVID-19 is a risk. So you need to write down how, when it occurred, it was an unidentified occurred, what was the workaround, how you manage it, all those things. Then write about procurement. Did you do the procurement? From where you procured? How you helped in procurement? Write down all those things about procurement. Then how the quality was ensured, how quality management plan was made, manage quality, all those things. How the business value, like business value, you can put business value even in the start, that the business value was this, who identified it, and how it aligns with the organizational strategy, how compliance was done, how the triple constraint, scope, schedule, cost was done, and if the project has completed, what was the lesson learned. So write down all these things. And what I recommend, write minimum 250 to 350 words. For me, the safe range is 250 to 350 words. Don't go above 450 up to 500 words. It's better to be in the middle, so that your application does not get selected for audit. Because what they are looking for your application, these keywords, if you have put all the keywords I just mentioned, you are good to go. So Hassan, I'm going to give you time. Please write down all these things, and then we can continue. So we have now 310 words. I reviewed it, seems good. So save your experience. Okay, please continue to exam. You have 36 months were required as minimum. You had 15 months. So if you have less time, the automatic it will tell you to change it. Since Hassan has already registered himself, So his detail of home address, his name, everything is filled. Hassan, please write your email address and double check your name, because this name on certificate will appear, and your name on your passport or whatever identity you are going to use, it has to be right this, because otherwise they would not let you give the exam. This double check with your identity and NIC or passport. Okay. Maybe put other number, try it other work for home phone, you can put it. Yeah, try doing this. It worked?
I did not.
Edit phone again, put the work number. Instead of mobile phone, just put home phone. Home phone and put this number. Yeah, okay, good. We are good. We are good. We are good. Pakistan, okay. Now, accommodation. This is very important. One of my student, I remember in 2020, he filled the application by himself and he put the exam accommodation, yes. So when the exam says exam accommodation, it is basically asking, do you have any kind of disability or any problem that you need assistance in? So if you say yes, they are going to ask you, what is your problem? What, for example, one of my student, he was basically unable to sit for even 1 hour. He had some back problem, so he put exam accommodation. They asked for the documentation, they provided documentation, and they gave him some luxury. They gave him basically, he gave exam from home. He was able to move here and there, and they let him move a little bit, so they become more relaxed when you have exam accommodation. But this is more for those people who have some special needs. If you don't have special needs, always put no, because if you put yes, they will ask documentation. You don't have it, you forfeit everything. So always put no. But if you have some disability, then you can put yes. Hassan, agree to the terms? Yes. Okay, please review one more time. Go up, review your name, address, everything, number, everything is okay. We are good to go.
Yes, we are good to go.
Then continue. Then move. Come down. Submit application. So that's it. That's all about how you submit the PMP application. I don't know why people think it is a very, very big thing. It's just, if everything is right, you have experience, you have education, you can easily fill your application. So use the same way in your filling of application. Like, I'm 100% sure you will have no issue. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. One more thing I would like to add here. It will take 5 business days. Let's say Monday, then on Friday, you will hear from PMI that your application has been accepted or now you have to go to audit. If you fill the application on Saturday, then don't consider Saturday and Sunday and consider 5 working days. Thursday or Friday, your application will come. That's it. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Hello YouTube, what's up? It's Amir Ali here. Thank you very much for watching this video. I am so grateful that you watched this video, and I hope now it has added value into your PMP journey. If you have any question at any time, you can ask me on this number or email me. I will love to answer you. And if you have not subscribed, please click the subscription button so that I can help you in a better way. My commitment to YouTube is going to increase. I'm going to upload more coaching calls, more journeys, and more posts. So do join this journey and become certified PMP in less time. In this video, I'm gonna share how you can fill experience in your PMP application. I have already shared how to fill PMP application, and the link for that video is here. I'll put it there, or I'll put in the comment somewhere. But one thing that I missed out in that area was how to write down your experience in the PMP application. I figured that everyone has their own experience and they can put it. But now PMI is doing more and more audit and people applications are being rejected. So I thought it's the best time that I tell people what is the best way that PMI is expecting to write down your experience. The best format you can write it down. One thing, one disclaimer that is very important. Although I am official trainer of PMI, authorized training provider, my students are being audited. If someone says that I know a way that you will not be audited, that is straight lie. PMI does the random audit, and then you have to submit your certificate, your educational certificate, 35-hour certificate, and your reference has to approve your experience. And after that, PMI will also review your application. This is a very important thing. PMI will review your application. You need to know what to write, what is the best way. First of all, when you write down the experience, the recommendations from PMI is that you need to have 200 to 500 words. 200 to 500 words, that should be the range. Like minimum 200 words, maximum 500 words. So that is the maximum limit. My recommendation is if you put between 250 to 450, it's a safe range. Just to put in the safe range, 250 to 450 is the good way. Now you have multiple columns to fill. First, you need to put your project name, whatever the project name you may have, then the organization name, then number of years, that must be more than 36 months. Once you are done with that, the next thing come to put your experience in these words. You see, all projects work in a one way or another in these 5 process group. Initiation, every project starts. Plan, you plan for your project. Execution, monitoring and control, and closing. And that is what PMI is actually looking for you in your application. What you have done in initiation, what you have done in planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. If you are not familiar 100% with that, I highly recommend watch a video that I shared, PMP in 2 hours or PMP in 32 minutes. That can give you the context, the flow of PMP. So understand the flow of PMP, that can actually help you into that. Let's dive deep in all these things, what you need to write down in particular: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. Although it is best for your experience that you has worked as a project manager, but it is not compulsory. PMI is not looking as a compulsion that you have done as a project manager. You can be a business analyst, costing manager, whatever your designation is, but you must have done these things that I'm going to share. First, in initiation, what are the questions that you should be answering? How did you facilitate it in building the project chart? Who was involved in building the project chart? What was the business case involved, like benefit to cost in the project chart? Who approved the project chart? Who approved the project chart? Have you made assumption log? What were 1 or 2 assumptions you can put in initiation? And then a very important thing which many people left out: how did you identify the stakeholders? How many of the key stakeholders did you share project charter with? How many of the key stakeholders you share project charter with? Which tool you used? Maybe mentioning power and trust and utilizing upward downward can help out. That's it. That is more than enough for putting into the initiation. It can take like 40 to 50 words depending upon that how much you have been involved. The next thing will be what you did in planning. You can actually put the columns initiation, planning, like paragraphs: initiation, planning, execution, or you can directly put it like that. My deliverable in the project was this. I facilitated in the project charter involvement, which has these many stakeholders. This was the main cost, schedule, high level, these things like that. Then how did you identify the stakeholder? What did you communicate it? These questions can help out. Then comes to the planning. The first thing, the last thing that we did in initiation was, how did you identify the stakeholder? It makes sense. You work into that. How did you make stakeholder engagement plan? How did you make stakeholder engagement plan and get it approved? Then talk about communication management plan. And very importantly, how did you identify the resources? Your resources were physical or your resources were virtual? This is a very important thing. Did you use any documents before pre-assignment was there? Do write 1 to 2 lines about resource management plan. What were the most important thing that you discussed about the resource management plan? This is very important for your PMP application and the experience in PMP. The PMI is really looking for the resource team. How did you identify the team? Remember, PMP exam is 42% just people. So they are looking for the resource. Do put a little bit importance about that. You use virtual team, you use physical team. How did you identify them? Did you set some ground rules? Putting that into the resource management plan. Then a little bit about scope, schedule, and cost baseline. How did you make the baseline and got it approved? Then something about quality plan. You made quality standard. How did you benchmark them? Putting about procurement, if you did procurement, 1 or 2 line is important. Then risk. This is actually a very important thing. Your planning should take a risk, should take a big chunk of planning. I would say resource management plan and the risk domain, because here you need to put a little bit of information about how did you make risk management plan. Your organization was risk averse, risk seeker, and then you need to actually share 1 or 2 example. I do recommend. How did you identify the risk? Which analysis you did? Qualitative analysis. And if you did quantitative, if your organization did quantitative, which tool you allowed? Putting 1 tool is always good. 2 tools are better. How many opportunities and threats you have? Giving a number actually help out that. And 1 or 2 example of that risk that occurred and how do you handle? For example, if you had the COVID risk, how did you handle that particular risk of COVID? That actually always help in the organization. How did you plan for that particular response? So talking about the risk plan is always a good strategy. So we discussed about scope, schedule, cost. We discussed about quality, procurement, stakeholder communication, and risk. How did you put it into that context? And finally, you got approved from the project management plan. You made a plan, sent it for approval, and got it approved. This should be the last line in particularly planning domain, because without the project management plan, the planning domain never ends. Now we come to the most important part, that is execution. Execution is kind of a very important thing. Now in execution, again, I'll start with the from where we ended. Once the plan got approved, then you started doing execution, starting delivering the deliverables. The quality team was ensuring, talked about the quality, how quality team make sure that the quality assurance deliverable, how did they make sure the right deliverables were being made for all the projects. Then here is the most important thing. How did you acquire your resources? How did you develop them? How did you manage them? How did you handle conflict among the resources? How did you use emotional intelligence? One example, that how did you identify the training requirement, provided training and outputs and outcomes of that training, or how did you handle the conflict can actually help you out in your application and giving the right scenario that happened in your project domain, because thousands of people are going to watch this video. They are going to put their experience. When you put your own experience, how did you handle the conflict, that can actually help and put the context there. How did you handle a particular conflict in that particular project? That will be a beautiful thing. Then how did you engage stakeholder, making sure their current engagement level is what you planned? How you make sure right information at right time happen to stakeholder? If you did procurement, how did you conducted the procurement? Highlighting this thing and implementing this response an important thing. Execution should take if you are writing like 450 to 475 words, it should take 200 words, because this is the most important thing where things are happening. Planning and execution are the most important thing of your application. Then when it comes to the monitoring and control, what happens in monitoring and control? Now here, the most important thing is that you need to do, how did you do the variance analysis? Again, talking about the identifying the team requirements, where they stand, releasing the resource can be important. I cannot put more stances that job of project manager is only two things. How did he manage the communication? He put it there, engage stakeholders, and how did he manage the team? That is the most important thing. So put it there, put it in the monitoring and control. Then putting that, how did you handle the change request? Inspected the deliverable through quality control, quality verified them, and then validated with the client. And did the client actually said your deliverables are good to go or not? And how did you close the procurement? Put it in the monitoring and control, and your monitoring and control will be good to go. Finally, if your project was successful, putting 1 to 2 lines, how client accepted the deliverable. You write the final report. What were the things you wrote in final report? Some lessons you learned from the risk. How did you write the final lesson learned? Register, put it in the lesson learned repository, OPS. How did you updated that? How did you release the team? And if you did celebrate your success, how did you do that? So if you put it that, I would say that initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. If I put it into the words, let's say you write 500 words or 480 words, 100 words for initiation, 100 words for 150 to 100 words for closing, 50 to 100 words of initiation, depending upon your context. So this should take both of them 350 to 400, and this again 50 to 100 words. You can add plus minus, but this should not less than 300. Minimum, it should be 300. So 50, 50, 50, and 300. That goes 450 words. That would be an ideal application. So that is the entire framework, how you can write down application. I'm sure by following this framework, if your application gets selected for the audited, then you will have no issue at all clearing the audit, provided that you have taken the training with authorized training provider, or he provides you 35 hours certificate, and that will be done. You have a graduation degree and 3 years experience, and you will have no issue at all. If you want that I review your application, I can do that. Just send me on my email address. I'll put it somewhere, and I will review it free of cost at all. I don't charge for anything else. Only I charge for my programs, that is batch program or one-to-one program. And if you want to take that training, you can also contact us. We have batch program every mid of the month, and one-to-one program you can start at any time. Thank you very much, and become certified PMP. And if you do let me know. Would love to record your channel. Thank you very much for watching this video. I hope this video has added value in your PMP preparation. Now you know how to prepare for every single topic. You know each and everything about that, from stakeholder to business environment. You know that. You have seen the overall flow of PMP 2 times, at the start and in the end. You know how to solve hard questions of PMP, how to do lesson learn. Very important. Never leave a question without lesson learned. And of course, you know how to fill PMP application. I hope this video has added value in your entire PMP journey. And if you want to join our program, I have given my numbers so many times. You can contact me and become certified PMP in the minimum possible time. See you at the other side of the world.